Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. Blood is flying around. With one swing of the sword they cut the wolf's neck, after which a man dressed in a black cloak is attacked by a huge bird. He looks at her with disdain. Then with one stroke he cuts off her wings. This man stands waving his sword while many corpses of monsters lie around him. One of the lying goblin monsters tells him about how he single-handedly defeated so many demons, and he rolls into this man dressed all in black. He says that he is the immortal Raven, and he is a thunderstorm of demons. And while Raven looks at these monsters with contempt, he raises his weapon up, after which he swings and hits this goblin right in the head, and blood starts flowing everywhere. Then Raven sighs. Is he looking straight at the moon? And it says that the time has almost come. Raven looks up at the sky. Then he says that there are only 15 days left, and if he survives, he will finally gain freedom. And then his legs will no longer exist. In this damned place, Raven walks through the hilly terrain. He looks at the camp where many children are standing on the road. This was a demon slayer camp, and Raven watches several men drinking while sitting on a bench. The author of another part sits on the boxes many dirty children shackled, and he says that he lived in real hell for 10 years. What aroma recalls all the demon hunters. Speaking of which, he sends cannon fodder here to fight the demons, which can never end in the Empire, and this is considered the worst punishment. And while Raven passes by the demon slayers drinking and sitting on boxes, he says that mostly robbers and slaves are sent here, and scum who don't care about themselves and their lives or anyone else. After which several men sitting at the table look at Raven. They say that this is the same bastard who killed his partners during the raid. And I must say, for a former aristocrat he is not bad in battle. Raven continues to walk forward, closing her eyes, after which a huge man stands in front of him. He says, "Who is this we have here?" And several hunters standing in front of Raven and smiling. They say that he is really hiding from them, and can they at least say something? Then Raven smiles. He says that he is clearly tired of living. One of the hunters standing in front gets very angry, and Raven kicks her right into the body of this hunter. Raven then takes her blade and points it towards the other's neck. He makes a small incision on this neck. There were 3 of them to the person who approached him. He is afraid and begins to mumble very much, and Raven grabs his head and slams him to the floor, until one of them comes to his senses. He talks about Raven being a bad person. Raven then swipes her katana right next to his face. Is he putting his face up to this hunter? After which he tells him that he wants to die before the demons kill him, and he should turn to him. After which Raven closes her eyes and leaves. The hunter shouts after him that he is a bad person, and he will remember this. A former aristocrat who had fallen out of favor, no one believed that he would survive at least until next year, but he survived all 10 years of his imprisonment here. Then Raven heads towards the tent where the flag hangs. Speaking of which, these rumors that are circulating are thanks to him, and in general they are true. Volta family estate. Raven stands in a tuxedo near her family's crest. He says his family didn't have much fame or influence, but they really were one of the most noble families of the Empire. Raven walking further through the camp. He says that one day they lost everything. He remembers how he was chained and looks at the burning house. And about 10 years ago, looking at a huge estate that is all on fire, a man with long hair raises his hands. He shouts that the wicked family has been overthrown and executed, and because they were planning to rebel against the Empire, to which Raven shouts that this is a lie. While they are holding him, he looks ugly and passers-by are watching everyone. He shouts that his family didn't do this, and the man smiles as he moves closer to Raven. He says that they can really deny their guilt and how much they want because he is the son of traitors. Raven gets really angry. He shouts that this is slander and other families are plotting a riot and they have slandered them. The man then grabs Raven's hair. He smiles while everything around him is on fire. Speaking of which, his parents have already burned to the ground and he can join them. And while Raven is clearly breathing heavily and very angry, they tell him that he will be lenient and give him a chance. This man brings his head closer and smiles. He says that his punishment will be serving as a demon slayer for 10 years. Raven looks at him in surprise. For now he says that this is his only chance for mercy. Many passersby watch this and smile. They say that the holy heavens will send him to exterminate the demons. And Raven thinks that the worst punishment in the Empire after the death penalty is the sending of robbers and other rubbish. His familiar offspring send cannon fodder to this camp, and the last of the line, and if he dies, their line will end. And the chained Raven is angry, looking at this man. Now, if he survives, he will be free after 10 years of service. To which the man walks back, closing his eyes and smiling. Afterwards, he says that if he survives, then, of course, if after 10 years he serves his sentence and he will be free. What is Raven clearly angry about? Does he say he agrees? After which he lowers his head and shouts that if he survives and returns, he will restore the glory of the Volta family. After which he sits on his knees, looking at his estate. screaming for them to change his word. And Raven approaches one of the tents. Is he extending his hand straight towards her? Speaking of which, the days of this shameful punishment are already numbered. After which he closes his eyes. He remembers how he fought against many demons. Speaking of which, he fought from day one to this day, even though he had never learned combat skills before. He remembers his former self and who he has become. They say that in 10 years he turned from a boy into a demon slayer. And Raven looks at the tent with enthusiasm. He says that one more large company against the demons, and he will be free. He walks inside the tent. Speaking of which, there was only one thing left before he went to restore the honor of his family. Meanwhile, the forest is in Lord Pentagon's land. The girl trembles, looking up with her blue eyes. Many comets fly near the moon, and she looks at a huge white dragon with golden horns. This dragon says that the night has come to serve dinner. Looking at a huge white dragon with golden horns. Speaking of which, dragons are creatures that surpass the strength of any of the demons, and their power has no equal, and only one company in the empire can call upon a dragon to aid the battle. And while the man is in armor and with long golden hair, comes closer to the dragon and strokes it. Speaking of which, the Pendragon genus. They know how to tame dragons. Their family is one of the most influential in the empire. There are 13 days left until the amnesty. Raven approaches one of the tents with light coming from it. Speaking of which, it was the tent of the commander of the Demon Slayer stick. And Raven opens the curtain, walking inside. Is he asking to be allowed to report? He looks at the commander, who is eating meat, sitting next to 2 slaves. He asks Raven what he wants to report. And Raven looks at him with obvious displeasure. Raven holds out her hand. He says that the demons have numerical superiority. If they soon reach the front flank, they will not be defeated. The commander begins to smile as he looks at Raven. He says that he really admits that he cannot deal with them all. After which the commander looks at Raven with a smile while he closes his eyes. Speaking of which, well, if there was some circumstance they should have already been attracted to the damp earth. He smiles and says tomorrow, reinforcements will arrive, and none other than the Duke agreed to help them. Raven looks up in surprise, and the commander says that a powerful creature like a dragon will be with him. Remembering how the white dragon flags were hung everywhere, Raven asks the commander in surprise about what and how such a mysterious, powerful creature will help them. Why is the commander sitting on the bench? And he says that he knows it's hard to believe, but they tamed the dragons of ancient times from the demonic army to deal with the white dragon. Raven looks down. He thinks about their mouth. He remembers the coat of arms with the white dragon. Speaking of which, the most influential family in the empire is their family related to the emperor himself, and they can't believe that he thought it was just a legend. And is it possible to tame dragons? Raven puts a finger to her chin. He thinks that he spent 10 years at war with demons, but he has never seen dragons, and maybe they can go crazy, and he believes in their fairy tales too. Raven looks up, thinking that he had heard that the direct descendants of the first dragons had died out and that the family had lost its influence recently. And Raven looks at the commander in surprise. He says it doesn't sound real, to which the commander points his finger at him, speaking about the fact that orders are not discussed and tomorrow you don't have to go into battle. Raven looks at this in surprise. He says that no matter how it is to go into battle. And the commander smiles. He says that they will have dragons, they can relax, multiply. Yes, but he is tasked with guarding the Duke's son. Raven looks at the commander. Is he talking about what's coming? And the commander begins to laugh with a smile. Speaking of which, he answers with his head. And Raven lowers her head. He says there is, and he understood the order. After which the commander begins to stand up and shout. He says that this fellow must introduce himself to the future Duke, and he is counting on him. He shouts that we will continue the revelry and they must carry Prague. Raven coming out of this huge tent. He looks at a huge coat of arms with a dragon, and he thinks that he really doesn't understand how such a significant person especially agreed to come here for help in such garbage as a demon slayer. And Raveny goes forward, thinking about the fact that he called him the Duke's son, and that means he has to protect the spoiled Barchuk. Raven then starts scratching the back of her head. He says that okay, no matter what happens tomorrow, the main thing is to survive, and then he will be released. After which he approaches the tent and opens it. Speaking of which, he has finally arrived. He walks inside and looks around. Speaking of which, I beg your pardon, my lord. And sounds come from the tent. Raven was very surprised. He didn't think about who it was here. Raven tensed, and he thinks about what kind of voice this is, and it doesn't look like a human one. After which Raven begins to bow, lowering her head and kneeling. He says I'm sorry to bother you, and is he really the young lord or is he mistaken? What are the voices coming from the tent? That yes, it is. He introduces himself and says why he came. And Raven, sitting on her knees, begins to speak. that he is the commander of the 12th Demon Slayer platoon and his name is Raven, and he received an order to guard his excellency in tomorrow's battle and came to inform him about this. After which a voice comes from the tent, saying that he will not have to be guarded and that he must go and prepare for tomorrow's battle. Raven listens to him suspiciously, after which a voice comes from there saying that something else is needed. Raven looks up. He says that your excellency was justified that he brought the dragon, and tomorrow's battle will be lost if there is no fire-breathing dragon on our side. After which a voice comes from the tent saying that he should not be afraid and the dragon will be in the battle, and now please leave him alone. After which Raven closes her eyes, and he says that he obeys. He leaves this huge tent, thinking. He turns around, looking after him, thinking that it was not the voice of a child, and he was too calm. And for the Duke's son to come here alone, and where has this been seen? He tries to peer inside the tent, and he thinks that it's none of his business, after which he leaves her, and he says that he will carry out the order, he will not have to see him again. Already during the day, the commander stands near the huge tent, while many hunters have gathered around him. With all their might, the young Duke is in front of them, and he waves his arms, pointing at this huge tent, while Raven stands next to him. Raven looks up in surprise as the commander shouts the Duke's name, and they watch as this tent is destroyed into pieces. They cover themselves with their hands so they don't get hurt, screaming about what's happening. After which they notice the silhouette of a white dragon. Raven looks at it and is surprised, saying, "What is it?" And they all saw a huge white dragon in golden armor and golden horns. They watch him fly up. After which everyone watches this dragon along with Raven in surprise. Speaking of which, it was a white dragon, and next to this white dragon stands a prince, dressed in silver armor and a red cloak. Raven watches this in surprise. This Duke's entire armor shines, and he lowers his helmet. Speaking of which, his name is Ellen and he's Pentagon, and a fair-haired man with blonde hair and blue eyes appears before everyone. He says that let's go to war and destroy the demons. Ellen takes off his helmet and looks at everyone. He says that his name is Ellen, and he will go to war and destroy the demons. According to the commander, a large campaign against demons will be carried out with the support of the Pentagon family. From this dragon, the demons would have no chance against them. Several wolves walk forward. The location of the military campaign against demons is the elbow. Raven looks forward. He tells my lord that he has never been entrusted with the protection of a noble person on the battlefield, and while he covers it with his hands, many demons come at them. He tells him to stick with him. Raven then pulls out her weapon. He thinks that the dragon is attacking the demonic forces from the sky, and in the meantime he will sort it out here. Raven then smiles, raising her weapon. He talks about the dog's spawn coming here, after which many demons attack Raven as he runs straight towards them. He successfully cuts through these demons as blood begins to splatter everywhere. Raven then looks up. He notices the dragon's tail, and the dragon flies through the sky, watching from the side as demons fight against people while huge clouds of dust rise everywhere. He opens his mouth and charges his attack, after which he emits blue fire, hitting all nearby demons directly. Everything around begins to burn, and many flying demons begin to fall down, after which the dragon continues to attack them with its fire, and everyone around begins to burn and die. Raven watches all this from the sidelines. He says that this is a terrifying power, and while Ellen stands behind Raven, and he looks up, he says that who would have thought that a white dragon actually exists. Then Raven turns around. He says that no demon compares to the opposition with a dragon, and he thought that these were just stories, and it turns out that they are not. And a whole army of demons. Raven then watches as the dragon burned many demons. Speaking of which, he has already wiped out most of it from the face of the earth. And Raven smiles, thoughtful. He thinks that thanks to the dragon, the battle is almost won, and they don't even have anything else to do here, and he doesn't know that his last company will be so easy, and this is a great success. After which the dragon sits on the ground. Ellen is surprised when a dragon appears in front of him, and while Ellen is worried, Raven approaches him. He talks about my lord and whether he and his dragon are okay, to which he says that everything is fine and he shouldn't worry, and Raven looks around. He says that the battle is almost over in our favor, after which several demons attack them. They all notice how these demons begin to circle around them, creating a huge funnel, and Raven, looking up, starts screaming, speaking of the fact that the bad ones have arrived. After that, he grabs his weapon and looks at Alina, speaking of him giving orders to the dragon. Ellen looks at the dragon, after which he closes his eyes, and the dragon closes them too. Two demons fly straight at them as Raven tries to defend herself. They all look up at the demons flying towards him, thinking that there are a lot of them, and the white dragon must attack them, after which the dragon raises its head. He closes his eyes, and many demons attack directly on this dragon, starting to eat it. And Raven looks at all this with great surprise. He watches as the dragon begins to be eaten and torn into pieces. Raven was very surprised by this. He shouts what he is doing and he must fight. after which Ellen looks at it all in silence, lowering her head. Raven runs up and grabs Alina. He starts yelling at him about what the hell he's doing, after which they are all stunned by a huge explosion. They look at what just happened, and they notice a horde of huge demons running straight towards them. Raven says they almost killed them off. These demons attack Raven along with Ellen. Speaking of which, there are too many of them, and while Ellen is attacking one of the demons, Raven is trying to cope with two, and he thinks about it, remembering the white dragon. He says that the dragon is the most powerful creature in the world, and not a single demon can compare in strength with him. And while Raven looks ahead with a smile, he thinks there was nothing for him to do about the fact that thanks to the dragon the battle had already been almost won, because he did not know that his last company would be so easy and successful. And he remembers how he stood with Ellen, protecting him, and thinking about that a lot. He thought that the white dragon was attacking them, and the entire military company depended on the dragon. And he was a fool, relying on the dragon and underestimating the strength of the enemy. Raven then opens her eyes, breathing heavily. He sits on his knees and then watches as the dragon is killed and everyone around is eaten by demons. After which Raven smiles, covered in blood. He talks about what he has done. He watches as many demons eat the soldiers around him. Several goblins with weapons smile and run straight towards him. And Raven, with his eyes down and his head covered in blood, feels goblins jumping behind him. He's breathing heavily, after which, with the last of his strength, he hits them with his weapon, killing several of them. And Raven closes her eyes, all bloody and in poor condition. He leans on his weapon and tries to stand up as blood drips everywhere. Is he talking about a curse? Raven smiles and breathes heavily. He thinks that he is exhausted and the wounds are deep. If he falls now, he will never get up. Raven then lifts his head up as he bleeds. He looks at the huge dragon, which has already been killed. Speaking of which, he, like that one, is very stupid. Raven tries to approach this white dragon, walking through huge bloody puddles. He walks right up to this dragon, observing it, and he tells him that the white dragon has really died. And he watches how winter lies near this dragon, and he later becomes dead. Raven notices Ellen starting to cough, and he looks after the wounded Ellen, who with all her strength looks at Raven. He's breathing heavily, and Raven is watching Ellen. He says that he is really alive. Raven approaches him and grabs Togo by his armor. They say that before you die, let him speak. And Raven, looking at Alina, he says that why did the dragon stop fighting and did he really order it? He remembers how they both closed their eyes and looked at each other. Speaking of which, he ordered him the wrong thing. And Ellen silently looks at Raven. Raven starts to get angry, gritting her teeth. He gets very angry and starts screaming. Speaking about how they would have won if it weren't for that dragon, and why he did it, let him tell him. After which Raven is hit by a huge spear, piercing his body, and Raven starts coughing up blood, after which he falls to the ground and bleeds. The commander approaches them with a smile. Speaking of which, he pierced his heart and he is still alive, and is he really an immortal, as they call him? Raven starts to look and notices that it was the commander, after which he laughs. Talk about ending it. After which he points his weapon forward and many soldiers with weapons run after him. He shouts at them to attack, after which, raising a new coat of arms with Leo, Raven begins to notice what is on that flag, thinking that this is really an imperial army and why are they subordinate to others. And the commander smiles, looking at the dying Raven. Speaking of which, he was not surprised and everything went according to plan. The commander brings his weapon directly to Ellen's neck, and Raven, watching it all from the sidelines. Speaking of which, some idiots didn't want to give up, and while Ellen looks at this blade, bleeding all over, he closes his eyes. He is seconded, after which he carries out his blow, and Ellen's head flies near Raven. He looks in surprise as she falls next to him. He is surprised by this, wonders how this is so. The commander approaches Raven and smiles. Speaking of which, it's a pity, of course, but the boy should have died a long time ago, just like Raven himself. After which the commander begins to kick Raven. He is trying to somehow refrain, and while Raven starts spitting blood, the commander says that freedom was so close and that he dreamed of flying away like a bird. After which the commander lifts Raven by the hair while he clenches his teeth. He talks about whether he really hurts and his abilities are supernatural, and Raven very quickly copes with her wounds and recovers. Raven is surprised by this, and the commander says that he really found out, and the commander says that he pretended not to know for the sake of that very day, and what do you think, if he cuts off his head, will it heal or not? And the commander smiles, looking at Raven, saying that what a pity it is that he will die here and now without having tasted the desired freedom. After which Raven clenched her teeth. He thinks that he dreamed of freedom and restoration of the good name of his family, and 10 years of senseless war for this day. It's exactly like it was then. He remembers how one of the people grabbed him by the hair and gave him this prison sentence. And while Raven holds onto her chest, gritting her teeth, speaking about the fact that the powerless and weak die here year after year in this camp, and this is their lot. but he was so close to surviving, after which the commander brings the blade to Raven's chin. He talks about what a little secret is for him. The commander smiles. Speaking of which, what really blames his family for his rebellion is his exile to a fighter camp and his death along with the son of the Pentagon. All this was planned a long time ago, after which he grabs him by the hair, and he smiles. Raven looks at the commander in shock. He talks about what and how it could have happened, after which the commander hits him into the ground. Speaking of which, the only thing that wasn't part of the plan was that the dragon would turn out to be such a weakling. After which the commander takes out his weapon and smiles. He says that everything turned out as planned and goodbye little Raven. The commander then strikes Raven's head while he watches, and there is a blow right to Raven's neck. His head flies off, and the dragon opens his eyes. He removes the spears stuck into him, after which he looks at how Ellen's head and Raven's head are lying around, and the dragon looks at all this with sadness. He says all conditions were met, after which the blood begins to be sucked out of all the demons and people nearby. It is all being sucked out into a huge dark funnel in the sky, and the dragon stands not far from her and watches this, until all the blood begins to be sucked out of everyone. He says that the blood of 1,000 warriors, the blood of 1,000 demons, and the blood of the imperial dynasty, blood of the royal dragon, along with the solar eclipse, now he will fulfill his oath. After which the dragon's horns begin to glow blue. Huge bright glare appears, and Raven's head, along with Ellen's head, begins to disappear, and the dragon sits down, watching the moon. He says that the fate of the world is in his hands, the dragon rider, after which the head of this dragon falls. We see a beautiful starry sky, and the hero turns to the white dragon, saying that now he will fulfill his oath and the fate of the world is now in his hands. The dragon closes its eyes and looks down. We see bubbles and yellow lightning. Our hero falls to the bottom and, opening his eyes slightly, he thinks that he has apparently already died. But the deeper he went, and the more bubbles there were, the more he realized that he already knew this feeling of being torn from the inside. His mouth was bubbling and he was choking, and he remembered feeling exactly the same feeling when his wounds were healing, which was about where he was now in general. When suddenly they take him by the wrist, but it doesn't mean he's still alive. He opens his eyes and sees the maid, and in his head he realizes that it took him by the hand. He gets up from the bed, but already is a blonde guy. The maid is so surprised by this that she screams, so she immediately rushed to the others, shouting that my lord had woken up. Raven stands up and asks who my lord is. He sees a beautiful mansion in front of him and is surprised that he is now in some rich house. Together with the maid, a man also ran towards him. The man was gray-haired with a monocle. He shouted to him that the gentleman had finally woken up. Raven stood in front of 3 people, and they stood and looked at him in complete shock. The man was sincerely glad that he started to cry, and he said that he had finally come to his senses. Approaching Raven, he leaned over and asked how he felt and if he remembered at all. Raven was a little taken aback and bit his lip, saying that he was calling him young master. The man cried out in surprise that it was so. From the forest he could see the castle in which he was located, and the castle was very large, the castle of the Pendragon family. Raven looked at him in disbelief, and the man added that he was the owner of this castle, calling him Ellen Pendragon. Now Ellen, he is very surprised by this and sits with his eyes wide open, and then shockingly asks that Ellen Pendragon is him. Ellen immediately jumped up and stood in front of the table, holding onto it with his hands. He was very shocked to see something, and he saw his reflection, in which Ellen Pendragon really was, so he asked what happened. The maid approached him and began to get very worried, asking if he had forgotten what he looked like. The man approached her, holding his hands behind his back, and told her not to fuss because the gentleman had just woken up. He needed to come to his senses because he had been unconscious for 3 years. Ellen looked ahead with incomprehension and thought that 3 years had passed since that battle. He began to remember that moment and remembered that he had definitely been beheaded then. Pendragon and he stood next to each other, and there was a spark between them, and he did not think about the fact that he was almost immortal, but why then, instead of the usual healing, he became Pendragon. Suddenly the door swings open with a loud noise. A lady ran up to him, holding her dress, and she screamed his name, calling him son. She was shocked, standing with her eyes wide open, because he had woken up. All the guys turned and looked at her, and Ellen didn't understand who she was. His mother ran up to him, saying that it was a real miracle that he woke up. Ellen was completely shocked by this. The mother ran right through the grandmother who was standing there. Ellen reached out to her with a very surprised face and asked who she was, and Grandma waved her finger and winked. The mother hugged Ellen and asked if he remembered that she was his mother, and Ellen simply did not understand what had happened. He looked at Granny, who was waving her hand up and down at him with a smile on her face, but then she pointed her finger to the side. Ellen turned in surprise and asked what was there. but then he was seized by a strong shock from what he saw. After all, he only noticed the white wings, but he already knew who it was. It was the dragon Soldrake who sat on the tower. The dragon looked straight at Ellen, and Ellen himself looked with half-closed eyes and then said his name out loud. The dragon turned its head but still looked at him, and suddenly began to emit a deafening roar. This roar was so strong that glass was broken and everyone was in shock. The dragon flew straight to the broken window and continued to growl at them. Ellen, hiding behind his hands, wondered how he could know his name. And then a memory surfaced in him where the dragon was dead, and he still could not understand how it happened. Ellen began to get very angry, not understanding how he could survive, and then suggested that maybe the dragon did not die. He absolutely does not understand how everything happened. Suddenly the mother started waving to the dragon. She directly defended her son, shouting that she would not allow Ellen to be attacked again. The dragon looked at them intently. The mother could barely restrain herself from fear, but still stood heroically and protected her son. The same ghostly granny, whom no one except Ellen can see, approached the dragon. The dragon sniffed her palms. Ellen rushed to her, shouting to her to beware, and her mother was already surprised by this. Granny stroked the dragon and turned to Ellen. She winked at him and smiled. Ellen was completely bewildered by what was happening. His mother put her hand on his shoulder and asked what happened to him, and then invited him to sit down because there was danger nearby. Ellen turned his head and wondered if he was the only one who saw this old woman. The old woman looked at the dragon, and he, in turn, looked at her. The dragon closed his eyes in joy. Suddenly the dragon jumped back from there, and he began to rush away while the old woman waved her hand at him. Then the grandmother turned to Ellen and smiled with folded hands, and at that moment she began to evaporate. Ellen looked at her with incomprehension. The mother exhaled sharply, making a sound. The man grabbed her by the hand and asked if she was okay, to which he received the answer that everything was fine. Helen's mother turned to Ellen and asked if he was okay. Ellen, not understanding what was happening, began to bare his teeth in anger. He imagined himself in Pendragon, thinking about the luxurious castle, the servants who were so worried about him and the name of the dragon, as if he knew it. At that moment he realized that he had become Pendragon. His mother called Ellen because he had been stuck in his thoughts for some time and couldn't hear her at all. But then he began to smile very sweetly and said that everything was fine with him. Mother Helena exhaled calmly, and while Helena was talking to the man, Ellen looked at her and understood that he needed to behave naturally, and himself get used to it and begin to investigate what happened then. He began to tie his ponytail and continued to think that I also needed to try so that no one would find out that he was an imposter, and he himself was determined to understand what really happened. Raven sits on the corpse of animals with a weapon nearby, and it is narrated that the worst place to serve is the Demon Slayer troops. Only the dregs of society are sent there, and they say that it is impossible to survive in this service. The conditions there are inhuman. The camera zoomed in on Raven's face, who looked with an arrogant gaze, and he lived for 10 whole years in exile. All these years he honed his martial arts and his ability to regenerate. He was a warrior who had no equal among either humans or demons. He remembered how he slayed the dragon while at that moment in the place of the military campaign against the demons, Lopton Prairie. And this would have been his last campaign, and he would have been released, but there was a conspiracy against him and Duke Pendragon, and they were both killed. At least the conspirators wanted them dead. Ellen stood and looked at his hands, but Raven himself stood behind him, and he was reborn in the body of a young lord. And time turned back, 7 years before the battle. Before that he lived in the dirt and got used to the smell of death, but now everything has changed. And so we see how the maid puts a spoon in his mouth and shouts for him to eat. Ellen was unhappy with this situation. Lying in bed, she stuck him with a spoon of food and told him to eat. He raised his hand to try to take a spoon and simultaneously told the maid that he had woken up for a couple of days, so he could eat on his own, to which she replied that she couldn't, because the doctor had prescribed him bed rest and rest. The maid Lindy insisted and therefore pestered him with this spoon and shouted that he urgently open his mouth. Ellen reluctantly leaned towards the spoon and was very dissatisfied, thinking about how he realized that this girl was Ellen's personal maid before he fell into a coma. And she is generally like a hen around an egg. She will not even let you breathe, as if he's a baby. Ellen closed his eyes and opened his mouth, thinking that he was now Ellen and he had no other choice, so he would have to endure it. After a while, the plates of food were empty. Lindy stood up and bent over, thanking him for his patience, and now, while the doctor was preparing his medicine, she wanted to help him get dressed. Ellen began to get out of bed and take hold of his hair, declining her offer. Ellen walked around his room, saying that he would go wash his face, but for now she could bring him clothes and a hair ribbon, and that's all. Lindy started screaming loudly. She ran up and stood in front of Ellen, and then she stood right up to him and shouted that he shouldn't get up. And she screamed more and more loudly that his body was not yet strong. Lindy began to lead Ellen back to the bed, saying that she would now bring his clothes and tie up his hair, and she would take care of everything herself. Lindy moved closer to Ellen again and almost with tears in her eyes shouted at him not to go anywhere, to which Ellen replied that he already understood everything. She put a stool for him and told him to sit here. Sitting down on a chair, she looked at him and said that she would start braiding her hair now, and Ellen just sat and dreamed of being alone. Lindy braided his luxurious tail, and he sat and thought that he no longer liked this life. They dressed him in a luxurious white suit, and he continued to think that everyone was dancing around him and doing everything for him. He put his hand on his face and got angry, thinking that he was already going crazy, and his stomach hurt from nerves. Lindy approached him and asked him nervously if he liked it, and Ellen tried to hide his displeasure by saying that everything was fine. Ellen stood in front of the mirror and waved his arms, and Lindy said he looked great, and how else could she help him? But Ellen said that she had done everything, and he wanted to go lie down. When suddenly the door opens and the screams of the sisters can be heard from it. Two sisters came to see him, one little and the other older, and they asked how he was feeling. The older sister smiled, glad that her brother woke up, and the youngest was a little shy, but she was also happy. Ellen was already getting terribly angry while Lindy looked at them joyfully. Ellen was terribly angry, not understanding when he would be alone for even 1 minute. Nia, the younger sister, ran to Ellen, and Eileen began to reach for her and was a little surprised. Nia hugged Ellen's leg. Nia was very happy to see him back, so she raised her head and looked at Ellen. And he smiled very falsely, although he was incredibly angry. Eileen approached him and apologized to him, and then was surprised that he had already learned to walk. Nia and Ellen sat on the sofa, and Lindy gave Eileen a chair. Eileen moved towards him and embarrassedly asked if they had disturbed him. Ellen exhaled and, looking down, replied that the drops were no problem. Eileen was immediately very happy that it was as if flowers were flying around her. She said that they were so happy to hear that he had woken up, and their garden was now finally in bloom, and when it got stronger, they should take a walk and look at the flowers. Ellen completely drooped, listening to her stories, and she waved her arms and smiled, saying that his cornflowers had grown so beautiful, and she added whether he remembered that he planted them before he fell into oblivion for several years. Ellen looked askance and thought that as soon as he was told that he had lost his memory. This little sister considered it her duty to spend hours telling him his whole life in detail, but he immediately realized that, in fact, these stories were useful to him. Eileen pointed her finger up, and Ellen understood that he found out how unlucky his life was before the coma. He imagined how Ellen from the past painted on canvases, and understood from the stories that instead of fencing training, he preferred to read books and draw pictures, and he also loved flowers and plants, but the heat of battle was completely alien to him. Ellen from the past is on his knees while everyone looks at him and giggles, and that was his problem. He was a coward, closing himself in a room from the whole world around him, and naturally as a result of this, he became a duke who doesn't even know how to hold a sword in his hand, and rumors about this quickly spread among the nobility, and among themselves the aristocrats laughed at him. Ellen looked forward with a displeased look while Mia was on his lap, and he said that this is why the Pendragon family has lost its status recently. He looked at his palm and continued to think that now he had become Helen and returned in time, and at the moment he was 17 years old, 10 years younger than he had previously met him. Two Ellens lie with their backs to each other and sleep, and the servants say that the young master fell into oblivion at the age of 14. For Raven it became a mystery how he could inhabit his body, which remained unconscious for 3 whole years. But then he realized his advantage and began to look ahead angrily, thinking that it didn't matter, and the main thing was that he survived and returned 7 years ago, and this is his chance to fix everything. He remembered his previous appearance with a katana because then he was exiled to the Demon Slayer camp. Raven stood with his eyes closed and his hands on his sword, and now he has the opportunity to correct what he could not achieve then. Ellen began to squint his eyes, trying to remember what he had achieved, and to remember what Baltai told him. He recalled how Baltai held him by the hair and talked about how his family's accusation of rebellion, his exile in the Demon Slayer camp, and his death along with Pendragon's son were all planned. Ellen stroked Mia with a malicious smile and realized that he would find out what really happened. And now he was like Ellen Pendragon and Raven Vault at the same time, so it was worth starting the fight from the very beginning. And then Eileen starts telling him something about some Lady Luna. But then she started looking at him and asked if he was listening to her at all, and he suddenly woke up and apologized, and then asked to continue. Eileen crossed her fingers with a smile on her face and repeated that Lady Luna was rushing over to see him. Ellen turned to her and asked who she even was. Eileen was a little taken aback and covered her mouth with her hand, saying that he never remembered her. Behind the flag with the wolf stood a girl, and Eileen said that Lady Luna is the stepdaughter of Count Serod, a vassal of their family. A significant part of the Pendragon cavalry are Serod's warriors. And then Eileen, floating in dreams and closing her eyes, slowly said that she was his bride. He was very surprised by these words, so he sat with his eyes wide open. His shock cannot be described in words. We are transported to some area where horses are walking. There was a detachment with a cart and a flag with that same wolf. One of those who accompanied the cart leaned towards it and said that Conrad Castle was already closed, so they would soon put an end to this meaningless agreement. The same Lady Luna sat there with her palms crossed. Her eyes were purple. He still looked at her and said that 3 years had passed and she would finally see her betrothed. The blonde boy in armor grinned and said that Sir Brydon was asking her about this and that she was thinking about it herself. His eyes were directed directly at the carriage, and his name is Joseph Brydon. Lady Luna turned to him and exhaled, and then looking at him, she asked if he was forgetting his place. And with a confident look, she added that he had better attend to his duties. Lady Luna then tilted her head back and looked away. After all, she remembered Ellen himself, who was hiding behind the curtain from her. Ellen was looking at her from behind the wall, and she considered him a pitiful semblance of a man, and imagined that he would probably hide from her again if she tried to talk to him. After all, her engagement to him was beneficial to her family at that time, but today she decided to put an end to it. She imagined it as if there were two hands, and the gap between them, thinking about how her father, Count Serad, had finally decided to break off her engagement with Helen. The dragon flew between two flags, and Ellen and Lady Luna stood with their backs to each other, and she thought that the glory of the Pendragon house had faded significantly over these 3 years, so there was no point in marrying into a dishonored family. She stood opposite her father and understood that this was not even the point, and she herself was initially disgusted by such a weak-willed betrothed. She stood with her lips pursed, because her father's decision brought her relief. She sat with her eyes closed in her carriage while Joseph still pestered her, saying that of course they were only going so that she would break off the engagement and make a formal apology to the Pendragon family. But he wondered if my Lord Ellen had become even a little more mature. Lady Luna looked askance at him and replied that he need not worry about it, because she would speak, and he had better try to behave decently and not get into conflicts with their knights. Joseph began to laugh loudly. He laughed so much that he waved his arms and said that if the Pendragons still had knights left, and even if my Lord Ellen woke up, then there was no way to save the glory of their family. The dragon beat Ellen from the past that he was already lying covered in blood while the dragon stood on the roof, and this was the reason for the collapse of the Pendragon family. Joseph began to pretend to be a hero, pointing at himself and saying that, however, if they had chosen him, then everything would have been different. He began to chant, waving his arms into the sky and saying that his valor would bring such glory to the house of Serad that no Pendragon could compare with him, and now the Pendragons no longer had power over the dragon. Lady Luna simply interrupted him slowly, calling out, and then she covered her mouth with her hand and said that she was disgusted with him, so he should get out of her sight. Joseph bowed to her and apologized for his rudeness. Lady Luna closed her eyes and thought about whether there was at least one worthy man among the Serads or Pendragons. Putting her head on the wall, she said that one is weak and the other is boastful. She doesn't need either one. By that time they were already approaching the Pendragon castle. Standing opposite each other in the main hall, they began to talk. Lady Luna bowed, holding her dress, and said that House Serad welcomes the Pendragons. Placing her hand on her chest, she said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The sister and mother grabbed their brother and smiled. Eileen ran up to Luna and started hugging him, saying that he looked great, and Luna replied that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. The mother brought her son forward, thanking Luna for taking the time to meet, because they were all waiting for her, and then ordered Ellen to take Luna to her room. Luna looked at him without showing it, but in her thoughts she was as pitiful as always, a grown man, and without his mommy he couldn't even show the lady due honors. She looked at this emotionless guy and was a little surprised. He approached her and, looking at her confidently, said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and that he would see her off. She was very surprised that she stood covering her mouth from this. Ellen walked forward and turned to her, asking that he hoped that she would not mind that there would be a separate room for her marshal. Lady Luna stood and flew in the clouds, not listening to Ellen at all. But then she raised her hand and said that she didn't mind at all. Ellen began to peer at her and remembered what Irene said about how she was a calm and meek girl. Walking along the corridor with the maid, he was still in his thoughts that this was not at all what he expected, in theory. She had not seen her fiancé for 3 years and at the same time she was talking like that, but then he realized that this was most likely a marriage by calculation. Lindy opened the door and pointed there, saying that they could go through. And as they walked into the luxurious room, Lindy apologized for the disturbance. And going up to Ellen, she asked him to prepare tea for him and Lady Luna, to which Ellen said that of course it was necessary. Pointing his finger to the side, he turned to her and told her not to stand, but to sit where she was comfortable. Luna was completely confused, because she couldn't believe it. She recalled how Alina's mother pushed her to her, because he was so cowardly that he could not even look anyone in the eye. Ellen looks at Lindy and talks to her, which makes Luna very surprised. And while they were walking to the table, Luna told him that he had changed a lot, and she heard that he had lost his memory, but did he remember her? Ellen sat down on a chair in a very cool position and said that he had lost his memory, so he only remembers how he woke up. Lady Luna sat down on the chair opposite him and thought about how he had really been unconscious for so long and then woke up as a completely different person. But how did that happen? Ellen put his head on his fist, and Luna saw him so handsome and thought that he had become such a prominent man, and the former Ellen was a shadow of the one she sees now. Her cheeks even turned red, and looking at him she thought that maybe the Pendragon clan was not so hopeless if Ellen was like this now. Ellen looked at her with a cold gaze, and this look was indeed very cold, because he looked at her, reflecting on the fact that he does not yet really understand the balance of power between different noble families in this period of time, and is not sure what would have happened if he had disrespected the Sarods, but this woman is clearly hiding something. He noticed this from the very first glance. Ellen began to smile maliciously, thinking that he might need to ask a couple of leading questions for her, and then with the same malicious smile, sitting in a luxurious pose on a chair, he asked her what his sisters and maids had already told him, that he was not like his old self, and he understood that she might not like the new one, so maybe it would be better to discuss this with Count Sarod. Immediately Lady Luna jumped up from her chair and reached out to him with her hand, shouting, "No." But she immediately sat down and became a little embarrassed, first apologizing for her manners. She began to clench her fists and think about what she was doing, because her father had already decided that he was breaking off their engagement. She was only here to inform the Pendragons about it. Ellen looked at her with half-closed eyes, and she looked at him with great surprise, believing that no matter what he was, no matter how much he had changed, the Pendragons could not be saved, and she should have already been told. Her lips simply do not obey her, she bites them, and just deciding to say something, she raised her hand, but the maid flew towards them. Lindy peeked around the door and apologized for disturbing her. Approaching Ellen himself, she added that her ladyship was calling him. She asked him to tell him that she was asking him to come immediately and also ask Lady Luna to wait. Ellen, looking at her, asked why now. Lindy pressed her hand to her chest and replied that the night who arrived with Lady Luna started a fight. Luna was in complete shock upon hearing this, sitting with her eyes wide open. Ellen looked at Luna, who was angry. Luna looked forward with a sparkle in her eyes and thought about what this scoundrel had done again, and she asked him to behave decently. Ellen stood up from the chair, and placing his hand on the table, he pointed his finger at her and asked that they were planning something, because he noticed it in her face from the threshold, so she had better confess. Lady Luna began to run her eyes around in different places and said that this was not so, but was thinking about what she could say right now. She looked at his narrowed gaze and as if she had fallen in love with him, because she understood that she should actually despise him. Ellen simply turned his head the other way and walked away. He went to the door and told Luna that she would tell him later, but first they needed to deal with her knight. Luna was very worried, so she was silent and thought that something had definitely happened to him, why he had changed so much, although she understood that now she really should stop Joseph. And now they walked together from his room. We are transported to a room where Alina's mother is sitting and Sarod's squad is standing. A man with a monocle shouts at them about canceling the engagement. Is this really why Count Saroid sent them and the lady to them? Joseph, pointing his finger up, said that this is exactly how it is, because this is the will of Count Sarod, and they came to convey it to the young Mylord. Helena squirmed from dissatisfaction in the vileness of the words spoken, but she immediately began to shout that canceling the engagement with the Pendragon family would entail very big consequences, and did the Count understand this? Joseph began to boast, waving his arms and bowing, saying that he absolutely understood. Raising his finger in front of him, he said that as an apology, the Count was ready to give the Pendragon family a gold mine and a crystal deposit, as well as 2 sawmills in the Brinjar forest. The man with the monocle was shocked by these words. Helena was also very surprised by this impudence. The man raised his hand and angrily asked how he even dares to say such a thing. Joseph bows to them with a nasty grin and adds that the peasants, miners and knights are very unhappy with this decision, so maybe they have some proposals for the Count. The man was so angry that the veins on his face were bulging. Helena was unhappy, it was clear from her face, and the two of them had the same thought that this scoundrel had the audacity to insult their great family in such a way. Helena bared her teeth, realizing that their treasury had become very depleted lately, but the honor of their family could not be bought with handouts. She put her hand in front of her and shouted that House Pendragon was rejecting their offer. Joseph, still bowing and with the same nasty smile, asks what their final answer is, and adds that this is most likely their last chance to stay afloat. Helena was very angry at his words when suddenly she heard Ellen's voice. The man and Helena were shocked to see him there. One side of the knights fell to a knee, and then the second one also stood up. After all, Ellen came into their room along with Lady Luna. Ellen looked at them with half-closed eyes, and Lady Luna simply stood behind him, caught between the two sides. Helen and the man were very happy to see him, so they called out his name. Joseph was very happy about this, thinking that he had appeared, and Lady Luna would just now see that this Ellen was no match for him. Ellen sat down in his chair and raised his head. Joseph turned to him sweetly, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Ellen insolently asked who he was. Joseph's plan seemed to be shattered into small pieces. Ellen waved his hand, saying that he lost his memory until he woke up and he doesn't remember who he is. Joseph smiled awkwardly and thought that he was joking or that he had really lost his memory, but then he decided that it did not matter, because no matter how he changed, it would not make him a worthy person. He is weak, and he definitely should know where his place. Joseph, with arrogance in his eyes, offered him sympathy and introduced himself, saying that he was a marshal, but Ellen simply interrupted him and drove him away. Joseph did not expect this at all, and Ellen simply waved his hand, saying that why on earth should he talk to some knight, so he should leave on good terms. Joseph began to shout, with his arms outstretched, that he was not some kind of knight, but a marshal, so he should have chosen his expressions. Helena and Ellen sat on their thrones and looked at him with their eyes as if he were a non-entity. And at that time Ellen said that he was the one who behaved dishonestly in the house of the great Pendragon family, and also barged into an audience without an invitation, so he should leave. Ellen was very angry, bared his teeth and said that he would not repeat it a third time. Joseph was scared like a little child and pulled his hands together. Luna looked at how, a little earlier, the proud boy stood and shook, and then she raised her head because Ellen addressed her. He sat on his throne and smiled, saying that this is what they really came to him with. Her father is canceling the engagement. It should have been said right away. Pointing his finger at her to come over, he added that he wanted to talk to an important person. Luna looked at him with fear and thought that she couldn't think that this would happen, so what should she do now? Ellen turned his head and proudly said that he heard the proposal in the form of a gold mine, a crystal deposit and 2 sawmills. Waving his hand, he said that this was not bad, so they decided on that. The whole trio was completely shocked by his words. Helena looked at his smile and thought about where he could get such words from. The man with the monocle started shouting to him that maybe he should wait a bit with this decision, because this is a very serious decision for which he needs to first wait for advice. Ellen stood up from the throne and said that much needed to be done to restore House Pendragon to its former glory. Ellen was very similar to Raven, and then he said that there were more important things to do than some engagement. Ellen looked at Luna and added to make them think, because no matter what he does, Lord Serad will not change his decision, isn't that so? Luna started screaming that she didn't want to, but then stopped. Tugging her dress, she realized that she was coming here to say that she would not marry such a non-entity, but even though she did not want to admit it, Luna blushed very hard because she had just admitted to herself that she was head over heels in love with him. Ellen replied with a smile that apparently he would not get an answer today. Ellen looked down and said that it did not matter because the issue of her marriage was being decided by her parents, but his answer was that he accepted the cancellation of the engagement. Luna tried to say something and go to him, but changed her mind. Ellen turned to his mother and asked if she was okay with this refusal. Helen closed her eyes and exhaled, saying that she didn't mind. And then she put her hand to her chest and added that he was Duke Pendragon, so she would follow him everywhere. Ellen tilted his head and smiled. Standing in front of everyone, he put out his hand and shouted that in front of everyone gathered here, he declares that the engagement between the Pendragon and Serad families is cancelled. Luna looked very upset. Joseph was so angry that he couldn't even describe it. The man with the monocle exhaled calmly. Helena was also happy about this. Ellen is already walking along the corridor. He walked among the paintings while Lindy ran after him, and he thought that his head was already pounding from everything that had befallen him, and he also had to sort out this engagement. Holding his chin, he thought that, nevertheless, it was not for nothing that he spent hours listening to Eileen's chatter. He learned everything about the state of the Pendragon clan's treasury. All this wealth of the Pendragon family won't hurt at all now, so there's no need to quarrel with the Serads over some kind of engagement. And crystal deposits are an important resource for magic. They will be able to hire battle mages if they wish. The availability of crystals in this case would be absolutely necessary. He passed by the painting of that same granny, when suddenly he noticed her and raised his head. He immediately remembered how that granny stroked the dragon's head while no one saw her. Ellen stood and peered at this picture, and then he pointed his finger at her and asked Lindy who she was, and Lindy replied that she was the older sister of Klein Pendragon, his grandfather. They both looked at this picture, and the granny's name turns out to be Adia Pendragon. Ellen peered into her features and said her name. He stood with his head raised up with his eyes half closed, and then he heard someone behind him say that she heard him. He got scared and turned sharply to see who it was, and there, in the middle of the huge windows, stood the same granny that Ellen was looking at. Aisha gestured with her hands, saying that they had a very important conversation. Aisha smiled at him and told him to follow her. Closing the door, Ellen turned to Lady Aisha and asked what brought her to him. Pointing her finger upward, she said that, as the main character had already guessed, she was a ghost. Lady Adia said that he called for her by calling her name. The plot introduces us to Ellen's grandfather's sister, Aisha Pendragon. The main character sat down opposite her with a frown on his face. In his thoughts, he noticed that in 10 years he had seen various demons, but this was the first time he was talking to a ghost. Ellen emphasized the fact that since he woke up in this body, a continuous series of surprises have happened. With a wave of her hand, Lady Aisha announced that she would get straight to the point. Pointing her finger at the main character, she asked who he even was. She asked if it was true that he was not Ellen Pendragon. The main character was taken aback by what he heard. Raising her hands, she asked for forgiveness, noting that she had never spoken in an ominous voice before. Lady Aisha reported that she knew immediately that he was not Ellen. A picture of her holding the dragon's face surfaced in her memories. Lady Aisha said that Soldrake told her that he was not the real Ellen Pendragon. Closing his eyes, the main character realized that she was also talking to dragons. He asked if Lady Adia could explain to him what was happening. Smiling, she said that, to be honest, she couldn't put her mind to it. Lady Adia asked him to tell her more about how he became a Helen. The main character fell into thought and noticed that she was a ghost. Ellen suggested that he might be open since he was the only one she could talk to. The main character agreed with her request. Leaning forward, he said that he didn't know if she would believe it, but he would tell everything without hiding. He said that on June 321st, according to the imperial calendar, Ellen and he died on the battlefield near Lopton Prairie. In the memories of the main character, a picture of the corpses of Ellen and his own surfaced. Stretching his hand forward, he said that at least that's what he thought until he woke up there in Ellen's body. He stated that why and how this happened is something he has to find out. Lady Adia grabbed her face and said that she understood everything. The main character asked her if she believed him. Looking away, Lady Adia said that whether she believed it or not, he still possessed Ellen's body and one could not argue with that. She noted that Soldrake confirmed this. She imagined the dragon covering Ellen's face with its claws. Lady Adia stated that Ellen, whom the protagonist defended at the Battle of Lopton Prairie, was most likely an imposter. Thoughtful, Ellen asked again about what she said. She imagined Soldrake flying behind her. Lady Aisha reported that generation after generation, the Pendragons had to make a pact with Soldrake so that he would go with them into battle. She asked the main character if he had ever heard about the opening of the mausoleum. A picture popped into her head of Soldrake sitting on one of the castle towers and a flock of griffins flying above him. Lady Adia said that the Pendragon mausoleum is not just a family tomb. She stated that the mausoleum contains a treasury, magical altars of ancestors, and Soldrake's helping spirits. Lady Adia said that in his tower there is a laboratory in which the main character will be able to access the secrets of Pendragon magic if he passes. She imagined the castle gates opening. Lady Adia said that in other words, the mausoleum contains everything that makes the Pendragons a great family. She said that the opening of the mausoleum is an important event that determines whether the family will flourish in this generation or not. Lady Adia noted that if it remains closed, the Pendragons will decline. She stated that the main character's duty is to open the mausoleum. A picture of Ellen reaching out to the dragon that protects the tower surfaced in her imagination. Lady Aisha said that the doors of the mausoleum are opened only to the heir of the Pendragons. If Soldrake sees a worthy Pendragon in front of him, strong both in battle and diplomacy, then a pact will be concluded and the dragon will let him through the doors. Lady Adia stated that the protagonist only has one attempt at making a pact. She noted that if he failed, the Pendragon family would have to wait for the next heir to grow up, by which time the house would already be in severe decline. Closing her eyes, Lady Aisha said that even the great Clion and his father Gord had difficulty defeating Soldrake. She emphasized the fact that Ellen was the weakest husband in the Pendragon bloodline, much less could she cope with him. She imagined how wounded Ellen lay unconscious. Lady Adia noted that this is why he fell into oblivion for 3 whole years. Stretching out her finger, she said that this happens to everyone who loses the battle with Soldrake. The chances of waking up after this are scanty. She noticed that the noble white dragon would not listen to the defeated one. Looking at the main character, she stated that this is why she says that Ellen, the leader of the dragon on the battlefield, could not meet him. The main character was surprised by what he heard. She came closer to Ellen's face and declared that this was not the case. Taken aback, he asked her what he meant. The enthusiastic Lady Adia said that now the most important thing is that Ellen's body has been possessed by someone else's spirit. The main character was tense because Lady Adia was too close to him. She looked at the fact that his soul was sitting next to the main character. She said that he was Ellen in body, but not in soul. Lady Adia stated that if there is another soul in Ellen's body, then he is given a second chance to conclude a pact. Smiling, she called the main character by his real name and stated that the Pendragon Knights were unlikely to be able to help him in this matter because there were too few of them. Lady Adia said that the main character needs to head to the Ancona Forest, which is home to many evil creatures. A picture of a forest thicket shrouded in a purple aura popped into her head. Lady Aisha presented a picture of Ellen fighting a huge monster. She stated that he should deal with them one by one. A picture of the main character piercing the monster's mouth with a sword surfaced in her head. Lady Aisha told him to move into the thicket until he reached the mausoleum. She imagined him fighting a white dragon. Lady Aisha asked the main character to show Soldrake, the keeper of the mausoleum, his power and conclude a pact with him. In her imagination there was an image of Ellen standing on the paw of a white dragon and holding its muzzle. Lady Adia stated that for the sake of the glory of House Pendragon, he needed to open the doors of the family mausoleum. The main character was wary because she was pointing her finger at him. Smiling, Lady Adia asked him if he thought he could cope with such a task. A grin appeared on Ellen's face. Inspired, he said that it was a piece of cake for him. Lady Adia was surprised by this answer. Smiling, the main character said that he was ready to work hard for the glory of the Pendragon house. Ellen noted that he was an experienced demon slayer, and why wouldn't he agree? Stretching out his hand, the main character said that he has his own plans for the future, and restoring the greatness of House Pendragon fits perfectly into them. Lady Adia watched him with delight and noticed in her thoughts that he was determined and purposeful. Closing her eyes, she declared that it was wonderful that this was part of his plans and she was all for it. Lady Adia noticed that this was the only thing she needed from him. She promised not to interfere when he accomplished this goal. Looking at her, Ellen said that it would be wonderful. Pointing his finger at himself, the main character noted that this was his immediate goal. He supposed that he still needed to deal with the Pendragon vassals. The main character noted that because of the way Ellen was, the reputation of the Pendragons is destroyed and military power is running out. Placing her palms to her face, Lady Adia noticed that he had already understood a lot on his own. She emphasized the fact that the vassals did not flee from them after Helen fell into oblivion, but as always happens, there will certainly be those who will consider the absence of a strong Pendragon on the throne as an opportunity for conspiracies and excesses. Lady Adia stated that the main character must find out which of the vassals is loyal to House Pendragon, and show them that he is a worthy ruler. Putting his hands on his feet, Ellen summarized that he needed to build vassals and prepare for the battle for the mausoleum. The main character said that he thinks he can handle it in 2 weeks. Rising from the sofa, Ellen said that he would try to restore complete order there. Ellen held blades in both hands. He noted that he needed to remember his monster slaying skills. He struck a huge dragon with a blow. The main character told himself that he needed to evaluate their size, number, and style of attack. Ellen cut off the wolf's head. Beads of sweat ran down his face. In his thoughts, he noticed that he was alone and there were no allies. He needed to cope. Several monsters rushed at the main character. A memory of sitting on his knees and looking at the slain white dragon surfaced in his head. Ellen noted that he needed to avoid a shameful end. Sparks began to come from Ellen's eyes. The main character killed all the monsters with one blow. Lindy stood behind Ellen and watched what was happening. The maid handed the main character clean clothes and declared that he was gorgeous. He began to change his clothes in front of the embarrassed Lindy and noted in his thoughts that Ellen's body was weak after waking up. The main character looked at his hand and fell into thought. He noted that after a couple of days of intense training, he was back in the same shape he was in when he was a fighter. Ellen emphasized the fact that his combat skills and regeneration skill were not affected by the soul transmigration. The main character stated that it was still a miracle that he was alive and he was grateful for it. Turning around, Ellen saw Killian, who was asking if he was practicing fencing. The enthusiastic knight, putting his hand to his chest, stated that the main character has changed recently. His humble servant, Sir Killian, is happier than ever. With a wink, the knight said that he saw a worthy opponent in the main character and offered to train. He noted that they will train as they did before Killian's illness. The plot introduces us to a knight in the service of the Pendragon family, Mark Killian. Passing by, the main character turned to the knight and noted that they would not start training now. He asked Killian to gather the knights, noting that he had an announcement to make. The knight looked after Ellen. The plot takes us to the main hall of Conrad Castle. The main character stood over the knights and told them that he had important news. Ellen calmly stated that he would soon go to make the opening of the mausoleum. The warriors were stunned by what they heard. With a wave of his hand, Sir Killian turned to Ellen and declared that the path to the mausoleum was infested with monsters. The knight said that they would do as the main character ordered, but he should not go alone. Killian noted that Ellen had only trained for 2 days. Putting his hand to his face, the main character said that he could handle it and asked to report to him about the situation in the Ancona forest. Crossing his arms, Killian declared that the situation was in shambles. The knight said that there were countless monsters and robbers too. Sir Killian noted that the villagers have to take care of their own safety. Adding to his speech, the knight stated that it was only a matter of time before the monsters broke through the forest fence and ran free, devastating settlements together with robbers. Squinting, Ellen said that he didn't care how dangerous it was and he was going alone. Stretching his hands in front of him, the butler began to beg the main character to wait. He noted that by his wise decision, the Pendragon treasury was replenished with gold and Serod crystals. The butler suggested entrusting this task to Sir Killian. Sighing, Ellen said that firstly, they do not have enough soldiers to guard the crystal deposit. He emphasized the fact that they would have to open Rainen anyway. Hitting the floor with his cane, the main character said that time was short and they would be leaving in 15 days. Ellen said with a serious look that objections were not accepted. Taken aback, Sir Killian turned to the main character and said that he did not accept his decision, noting that he would command the campaign to the Ancona forest. Ellen looked down at the knight and the butler. The main character with a malicious smile asked what Sir Killian said. Descending the stairs, Ellen asked if they thought their lord was unfit to lead the expedition. He emphasized that they apparently forgot their place. The main character ordered Sir Killian to fight. Stretching out his hand, the knight asked how Ellen could fight him. He noted that with all due respect, the main character's favorite activities are drawing and reading, so it is better for him to stay in the castle. Holding the scabbard behind his back, Ellen called the knight a talker and noted that if he had knightly honor. The main character began to take his sword out of its sheath. Sir Killian parried Ellen's blow. The surprised knight noted in his thoughts that it was a powerful blow. Looking at Killian, the main character asked to prove his words in battle. Ellen jumped away from the knight's blow. The main character grabbed the sword. While in the air, Ellen swung at Killian. The main character struck the knight. Sir Killian's blade and hand flew back. Having struck Ellen's sword, the knight cried out that a weak-willed boy who had been lying in bed for so many years could never defeat him. The main character dodged Sir Killian's blow. Drops of sweat ran down the knight's face. A grin appeared on Ellen's face. He sheathed his sword. He stabbed the hidden sword into Sir Killian's chest. The knight screamed in pain. The main character stood over Killian lying on the ground. The butler and the other soldiers were stunned by what they saw. Ellen threw his blade to the floor. Turning to the army, the main character said that he was repeating. Ellen, with a frightening look, said that the trip to the Ancona forest in 15 days, he would make a pact with the dragon and open the mausoleum. The main character asked if there were any other objections. The army of Hellenes fell on their knees before him and said that they obeyed him. The plot takes us to the guest quarters of Conrad Castle. A girl was sitting at the table. The knight called out to Lady Luna. She looked at him. The frightened warrior asked her what she was doing. He questioned why she said she would accompany Ellen Pendragon on an expedition to the mausoleum. Putting his hand to his chest, the knight stated that the break in the engagement had already been formalized, noting that whatever the new Lord Pendragon was, it would not help him, he would not return alive. The warrior suggested that Lady Luna return home under the protection of an experienced knight instead of doing this. Sighing, she said that they were unbearable, noting that they always looked down on people. Lady Luna stated that political matters were beyond his understanding, so she would explain why she had not left yet. Looking at Sir Brydon, she said that the Pendragons are related to the Serods. Lady Luna emphasized the fact that they were one of the 5 ducal families of the Empire, and one of the 2 families related by blood to the Emperor. She noted that despite the broken engagement, the Pendragons still remained an important factor in the success and wealth of their house, and she needed to scout out what awaited them and what their plan was. Closing her eyes, Lady Luna said that was why she had put off returning to the family castle. The knight was taken aback by Lady Luna's speech. She said that when the Duke of Ellen went on an expedition, she would accompany him. Stretching out his arms to Lady Luna, the warrior asked her to promise that she would accompany him only to the Bellend gates and go with him to Lord Serod. She agreed to the promise. While drinking tea, Lady Luna introduced the image of the main character. In her thoughts, she noted that if the Duke managed to open the mausoleum, then glory would return to the Pendragon house. Lady Luna became embarrassed and noted that she needed to see what he was capable of. Looking at the embarrassed Lady Luna, the enraged Sir Brydon, in thought, noted that this brat not only humiliated him in front of the entire court, but also turned the lady's head. Biting his finger, he declared that he would show Ellen how unsafe it was to leave the castle and go on an expedition. The main character walked towards a crowd of equipped knights. Ellen was wearing white armor. Helena called out to the main character, after which he turned around. The mother hugged Ellen tightly and asked him to return safe and sound. She screamed for him to promise that he would return. The main character was dumbfounded by this. Smiling, he told Helena that he would return when he had recaptured the mausoleum from the White Dragon. Tears flowed down the mother's cheeks. She said that he was obliged to do this. The protagonist's gaze fell on his sisters. They looked at Ellen and cried. Smiling, he told them that everything would be fine and he would return. Lindy brought the horse for the main character and said that the time was approaching. Ellen thanked her and noted that it was time for them to go. The main character saddled a horse. He stood in front of the army and began to look at them. Sir Killian's face was calm. Lindy was scared. The Lady Moon Knight looked at the protagonist with an arrogant face. Lady Luna was tense. The butler held out a sword on a red canvas and said that he was giving Ellen a family heirloom sword to the widow's grief. The main character took the sword and held it in front of his face. In his thoughts, he noted that with this victory he would return the Pendragons to their former glory. He presented his real appearance, standing in shackles, and noted that he would save the Vault family from the stigma of traitors to the Empire. Ellen emphasized the fact that he had finally found his purpose again. The main character frowned. Raising his horse on his hind legs, the main character waved his sword. Ellen shouted that they were performing. The main character continued to shout with an angry face, "What kind of glory is this Pendragon?" Ellen and his army rushed on the road. The road was blocked by a pack of monsters. Riding on a horse, the knight called out to the main character and reported about a flock of demons. Stretching out his hand to the sword, Ellen declared that they would kill them. The main character destroyed a horde of monsters. Turning to his army, Ellen shouted that they needed to move forward. Sir Killian and Lindy watched the main character with satisfied faces. Lady Luna and Brydon were surprised by what they saw. The plot takes us to the high gates of the Belland Fortress. Raising his horse on its hind legs, Ellen shouted for everyone to stop. The main character and his army stood next to the gates of the fortress. Ellen turned to the knight and declared that he would go to reconnoiter the situation in the fortress and asked him to order the soldiers to wait for him there. The main character got off his horse and Lindy turned to him. She assumed that Ellen was tired. She held out a glass of water and asked the main character to drink it. The main character looked at her with a serious face. He put his hand to her face and told her that she was free for the day so she could wash her face and do her business. Confused, Lindy said she couldn't rest. Pointing his finger at her, Ellen said that she was not needed for reconnaissance because he was going alone. The main character asked her to go and rest. Blushing, Lindy agreed with Ellen's words. Having entered the fortress, the main character began to examine the surroundings. In his thoughts, he noticed that the situation there was worse than he thought. Ellen emphasized the fact that it is immediately obvious that there are not enough people and resources. Passing by, the main character examined the knights of the fortress. He noted that the soldiers' uniforms were no good. Ellen stated that the Demon Slayer camp was even better. Frowning, the main character noticed that the Belland Fortress is an important strategic site in this region. Ellen assumed that the soldiers and their command there were generally relaxed. The main character turned to Sir Killian, who was examining a piece of paper. Ellen asked him where the local knights and commander were. Placing a finger to his cheek, Sir Killian thought about how to answer this question. Taken aback, Ellen indignantly asked whether the knighthood and soldiers had deserted. With folded hands, the knight said that this was true and he was informed about it yesterday. Sir Killian noticed that they had become robbers. The knight said that those who remained in the fortress were just a bunch of incompetents. Thoughtful, Ellen called them undisciplined fools. With a wave of his hand, the main character said that they would go today to kill this gang. Ellen ordered to go and prepare the detachment. Turning around, the main character with a serious look said that they would cut off the limbs of all deserters. The plot takes us to the lands of the Pendragons, the village of South Norton, an abandoned monastery that was surrounded by stakes. The knights held mugs of beer in their hands. Lying on the steps, they discussed that the Pendragon puppy had woken up. The deserters noted that it was already getting boring in the monastery and they needed to go out to warm up. The knight said that he wanted to look at Ellen's face when he cut his throat. The plot takes us to the Duke's chambers in the Belland Fortress. Sitting at the table, two knights stood in front of Ellen. The main character stated that he needs more people for tomorrow's pursuit of the Darazritters. Sir Killian, with a calm face, asked Ellen whether this would jeopardize the entire fortress. With his hand on his chest, Lady Luna's warrior said that in gratitude for the fact that they had stayed for a couple of days at Conrad Castle, Count Serot had kindly lent them his knights. The knight told the main character that they would go with him to the raid. Frowning, Ellen fell into thought. He noted that he did not like this guy. He noted that even if he has something in mind, he should try it. The main character emphasized the fact that in the end, the Serod family can be useful to them and they do not need to enter into conflict. With her hand on the table, Ellen assumes that not everyone will like the idea of leaving the fortress under the protection of the Serod family. Crossing his arms, Sir Killian said he knew now was not the time for petty infighting. He reported that the leader of the deserters, Del Joffrey, had assembled a gang of 20 men. Sir Killian noted that there could be more by the time they get there. He stated that the more people they have, the better prepared they will be. Ellen was taken aback by what he heard. He looked at the knight and said with a slight grin that he quickly adapted to the conditions. The main character asked Sir Killian to tell Della Joffrey about this. Shaking his hands, Sir Killian said that Joffrey was a knight and a strong swordsman. Sir Killian introduced the character of the knight Della Joffrey and stated that he is known for his arrogance. He reported that he had the audacity to demand the title and 3 acres of land adjacent to the Belland Fortress. Sir Killian noted that this was after Helen's defeat by the dragon. The knight imagined Joffrey's furious face as he walked away from the queen. Sir Killian reported that the Duchess refused him, and while the Pendragons were losing ground, he deserted and many followed him. Killian's mind flashed to a picture of Joffrey lying on the steps and drinking beer. He said that now he is a simple robber who is rampaging around the village of South Norton. Putting his hand to his chin, the main character fell into thought. Ellen noted that this was smart. The main character emphasized that the easiest way to protect the forest from monsters and guard the fortress and surrounding villages is to take and capture these villages. Ellen noted that he himself would have done the same in his place. Stretching out his hand, Sir Killian spoke about Joffrey stealing children and women and torturing them, noting the fact that the village of South Norton was devastated. The knight said that if they do not deal with this gang, then they can capture the fortress and then there will be trouble. After listening to him, Ellen replied that it was true. Pointing his finger at a place on the map, the protagonist stated that he had explained the strategy. Pointing his finger at Sir Killian, Ellen said that he was being appointed to command this raid. Sir Killian was taken aback by what he heard. With folded hands, the main character noticed that these deserters knew him and they had previously obeyed him. Ellen noted that they might perceive him worse, having lain in the castle for several years, and dialogue would not work. The main character stated that he relies on Sir Killian. Pointing to himself, the enthusiastic knight said that Ellen could rely on him. The main character said that then everything is decided. Killian was confused. Ellen stated that Sir Brydon would join Killian's band. The knight was taken aback by what he heard. Looking at the two warriors, the main character ordered them to leave early tomorrow morning and added that the gentlemen were free. Ellen called out to Killian, who was leaving, and said that he forgot something. Sitting down on the table, the main character stated that he would like to apologize for what happened in the throne room. Killian remembered Ellen hitting him in the chest. The knight had tears in his eyes. He knelt in front of the main character. He declared that he was alive and well, and he deserved it. Killian thanked Ellen for his kindness. Smiling, the main character said that he expected them to win. The plot takes us to the area around the village of South Norton. On the hillock lay several corpses with arrows sticking out of them. Horses rode over the residents, who were screaming in pain. Joffrey, holding his sword up, laughing, ordered to take everything that was valuable and leave no one alive. He stood up to a mother with a small child, who begged to spare at least the child. Standing over her, Joffrey declared that this was his land. He asked if he knew what happened to those who disobeyed his orders. Drawing his sword towards the woman, Joffrey said that they had not paid him tribute and should be executed. He hit the child's mother in the head with a sword. She fell dead, and her daughter was holding her. Joffrey looked at the small child. Standing over her, he declared that he hated loud children and wished her to sleep peacefully. The child looked at him in fear. He hit her. A warrior from Joffrey's army called out to him and said that there was nothing left to take in the area. Geoffrey Bell declared that it was time for them to go to the fortress. He presented the image of Helena and Ellen. He said that after the fortress he would go to Conrad Castle. Joffrey said that he would kill this worthless duke in front of his mother and then marry her. Smirking, he announced that he would capture the Pendragons and sit on the throne himself. The main character and Sir Killian stood on a cliff in front of the village. Observing the situation, Ellen noted in his thoughts that the land was abandoned and people had not even cultivated it for a long time. The main character wondered what was going on there. Sir Killian looked at Ellen. The main character called out to him and asked if all the lands there were so unsuitable. Looking around the area, the knight said that, unfortunately, more than 3/4 of all territories there are like this. Sir Killian noted that the population is dying out and they cannot ask for help in the fortress because the surrounding areas are inhabited by demons and they cannot reach them. Ellen was illuminated by the rays of the sun. While in thought, he noticed that he only wanted to come and open the mausoleum, but it seemed that he would first have to deal with these abandoned villages. The main character thought that 3/4 of the lands were in decline. Ellen noticed that if this village was rebuilt and literate and hardworking peasants were sent there, then a settlement of 10,000 could well be formed there. Looking at the treetops, the main character noticed black feathers falling from there. Stretching out his hand, Ellen wondered if it was a gargoyle. He ordered everyone to take position. The monster jumped out from behind the trees at the main character. Looking at this, Ellen declared that it was a harpy and now was the time to warm up. Ellen, on horseback, swung his sword and struck at the harpy, but she dodged with a scream at the last moment. Several crossbowmen came forward, carefully examining the harpy. Ellen, looking at her, said that he needed 5 good crossbowmen. Ellen looked forward menacingly and, smiling, added that the harpy must be taken alive. A huge number of bolts flew towards the harpy and pierced its wings. The harpy screamed desperately. Ellen came closer and looked at the barely alive harpy, and then he said that this is great, it is neutralized. Killian approached Ellen and, frowning, looked at the harpy, and then said that, as he had assumed, that this was now a haven for demons. Ellen agreed with him. Suddenly they turned around and heard rustling behind them in the bushes. 3 goblins jumped out of the bushes, swinging daggers. Killian, looking at them in fear, shouted that they were goblins. Literally a second later, Ellen sheathed his sword, and the goblins scattered screaming. Killian, looking ahead in shock, raised his hand, and then thought that Ellen was incredibly fast. The harpy, along with the goblins, looked fearfully towards Ellen. Killian extended his hands towards Ellen and said that, "Your lordship, they must finish them off." Ellen turned around and said no. He furrowed his brows and looked menacingly at Killian, and then added that these would be their assistants. Killian, along with the other knights, looked puzzled in Ellen's direction, and then Killian wondered what Ellen had just said. Ellen looked at the frightened goblin and said that they had good eyesight, and then he looked at the harpy and said that they fly quickly. This could be useful to them. It just so happened that not long before he was thinking about how to get them helpers. Killian fearfully extended his hand to Ellen and said that he had never heard of such a thing. That demons could be taken as assistants. Ellen replied that this was a common practice in the camp. That is, no, he read about it in a book. Ellen turned around with a smile and, frowning his eyebrows, looked at Killian, and then said that it didn't matter whether they were demons or people, any help would not hurt him now. Let him not worry, but rather watch. Ellen came close to the goblins and placed his sword near them, and then asked what they were doing outside the forest. The largest of the goblins replied that stronger creatures drove the castles out of the forest. Wolves, ghouls, harpies, orcs, and white dragons, they occupied their hunting grounds. Ellen looked at the goblin carefully, and then said that means they are called Kazali. He can understand their situation. Ellen pointed his sword at the harpy and said that now Ellen asked what she eats, human flesh. The harpy looked at Ellen in fear, and then shouted that no, she doesn't eat humans, she only eats sheep and snakes. Ellen, examining her carefully, smiled sarcastically and asked what it was. Ellen remembered himself in the past, how he went to a harpy who ate the entrails of a person. Ellen stopped and looked at her carefully, and then the puzzled harpy with a piece of flesh in her mouth turned around. Ellen smiled and, looking at the harpy, replied that he once saw a harpy eating the dead, but he believed her. The harpy thanked him. Suddenly, Ellen hit the tree with all his strength with his sword, which was behind the goblin and the harpy. They looked at him in fear. Ellen approached them with a smile. He grabbed the harpy by the neck and said, frowning his brows, that from this day on they serve only him. He is the Lord, the ruler of these lands. He will feed them to the white dragon if they try to escape or disobey him. The harpy and the goblin looked at Helen in fear. The goblin grabbed the harpy and shouted in unison that the dragon is scary. They do not listen and obey. Ellen's subordinates watched what was happening in surprise, standing behind him. Ellen. He smiled and said that they were great, and now let them listen to his first command. Let them take them along the shortest path to the village of Southern Norton. The goblin, closing his eyes, rushed forward as fast as he could, stretching out his hand. He shouted that he understood. He knew the road well. Let them follow him. Killian approached Ellen, smiling, and said that this is incredible. Ellen really tamed the demons. He praises the liveliness of his mind and the breadth of his horizons. They should all learn from them. Ellen, frowning, looked at Killian and, smiling, replied that it was true. He looked menacingly at his subordinates and said that soon all the stubborn and rebellious would recognize the power of his mind. The goblin and the harpy, smiling, walked ahead, and behind them the goblin rode on horseback with his retinue, exclaimed joyfully and said that they were almost there. He was able to find a shortcut. Ellen looked at Killian and said that Killian was staying here, and he and Sir Brydon would lead an attack on the abandoned monastery. He would send him a messenger when reinforcements were needed. Killian replied that he was listening. We are taken to Sir Brydon. He extends his hand to the side. Behind him a girl in a long black dress is riding on a horse. He tells her to stay close. He will protect her. The girl thinks that even though Ellen appointed Killian as commander, she worries about him as long as everything is okay with him. Ellen looked back menacingly and shouted that his squad was moving out. Ellen galloped forward, drawing his sword from its scabbard. A harpy flew above him, and a goblin sat astride it. Ellen, that he entrusted them with reconnaissance from the sky. We are taken to the monastery. It is surrounded by a wooden fence. The guards forcibly take women and children there. One of the guards looked menacingly at the woman and began to pull her forward by the rope. In his other hand he was holding a little boy who was crying by the hair. The woman desperately asked the guard to let the child go. The guard furiously shouted for her to shut up and let her say thank you for that they are even alive. The little child was floundering in every possible way and his mother was screaming, tears flowing profusely from his eyes. The guard grabbed him by the head and then swung his arm and shouted at the boy to shut his mouth. The boy's mother looked desperately at the guard, bursting into tears. She shouted no. Literally a second later, the guard's hand, which he was swinging, flew to the side. He doesn't understand what's happening. He looked at her in fear, and then, turning around, he saw Ellen standing above him, leaving a sword on him. The guard fell to the floor in fear and, stretching his left hand forward, stuttering, said what the same. The guard, desperately looking forward, shouted that it was Ellen. The boy's mother looked at Ellen with hope. She said, "Your Grace." Ellen, smiling, put his hands on his belt and, looking at the guard, said, "What a meeting, bastard Joffrey." Ellen smiled sarcastically, looking at Joffrey. Joffrey looked at Ellen in fear, sweat flowing from his cheeks. Joffrey extended his hand forward and pointed at Ellen, then shouted that it was him. The guard standing behind Joffrey looked ahead in fear, and Joffrey asked where the worthless sucker Ellen came from. Literally a second later, at great speed, Ellen's sword approached Joffrey. Joffrey looked forward in fear. A bloody wound appeared on his cheek. Ellen held his sword near his head. Ellen looked at Joffrey with a frightening look and asked menacingly who gave him his word. Joffrey looked ahead in fear, not knowing what to do. And then, literally a second later, he stood up and ran back as fast as he could. Joffrey extended his hand towards his guards and shouted for them to kill him. The guards grabbed their swords and ran forward at great speed. Ellen, looking at them calmly, he grabbed the sheath with his teeth and began to draw the second sword. He furrowed his brows and threw the scabbard on the floor. Then he pushed off the ground with all his strength. He rushed straight past the puzzled Joffrey at great speed, and then, with a couple of deft swings, he decapitated one guard after another. He looked at his comrades in fright. As limbs flew off from them, he shouted that he was like this. The next moment, Ellen swung his sword at him with an indifferent look. Ellen struck in front of him with all his might, but something stopped his blow. Ellen frowned and looked ahead with displeasure. A knight appeared in front of Ellen, holding a sword above him, which blocked his blow. He had blue armor and a long cloak. A girl in a black dress riding a horse looked forward in fear. She shouted Sir Brydon. One of the knights stretched out his hand in front of him, stopping her. The knight with the blue cloak smiled. He turned around and asked Joffrey if he needed help. Joffrey looked ahead in fear, and then asked who was the knight. Ellen made a dash back. Mountains of corpses lay everywhere. The knight with the blue cloak smiled and, looking at Joffrey, said that he was the Marshal of the Red Order of Knights of Count Serad, Joseph Brydon. Joseph looked forward with a crazy smile, and then said menacingly that he guessed that Joffrey was also eager to deal with this puppy. Let them join forces. Ellen looked ahead carefully. A girl in a black dress ran up to Ellen and, grabbing his shoulder, screamed that, "How dare Joseph? What was he up to?" Ellen calmly replied that the girl should move away. Joseph, drawing his sword, smiled and put his hand on his chest, and then said that she is blinded and does not see how low this boy is and unworthy of the title of Duke. He hopes that she will soon understand that he is the only one she needs. Joffrey smiled and looked at Joseph and then said, "Okay, he's a defector." A knight appears in front of us, lying on the floor and holding his sword. Joffrey, swinging with one hand, lunged forward and jumped at Ellen, and then shouted that he had nothing against it. Joseph and Joffrey flew at great speed straight towards Ellen. Joffrey shouted that Ellen would regret contacting them. Ellen sighed heavily, looking up, and the girl screamed in fear. The next second, Ellen calmly blocked two swords at once. Ellen swung his sword and repelled the attackers. He turned back to the girl and, frowning, replied that she should finally move away and stay away from the battle. He would deal with them himself. Ellen looked at the goblin and told him to look after Lady Serad. Lady Serad, looking fearfully at Ellen, thought that among the knights Joseph has no equal and that a deserter bandit is helping him. Will the young lord cope? The goblin extended his hand forward and, looking at the lady, said that he understood and that they should quickly leave here. Lady Serad turned around, looking carefully behind her. She glanced at Ellen, who was looking forward menacingly. The next second her cheeks turned red. Ellen looked up and looked at the harpy, and then told her to do as he taught her, let her fly to Sir Killian and report what had happened. The harpy replied that she understood and she was flying. Joseph, smiling, holding the sword in front of him, said that Ellen came to his senses a little late to call for help. Joffrey, frowning his eyebrows, laughed, and then said that until they arrived, Ellen would already be pecked by crows. Ellen took a step forward and pulled out his sword. He said, looking at his rivals, that Joffrey was a joker. Maybe then they will start. Ellen smiled broadly and, grabbing his sword, said that he was challenging them both to attack. Joseph, swinging his sword, Joffrey was behind him, and Joseph shouted that now he would correct the grin on his Hellenic face. No matter how he changed, one fact remains: he has no combat experience and he contacted the best of knights. Joseph swung his sword in front of him with all his might, but Ellen dodged, and then Ellen stepped on Joseph's sword, and literally a second later he trampled on him. Joseph looked puzzled at his broken sword. At that moment Ellen was already behind him. Ellen punched Joseph in the face as hard as he could. Joseph flew back at great speed, hitting Joffrey standing behind him. Ellen pulled out his sword and looked at the frightened Joffrey and Joseph, who were lying on the floor and had lost their bruises. Ellen smiled and said that his combat experience with such clumsy equipment did not stand a chance against him. Ellen stuck one of his swords into Joseph's leg and then said that he had helped him a lot at home. Ellen smiled and swung his sword and then added that this was his gratitude to Joseph. Ellen cut off Joseph's left hand with all his might. Joseph clenched his teeth and looked at her in fear. At that moment a fountain of blood gushed out. Joseph fell to the floor and began to scream heart-rendingly at his hand. Ellen came closer to him and then stood with his foot on his chest and asked why he was lying around. He should take his lady Sarah home. Ellen looked at him with a frightening look and then told him to get out of his sight and not to see his face in his lands anymore. Joseph began to shake with fear, tears welling up in his eyes. He rushed to the side at great speed, bursting into tears. He ran as fast as he could. Ellen came closer to Joffrey and, looking at him, said that. He smiled and said that Joffrey was next. Joffrey, covering his face with his hand, looking at the formidable present Ellen above him, said that he had sold his soul to the devil. Joffrey smiled and added that his people could still deal with him. They left the monastery and Ellen was not going to kill them all on his own. Ellen smiled and asked what Joffrey forgot. Ellen calmly looked at Joffrey lying in front of him and said that the Pendragons are famous for their knights. A herd of horses jumped out of nowhere. Behind Ellen, knights appeared holding flags with a dragon in their hands. Ellen told them to get started. His knights were undressing with Joffrey's subordinates. The knights, raising their swords, ran forward, and Ellen, looking at Joffrey, smiled and menacingly said that Joffrey was a scumbag and a traitor. Did he really hope for a quick execution for his crimes? Joffrey, looking forward in fear, put his hand out in front of him, and then, literally a second later, the horses, rushing forward, one at the same time, began to step directly on Joffrey with their hooves. Joffrey's left arm was nailed to the board, and the other half of his right hand was also nailed. Joffrey was nailed to the cross. Ellen, look, he's on Joffrey with Killian. And then Ellen turned around and looked at everything that was behind him. Behind him were slaves, their clothes were torn, their gaze was soulless, they were exhausted from hunger and thirst. Ellen took a few steps forward towards the slaves who were sitting on the floor. Suddenly his attention was attracted by a huge number of skulls that poured out from the next room. Looking at them, he frowned and thought. And then he approached Joffrey and pierced his stomach with a sword. Ellen asked him that where were all the peasants from the surrounding villages. Ellen looked at the huge amount of skulls and bones that were in the other room. He asked if this was the work of Joffrey. Joffrey looked forward with a wild look, blood flowing from his mouth, and then he apologized in a trembling voice and began to beg for forgiveness. Ellen looked at him carefully and asked that he needed to forgive Joffrey, but, in his opinion, he was still merciful to him after everything that Joffrey had done. Joffrey was hanging on the cross. He looked at Ellen and desperately asked that Ellen would kill him. Ellen furrowed his brows and, looking at Joffrey, said that he would leave that decision to others. Joffrey fearfully, with a trembling voice, asked what. Ellen took a few steps towards the peasants sitting on the floor and told them to listen to him carefully. They can do it. Ellen, frowning, looked at the emaciated faces of the peasants and then said that they could do whatever they wanted with this bastard. Joffrey listened in fear as Ellen said to boil and burn everything they saw fit. The peasants looked at Ellen carefully. Ellen closed his eyes and headed towards the exit. He thrust his sword into the right one. The peasants looked at each other silently, and then, baring their teeth, they looked at Joffrey. They frowned and began to approach him, one of them holding a stone in his hand. Joffrey, looking at them in fear, began to shake and then screamed for them to stop. He begs for them to stop. The peasants began shouting and stabbing Joffrey with stakes and fists, shouting that this was for all their brothers and sisters. A large puddle of blood appeared down below the pillar on which Joffrey was crucified. Ellen walked forward through the palace. He slowly began to open the large door, and then he raised his head up. Ellen looked at the large stone statue of a girl. Ellen took a few steps towards her. A knight was hiding behind the statue, preparing to attack. Suddenly he rushed towards Ellen as fast as he could, swinging his sword. But at the last second, Ellen put the right ones in front of him with one hand and blocked the blow. And then with the right ones he put pressure on the inexperienced warrior's sword and began to bring him down. The guy fell to the floor, and then Ellen pressed his foot on his stomach. Ellen furrowed his brows and began to unsheath his sword. And then Ellen stabbed the guy in the heart. Blood splashed onto the girl's statue. Ellen raised his head, puzzled. Ellen took a few steps up the stairs and, looking at the statue, said that the goddess of light, does he deserve to be cursed for committing cold-blooded murder in front of her eyes? Ellen furrowed his brows and said that although he was reborn in this matter and was given a second chance at life, he did not want to live his life under the yoke of the curse. Ellen, carefully examining the statue, said that he would treat others with respect and he would be merciless towards robbers and evil people. Ellen reached his hand to his neck and said that he was such a person. He began to remove his necklace with a medallion on the end, and then he threw it in the donation box. The medallion fell right into the crack. Ellen looked at the statue and said that this was the path he chose if he was doomed to be damned. Ellen turned around and, closing his eyes, said that she would curse him when he fulfilled the goals set for him. Ellen slowly began to move away from the room. We are transferred to the village of South Norton. A small detachment of knights is walking along the street. A girl with a child in her arms comes up to Ellen and, looking at him, turns to him and says that she is so grateful to him for what he did. Ellen replies that it's not worth it, let her tell him if they need resources for construction villages. The girl replies that yes, may the goddess bless their path. Ellen closed his eyes and finally moved on. The happy residents waved to him and shouted that long live Ellen, honor to the house of the White Dragon. The goblin, sitting on the harpy, looked at Ellen and said that he had done as Ellen asked and he wanted a reward. The harpy replied that she was tired too. Ellen replied that of course he would do it publicly. Let them wait for him in camp. The harpy and the goblin looked happily at Ellen and said hooray in one voice. Killian approached Ellen and, smiling, said that it seemed that the village of South Norton had been saved. Killian asked that they were now heading to Ancona Forest. Ellen smiled and, looking at him, replied that no, they had one more small matter left. We are taken to the castle, which stands on a small hill, and then we find ourselves in the Lord's office. The events take place a few days ago. Ellen turns around and, frowning, says that means she believes that the orcs of Ancona could be useful to them. The woman looks at Ellen with a smile and says that yes, they cannot leave the forest, because they once swore to live only within the Pendragons. The combat power of these orcs is much higher than ordinary orcs. If Ellen manages to repair them, they will be a great help. Ellen sighs and, sitting on the table, asks what he can do to lure them away. They don't care about anything except killing and fighting. Why on earth should they help him? The woman smiles and, looking at Ellen, replies that if he has enough strength to conquer them, doesn't he know orcs? They always obey the strongest creature. The woman smiled widely and, closing her eyes, said that the dragon is the most powerful creature of all living things, but until Ellen conquered Soldrake. Moreover, the orcs should know that Ellen was defeated by Soldrake and he has only one way to defeat them himself in battle. Ellen closed his eyes and furrowed his brows, and then said orcs. The woman looked at Helen with a smile and told him to defeat them, and they would call him the god of bloodshed. Ellen, squinting his eyes, thought, and the woman asked that Ellen had ever fought with orcs. Ellen looked at her carefully. He replied that he seemed to remember how he plunged a spear and dagger into a formidable huge orc. The orc had numerous wounds, but he stood on his feet and held a huge cleaver in his hands. Ellen, looking at him, furrowed his eyebrows. His right eye was filled with blood. He thought that this was a curse. The orc was so wounded, why was he still on his feet? The orc looked forward menacingly, and then began to take out the spear that was stuck into him. He took out a spear and threw it to the ground, and then the orc, clenching his teeth, looked forward menacingly, where great speed made a dash forward straight at Ellen, swinging his cleaver. The orc struck in front of him, but Ellen managed to dodge at the last second. Ellen, frowning, looked at the orc with displeasure. The orc opened his eyes wide and began to turn around. He made a circular attack on his watch with all his strength, but Ellen crouched down and dodged his blow. Ellen looked at the orc and thought that he was exhausted. He would not be able to fight for long. The orc swung at Ellen again. Ellen thought that he had already stuck a copy of him in his heart, and he did not die. He should try to behead him. The orc continued to fly forward with incredible speed, swinging his cleaver. Ellen made a dash back. At the last second, Ellen barely managed to dodge the orc's blow, his blow passing right over Ellen's head. Ellen, without thinking twice, lunged forward with his sword directly at the orc, and then he started cutting off his neck. The orc, swinging his cleaver, did not flinch, but Ellen grabbed the orc's shoulder and swung his leg. Ellen, with a crazy look in his eyes, jumped at the orc with all his might. The orc began to lose his balance. Ellen pressed on his head and tried to cut off his head with his sword. Literally a second later, the orc's head came off his body with a crash. Ellen frowned, remembering this situation. He crossed his arms and, closing his eyes, told the woman that in his first days as a demon slayer, he had just come across one orc. He had won, but it was a long, grueling fight. However, now he was almost sure that he would succeed. The woman smiled and put her finger up, and then said that this is wonderful. It means that everything will work out. She looked at Ellen with a cheerful smile and added that when Ellen defeats the orcs, let him open the mausoleum. It will become much easier for him. Ellen, frowning his eyebrows, looked at the woman in a puzzled manner, and then asked what, seriously, her words were in the ears. We are taken to the road along which the horse is riding. A small detachment rides through the forest, approaching the mountains. Suddenly someone shouts that they should make the orcs allies. Killian looks at Ellen indignantly and says that he has great doubts. Ellen turns to him and, frowning, replies that there are too few of them. More warriors are needed to get into the thicket of the forest, to the mausoleum. Killian replies that he dares to point out that if they fail, the orcs will destroy them. Suddenly a harpy and a goblin jumped forward. The goblin, waving his arms, said that Killian was right. The goblin fearfully extended his hand forward and replied that the orcs would kill them, and the harpy began to cry and added that she did not want to die. Ellen looked ahead in disappointment and exhaled. He walked past them and replied that with such an attitude they would achieve nothing than cry. It was better to let them think about how they could defeat the orcs, or they would both go into the dragon's mouth. Suddenly Ellen turned around, and someone behind him shouted to go away. Ellen turned his horse and looked to the side, puzzled. Killian, looking back, replied that this voice was Joseph. Ellen replied that he still had not left his lands. What was he doing? The goblin looked forward and replied that he saw him. Ellen replied that he did. The goblin continued to look in fear and then said that these were orcs. Hearing this, Ellen smiled and Killian looked ahead in fear. Ellen rushed straight towards it at great speed. Killian shouted after him to stop. Someone pulled a trembling sword forward. It was Joseph. His whole body was shaking and his eyes were frightened. Next to him stood a girl in a black dress with a purple bow. She was also very scared. Joseph was lying on the floor, holding his sword forward. 5 orcs stood in front of him. Joseph began to say in fear and with a trembling voice that he had told him not to come closer. The girl, looking at him with disappointment, replied that she knew that being with him would only bring trouble. The girl frowned and, on horseback, looked menacingly at Joseph, then asked what he understood, what he had done. Joseph held onto his bandaged hand. The girl continued to say that Joseph wanted to kill the Duke of Helen. This is a rebellion against the Empire. He wants to be a rebel, then the House of Sarod will expel him. Joseph looked ahead in fear and stretched out his hand, and then with a trembling voice began to beg not to be driven away. He was still obliged to accompany her to the lands of the Sarods. Girl, he had a job to protect her. She looked at him, and then said that so, let him finally decide where his place is. His fate will be decided by her father, the Lord. Joseph looked down and furrowed his brows, then clenched his teeth, but did not dare answer. The girl, closing her eyes, rode on horseback, and then said that her business in the lands of the Pendragons was over. They should hurry. She was very tired. We are taken to one of the orcs, who clenched his teeth. He speaks menacingly as a man. The orc, leaning on his huge club, looking at Joseph, says that he is going to fight them. The orc looks at Joseph menacingly and adds that he is tired of living. Tears well up in Joseph's eyes and his whole body shakes. Ellen drives up to them and then asks what's going on. The main orc, puzzled, turns around and Joseph turns around with him. And then the girl looks at Ellen in surprise. Her cheeks turn red. She examines Ellen, how he looks. Joseph rushes as fast as he can to Helen and, coming out on his hand, shouts for him to save him. Ellen, exhaling, looks at him and then wonders what and how this nonentity could have been knighted in the first place. His squad drives up to Ellen along with Killian, and Killian shouts for Ellen to wait for them. It's dangerous, don't let them suit the crusts. A flag with a dragon flutters in the wind. The head of the orcs notices this and, wary, carefully looks in that direction. His squad approaches Ellen, and most importantly, the orc, looking ahead, thinks that the banner of the Pendragons is then this boy on horseback. The orc looks forward menacingly, and then, extending his hand, says that Ellen is him and he was looking for him. Ellen looks ahead, puzzled, understands what's happening. Literally a second later, an unbearably strong energy begins to emanate from the orc, affecting everything around him. Killian, absorbed by this magic, looks ahead in fear. Sweat begins to run down his forehead. He looks ahead in fear and thinks that this is the orc magic of fear. His throat is constricted, he cannot even move. Killian looks at Ellen in fear and turns to him, then says that it is too dangerous, they need to retreat. But Ellen jumps off his horse and looks forward menacingly. And then the soldiers, along with Killian, look at Ellen in fear, and Killian wonders how he can move, why he is coming towards them unarmed. Ellen calmly headed towards the orcs. He told his squad to remain in place. Ellen came close to the chief of the orcs, and then added his knights to keep their swords in their sheaths. The orc, puzzled, looked at Ellen, and then Ellen told him that he was challenging him to a fight. Ellen smiled and added that it was one-on-one. The orcs looked at Ellen in surprise, but did not answer, and then the main one smiled sarcastically and began to flex his fists. Ellen looked at the monster with an arrogant look. The orc watched the main character with a satisfied face. Standing in front of a crowd of monsters, Ellen asked them if they were orcs of the Arcona Forest. Leaning closer to the protagonist's face, the monster said that it was them and asked what it was. Ellen squinted at the orc in front of his face. The main character hit the monster with his head. The monster flew away, and blood began to splatter on his face. Behind Helenus stood his army. The orcs' gaze fell on their fellow tribesmen lying on the ground. They were stunned by what they saw. Taken aback, Sir Killian noticed in his thoughts that this was bad and now a fight could not be avoided. A smile appeared on the orcs' faces. They stood over the lying monster and laughed that some man had broken his nose with one blow. The knight was surprised by what he saw. Swinging his club, the orc insulted Ellen and asked what he was doing. Standing in front of him, the main character stated that he just wanted to ask him the same thing. Ellen's face was illuminated by the rays of the sun. The main character said that their tribe swore an oath to the Pendragons to never leave the Ancona Forest. Ellen noted that they were standing there in front of him, and the edge of the forest was quite far away. He asked the orc how he could explain this. The enraged monster screamed that the oath was cancelled and Ellen himself was to blame for this. Pointing his finger at the main character, the orc said that the great guardian of the forest, Ancona, had overthrown him. Adding to his speech, he declared that they were Anconian orcs refusing to obey the defeated. The monster presented the image of Soldrake and said that they therefore obey only the great guardian of the Ancona forest. Looking at the protagonist's face, the orc declared that he had brought shame upon his family and they no longer obey the Pendragons, noting that he had failed to conclude a pact with the guardian of the forest. As Ellen watched the monster, he wondered if they called Soldrake Great Guardian of the Forest. Stretching out his hand to his tribe, the monster declared that their oath to the disgraced family was cancelled. The orc noticed that that is why they left the forest and intend to seize territories and rule them. Smiling, Ellen said that he understood everything with them. The main character stated that they were driven by a thirst for blood. Ellen began to crack his knuckles and walk towards the monster. The main character said that he had other plans for them, noting that it was clear to him that they were not going to obey. Grinning, Ellen said that that was why he had found them himself and the orc himself knew why. The monster looked at the main character and listened to his speech. Ellen asked him if the orc noticed that he had approached unarmed. Holding his club, the monster stated that although the main character was human, he seemed to know the customs of the orcs. He threw his club to the ground. Having prepared for battle, the orc stood opposite Ellen. The main character said that he also knows the customs of the orcs. Ellen began to tell their tradition that if the enemy laid down his arms, then he should too, and not accepting a challenge to battle is dishonorable. A grin appeared on the monster's face. Frowning, Ellen said that, following their customs, he was challenging the orc to battle. The monster and the main character rushed screaming at each other. Ellen jumped over the orc's head. Flying over it, the main character in his thoughts suggested that this monster was really the strongest of the group of orcs. Ellen emphasized the fact that if he were human, he would have had his skull crushed by such a blow. The monster swung at Ellen, who was in the air. The main character extended his leg to deflect the blow. The orc hit Ellen's leg. The ground beneath the monster cracked. Sir Killian and the demons were stunned by what they saw. Lady Luna grabbed her face when she saw the main characters battle with the orc. Clouds of dust rose on the battlefield. Ellen stood with a calm expression. His gaze fell on his shoes. The main character thought that the monster had plenty of strength, but his dexterity could not compare with the orc he defeated. Ellen asked the orc why he did not fight at full strength. The outline of a monster could be seen behind the thick fog. The orc asked if the main character really didn't understand. The monster emerged from a cloud of dust and stated that it does not fight at full strength against people, noting that they die too quickly. The orc shouted that only the one who could parry at least one of his blows was considered his equal. Smirking, Ellen asked him to start fighting at full strength. Raising his hand, the enraged monster screamed that now the main character would know the real power of the orcs. The monster said that the main character is a person with whom an interesting fight will take place. An orc's hand flew in front of Ellen's head with lightning speed. A scratch appeared on the protagonist's face and he noted that the orc was fast. The monster was preparing for the next blow. They rushed at each other and the orc screamed that this was just a warm-up. He noted that he hoped Ellen would last longer and not die of fear. Crossing his arms in front of him, the main character blocked the orc's blow. Covering his face, Ellen screamed from the powerful blow of the monster. Lady Luna covered her face in fear. Sir Killian was frightened by what he saw. He called out to the main character, over whom drops of blood flew. The orc stood in front of a cloud of dust. He looked at his fist and noted in his thoughts that he had definitely hit it. However, the main character emerged from the fog. Ellen appeared before the monster with a grin. Blood was running down his face and he stated that he was a little rusty. The main character emphasized the fact that at this moment he only encountered minor enemies. Lady Luna was dumbfounded by this. A smile appeared on the faces of the other orcs. Sir Killian was taken aback that Ellen survived. Being in shock, he fell into thoughts about how the main character was still on his feet after the orc blow. Gritting his teeth, the knight noted that he had never heard of a single person being able to defeat an orc in a duel. Sir Killian emphasized the fact that his lordship is the heir of House Pendragon, so he must protect it at all costs. Having mounted his horse, Killian ordered the knights to go to the aid of the main character. Stretching his hand towards the army, Ellen ordered them to stop. Pointing his hand at them, the main character stated that this was a battle between him and the orc. Standing with a bloody face, Ellen said that he did not need help. Sir Killian was taken aback by this answer. Closing his eyes, he accepted the words of the protagonist. An orc from the crowd began to clap. Laughing, he said it was wonderful. Putting his hand to his face, he noted that for a person to survive the attack of Karth, the most powerful in the Ancona forest, is something. While watching the battle, he noticed that Pendragon was a curious person. Ellen began to walk towards the orc. Smiling, the main character said that you need to live forever and learn forever. Ellen declared that the time had come to show him true strength. Putting his fists together, Karth stated that the main character is the only person who survived his blow, but he is wounded and does not have long left. Clutching his forehead, Ellen asked a rhetorical question about the fact that an orc rejoices early. The main character stated that this is just. While in thought, Ellen noticed that he had the ability to regenerate. By removing his hand, the wound on the protagonist's face disappeared. He said that it was just a scratch. Ellen's wound began to heal very quickly. Taken aback, Karth wondered if the wound had healed so quickly. The orc prepared to rush. He ran towards the main character and shouted that he was a curious person. Karth crossed his palms and raised his hand. Ellen dodged a powerful blow that split the ground. Pieces of earth flew in front of the main character, and in his thoughts he noticed that in order to defeat him, he needed to seize the moment and deliver a painful blow. Landing behind the orc, he emphasized the fact that he needed to somehow throw him off balance. Grinning, Ellen noticed that orcs were not very smart and his regeneration would help him if something happened. The main character stated that Karth had almost lost. The orc rushed at Ellen with lightning speed. He ran towards the main character and shouted, asking if Pendragon had lost his fighting spirit. Karth asked whether Ellen himself was tired of dodging. Smiling, the main character said that he didn't have enough brains for such things. Ellen noticed that they were orcs of Ancona and only knew how to wave their fists. Karth got angry at what he heard. The main character prepared for a direct confrontation with the orc, who shouted that he would regret insulting their tribe. Karth swung his leg to strike. Having struck, the enraged orc declared that he would drive these words back into Ellen's throat. Preparing for the blow, the main character noted in his thoughts that he was caught. Ellen shielded himself from Karth's kick with his hands. The main character held back a powerful blow. Ellen gritted his teeth as his arm broke. Taken aback, Sir Killian called out to the main character to tell him about his hand. Smirking, Karth stated that now his arm is broken and Pendragon no longer has a chance. A smile appeared on Ellen's face. He grabbed the orc's leg and said that he was wrong. Karth was dumbfounded by this. Holding the orc, the main character said that his hands were already intact. Frowning, Ellen declared that the forest orc was finished. Surprised, Karth, in thought, emphasized the fact that he was sure that he had broken the main character's arm. The orc realized that it was a trap. Ellen let go of Karth's leg. Leaning on the orc's body, the main character jumped up. Watching him, Karth noted that he was finished and could not dodge. Ellen looked at the orc with a cool gaze. The main character's blow hit Karth on the head. The orc fell, spitting blood from his mouth. Ellen jumped away from the falling orc. He watched Karth fall to the ground. Sir Killian was surprised by what he saw. Lady Luna was in shock. The orc covering his head with a hood smiled. The others from the Karta tribe were delighted. They ran up to the fallen orc, shouting that this was incredible. They stood on Kartam and shouted that he was defeated. The orc stated that Pendragon was powerful among humans and orcs. Ellen watched Karth with a calm expression and reached for his broken arm. The main character stood in front of the orc who had fallen to his knees. Sir Killian jumped off his horse. Stretching out his hand, the knight asked Ellen to immediately attend to his hand. Holding his broken arm, the main character stated that he was fine and was not in that much pain. Looking at Ellen's back, Sir Killian asked how he could talk like that. The main character sighed at what he heard. Holding his bloody hand, Ellen noted in his thoughts that the pain from reincarnation was much stronger than from any injury. He noted that he should at least be grateful that this power was transferred to him. The main character clenched his wounded hand into a fist. Opening his hand, the light illuminated it. Ellen looked at his hand with a smile. He approached the defeated orc and addressed the tribe. He looked at the orc and asked if his name was Karth. Smirking, the protagonist ordered them to obey him. Karth was taken aback by what he heard. Sitting on his knees, the orc said that he knew that the vanquished must follow the winner. He asked Ellen what he wanted from them. Looking at Karth, the main character stated that from today they begin preparations for the assault on the Ancona forest. Ellen noted that the orcs would help them with this first. Surprised, Karth asked why this was, noting that the main character is already the protector spirit of Ancona. Alina was illuminated by sunlight. The main character told them that he was going to open a mausoleum. The orcs were shocked by what they heard. Rising to his feet, Karth asked if the guardian spirit Ancona was planning to make an agreement with them. Frowning, Ellen replied that it was true and emphasized the fact that by the time they reached Soldrake, there would be so many monsters gathered there that they would even have time to get tired of them. The orc extended his hand to the main character. Ellen asked if they were happy. The main character said that from now on they can fight at least every day. Karth was inspired by what he heard. He began waving his arms and shouting that such weak monsters could not rightfully be considered their opponents. The orc stated that before they could blink, they would reach the mausoleum. The main character said that if this is the case, then they can relax. The knight brought the sword to Helen. The main character began to take the blade out of its sheath. Karth was taken aback by what he saw. The orc sat down on his knee in front of Ellen. The orcs from the Karta tribe were surprised. The masked tribesman supported Karth and sat on his knee. The orc leaned over to the right. Another member of the tribe sat behind the hooded monster. The main character pulled out his sword and turned to the orcs of Ankin, ordering them to devote their lives to serving Pendragon. Looking at them, Ellen said that he expected them to give their all. Cart smiled at what he heard. Lady Luna was surprised by what she saw. Brydon watched with an embittered face. The mountain ranges were illuminated by the evening light. While crossing the bridge, the protagonist informed Lady Luna that he would leave them some of his soldiers to guide them back to Serad. Ellen said that they were going back to their lands. Bowing, Luna declared that they truly had no forgiveness. Sitting on a horse, the main character called out to Brydon. Frowning, Ellen told him that the next time he decided to point a sword at him, he would not get away with one hand. Brydon began to tremble with fear. Turning around, the main character began to leave. Turning around, Ellen called out to Cart and told him to go. Pushing Brydon away, Lady Luna extended her hand towards the protagonist. She looked after Cart and Ellen. Lady Luna, watching the main character, put her hand to her chest. In her thoughts, she emphasized that he would definitely. Her gaze fell on his army. Killian and Karth walked with a calm expression. There was a small demon sitting on the harpy's head. The army of orcs followed him. Luna noticed that Ellen would fulfill the dragon's condition and open the mausoleum. Clouds of dust rose behind the main character. Confused, Lady Luna said the protagonist's name. Brydon turned and looked at her. The night sky enveloped the forest. Helen was surrounded by currents of wind. He said that he finally sees him. Looking at the thick of the forest, the main character said that this was the Ancona forest. Ellen looked at him with a frown. Beads of sweat ran down Sir Killian's face. The demons were frightened by what they saw. Cart looked at the forest with a smile. The main character stood next to Sir Killian and stated that everything would begin from there. Smiling, Ellen announced that the battle he was destined to fight would finally unfold. The white dragon looked at the moon, from which a bright light emanated. Watching the purple-lit forest from a pillar, Soldrake said he had arrived. Closing his eyes, the dragon said that he was waiting for Ellen. He suggested trying to get to his possessions, deprived of Pendragon's soul. The plot takes us to the valley of the Ancona forest. A river flowed between the mountains. The demon lay screaming in pain on a stone. The orc swung his bloody axe. He struck the monster with a blow. Cart killed the snake with a blow from his club. Karth's army fought with snakes. The orc grinned and said that you can't even really warm up on these snakes. Karth stated that he was tired of constantly bumping into them. The protagonist's knights fought back, standing back to back. Several snakes rushed at them. One of the monsters appeared in the warrior's face. The main character swung his sword. Ellen cut down the snakes that attacked the knight. Splashes of blood flew in front of the warrior's face. He knelt down and thanked Ellen. The main character told him to contact him. Standing on a hill on the shore, Ellen called out to Cradle and said that he was leaving the treatment of the wounded to him. Smiling, the orc accepted the order and said that the main character need not worry, noting that he already knows something in this area. Sir Killian was going down the slope and asked Ellen if he was hurt. Killian approached the main character, after which he replied that everything was fine and asked what was wrong with the rest of the soldiers. Sir Killian reported that there were not many Quetzalcoatl's upstream, so there were few casualties. The knight noted that they could continue to move, but they might lose strength if they ran into demons. Turning around, Ellen called out to Cart and asked when they would reach Soldrake's domain. Putting his finger to his chin, he said that he wouldn't say for sure. Cart pointed his finger forward and said that they would see a quarry if they walked a little further. The orc noted that what he knew for sure was that there was a cave there, connected to the domain of a guardian spirit. Behind Ellen stood Cart. The main character asked if he should worry about anything on the way there. Karth replied that that area was still the territory of the orcs, and these snakes crawled there along the riverbed. Ellen began to climb the rocky slope into the forest and stated that they would then continue until they reached the quarry. The main character noted that they would set up a camp there and go in search of the cave at dawn. Turning around, Ellen said that if they ran into anyone along the way, he and the orcs would sort it out. The main character said that they were leaving. Sir Killian looked at Ellen with a smile. Cart was inspired by what he heard. They rose after the main character and cried out together that they had accepted the order. The mountainous area was enveloped in the night sky. Ellen climbed the stone steps. He looked up. The protagonist's gaze fell on a high mountain. Hellions and his army advanced through the mountainous terrain. The faces of Sir Killian, Karth, and the demons were surprised. While examining the area, Ellen noted in his thoughts that this was a rather creepy place to mine stone there. Turning around, the main character asked Karth why the quarry was sealed. Putting his hand to his chin, the orc said that he did not know all the details, but according to the elder, the goblins mined minerals there. Ellen and the demons listened to the orc's story. Karth noticed that there were rumors that the local goblins had disappeared without a trace, noting that they had not been seen for a long time. The main character turned to a little goblin named Kazel. The goblin said that he does not live in the forest, so he does not know anything. Frightened, Kazel cried out that besides, he had never heard of goblins mining minerals themselves, noting that he was much better at stealing than working. Standing in front of the goblin, the main character said that it was true. Ellen turned around and looked at Killian, who was asking if something had happened. Ellen, standing in front of the warriors, declared that it was better not to go forward until dawn. The main character said that the night guard could be conducted by orcs, so it is necessary to pitch tents so that the soldiers can rest. The main character, leading the horse, told Cart that they would have to watch at night. With a wave of his hand, the orc said that he would tell the others and wish good night to Ellen. Torches illuminated the area under the night sky. The orcs were sleeping, sitting by a tree. Kazel and the harpy slept together. There were several tents around the quarry. The knight sat on a chair, guarding the tents. He heard a rustling nearby. Standing up, he saw wind currents going up the steps. The warrior began to follow the flow of aura. His body was pierced by a monster. The knight's face began to bleed. He fell to the ground, trying to call the main character. He lay surrounded by mana and tried to call out to Ellen. The main character was sitting in his tent. He fell into thoughts that something was wrong there. Ellen wondered that no one had seen the local goblins for a long time. Frowning, the main character wondered if this meant that something had happened to them. The demon stood on a hillock and observed the area. Ellen asked about what or even who killed them. Dead hands appeared from the ground behind the monster. Monsters began to emerge next to the tents. Skeletons of goblins and two-headed wolves emerged from the ground. The dead were enveloped in a purple aura. The main character was suddenly taken aback. Ellen grabbed his swords and unsheathed them. The main character rushed into battle against an army of monsters. A two-headed demon appeared before Ellen. His gaze fell on the monster. The main character pushed away from the demon's heads. Examining the dead, Ellen wondered where they came from. Crossing his swords, the protagonist noted that it was no surprise that the goblins had disappeared. While in the air, Ellen hit the two-headed monster on one of its heads. The second demon head began to scream. The knights, the protagonist's demons, orcs and Sir Killian woke up and were stunned. Grabbing their weapons, the army ran to help Helen. Killian was shocked by what he saw. The knights watched the main character fight the demon. Sir Killian's gaze fell on the enraged Ellen, after which he called out to him. The main character pierced the monster's head with a sword. Ellen jumped off the demon. The main character waved his blade in front of the monster. The main character's army ran up to him. Standing behind him, Killian asked about the situation. The knight was taken aback by what he saw. There were many skeletons sitting on the monster. Sir Killian asked if these were the missing goblins. Stunned, Karth asked a question about who killed them. Ellen replied that it was a lick. The main character imagined a demon with an army of skeletons. Ellen said that only these creatures can resurrect the dead, and he probably killed everyone. The main character with a serious face suggested that he wants to prevent them from reaching the mausoleum. Karth's and Sir Killian's faces were wary. An army of monsters surrounded the tents. Ellen said that they were surrounded and they would have to deal with them. The main character's view of two-headed wolves and snakes. Ellen stated that they would not disappear until they defeated the necromancer. Grabbing the blades, the main character said that he would find where he was hiding and finish him off, but for now they should bide their time. Helen's army rushed into battle. The orcs ran towards the monsters. They destroyed an army of skeletons with clubs. Sir Killian was in thought and noted that the Lick had assembled such an army to prevent them from restoring the former greatness of House Pendragon. However, having cut down several dead men, the knight noted that he would not allow them. The image of the old Ellen and the present one appeared in Sir Killian's head. He noticed that the Duke had changed a lot, as if he had become a completely different person. Sir Killian suggested that perhaps the protagonist could achieve what his ancestors could not. He emphasized the fact that even now, smiling, the knight noted that the young gentleman was delightful. He imagined Ellen standing next to Soulbreak. Sir Killian emphasized the fact that if only given a chance, everyone would immediately see the power of the protagonist. The knight noted that he would conquer the dragon and restore the former glory of the Pendragon family. Drawing his sword on the monster, Sir Killian noticed that the period of decline was finally in the past and their family would rise again. The enraged monster walked towards the knight. Looking at the demon, Sir Killian noted that it was now they. Having struck the monster with a blow, the knight declared that they were the proud cavalry of the White Dragon. The demon's head flew up. The severed head destroyed the stone wall. The dead men raised their hands to throw spears. They threw them towards Ellen. Several spears flew at the main character, who was fighting with huge snakes. Seeing weapons flying at him, Ellen noted that, as he thought, the monsters were targeting him. The main character emphasized the fact that he simply does not have time to search for the Lick. Ellen grabbed his sword and took it with its back. He pierced the snake's head. He shielded himself with the demon's head from the flying spears. The snake fell dead next to the main character. As he looked around the area, Ellen began to think that he had no idea who planned this, but the fall of the Pendragons and the destruction of the Vault family were somehow planned. The main character assumed that they were trying to achieve something from them. A grin appeared on Ellen's face. He stood in front of the huge snake and declared that he was in the game. He imagined himself standing in front of a dragon and many hands reaching out to him. While in thought, Ellen noted that he was going to restore the greatness of his family, whether they wanted it or not, so they could resist him as much as they wanted. The demon rushed at the main character. Ellen swung his blade. The main character cut the snake in half and declared that he would return glory to the House of Volta with his own hands. The demon's body fell next to Ellen. The protagonist's gaze fell on the battlefield and he emphasized the fact that they had neutralized many. Watching the battle, Ellen noted that even though these were just resurrected goblins, they would be overwhelmed by their numbers, and also by the Lick himself. A Lick appeared behind the main character and wanted to cut his throat with a blade. We see a skeleton in chains with a purple aura around him. The story goes that the Lick is a sorcerer who seals his soul to become immortal, and since they break the laws of nature, even the Empire, which tolerates magic and witchcraft, is merciless against them, punishes. We see a coat of arms where there is a golden lion with a crown on top and white wings below, and when the next beam appears, they are sent to eliminate the Demon Slayer squad, despite all the danger. We see 3 guys and Raven in the middle. Blood drips, and as a result, many expectedly die in skirmishes with them, and the main reason is their strength. One of the guys near Raven was hit by a scythe and his head swelled up, and then his head just exploded, leaving everyone in shock. Raven turns her head, eyes wide, and doesn't understand what's happening. And now, because of him, 2 of his teammates are already lying, and Raven himself does not understand how the Lick could kill him in an instant. Then he turns his head and sees something. A Lick sits on a throne in front of him, with black and purple magic hovering around him, and he thinks that the Lick hasn't even moved, and then he suggests that maybe he used magic. The skeleton's facial expression was as if he had a smile. His second comrade trembles with fear and begins to shout that there are ghosts there. Immediately after this, he stood up and began to run away from Raven, simultaneously shouting that ghosts really exist and he himself wants to live. The Lick raised his finger and began to move it, and thanks to this, he summoned the magic that summons the scythe and instantly pierced the guy who was running away. Raven watched him fall and his head explode. Raven was in complete shock, looking at all this, and only thought that ghosts only exist in legends, but this cold is definitely in front of him now. The Lick sat on the throne and emitted dark magic, and Raven thought that the strongest servant of the Lick, who cannot be seen, is a ghost. Raven stood in a fighting pose and continued to think that for people a ghost is incorporeal, because it is a spirit torn out of the body, just like the god of death. He turns his eyes sharply and manages to dodge the blow of the scythe. A skeleton stands behind Ellen and leans his scythe against it. After all, if this scythe reaches him, he will die. Ellen stands with her eyes wide open, when suddenly he sharply snatches his sword and begins to defend himself from this scythe. The crystal in the sword began to sparkle brightly. Ellen was able to repel the attack of this scythe, causing sparks to shine everywhere. The skeleton began to emerge from the fog. Ellen sat down and saw how this fog dissipated. He raised his head and was very surprised by what he had just seen. He began to remember how his sword sparkled, and he could not understand what had happened. And behind him there was a fierce struggle between skeletons and people on the field. One of the guys held the other and shouted that their soldiers began to fall sharply. He did not understand what was happening. Ellen saw the scythe behind him and was shocked. He reached out his hand to save him, and yet he managed to pull him out from under the blow of this scythe. The rescued guy looked at him and did not understand what was happening. Ellen bared his teeth in anger. He stood and looked forward, thinking that ghosts have an unusual aura, so that those who met him for the first time will not be able to understand and will die in ignorance. And the ghost itself will not disappear as long as the Lick is alive, and there is more than one Lick here. Ellen began to squeeze the sword in his hands with all his might and understood that if he left here, then all the soldiers would die without even having the opportunity to escape. The 2 guys fought bravely against the monsters, and if nothing is done about the Lick, they will be overwhelmed by numbers. 2 orcs were pierced by arrows. The bird stood and trembled, and Ellen thought that Tata and Kazel had good night vision, but now it was useless. Ellen was very angry and understood that this was not the Demon Slayer Corps. It would be much more difficult for them to cope with this situation. When suddenly we see Petia's green staff. He hits the ground with all his might, and particles appear around the staff. The battlefield is completely covered in green light and aura. Cradle with large fangs begins to laugh. He put his hand on Ellen's shoulder and said that now it was his turn. Ellen raised his head and looked at him. Cradle extended the staff forward and said that he would share the power if Ellen needed it, so that now he would see the magic given to them by the great god of the earth. The magical items on the staff began to shine brightly. He summoned huge tree branches in front of him, shining with a green aura. These branches flew straight into the crowd of skeletons and the dragon. The branches began to cover this entire crowd. Cradle raised his staff above himself and began to laugh even harder. A huge branch appeared right under the dragon and tore it apart from the inside. All the guys looked at how a huge tree with a green aura appeared. Cradle scratched his chin, and Ellen said that if he could use magic, then he should have done it a long time ago, but Cradle replied that he could not, because the spell requires a long preparation. Cradle turned his head at him and said that, unfortunately, this was not the end. He started waving his hand and said that he couldn't cast this spell multiple times, so this was their first and last chance. Ellen made a very displeased face. While all the warriors were looking at this tree, Ellen said that Petia needed to find the lick. When suddenly Ellen opens her eyes. We see a huge mountain and trees. The sky was purple and we also saw sheer cliffs. Ellen looked up in great surprise. After all, at the top of these steep cliffs stood the very lick they needed. Ellen looked up, and Cradle approached him. Cradle turned his head at him and with a sparkle in his eyes said that he would somehow cope with the remaining skeletons. Ellen rushed forward, running away from Petia, while he shouted to him that he was counting on him. Skeletons were flying everywhere. It was a cart who broke these skeletons with his bat. An arrow hits the cart directly. Cart turns his head because he hears Ellen. Ellen shouted to him across the entire field that the lick was upstairs. Cart was a little shocked. Cart began to motion with his hand for Ellen to run up to him. Immediately the cart grabbed his hands and Ellen jumped into his palms. Standing on his palm, Ellen looked up. And at that very second the cart sent him upward with the help of his power. Ellen flew up so strongly that he even flew over this sheer cliff. As he fell down, he swung his sword. The lick had bright red eyes. Ellen attacked the lick, but he managed to block. After the impact, they immediately ran away in different directions. There was a bright purple aura around the lick, and Ellen, looking at him, asked what he wanted, so let him try to take his soul. Ellen's cloak began to flutter in the wind, and there was a dark aura around it. Ellen looked askance at his cloak and realized that it seemed that the ghosts of the lick had come to protect him. Looking down, he saw how the guys were fighting, and he understood that only skeletons remained below, but even so the soldiers would soon be exhausted. Place your sword in front of you. He realized that he needed to get this over with quickly. There was a red trail from the lick's eyes, and at that moment the lick began to conjure some kind of ability. Ellen began to run towards him, and huge bone hands appeared in front of him. Ellen, with complete calm on his face, simply cut these bones, and then he began to approach the lick. Coming very close to him, he swung his sword. But then he felt that two scythes were flying towards him. Ellen stood with his eyes wide open in shock. He falls to the ground and still dodges this blow. He then jumps out and bares his teeth, realizing that the ghosts are protecting him. Having moved a long distance from the lick, he understood that this was dangerous because he couldn't just attack openly. Raising his head, he realized that he needed to separate them all. The lick pointed his staff at him and then released a huge beam of fire. Ellen notices that a huge beam of fire is flying at him. He begins to cover himself with his hands, realizing that his escape route has been closed, and if the ghosts approach, it will be bad. And as he expected, it happened. These two ghosts attacked him, making blows with a scythe. One scythe came very close to him, but his sword began to shine brightly again. A bright blue aura appeared around Ellen and a small thread emanated from his sword. This bright flash blinded the lick, so he shielded himself from it with his hands. Ellen raised his head up and closed his eyes. Under him it was like a stream of water. This water splashed everywhere, and something told Ellen that he wants to know what he is. Because he has a completely different soul, maybe he intends to get his power, then he will have to prove that he deserves it. The dragon soul drake leaned close to his face. Ellen began to open his eyes little by little, and then he slowly said the dragon's name. But now, standing in front of the lick, he began to shine with a bright blue aura. He sharply opens his eyes, in which sparks were visible. The lick orders his spirits to attack Ellen, to which Ellen, looking at him, said that his ghosts have come. These two ghosts were in the form of skeletons with a purple aura around their eyes. Ellen stood under them, holding two swords, and realized that he was seeing them for the first time. Both ghosts began to scream at him furiously. Ellen stabbed his bright blue sword into the ground, and then pointed the second sword at the two ghosts with a very confident look. While the ghosts flew at him with scythes, he fought them off with one blow. This blow completely destroyed the ghosts. The lick stood on the edge and watched his ghosts burn brightly. Ellen's glove burned with a blue flame, and Ellen himself was completely burning with a blue flame. After defeating the ghosts, he came close to the lick, and he pointed his sword straight at his head. Having pierced the lick's forehead, he said that this was the end. Holding his sword in his hand, he looked at him with half-closed eyes. The lick burst into flames of bright blue. Ellen began to pull his sword from his head, and soon the lick simply turned into black fog, and his staff fell to the ground and broke. The guys who fought with the skeletons were very surprised, because they saw how the skeletons simply fell to the ground. Karth, with his eyes wide open, said that the skeletons suddenly froze, and Cradle replied that it seemed that Ellen had completed his task. Skeletons lay on the ground, and then these skeletons began to turn into black mist in the same way as the lick. All the skeletons that were lying on the ground had almost completely evaporated. Cradle, looking at all this, said that they had lost their leader. Ellen stood on a cliff and saw the fog fly past him. Ellen looked up with a very fascinated gaze and thought that the lick had merged with the fog and ascended to heaven. All this fog went straight towards the bright moon. The guys from the detachment cried over their comrades who died in battle. Ellen stood behind the guy who was crying, covering himself with his hand. He himself was sad about these deaths. Soon the guys buried them, putting up crosses, and began to pray. After the battle, some time later, the guys pitched red tents. Cradle sat on a chair and looked at his sword. He closed his eyes and snored a little. The cloth that was lying on the sword began to rise a little. Suddenly she just fell off the sword, and then this rag turned into a letter. Raven was handing this letter into someone's hands. Some guy put his hand on his shoulder. Raven was very happy, holding this letter in his hands, but thought that this was a memory of that very day. The letter was lying on the floor. The father of the Pendragon clan shouted at Misha, pointing his finger at this very letter, to which Raven also shouted back that it wasn't him. Standing in handcuffs, he continued to shout that they had misunderstood everything because he had been set up. And now we see that various torture objects are hanging on the wall, and Raven himself lies on the floor, chained to a wooden beam. He lay on the ground, completely beaten, and apologized to his mother, father, and brother. There was a heavy torrential downpour outside, and we heard cries for mercy. Raven was kneeling on the ground with a crowd of people around him. Tears flowed from Misha's eyes. Tears flowed from Ellen's eyes in the same way. We see Ellen crying, holding onto a blanket, screaming for her father not to die. Behind Ellen stood Helena, who was also crying with her eyes closed, and Ellen himself shouted that he would become a dragon rider. Taking his father's hand, which was wiping tears from his cheek, he added that he would become the greatest of the Pendragons, so please, as long as he does not die. Ellen began to cry even more, holding his father's hand. Ellen suddenly wakes up, sweating and scared. Short of breath, he began to look at his hand. He then began to bare his teeth in anger as tears streamed down his face. Ellen grabbed his hair and tilted his head. Coming out of the chamber with a sword in his hands, he saw that Cradle was not yet sleeping. Cradle turned to him and asked him that he was still awake, although it was already late. Ellen looked at him with upset eyes and called him by name. Coming closer to him, Ellen said that he himself still does not sleep, to which Cradle simply waved his hand. You said that orcs are hardy, so everything will be fine with him, and besides, if he leaves it to the people, then the risk of losing someone else will be much higher. Ellen turned his head and noticed the crosses for you. Cradle leaned back, put his hands behind his head and said that the battle was difficult, and Ellen looked at his sword and said that he saved him. Cradle opened one eye and asked how it happened. Ellen began to examine his sword and said that it was a precious sword of the family called Widow's Woe. On the map of this sword a dragon could be seen. Ellen remembered how a huge aura and a white thread appeared around him, saying that this sword gave him the strength to protect himself from ghosts, and the fire was Soldric's fire. Cradle was a little surprised and asked that it was the spirit of the guardian of the forest. Ellen held this sword in both hands and said that this ball has the power of a dragon, and it has the ability. He remembered how those same two ghosts with scythes flew up to him, and he remembered the very dragon who looked at him and called him an unknown soul. Ellen looked down with a frustrated look and said that he had the ability to see everything. Cradle looked at Helen, who was holding the sword in his hands, and wondered what was happening now. He imagined that his past body was standing behind him, and he understood that the white dragon knew that he was not Ellen at all, but Raven. He was a little confused. After all, he remembered that same dream where he begged his father not to die. He cried a lot. They say he will be a dragon rider. I imagined touching my father's hand, saying that he would become the greatest of the family, and he roared furiously after his father died. Ellen grabbed his head and bared his teeth, not understanding why he had this dream. Cradle looked at how Ellen was holding his head and asked that something might have happened to him. Ellen turned sharply at him, baring his teeth, and made a dissatisfied sound, and Cradle was very frightened by this, asking why he was so angry. Maybe he had done something wrong. Ellen hit him in the face and said that he just didn't sleep much, and Cradle suggested that he just rest. Ellen held his head and simply remained silent. But then, after a while with sadness on his face, he said that he had a nightmare. Cradle watched as he removed his hand from his face, and then Cradle himself turned away, also sad. By that time the sun was already visible on the street. The sun was rising brightly from behind the mountains. The guys had woken up by that time and were watching the sunrise, and Cart said that he had a bad feeling. All the guys were trembling with fear, and Cradle said that he agreed with Karth, so now their chance of returning back in one piece was much less because they saw blue smoke coming from the cave, which scared them terribly. Killian, standing next to Ellen, said that demons have much better senses than people since they can feel something, and Ellen added that it means there is something in this cave that he is afraid of. The Ellen of the city raised his head and said that this was a mausoleum. Immediately he remembered the trial of his brother, and immediately after that he began to bare his teeth in anger. He imagined a dragon standing on some tower and thought about how to take revenge for the house of Volta. He needed the power of the dragon. Taking his sword in his hand, he thought about what would force the dragon to obey him. And then he remembered how he defeated that same dragon, realizing that something had happened to him then. Ellen began to pull his sword from its holster. He remembered how he woke up in Ellen's body. He closed his eyes and began to draw the sword in front of him. The sword was completely out of the holster. Ellen shouted that the white dragon must know something about this, and pointing his sword down, he shouted to all the soldiers to get ready. Karth held a bright torch in his hand. The whole squad walked through the crystal cave. Suddenly Tark smelled something, so he raised his head and started sniffing. He also moved his ears. He led them along some path, saying that this was where they needed to go. Killian wiped the sweat from his face and noticed that he had very good instincts. And Ellen agreed with this, adding that the orcs sense energy flows around them and can easily find a source of water. So this ability comes in handy in this situation. Cradle began to walk slowly, which was noticeable from him. Among the entire crowd, he was the only one who smelled something and began to look around. Ellen, standing behind him, asked what happened to him, to which he received the answer that Cradle felt something. Some effects began to fly past them. Cradle raised his head up and was very surprised, and a smile was visible on his face. Ellen and Killian were also very surprised when they saw something. These were two spirits that flew from top to bottom. One was blue and the other was pink. These spirits began to fly past them and have fun, and the guys from the squad just watched their flight. And so the guys approached a huge waterfall in a crystal cave. Cradle looked at this waterfall with caviar eyes and said that water spirits are everywhere here, and Ellen, standing behind him, asked if these water spirits were dangerous. The orc stood and looked at it all, smiling, and Cradle replied, "You." However, there is almost no life force in this cave. Since it is not particularly special, it is under the protection of the great god, and there is no way to get here, so they should not be here. There was a lake below them, and a waterfall ahead, and the guys were talking about how maybe these spirits couldn't get out of here. Someone in the crowd suggested that there might be some kind of staircase behind the waterfall, so maybe this will be their way out. Ellen notices something. There is some kind of shield hiding behind the waterfall. Ellen pointed his finger at this shield. Again I began to peer, and Ellen also added that there was something in the middle of the waterfall that looked like a shield. Small drops began to rise from the water. The guys looked at how the water splashed in the quiet lake. Karth and Killian were very surprised to see this water. Drops of water flew straight towards Ellen. The face of a huge turtle formed from the water, opening its mouth to attack. Cradle was very happy to see this and shouted that she was already here. A huge turtle towered over the guys and tried to attack them. Tark and Ellen were very scared when they saw this turtle from the water, so they started screaming. Also, some kind of sharp piercing object was made from water, and with the help of this object the turtle attacked a detachment of guys. They all managed to return, and Ellen shouted that she was attacking, to which he again replied that, most likely, she was protecting the treasure. Ellen looked at him with a shocked face and asked what kind of treasure he was, and answered that the treasure was in the waterfall. The turtle was of colossal size, and Cradle repeated that, as he had said earlier, the protection of the earth god did not work here, so something else caused the spirits to attack them. The guys stood in a fighting pose, and Ellen added that, apparently, they were trying to protect their treasure. Ellen looked at her with half-closed eyes, and then he took that same sword with a shining crystal in his hands. The turtle wanted to attack them again. Ellen came closer to her while she stood with her mouth open. The guys were in shock, and Killian shouted at him to wait. But Alina did not listen at all and began to come closer and closer to the turtle, which was making sounds. He put his sword in front of her, crystal first, and told her to calm down. The turtle still continued to scream at him. Ellen, already with anger in his eyes and in his speech, repeated so that she would calm down. At this moment, the sword began to shine brightly, just like that time. The turtle that was standing in front of that sword simply exploded and turned into ordinary water. The orcs were shocked by his capabilities, and water flew above them. Ellen stood completely covered in water from such an explosion. While drops of water were dripping from him, he opened his eyes and looked with sadness. That same shield began to peek out from under the waterfall. The dragon's coat of arms was visible on the shield. Killian took the shield for himself. He was so happy to see this shield, saying that it was actually a treasure. They all walked up the stairs, and Killian added that the shield was very wonderful. It healed the wounds of both the wearer and his subordinates. Cradle turned to Helen and said that it was a great job. He was able to drive away the spirit of water, and it was precisely this power of the sword that he had told him about last night. Ellen began to look at his sword and laugh awkwardly. Looking more and more at this sword, he added that he didn't know why, but he felt something, and everything happened by itself. The orcs were shocked to hear these words. While climbing the stairs, Cradle added that his face did not look very good, and Karth said that it was the fortitude of the guardian of the forest. Killian pointed his finger at him displeasingly and said that it was the power of the Pendragons. At that moment, Ellen realized that Killian was right. Ellen looked at this sword with anger in his face and thought that the power of the Pendragons rested on the power of the dragon. He remembered what he was like before and realized that this was not his strength at all. At that moment, he again began to remember the same dream where he shouted so that his father would not die. Again he remembered these words that he would become the greatest of the Pendragons, because of which anger was visible on his face. He bared his teeth, and then he closed his eyes and realized that he was Raven Vault. By that time, they came to the very building where the dragon was, and there was a bright moon in the sky. Killian, standing next to Ellen, said that they had finally arrived. In front of them there was a small fortress, and this is the so-called mausoleum. At the entrance to one of the platforms sat a white dragon. Like a friend, Ellen's sword began to shine and tremble again. Killian shouted that the sword began to shine again, to which Ellen, holding the sword, replied that he felt something. Ellen put his sword in front of him and replied that this was a mausoleum. The tip of the sword also shone brightly, and a thick fog came straight from the door of the mausoleum. Cart, standing behind Ellen, asked what this fog was. Ellen was very surprised, so he stood with his eyes wide open. A small silhouette of a horseman was visible from the fog. Ellen began to shout that it seemed like something was approaching, but in his head he knew that it was most likely a horseman. Two hooves came out of the fog. They were the color of galactic radiance. The rider rushed straight towards them. Ellen came to the defense of his guys. The orcs were completely shocked to see him and asked who he was. Killian stood behind Ellen and shouted that it was Gordon. Ellen put his sword in front of him in his defense and said that it was Gordon Pendragon. Gordon was on his horse, and he was all pink, holding a sword in his hand. Gordon had ears like he was an elf and a proud look in his eyes. This proud one on horseback stood in front of the guys, and they couldn't even put words together from surprise. Karth and Cradle, looking at him, said that he was the predecessor. Killian screamed again that he was the same Gordon Pendragon. Ellen peered at him carefully and thought that he had a translucent body, which meant he was most likely a ghost. But then he caught himself thinking about how he could know him. Once again, his memories included the death of his father. The anger was visible on his face again. Gordon started using the exact same sword as Ellen's, which is why white threads appeared around him. A huge beam of light rose above his sword. This beam flew into the sky and illuminated all the guys around. But it was so bright that everyone began to cover their eyes. Ellen covered himself with his hand and looked down. But then he suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. After all, he saw that the dragon flew up right behind this building and was heading towards them. All the guys from the squad raised their heads and looked up with fascinated eyes. This dragon had huge white wings. The orcs raised their heads in surprise and opened their eyes wide. The dragon soaring in the sky headed towards Ellen's squad. Tada and Kazel trembled and laughed awkwardly. The dragon looked directly at them with its eye. Ellen was a little worried, but he said that the dragon had finally appeared. The dragon hovered above this small mansion and let out a roar, and Ellen stood below and shouted that it was Soldrake. The dragon, with its flight, created huge currents of wind, flying right above the squad, and then it landed right behind Gordon Pendragon. The dragon covered Gordon with its tail and looked at the guys. Killian looked up and said that was great. Two orcs also raised their heads and said that this was the same guardian spirit. Ellen looked at that same dragon with them, but there were no emotions on it. The dragon proudly looked down at the guys like a friend. Ellen heard the question of who he was. When he heard this question, he was very taken aback and didn't even know what to say. Gordon, standing under the dragon, looked straight at Ellen. Gordon peered at him intently. Killian began to shout that Mr. Gordon had spoken, and the cart pointed his hand somewhere to the side and said that this could not happen. Isn't he a ghost? Ellen looked at them with half-closed eyes and a dissatisfied expression on his face and realized that everything was happening exactly as it had been. He remembered how he entered the ward and a cry came from the ward, "Who is he?" Raven was a little taken aback by this. Looking at Gordon, he realized that this was the same voice that he heard then, which means that the creature that spoke then and speaks now is not Ellen's father. A helmet somehow appeared on Ellen, and he looked forward. He looked at that same pink Gordon and realized that it was not Gordon who was speaking at all, but Soldrake, the same dragon in the crown, who had just spoken to him. Ellen took the sword in his hands while the dragon looked at him, and the dragon again repeated who he was. The guys looked at Ellen with confusion while he was silent, when suddenly he started shouting that he was Ellen Pendragon. The dragon had sparkles in its eyes, and he just looked at Ellen. The dragon moved close to Ellen, and the guys moved away and said that it scared them. Why did the dragon, looking at him, say that he was not Ellen Pendragon? He should not think that he could deceive his gaze. Ellen just looked up and worried, not knowing what to say. The dragon seemed to see space in his eyes, and he said that he would ask again who he was. Ellen's eyes began to crumble. He was so scared of this. He again remembered the execution of his brother. He remembered waving knives that were all covered in blood, and he also remembered how they held him by the hair and said nasty things to him. Ellen began to scream in anger. All the guys ran to him because they saw that he had fallen and was holding his head, screaming in pain. He lay on the ground and writhed in pain. Holding his head, he felt as if his head was splitting into pieces. The dragon watched as he lay on the ground and screamed. A large white dragon approached Ellen. Ellen pressed his hands to his head and fell to the floor, then screamed. Killian, looking at this, furrowed his eyebrows and shouted in horror, "Your Grace!" An orc stood next to him and watched in fear what was happening. The white dragon looked at Ellen intently and then asked, "Who are you?" Ellen clenched his teeth, sweat flowed down his cheeks. He looked at the ground in fear and could not answer. He remembered how he was on his knees in front of a huge number of people, chained. Shackles hung around his neck and tears flowed from his eyes. A guy in rich clothes came up to him and grabbed him by the head, then smiled. Ellen looked ahead in fear. He thought that these terrible memories were emerging one after another. He remembered how the knights approached him and, smiling maliciously, mocked him, thoughtless that he did not want to see this again. Ellen remembered how he fought with a huge orc. As he stood in front of the knight, behind whom was a large white dragon, Ellen thought that it was simply because the dragon had decided to show them. Ellen remembered how to speak directly in front of his face, how one of the spectators grabbed his head and, smiling, looked straight into his face. The dragon looked at Ellen carefully. He approached him. Ellen grabbed his head and looked down in fear, and the dragon asked who Ellen was. Ellen could not say anything. He was very frightened, holding his hair with his hands. He looked down in horror. He remembered the girl and the guy who looked at the baby and smiled. Ellen wondered if this was their memory. Ellen carefully examined the girl from his memories, who was looking at him, smiling. He thought that this was the Duke's wife. And then he looked at the guy standing in front of him and wondered if it was Gordon. A girl with a child in her arms was sitting on the sofa, and a guy was playing with him. Ellen wondered what this child was. He watched him carefully as he smiled happily, then wondered if it was him. A memory arose before Ellen of how Killian was chasing the child. Ellen thought that no. He remembered how the guy was sitting on the sofa, reading a book. His younger sister was sitting next to him, holding a small child in her arms. Ellen thought that it was Helen. A memory arose before Ellen of a guy lying on a bed, his family standing next to him and crying for him, screaming so that he would not die. The guy who was lying on the bed opened his eyes slightly and extended his hand. And then his breathing stopped. His entire family lowered their heads. After that, the guy couldn't say anything, but simply looked down silently. He held a brush in his hands and painted a picture of a knight. The guy lowered his head, sitting in front of the painting. Ellen wondered if it was Helen. Ellen, frowning his eyebrows, looking down, opened his mouth, and blood began to flow from there. The blood fell to the floor and left a large puddle. Killian, looking ahead in fear, shouted, "Your lordship." The other orcs, looking ahead in fear, shouted Ellen in one voice. The appearance of a knight appeared under the dragon. Ellen lay unconscious in front of him, and then the dragon told Ellen to say his name. Ellen lay on the floor, choking on blood, tried to say something. He replied that he was Ravenbald. Ellen saw his image in his head. He almost closed his eyes. A maid appeared in front of him. He wondered what. She screamed in fear, looking at him. Ellen wondered if it was Lindsay. A girl appeared in front of him, next to whom was a little girl with a rabbit in her hands, so he thought that it was Eileen and Mia. In his memories, Mia came close to him and hugged him. And then it flashed in his memories that the girl hugged him with tears in her eyes. Ellen wondered what else it was Helena. Ellen remembered how he grabbed the girl by the cheek, and she blushed, looking at him. Ellen wondered if not. He remembered how he met the harpy and the goblin. He wondered what it was. A memory arose before Ellen of how he fought with an orc. As he looked at his enemies, smiling, his allies behind him, he thought that this was all his memory. Ellen remembered how he and the orc shaman attacked their enemies. The shaman released a huge amount of magical roots. Ellen remembered how the orc girl returned to him and smiled. How he and his comrades walked through a cave full of crystals. Ellen lay on the floor, choking in blood. He heard his comrades screaming for him to hold on. Killian, together with the knight, furrowed his brows and rushed forward, his whole body trembling. But he shouted that they needed to protect their master, even if they had to sacrifice their lives. The orc warrior looked forward menacingly and said that they had no choice. But suddenly the orc shaman grabbed his hand and shouted at him to stop. He wanted to attack the guardian spirit. The orc warrior replied that he would personally fight him, because Ellen is his friend. If this goes on, he will die. Ellen lay on the floor, breathing heavily. He squeezed his hand and began to pull it towards him, leaving marks on the ground. He wondered what exactly. Ellen gradually began to rise. Blood fell from his mouth. She answered that he. The white dragon looked at him puzzled, not understanding what was happening. Ellen plunged his sword into the ground, and then he looked menacingly at the dragon and began to gradually rise. He said that he was the rightful heir to the Duchy of Pendragon, Ellen Pendragon. Ellen opened his mouth wide and screamed furiously. The dragon, watching this, was horrified and opened his eyes wide. Ellen, looking straight into the dragon's eyes, frowned and gradually began to rise. The image of the knight who stood under the dragon furrowed his brows, and then he smiled, looking at Ellen, and literally a second later he disappeared. Ellen, looking ahead, wondered in surprise that Gordon Pendragon had disappeared. The dragon raised its head up, and then he let out, with his mouth wide open, a furious scream. His roar could be heard throughout the area. Such a loud sound sent the knights flying in different directions, and the orcs covered their ears in horror. The dragon stopped screaming, and everyone watched him in horror, and then the dragon lowered his head and looked carefully at Ellen. The dragon opened its mouth a little and said that their promise was fulfilled, Ellen Pendragon. Ellen looked in front of him in surprise and frowned, and the dragon continued to say that Raven Vault. Ellen smiled, and the dragon replied that as the one who would become the successor of the Pendragons. Ellen leaned on his sword with a smile, and his comrades ran towards him in fear, arms outstretched. We are transported to a big white castle. Someone says that you are right. The dragon bowed his head and looked carefully at Ellen. All his allies began to run towards Ellen. Ellen extended his hand to the side and, lowering his head, said that he was fine, don't let them worry. He looked at them, blood flowing down his cheeks. He said that the oath was made, the dragon chose him. Killian, along with the knight and the orcs, looked at Ellen with puzzlement. And then, after a second, they all partly lit up and began to rejoice. They raised their hands happily, the dragon examined them carefully, and Killian shouted that Ellen had been chosen, the future of the Pendragons was safe. The orc shaman looked towards Ellen with a smile, and then said that now Ellen will be together with the guardian spirit. This is a great achievement. The other orc replied that he was the only one who could defeat them. The dragon raised its head to the sky. Ellen looked at him carefully. They both looked at the sky, and then Ellen asked him what happened. The dragon replied that they had guests. Ellen looked around puzzled and asked the guest. Huge dark silhouettes appeared in the distance. Ellen thought that they were birds. Suddenly he looked up in fear and wondered what, no, this. The orc looked in front of him in fear, and then shouted that this could not be true. A huge number of various dragons were approaching them at great speed. The goblin shouted that the dragons were approaching them. Soldrake looked up at the sky. 6 huge dragons were circling above her. Ellen, looking up in fear, thought that he couldn't believe it. He examined each of the dragons. They were different from each other. Ellen thought that these were 6 dragons. The dragons stopped circling, then surrounded the knights and Helen. The harpy and the goblin trembled with fear and did not look at the flying dragons. Ellen frowned and looked ahead, puzzled. Suddenly a voice was heard from somewhere, saying that it was he who had made the oath with the queen. Ellen turned around, puzzled. He saw a large purple dragon looking at him menacingly. Soldrake looked at the purple dragon and replied that this was so. She did not call them. Why did they come? Her affairs with the Pendragons had nothing to do with them. A green dragon appeared behind her. He said that not this time. Soldrake looked back, puzzled, and said to Irigurian. Irigurian bowed his head and said that they came because they had to. Doesn't she know the reason? Soldrake looked at him and asked him that he had the right to interrogate her. The green dragon immediately fell silent and bowed his head. Suddenly, the black dragon looked at her menacingly and shouted that the queen, he felt not only her aura in this person, but also the aura of the demon god. Ellen looked at the black dragon with a puzzled expression and frowned. Soldrake flapped her wings, and then she hit it in front of her with all her strength and screamed menacingly. A huge stream of wind began to blow away the knights on their feet. The dragons looked at her, puzzled, and did nothing. The black dragon continued to watch the Soldrake. Soldrake looked at him carefully and replied that unwanted guests should leave her territory. She orders as the Queen of Dragons. Ellen turned around and looked back carefully. What he saw shocked him. He looked at Soldrake and wondered if she was the Dragon Queen. The dragons looked at each other, and then the brown one flapped his wings. The dragons began to rise into the air, and the purple one looked closely at his queen. The black dragon opened its mouth and said that today they will retreat, however. He looked menacingly at Helen, who frowned and said that if one day this man returned to their lands again, everything would cease to be a secret. The black dragon flapped its wings, and then all 6 dragons walked away. Soldrake looked up at the sky as the dragons flew into the distance. The orc looked in front of him, and then took a breath and said what happened. The goblin, sitting on the frightened harpy, said that it looked like they weren't talking about something. The orc looked at him and replied that the dragon's voice is heard only by the one he is talking to. They heard his voice from behind Gordon a couple of minutes ago, but now they don't. Ellen frowned and thought that he was the only one who heard them, but Soldrake really calmed down after the conclusion of the oath. Okay, he'll find out for himself later. Ellen raised his head up and thought that there are as many as 6 dragons, also the god of dragons, the god of demons. He doesn't know so much yet. Ellen looked at Soldrake, who was looking at the sky. He thought that maybe she would tell him, because she is the queen of dragons. He remembered how he was reborn, wondered why it happened, and then he furrowed his brows. Ellen looked at the dragon queen, turned to her. The queen turned around. Ellen smiled and then raised his hand and said that he wanted to ask something. If she could bend over, it's just that his neck already hurts. Soldrake smiled and looked at him carefully, and then she replied that she had a better offer. Ellen looked at her in surprise. A bright light and energy began to flow from her. Literally a second later, her entire body became transparent. There was incredibly strong magic around her. Killian looked at her in fear, and a second later he shouted that she was missing. And then there was a strong flash, blinding everything around. Ellen covered his face with his hand because the light was too bright. He closed his eyes and slowly began to remove his hand. And then I observed an absolutely clear sky and did not see Soldrake. Ellen screamed in fear, looking at the sky, but Soldrake answered that where Ellen was looking. Ellen, puzzled, frowned and looked down. In front of him was a blue flame, from which first a woman's legs and heels appeared, and then the whole girl in a beautiful blue dress and gray hair. Soldrake began to approach Ellen. She had only dragon wings left. She looked carefully at Ellen and said that she was here. Ellen, frightened, does not understand what is happening. I look at her. A shocked Killian stood next to him along with the orc shaman. They shouted Soldrake in unison. We are taken to a horse that is riding along the road. Ellen on horseback looks at Soldrake. Behind them, an orc looks at Killian and addresses him, then asks if he can ask what they are talking about. Killian turns around, furrowing his eyebrows, asking why the orc is asking him. If he wants to know, let him ask them personally. The orc shaman looks at his friend puzzled and says that they, orcs, cannot just approach the guardian spirit. Killian looked ahead and then said that even if they tried, they wouldn't be able to hear the conversation. The orc looked at the Soldrake and said that they were not able to hear her voice. And then they looked at Ellen and said that for some reason Ellen's voice was the same. Killian, looking forward, thought about it, and then said that the dragon should transform into a human. He had never heard of such a thing. Killian, along with the orcs, watched as Ellen and the Soldrake talked about something and walked forward. Killian on horseback smiled and said that, besides, she was also a beauty. The orc looked at him puzzled, and then the orc shaman said that they would not understand. The orc looked at the Soldrake and thought that if he caught her gaze, his body would seize up in fear. Ellen walked along the road and talked about something with Soldrake. He waved his hand and said something. And then he furrowed his eyebrows and asked what kind of dragons they were. They didn't seem to like their conversation. Why were they fighting? Soldrake looked ahead and thought, and then said that if they talk about it, they will only know after a while. Ellen, not understanding, looked at the Soldrake and said nothing. And then Ellen raised his hand and looked at her menacingly and said that she showed him the past. Then, probably, she knows about the inexplicable death of her and Ellen and about the words I'm chatting to. Ellen thought for a moment and then said that she definitely knows something about why he returned in Ellen's body. Soldrake looked at Ellen with a puzzled expression and said that time would reveal the reason to him. Ellen furrowed his eyebrows and looked at her angrily, and then, stretching his hand forward, he shouted that she only knew this phrase, or something. Let her just tell him everything he needed to know. Soldrake calmly replied that Ellen talks too much. She looked at him and said that pendragons rarely live to speak to her. Ellen, not understanding, looked at her and did not answer. He grabbed his face with his hand and wondered what was wrong with her. He thought that by making a deal with her, he would finally understand something. Suddenly it dawned on him and he looked forward in surprise. A huge snake appeared in front of Ellen, which opened its mouth wide and rushed towards him at great speed. Killian and the orc looked at him in fear and shouted in one voice that this was a demon, and he was huge. Ellen frowned and began to take his sword out of its sheath. But literally a second later, a Soldrake appeared in front of him and with one blow flattened the snake's body. Ellen and her comrades looked at her in surprise. The dead body of the snake fell on the floor. Ellen wondered why it happened so quickly. Soldrake held the meat of this snake in her hands. She examined him carefully, and then she opened her mouth and brought the meat to him. The knights, along with the harpy and the goblin, watched in surprise as she ate the meat. The goblin answered in fear that she was, after all, a dragon. Killian, looking forward, smiled and replied that even in this form she doesn't look very human, although she looks beautiful. He looked at the Soldrake's back and replied that she was behaving completely inhumanly. Ellen looked thoughtfully in her direction. We are taken to tents that stand in the middle of the forest. Soldrake sits on a tree and looks somewhere into the sky. Suddenly someone calls her and she turns around. It turned out to be Ellen. In his left hand was the body of an animal, in his right he held his sword. Ellen thrust his sword into the animal and began to butcher it. After a while he held small pieces of meat. He brought them to the fire. Soldrake watched in surprise. The meat began to become covered with an appetizing crust. Ellen furrowed his brows and pulled the meat towards the Soldrake. She looked at him in surprise. His scent attracted her. Ellen also took a piece of meat for himself. He took a bite of it and said that if she was in the form of a person, she should eat as a person should. Soldrake looked at him in surprise, and then she took a bite of meat. She started chewing and looked up at the sky, and then she smiled and, looking at Ellen, said that Ellen was very interesting. Ellen replied that he was Pendragon, however. Ellen, frowning, looked at the fire and then added that he was also Raven. Soldrake continued to look at him in surprise. Suddenly, a noise was heard from behind the bushes, and a bird flew out of them at great speed. Soldrake, holding the meat in her hand, looked at Ellen in surprise. Ellen smiled and, closing his eyes, replied that he was done talking about his past since she didn't understand it. He sighed and looked at her with a smile, and then said that he had often said such things before that she thought about it. Soldrake looked at Ellen in surprise. She did not know what to answer. Ellen put his hands on his legs and, looking at her, said that it doesn't matter. He wanted to ask something else, but suddenly Soldrake wanted to say something. Ellen looked at her in surprise. She smiled and replied that from now on he could call her Sol. Ellen looked at her in surprise, and then wondered that she had finally smiled. Ellen smiled and raised his head, and then, looking at her, he thought that this is how dragons can smile. Ellen furrowed his eyebrows and looked at her with a smile, and then said, "What about the dragon god and the demon god?" Sol lowered her head and said that time will tell. Ellen looked at her silently, and then he loudly shouted to the whole forest so that she wouldn't do that. We are transported to a large castle, near which there are a huge number of maids. A cry is heard everywhere that the master has returned, and he and the dragon. All the court girls ran to the balcony to look at Ellen. Helena wiped away her tears. Looking forward, standing next to her was a girl with a blue bow, who was holding a little girl in her arms. She said that Ellen was finally here. Helena replied that her son was her pride. The maid exhaled and smiled, wondering why she had been so worried when she saw him off from the Barinto gate, but thank God he was okay. Residents waved to Ellen and shouted that the Duke had returned. Helen and his allies walked forward. A huge number of people appeared on the street to meet him. The maid and Ellen's sister looked at him, puzzled. The harpy and the goblin looked around with a smile. The goblin said that there were a lot of people here. The orcs looked around. The shaman laughed and said that he was so animated. Ellen walked forward on horseback, and finally Sol flew above him. A middle-aged man came forward. He looked forward in fear and shouted that there is a goblin, a harpy and orcs. Why are these demons here? And also, who is this girl with wings? Sister Alina looked ahead, puzzled, and said that it was a girl. Ellen, looking forward, smiled. And then he took the sword out of its sheath and pointed it upward. He shouted that the Pendragons had won. From that moment on they were again under the protection of the dragon. Everyone looked at Ellen puzzled, not understanding what was happening. The crystal in Sol's head began to glow, and then her wings became much larger. She began to transform. A strong blue flash of mana appeared in front of Ellen and his loved ones. They looked at her in surprise, and then the magic began to dissolve, and a huge dragon's mouth appeared. Sol appeared before them in her full form. She flapped her wings and roared menacingly. She rose above the city. Someone from below shouted that they should have a feast. We are taken to the castle. Fireworks are exploding everywhere. And then we are taken to a banquet. Men in expensive suits sit at tables and eat expensive food, discussing something with a smile. A girl appears, sits down at the piano and starts playing music. In front of the girl sits a bard with a lute and an edge and pleasant music. The maid approaches Alina's sister and says with a smile that what a grand banquet. It's her first time at one. The sister claps her hands and, smiling, replies that they are celebrating the agreement between the dragon and her brother. Sister Alina looked at the people sitting nearby, who were discussing something with a smile. She said that even the lords of neighboring countries and various influential merchants had arrived here. The maid turned around in surprise and asked where Ellen was. Ellen was on the roof in expensive white clothes, slowly approaching Sol, who was sitting on the edge of the roof. She turned around and laughed, then said that even if he was Elenui or Raven, he didn't talk to her too much. Ellen looked at her in surprise and frowned, and then wondered what he didn't understand. Sol, looking at him, said what else? He's the heir to the Pendragons and should be busy with the banquet. Ellen sighed, looking at her, and said that welcoming guests is a problematic task. She doesn't know much about human society. Sol, sitting on the edge of the building, replied that she had been with House Pendragon for a long time, but had never heard of a dragon appearing at a banquet. Ellen looked at her in surprise and asked why, because she even has a human form. Sol turned around and looked intently at Ellen, and then she answered that, as she thought, Ellen was indeed different from Pendragon's past. Sol made a leap forward and, opening her wings, flew up. Ellen watched as she moved further and further away. He looked at the sky in surprise, and then he felt something and turned around. A huge crowd of girls with happy eyes appeared in front of him, and not shouting that they had finally found Ellen and wanted to listen to how Ellen made a pact with the dragon, they rushed straight to him. Seeing them, Ellen frowned and clenched his teeth, not knowing what to do. The maid brought a plate of meat to the rich merchant. She apologized to him for the delay. The merchant replied that she had an excellent body, would she become his mistress? The maid laughed, puzzled, then heard a huge number of girls giggling and saying that it was simply amazing. She turned around and saw how the girls surrounded Ellen and began to ask about everything. Ellen smiled. I didn't know what to answer. They surrounded him. One of the girls said that it was so cool. She had never heard of a person being defeated by an orc in hand-to-hand combat. The other replied that she was Crescentia. She had inherited pure blood, the first emperor, and was born in one of the most important houses. Another girl with yellow hair smiled and raised her hand. She said that she is Mabel, cooperates with the Giovanans and Chamber of Commerce, and is a member of the House of Goldman. The girl with red hair, frowning her eyebrows, she shouted at her menacingly that she was not even a noblewoman, but an ordinary merchant. The girl with yellow hair raised her hand and showed 4 huge rings, and then asked that, doesn't she know? Her house alone carries the economy of the empire. She doubts that her family can sell such mithrite jewelry. The girl with red hair looked menacingly at her rival and shouted at her not to show off. The other replied that it was funny for her to show such pride. Ellen, frowning, clenched his teeth, but could not do anything about it. He abruptly left the circle of girls and began to walk away. He lowered his head and closed his eyes, then thought that each of them wanted to join him. He had no time to worry about such things. Ellen looked forward. Suddenly he heard someone shouting from the weakest person. Ellen saw his comrades, an orc hitting Killian on the back and shouting that he had only drunk 10 glasses and was already passing out. Killian replied so that the orc should not compare him with him. Below there was an orc shaman who was playing with Ellen's younger sister, saying that this is called magic. The little girl replied that her rabbit flies. Ellen watched them carefully, and then the orc saw the smaller look. He smiled happily and invited Ellen to have a drink with them. Let him show his human tenacity. Killian shouted to the orc that he was an idiot. Ellen had a lot to do. Ellen smiled as he looked at them, and then he came closer, patted his little sister on the head and replied that it was a great idea. They couldn't lose at this. The orc laughed and said that Ellen was in on it. The maid looked at them in surprise. She heard a cry of start. Ellen, smiling, competed with the orc to see who could drink the most mugs. Below was a goblin with Coco on a small plush bunny. A castle appears in front of us. It is late night. The maid held Ellen's arm. He held his head and said that it hurt him very much. The maid asked if everything was okay with him. Ellen furrowed his eyebrows, apologized, and replied that he was causing too much trouble. She smiled and replied that everything was fine. And then she blushed and looked at Ellen and replied that Ellen was finally having fun after so long, for the first time since his father died, so she was happy too. Ellen looked down with a smile and then asked what was true. The maid led Ellen by the hand to his room. Ellen asked that it didn't matter what his mother was doing there, because it was already so late. The maid replied that she thought it was just ordinary tea. The doors opened and they told me they were coming in. And a second later, a huge number of girls in beautiful dresses from different families appeared in front of Ellenui. They had red cheeks and looked at Ellen with a smile. Seeing them, Ellen frowned and looked around sadly, and then asked what it meant. Someone asked that Ellen liked any of them. His mother appeared in front of Ellenui. She said with a smile that since Ellen made a deal with the dragon, it was time for him to have an heir. She smiled and, looking forward, replied that it was his duty as Pendragon, which of them would bear him a child. Hearing this, Ellen was frightened and did not know what to say. He stood in complete shock. And then he asked what his mother was even talking about. Mom Alina, standing behind the girls, said that this is an ancient tradition. Pendragon, who has entered into an agreement with the dragon, is obliged to have an heir with a noblewoman from a neighboring state. She continued to say that the daughter of Count Serad was originally supposed to take this place, but their engagement was broken off. Sister Ellen cried and covered her hands, and then asked that why young Lady Luna from Ellen's past girl was breaking off one engagement after another. He was stupid. Ellen frowned and looked at his sister in surprise. His sister glowed with happiness and, stretching out her arms to the sides, shouted that Ellen should not be sad. The ladies who arrived here today are all daughters of worthy families. The girl with red hair smiled. Fanning herself, she shouted that exactly. After all, their house is Pubsburg, one of the most famous in the empire thanks to the blood of the first emperor in their veins. They are nobler than even the imperial family. Another girl in a pink dress furrowed her eyebrows, folded her hands, and then shouted that her father is a general of the imperial army. He has 10,000 soldiers in his command. Overwhelming force is the best way to solve problems in the world. Another girl with a lot of rings and necklaces smiled and said that they are all fools. The future is in the hands of those who control the economy, because society is built on it. The girls began to shout at each other so that none of them would poke their nose into her affairs. Ellen watched all this. Looking at this, he frowned and looked forward menacingly. His mother approached Ellen and, looking at him, asked him to listen, but Ellen interrupted her and said that he needed to decide this now. He frowned, folded his hands, and asked what was happening here and now. His mother lowered her head and replied that it was the Pendragon house. Ellen interrupted her again and replied that he understood. He, looking forward, answered that then. He then put his arm around the maid Lindsay's shoulder and said that he would choose her then. His sister and mother looked at Ellen in surprise, and ladies from various rich families looked at him in surprise and disappointment, frowning their eyebrows. Lindsay, who doesn't understand what's going on, looked at Ellen. Everyone stood in a stupor, not understanding what was happening. Lindsay blushed and Ellen covered her mouth with his hand. She stood in place in fear, not understanding what to do, and Ellen, closing his eyes, asked her to be quiet and said that this girl had been taking care of him all these years, accompanying him on his hikes despite all the hardships. Lindsay, stunned, looked ahead. Her whole face began to turn red. Ellen said that he was so fascinated by her courage that he even almost drove past Brother Belling. He had long thought that one day he would have to take responsibility. Ellen looked at the stunned girls and replied that they would forgive him for being silent. His mother extended her hand forward and shouted that no, everything is fine, but more importantly, the main purpose of choosing a bride. Lindsay looked at Ellen in surprise. His mother shouted that the main thing was to strengthen the well-being of the family. Ellen replied that he knew. He narrowed his eyes and looked at them menacingly, and then said that, however. Ellen looked at the surprised girls, and then said that they all came here to celebrate his agreement with the dragon, didn't they? Ellen, frowning his brows, continued to say that he has no doubt that such allies will be able to provide them with invaluable assistance if difficult times arise, times on which their fate will depend. Ellen put his hand on his belt and, looking forward confidently, said that he was just like Lindsay, who took care of him while he lay unconscious for 3 years. Lindsay looked at Ellen and blushed. Girls from different families washed their eyebrows and shouted menacingly in one voice that this was an ordinary maid. Ellen, looking at them, furrowed his eyebrows and menacingly told them to calm down. There are only fools here who have nothing of their own. Such people can only use the reputation of their families. The girls seemed stunned by such words and could not say anything. Ellen's surprised mother and his sister continued to watch silently. Ellen said, looking at them, that they know. Ellen smiled and added that he already had comrades. He remembered Killian, who fought fearlessly for him. He said, those who did not abandon the Pendragon family, even when it was in decline, were Killian and his soldiers. He remembered the orcs and said that the orcs were proud of their invincible strength. And then he remembered the harpy and the goblin and added that they also helped him a lot. He smiled and looked forward, confidently. He answered that all those who did not run away when he retreated in the mausoleum are his reliable comrades. Ellen grabbed his mother's hand and, looking at her with a smile, replied that the Pendragons were no longer so weak as to depend on allies. His mother and sister blushed and tears appeared in their eyes. Lindsay looked at Ellen with a smile, and then Ellen looked at her. She began to shake with fear, and Ellen said that whatever Lindsay said, she would become his lover. Tears appeared in Lindsay's eyes, her body shook, and she answered in a whisper that, of course, her young master. Ellen grabbed her hand and pulled her close to him, and then shouted that from now on his maid Lindsay becomes Lady Pendragon. Someone replied that it was a brilliant speech. Ellen's grandmother stood behind him. Ellen sat on a chair with frowning eyebrows. His grandmother smiled and, looking at him, said that she could not believe that Ellen was once a rude mercenary, or that this was his true feelings. Ellen closed his eyes and replied that who knows. He, looking out the window where the night heights could be seen, asked that she was still here. Although he had already opened the mausoleum, his grandmother replied that she thought that she needed to see the face of the heir before leaving. She came close to him and, smiling, replied that he had changed since their last meeting. She looked out the window. Ellen stood up from his chair. She said that without influential allies in times like these, let it be difficult. Ellen replied that he had a plan. She looked at him in surprise, and Ellen, with his head down and his hands folded, replied that the Pendragons had returned the dragon's support, so many people would want to serve them, and also Raven. Ellen smiled and frowned, and then said that he knew heroes who would become famous in the future. Hearing this, Grandma opened her mouth in shock and looked at him. Ellen, frowning, smiled and said that if he befriends them while they are unknown to anyone, he will turn them into his subordinates. He will be able to gather a powerful force for both domestic and foreign policy. Grandmother Alina looked at him in surprise, then replied that it was clear she had thought about everything. She grabbed his hand and shouted with a smile that he wasn't perfect for the role of ruler. Ellen frowned and replied that why was she grabbing him? She was a ghost. She blushed and answered with a smile that then she could hug him. Ellen replied no. She went to the window and, looking out of it with a smile, replied that she was joking. Well, now she had no regrets left. Ellen looked down silently, and then he gritted his teeth and replied that when he made the pact with Saul, 6 dragons came. She turned around in fear and, looking at him, shouted that other dragons were flying. Ellen remembered the black dragon and replied that he also mentioned the god of dragons and the god of demons. Ellen remembered his past self when he was reborn and said that from the conversation between Saul and the dragons, he understood that they were somehow connected with his reincarnation. Even that freak said that everything was connected. frowning her brows and closing her eyes. His grandmother, looking at him, said that the dragon god is the god of demons. This is the first time she has heard of them. Saul said something. Ellen replied that she only said time will tell over and over again. Grandma smiled and replied that Ellen was getting closer to her. Ellen looked at her in surprise, then asked her grandmother, who replied that he knew that he called her Saul. And he closed his eyes and then replied that she said to call her that. Well, he couldn't talk about it. Ellen frowned and replied that only with his grandmother or with her. Grandmother looked at her hand. Her body began to disappear. Ellen looked at her in surprise. Seeing her disappear, he looked at her in fear. She smiled. There were tears in her eyes. She said that it was time for her to go. The grandmother disappeared and began to fall down. Ellen frowned and screamed in fear, looking in her direction. Grandmother reached out to him and said with tears in her eyes that whether it was Ellen's goal or Raven's, she truly believed Ellen could achieve it. With her shock welling up with a flood of tears, she said with a smile to dear Pendragon. Ellen looked fearfully straight into her eyes. He looked at her desperately and said, "Grandma," and then he grabbed her and hugged her tightly. The grandmother, puzzled, looked forward, tears flowing from her eyes, and then she closed her eyes and smiled. Her hands began to disappear and she asked him to continue living. In the end, she disappeared, leaving Ellen alone in this room. Ellen, devastated, looked down. He looked at the portrait of his grandmother and said that this would definitely happen. We are transported to the wedding of Ellen and Lindsay. Lindsay stands in a beautiful white wedding dress, and there are a huge number of people around. 314 according to the imperial calendar. Ellen and Lindsay tied their lives in marriage. We are taken to a smaller room. He sits on the bed and thinks about something. Saul's voice is heard from the window. She says that Ellen chose this girl. Saul appears in front of Ellen and says that she is his ally. Ellen looked at her. She flew into the window and looked at Ellen carefully. Ellen frowned at her and replied that she knew the purpose of the banquet. Saul, looking at Ellen, replied that this was true, but why did Ellen choose a maid? Ellen closed his eyes and leaned on his hand, and then said that there would be a lot of obligations. It would be difficult to hold a full-fledged wedding with a noble family, and with whom to make an heir, it doesn't matter, he'll just solve this problem quickly. Saul, disappointed, looked at Ellen and asked why Ellen was not interested in her. Ellen, looking down, replied that she had taken care of him for 3 years. He trusted her. Ellen looked at Saul and said that was enough about that, then asked where she was, just flying somewhere. Saul replied that Ellen asked in surprise what this meant. She replied that on the mountain behind the castle there was a statue of a dragon made of stone. She was alive there when she made oaths with the Pendragons. Ellen looked at her and replied that wasn't it boring to sit there. Saul looked to the side and replied that it was the same everywhere. After all, no one could hear her. Ellen replied that Pendragon could. She, looking somewhere to the side, said that she had never really communicated with the Pendragons, nor with Gordon, nor with his ancestors. Ellen frowned and looked at her in surprise. Saul looked at the large moon and said that they did not want it to take this form, so it was their will that it remained there. Ellen remembered his grandmother's words that he was getting closer to her. He furrowed his brows and remembered the many times Saul had said that he talked to her too much. Looking at her, he thought that she lived alone. Saul closed her eyes and lowered her head, and then said that no matter who it was, Ellen made a pact with her. Suddenly Ellen turned to her and said that he could not get used to the way she called him. He smiled and told her to call him whatever you want, but not that. Saul, puzzled, looked at Ellen. And then she said, "What then?" She looked at him and said that she would call him Ray then. Ellen looked at her in surprise. He remembered his younger brother, who had the same name. Saul looked at Ellen in surprise, and then asked what he didn't like. Ellen replied that he didn't. And then he smiled and said that he really liked it. From now on let her call him that. Saul was very surprised by the entire answer, and then she smiled. And, looking at Ellen, she said that he is completely different. He is different from all the other Pendragons. Ellen sighed and smiled. And Saul lowered her head and closed her eyes. She looked up at the sky and said, "Alex, the first Pendragon, apparently." She, looking at the sky, said that his promises would finally be fulfilled. Brown wings with white feathers appear in front of us, and then a large bag of papers. The griffin rushes forward at great speed. The Pendragons again entered into a pact with the dragon. These words soon spread throughout the country. Someone held a piece of paper in his hand and said that Pendragons are great. A bald man, without protection, smiling, looked at his comrade, and then said that their territory was comparable to a small state, and there were only 5 knights. Another knight with a green cloak and mustache replied that if everything went well, they would receive the land and status. They both turned around with a malicious smile and asked what he thought. A guy appeared in front of them, all without a cape and a balaclava that covered his face. He had purple eyes, a white feather. We are transferred to a port where a large ship approaches. A guy appears in front of us, sitting on a chair and reading a paper. He says that not only the dragon, but also demons and orcs from the Ancona forest followed him. He thinks and, looking out the window, says that Ellen is not so simple. We are transported to the castle. Someone shouts that Ellen has made a pact with the dragon. The man sits on the throne, frowning and spreading his arms, shouting that now they are just clowns. He, looking at Lady Luna, continues to shout that now he can't even rest. The ladies lower their heads and remember Ellen. Someone snaps his fingers, and a large cloud of dark energy appears in front of him. And then a paper appears, someone reads it and says Ellen. The guy with a small beard smiles and says that for the world they want to create. Another man with a black hood raises his hand over the piece of paper and then says that for the world they want to create. The guy, extending his hand to the list, uses magic. The list begins to burn with a purple flame, and the guy says that Ellen is the problem. The list immediately burns with a bright flame. A man with a black mustache and beard appears in front of us. He takes a bite of meat and says that this means he needs to take care of it. Two men in dark clothes are sitting near a cloud of dark energy. A guy with a large helmet is looking at them. The guy in the dark cape smiles and says that he was waiting for his Hellhound of the Empire, the commanders of the demon platoon. A man in red armor appears in front of us, from whom dark energy emanates. A huge dog with spikes on his head sits next to him. The guy says that he is Tavan Baltai. Baltai smiles widely and looks forward. Lindsay, wearing a dress, walked up to Ellen and wished him a good day. Tying her hair, the main character wished her the same. The maid asked where Ellen was going today. Looking at Lindsay, the main character said that he was going to the Bellings Gate to recruit new recruits. The plot takes us to the fortress. An enraged Sir Killian shouted at the recruits asking where their energy had gone. The knight noted that only an hour had passed and they were all done. Holding their clubs in front of them, the recruits were very tired. The recruits waved their clubs in front of them. Sir Killian watched them and said that they could not cope with the work of the Pendragon Knight if they could not even cope with a pathetic stick. Aline approached Killian and said that he really did it. The main character asked the knight how the beginners were doing with the basics. Spreading his hands, Sir Killian said that some of them said that they wanted to become knights, but they said this without any determination. Frowning, Ellen said, "This is the first time they have recruited so many at once, and it is logical that they would doubt their qualities." Smirking, the protagonist said that it was not Killian's job to raise them and called him the cavalry commander. Sir Killian was excited by what he heard. Stretching out his hand to the recruits, the knight cried out that they heard him, noting that the master expected a lot from them. Killian stated that if they understood, they should remember this lesson, harden it in their bodies for the rest of their lives. The knight said that if they followed his instructions, they would definitely be able to become members of the Pendragon cavalry. The recruits, dumbfounded from training, thought about what nonsense the mustachioed knight was saying. They wondered why Sir Killian was so good at it. The recruit emphasized the fact that even though he was the captain of the knights, the main character easily defeated him. Leaning against a tree, Ellen watched as Sir Killian conducted a training session. In his thoughts, the main character noticed that lately it has always been the case that newcomers are grumbling again and again about joining the cavalry. Ellen fell into thought and remembered the images of the god of demons and dragons. He noted that he was haunted by thoughts of the demon god and dragon god. The main character noticed that it was just as these dragons said. Karth pushed one of the recruits away with his hand. Ellen emphasized the fact that he did not know what his opponents might do, so he needed to strengthen the cavalry. Prattle was reading books while sitting under a tree. The main character noted that they need to prepare for everything. Ellen's gaze fell on how a flock of griffins was gathering on the tower. They all flew towards Saul. The main character watched as the griffins surrounded the white dragon. Ellen noticed that Saul no longer sits alone in Rhea and is now there with him, and these griffins are her subordinates. By watching her, the main character emphasized the fact that she was having a lot more fun now. He looked at Saul's face, who was looking up at the sky. Ellen noted that at least that's what he thought. She looked down. Standing on the tower, she called out to the main character. Ellen asked what happened. Her gaze fell on the warriors who were riding towards the gate. Saul said that knights were going there. Several unknown knights stood at the entrance to the fortress. They stood silently at the gate. The recruits looked at them, and one of them said that they were knights wandering. Smiling, the recruit said that these were the ones who took up arms and began to travel around the world, noting that they were experienced and fierce warriors. The recruit told him it sounded cool. The recruit assumed that they had heard about the revival of the Pendragons and came under their wing. Sir Killian met them and introduced them as captain of the White Dragon Cavalry at House Pendragon. He asked where they came from. The warrior introduced himself as Reed Pollack, a night wanderer from Evandel, noting that he roams the world in search of a worthwhile master. The bald warrior said that he was Barrio Luton, and was looking for a place where he could find worthy opponents, regardless of whether they were real or not. Lost in thought, Sir Killian extended his hand to the masked warrior and asked who he was. The knight said he would not give his name. Killian was taken aback by this answer. Barrio and Reed started laughing at the masked warrior. Barrio told them not to pay attention to him and he's always like this, noting that even they don't know his name. Reed said they met him on the way there and decided to travel together. Frowning, Sir Killian said he believed they wanted to serve House Pendragon. Smirking, Barrio said that, noting that they had heard that they were short of knights, so they would become the sword in their hands, and in return they expected to gain fame and fortune. Waving his hands, Barrio shouted that they would help them with this problem. Reed noted that they wouldn't even have to train new soldiers. Sir Killian was furious at what he heard. Holding the scabbard on his shoulder, the main character cried out, "That's how it is." Walking towards them with a smile on his face, Ellen said that since they were wanderers, relying only on themselves, they would have the strength to confirm their words. Sir Killian was surprised by the master's words. The main character with a serious face stated that they only have strength. Pointing to Sir Killian, Ellen told him to spar with them. Encouraged, Sir Killian replied that he understood the order. The knight began sparring with Barrio. The recruits were surprised that Sir Killian could handle Barrio. The rookie noted that his opponent was huge and looked strong. The Night Wanderer looked at Sir Killian with a smirk. The cavalry captain watched him with a serious look. The sounds of swords could be heard throughout the area. Sir Killian knocked Barrio's blade out of his hands. The wandering knight was dumbfounded by this. The cavalry captain drew his sword at Reed and asked if he needed a special invitation. Surprised, Reed grabbed his blade. Sir Killian parried the Night Wanderer's blow. Their gazes clashed in battle. Reed's sword flew out of his hands. Sir Killian held his blade to the wandering knight's neck. The recruits were delighted with the sparring. The recruit noted that this barbel was incredible. Turning around, Sir Killian asked the main character how he liked the wandering knights. Ellen replied that they don't have enough people, so they take them. The masked warrior stood with a calm look. The main character called out to him with a smile and offered to try. The warrior replied that he did not want to at all. Taken aback, the cavalry captain began to think that the masked knight had been rude to his master. Ellen, with an arrogant face, asked the warrior what his name was. Turning away, the masked warrior said that he did not want to tell him. Sir Killian was beside himself with rage. He cried out that the wandering knight was a fool. Grabbing him by the cloak, Killian asked how he dared address the duke like that. The warrior knocked the cavalry captain to the ground. Sir Killian fell next to him. The cavalry captain was surprised by what happened. Behind the protagonist, the recruits were frightened by what they saw. Frowning, Ellen noticed in his thoughts that, as he thought, this guy was strong. Watching him, the main character emphasized the fact that he wants him in his army. The warrior's face was illuminated by a purple light. The knight stood with a calm look. Lying on the ground, Killian watched him. The enraged cavalry captain cried out that he was a fool. Ellen ordered Killian to stop. The main character took the sword out of its sheath. Placing the blade on his shoulder, Ellen declared that it was now his turn. The main character stood opposite the wandering knight. Looking at Ellen, the warrior asked if he wanted to fight him. Frowning, the main character asked the knight if he didn't want to spar with the little princess. The warrior looked at Ellen silently. The main character extended his sword towards the knight. The warrior was taken aback by what he saw. Ellen was illuminated by the rays of the sun. The main character asked whether it was necessary to point the sword at the enemy's face for a duel. Ellen asked about how the Valva's knights begin the duel. The warrior looked at the main character with a cool gaze. Surprised, Sir Killian asked if the knight was a Valva's. The recruit called out to the captain and asked who it was. A picture of masked warriors fighting people appeared in Killian's imagination. The cavalry captain said that a long time ago in the south, the countries clashed in a global war over disputed lands. One of them is a country of incessant wars and massacres. Sir Killian said that the warriors from there are called Valva's Knights. The cavalry captain imagined the Valva's Knights standing on a mountain of corpses. Sir Killian stated that due to the fact that they grow up in harsh conditions, each of them is equivalent to 1,000 ordinary soldiers. He noted that they are not even afraid of death, they only sharpen their swords for the sake of skill, but Sir Killian, in shock, said that there were only rumors and this was the first time he had seen one of them. Watching Ellen hold the blade in front of the warrior's face, Sir Killian asked how he understood this. Smiling, the main character noted in his thoughts that he understood at first sight. He examined the wandering knight and noticed that he understood from his appearance and southern accent. Ellen noticed the warrior's swords, one short and the other long. The main character remembered how he fought with the Valva's knight. Ellen, deep in thought, emphasized the fact that he fought one of them when he went south in the Demon Slayer squad, and he looks exactly like the Valva's Knights. The main character's gaze fell on the warrior's horse. He noted that on his saddle he had a mace with a shield. He looked at another part of the horse and noticed that he even had a crossbow and was ready to fight in any circumstances. Smirking, Ellen stated that the Valva's cavalrymen do not bow their heads to anyone except the master. The knight stood with his arms crossed. The main character said that even the emperor could not bring them to their knees, noting that they rely only on their strength and techniques, and they are also wildly proud of themselves. Gusts of wind flew past Helen and the wandering knight. The main character stated that he came to find a master for whom he could swing a sword. Ellen asked if he was right. The warrior frowned at what he heard. Looking up at the sky, the wandering knight declared that he was not interested, noting that the stars had led him there. Barrio and Reed were surprised by this answer. The warrior looked at his companions and said that he was walking with them because they had given them water. Smiling, the main character, deep in thought, emphasized the fact that the Valva's people are people of the sea, and they are able to find their way by the stars, but they can't live without drinking water. Standing opposite him, Ellen said that the stars had not let him down. Holding the sword, the protagonist arrogantly declared that they had led him to Ellen Pendragon. Knight Valvas looked at the main character with a serious face. Ellen confronted the warrior and stated that he knew about it. Grabbing his sword, the warrior said that for a knight, such things as Valvas. Taking hold of the second blade, he continued his speech about how status, money, pedigree, etc. have no meaning. Knight Valvas lowered his hands with his swords down. He said with a serious look that if Ellen wanted him to serve him, then he must put his life on the line. The warrior stated that if the main character loses, he will die. As he prepared for battle, Ellen said that he knew how battles worked in their area. The recruits screamed with delight as they watched the battle. Taken aback, Reed said that Alina was a simple standard stance. Barrio noticed that the sword was like that of an ordinary soldier and wondered why this particular style. The main character rushed into battle. He swung his sword in the warrior's face. The stunned Killian noted that Ellen struck very quickly. Watching the main character, the warrior stated that it was slow. He parried Ellen's blow. He began to lower the protagonist's sword. Ellen sat down on his knee from the pressure on his sword. Knight Valvas swung his blade at the protagonist's face. Ellen dodged the blow with lightning speed. The warrior was taken aback by the protagonist's dodge. Ellen jumped and struck the Valvas knight. A scratch appeared on the warrior's chest. The warrior wounded the main character in the face. Their blades collided at high speed. The public watched the ongoing battle. Recruit, Killian, Reed and Barrio were shocked by what they saw. Reed asked what was going on. The recruit asked the captain a question about what happened. Standing in front of the Valva's knight, Ellen reported that he was almost there, noting that this attack was usually good against fighters with two swords. The main character remembered how their battle went and emphasized the fact that he used the sword to upset his balance and then struck while dodging. Putting his hand to his face, Ellen said that if he had not been able to dodge the second time, he would have already lost his head. The main character said that the Valva's knight is strong. The warrior looked at Ellen with an enraged look. Watching the main character, he asked him who he was. Knight Valvas asked if Ellen was truly the spoiled scion of a noble family. Standing in front of him, the main character declared that he was the same as the Valva's knight. Frowning, Ellen said that he had killed many creatures, demons, people. Knight Valvas listened attentively to the speech of the protagonist. They were enveloped by currents of wind. Ellen noted that he did this not without a reason, but to survive. The main character with a serious face said that he smelled the same smell from him. The warrior took Ellen's words seriously. A smirk appeared on his face. Knight Valvas pulled both swords forward. Sir Killian was taken aback by what he saw. Having taken a stance for battle, the main character noticed that the warrior was now using both hands. He asked if the warrior took him seriously. The Valva's knight's face was distraught with anticipation of the coming battle. Ellen called him the nameless berserker of the Valva's cavalry. Cart yawned loudly. Lying by the tree next to Cradle, he said that it was very noisy and he wouldn't get much sleep. Cradle assumed that someone was quarreling there. The orcs approached Sir Killian and asked what they were doing. Seeing the battle, Karth and Cradle became numb. Their gaze fell on how the main character fought with the warrior. Ellen blocked the blows of the Valva's knight. The warrior suddenly looked away. The protagonist's gaze followed him. The trembling Cradle said in surprise, noting that he was on par with the lord. The orc asked what kind of swordsman this was. Sir Killian replied that he himself wanted to find out. Ellen jumped away from the Knight Valvas. The main character's blow flew past the warrior's head. Ellen moved the blade down. Stunned, Barrio reported that this was a feint. The enthusiastic cavalry captain said it was cool. The blades of Ellen and the Valva's knight collided. The warrior swung his second sword at the main character. The frightened Sir Killian spoke of the knight's second sword, Valvas. A warrior with a crazy look that the lord is finished. Ellen jumped over the knight's Valvas. Turning around, the warrior saw how the main character was about to strike. The warrior leaned back from Ellen's blow. Knight Valvas rushed at the main character. Watching him, Ellen noted that this was true. The main character took a step back. The surprised cavalry captain wondered whether this was still a feint. Looking at how the sword was pointed towards Ellen, he noted that the real attack was from the left. The main character repelled the warrior's blow. Cart cried out that this was not so. The warrior swung his right blade. Ellen grabbed the Valva's knight by the hand. The main character stopped the warrior's blow. Flowing with sweat, Ellen told the Knight Valvas that he was good. The warrior, enjoying the battle, answered him that he was also good. The protagonist's gaze fell on the warrior's leg. Ellen was taken aback by what he saw. The main character watched as the Valva's knight was about to knee him. The warrior tripped Ellen. Falling to the ground, the main character thought about kicking and noted that it was excellent. Ellen leaned his hand on the ground. The main character prepared to kick. Ellen knocked out the leg of the Knight Valvas. Both warriors were sitting on their knees. Knight Valvas repelled the main character's blow with 2 swords. Approaching the face of the Valva's knight, Ellen looked at him with a grin. The audience watched the fight closely. Surprised, Reed said it was a great fight. Barrio stated that he did not even know which of them was the bigger monster. Cradle looked at Karth with a smile and asked if he could stand against this man. The distressed Sir Killian noted in his thoughts that he tried to fight the main character. Drops of sweat ran down Ellen's face. He asked the warrior if he should show him what the weakness of the twin blades was. Smiling, the Knight Valvas asked the question, "What is the weakness?" The main character clenched his hand into a fist. Ellen threw sand into the warrior's eyes. Knight Valvas was shocked by what happened. Surprised, Cradle reported sand. Hart said with delight that the main character grabbed a handful when he fell. Knight Valvas closed his eyes from the sand flying at him. The warrior jumped back. Ellen aimed a blow at the Valvas knight's blade. The warrior opened his eyes and saw a sword heading towards him. Knight Valvas released the blade from his hand. After the warrior lowered his hand, the main character missed with a blow. Karth and Sir Killian were dumbfounded. The cavalry captain noted that this was not at all the time. The orc noted that he threw away the weapon because he was exhausted and noticed that this was bad. Grinning, the warrior said about an attack from the right. Swinging, the Valva's knight shouted that he was going to make a direct attack. The main character's hand holding the sword changed direction with lightning speed. Ellen put the blade to the warrior's neck. Sir Killian was stunned by what he saw. Cradle and Karth were shocked. Blood flowed down the Valva's knight's neck. The main character, holding the sword in front of him, stated that they have no doubt that the Valva's knights are strong, noting that if he had another sword, maybe he would have lost. The warrior was surprised by defeat. Sweat was running down Ellen's face and he said that this was not the first time this sword had saved him, adding that it was possible even in love. Knight Valvas looked down. He threw his sword to the ground. The warrior knelt in front of the main character. Sitting in front of Ellen, he stated that the main character is a real warrior. The warrior said that as a Valva's rider, no. Closing his eyes, he introduced himself as Elkin Isla. Elkin stated that from now on it will become the protagonist's sword. Hearing the warrior's name, Ellen was taken aback. Aesla stated that from now on he will destroy the enemy of the protagonist, and this is his oath of allegiance. The audience was delighted with Elkin's speech. Lost in thought, Ellen wondered if he was Elkin Isla. Sir Killian watched as the main character pronounced the warrior's name. The recruit looked at the captain and asked if he was a famous knight. Looking at Elkin, Killian replied that he did not know, noting that this was the first time he had heard of him. Reed and Barrio supported the captain. Sir Killian assumed that the Lord knew him. Ellen was in thought. Putting his hand to his chin, the main character noted in his thoughts that he knew him under the name Petrol, and he was the strongest Valva's knight. Ellen noticed that in his past life, after a couple of years, the main character introduced the image of Elkin and emphasized the fact that he would become known as the Sea Dragon, King of the North. Ellen noted that Aesla will be a knight of the Duchy of Arangues, in whose name he will raise the sword, having become famous in many battles. A grin appeared on Ellen's face. He emphasized that even though he is a nobody now, in the future he will become a hero. The main character sat down on his knee. Ellen sat and looked at Aesla's face. Sir Killian and the wandering knights were surprised by what they saw. Watching him, the main character asked Aesla to raise her head. Frowning, Ellen declared that Elkin was his sword and he was his lord. The main character noticed that they are not very different, only in their roles. Narrowing his eyes, Ellen said that he wanted Aesla to be his ally. The main character's gaze fell on Killian, the orcs and the demons. Ellen said that he would be an ally just like them. Aesla was taken aback by what he heard. Elkin closed his eyes and lowered his head. The blue sky was shrouded in groups of white clouds. Aesla said that Pendragon is interesting. Encouraged, Reed suggested that Ellen would become the ruler of the world. Barrio said he would follow him. Frowning, Sir Killian noted that no one had offered them to become his companions. The main character sat with a calm face. Saul called out to him and asked if he was finished. She and the griffins descended from the tower. Barrio and Reed were surprised to see her. Looking up, Aesla was taken aback to see the griffins. Turning around, Ellen called the white dragon by name. Saul descended to the ground. Gusts of wind began to blow around her. She looked at the main character with a serious face. Killian and the wandering knights were petrified when they saw her. Dark energy hovered around them. Barrio asked what this pressure was. Reed asked a question about who this girl was. The cavalry captain replied that it was the white dragon, Soldric. The night wanderers looked at Sir Killian and asked how to understand this. The cavalry captain said that he himself would like to understand this. Putting his hand to his face, Reed stated that he understood this, noting her mystical beauty. The tense Sir Killian noticed that she was beautiful, but her aura made the body numb. Saul stood in front of Ellen and Isla. Turning around, the main character asked to be allowed to introduce him to his comrade, the White Dragon of the Pendragons, Soldrake. Elkin looked at her carefully. Aisla got up and walked towards her. Elkin calmly walked up to Saul. Looking at her, Aisla stated that the white dragon controlling the dragon was her. Saul looked at him silently. Taken aback, Barrio noted that Aisla was so calm and in front of him was a real dragon. Reed noticed that he was already so good and wondered what he would be like in the future. Crossing his arms, Ellen watched Isla and noted in his thoughts that he was mistaken. The main character remembered how he encountered Soldrake in a past life. Ellen emphasized the fact that when he met Saul in a past life, he was amazed by her pressure. The main character noted that he cannot be overcome by ordinary force because such is the power of the dragon. Looking at Elkin's back, Ellen, deep in thought, noticed that he was different. Closing his eyes, the main character assumed that Aisla would surprise him until the very end. Raising his head, Ellen looked at the sky. Looking at the blue sky, the protagonist stated that he now plans to expand beyond their territory and look for living legends from his past life. He imagined the image of a man sitting on a pile of gold. Ellen cited the example of someone who owns wealth comparable to the treasury of the state, the young entrepreneur of the free city, Iden Dorian. A picture of a tower from which a tree grew and hands from which violet mana emanated appeared in Ellen's head. The main character noticed the one who settled in the tower in the south of Valdez and became famous as the creator of many magical products, the incredible sorceress Jean Oblon. Ellen imagined the image of a man standing on a cliff of snow-covered rocks. The main character noted that he would look for a 20-year-old warrior who managed to subject and subdue all the loyal knights, having only 100 subordinates, an excellent tactician, Ivaniter. Behind Helen stood the orcs along with Sir Killian. While in thought, the main character stated that his memories are very valuable information. Ellen noticed that with them he would gradually recruit people who had climbed to the top of the world in the past. Cradle extended his hand, which contained green ore. He said it was from the Elder. The protagonist's gaze fell on the stones emitting bright light. Sir Killian looked at the ore and asked what it was. Laughing, Cradle said that this mineral was filled with magic that allowed them to communicate. Karth looked at the mineral and stated that with it they could easily talk to the Elder. The cavalry captain noted that magic is a convenient thing. Cradle brought the stone to his face, after which he was enveloped in mana. An aura emanated from the orc and he reported that a group of well-armed people had entered the Ancona forest. He looked at the main character and assumed that there were a couple of dozen soldiers there. Cradle was surrounded by a crowd of people. Opening his eyes, the orc announced that they were being led by a man in an ogre helmet. Taken aback, Ellen asked about the ogre's helmet. Karth looked at Cradle and asked if he was able to defeat the ogre and make a helmet out of it. He asked if a person was capable of such a thing. Putting his hand to his face, Sir Killian noted that if this was so, then he was a terrible enemy. Aisla silently listened to their dialogue. Clenching his fist, Ellen noticed in his thoughts that there was only one person in an ogre helmet in this world. In his memories, a picture surfaced of how a man cut off the head of the main character. The enraged Ellen screamed that it was Baltai. The main character was heading towards Cradle, shrouded in a dark aura. Helena emanated powerful streams of energy. The cavalry captain and the orcs were stunned by what they saw. Ellen approached and screamed and asked Cradle where he was. Thoughtful, the orc replied that the Elder was now. Interrupting him, the main character stated that they were going to the orc village. The forest of Ancona was enveloped in the evening sky. A dead orc lay on the ground. Baltai stood among the corpses and reported that they had dealt with their pursuers, noting that the orcs were strong enemies. A grin appeared on Baltai's face. Pointing his finger at his helmet, he noticed that the orcs were not as strong as the ogre from which this helmet was made. Baltai held a sheet of paper in front of him with text on it. His gaze fell on the wolf. Baltai said that the Pendragons, protected by the power of the White Dragon, are recruiting new soldiers, gradually increasing their power. Grinning, he said that they do whatever they want with this land, strengthening their position. Baltai asked if this was funny. He was lying with his elbows on the wolf. The man said this. Baltai showed him a pink mirror from which pink light emanated. The reflection of the mirror was cloudy. The image of a man in a hood appeared in it. The mysterious man from the mirror spoke of the shield, spear, and bow of the Empire. His eyes exuded pink mana. The stranger said that as long as they have them. The centaurs were enveloped in energy. The man continued his speech and said that they would be the strongest cavalry in the world. A crowd of people and orcs gathered around a huge tree. Happy children ran to Cradle and laughed. They climbed on him and pulled his hair. The orc asked his children to stop, noting that they were tearing out all his hair. A crowd of children gathered around the knights. An orc child climbed onto Sir Killian's shoulder. The cavalry captain said that it was surprising that the ferocious orcs had such children. Cart asked him if it was true that even cubs of tigers and lions look like kittens. Turning around, Killian said that it was, but the joyful child ran towards Ellen. The child was scared when he saw the main character. His gaze fell on Ellen, from whom a dark aura emanated. A blue light emanated from Ellen's eyes. The child ran away in fear from the main character. Observing this, the cavalry captain noted that Ellen had been like this since that moment. Karth emphasized the fact that he had such a pressing aura after the elder's message. Watching the main character, who crossed his arms, Sir Killian wondered whether it was his imagination, or whether the Lord had it at that moment. He remembered how Ellen was enveloped in powerful energy. Continuing his thought, the cavalry captain wondered if the protagonist's aura resembled that of a dragon. The orc looked at Ellen and asked him to stop scaring the children. Their gaze fell on how the child was running away from Aisla. Elkin watched the children with interest. Black mana emanated from him, after which he extended his hand to the child. The child ran away in fear from Aisla. Elkin was surrounded by dark energy. Watching him, Sir Killian guessed that Isla liked cute things. The elder, holding a staff in his hands, announced that Lord Pendragon had arrived early. He watched the arrivals from above. The cavalry captain and the orcs raised their heads and looked at the elder. Sir Killian thought about this orc. Cradle said that this was his father. The elder's face changed to one of surprise. His gaze fell on Saul. Standing on a wooden ledge, he asked for everyone's attention. The orcs came out of their houses and looked at the white dragon in surprise. The elder asked to pay respect to the guardian spirit of the forest, after which all the orcs from the settlement bowed before Soldrake. Ellen and the white dragon watched what was happening. Looking at the bowed orcs, Saul assumed that while she was there, the conversation would not happen and stated that she would rest on the sidelines. The main character agreed with her. Looking at Ellen, the white dragon stated that she understood his anger, but if he allowed it to overwhelm him, he would lose himself. Frowning, the main character remained silent after hearing what he heard. Saul flew up to the treetops. The elder looked at Ellen. The main character bowed his head and informed the elder that his name was Ellen Pendragon. Pointing with his hand, the orc asked if he was Gordon's son and asked to enter. Ellen sat at the table with the orcs. Holding his mug in front of him, the elder said that a couple of dozen armed soldiers had invaded the forest. The enraged orc noted that they managed to get past his tracking magic, and he was only able to detect them when they had already entered the forest. Stretching out his hand, Cradle asked if they had bypassed his protection. He assumed that a magician was with them. The elder replied that they only have soldiers and a huge wolf, but he is sure that the magician is helping them. Putting his hand to his chin, Cradle said that it sounded dangerous. Examining a mug of tea, the elder said that they sent a couple of soldiers to them, but no one returned. Taken aback, Cart asked what the elder had said. Frowning, Ellen noted in his thoughts that there was a huge wolf, the strength to defeat an orc, and a helmet made of an ogre. The main character emphasized the fact that he is sure that it is Baltai and he is leading the demon slayers into the forest. Watching Ellen, the elder assumed that they had gone to the centaur tribe. Taken aback, the main character asked about the centaurs. Cart asked why they were with these horses. Putting his hand to his chin, Ellen noticed that the relationship between the orcs, pendragons, and centaurs was quite complex. The main character presented the image of several centaurs and emphasized the fact that centaurs have lived in the forest of Ancona since ancient times. A picture of a man and orcs coming into the forest surfaced in his head. Ellen noticed that when the pendragons arrived in these lands, orcs also appeared in the forest. A map appeared in the imagination of the main character where the settlements of pendragons, orcs, and centaurs were drawn. Ellen noted that the centaurs, who hated humans, attacked the orcs who acted as protection for the pendragons. The main character imagined an orc standing face to face with a centaur. Ellen emphasized the fact that this created a terrible relationship between these races and their belligerence only made the situation worse. The main character was in thought and stated that the problem was that as an outsider he could not intervene, since nothing was happening, he did not touch them. But Sir Killian broke into the elder's house and called out to the Lord. The stunned cavalry captain cried out about the centaurs. Going out into the street, a picture of the battle between orcs and centaurs was visible. Standing on the threshold of the house, surprised Ellen asked what was happening and why now. The main character stated that the centaurs have not gotten involved in conflicts for quite a long time. One of the centaurs pulled an arrow onto the bowstring. The main character caught an arrow flying at him. Looking at her, Ellen was shocked. On the arrow was the emblem of the Empire. Frightened Sir Killian, isn't this the emblem of the Empire? The cavalry captain wondered why the centaurs had such arrows. Holding the arrow in his hands, Ellen was beside himself with rage. His gaze fell on the centaurs, who were holding shields with the same coat of arms. The main character noted in his thoughts that they had united. Ellen's face was furious. The main character emphasized the fact that they teamed up with Baltai. Powerful streams of blue mana began to emanate from Ellen. Stunned, Sir Killian called out to the Lord. The protagonist stated that he would destroy them, noting that he had held back for too long. Bright sparks began to emanate from Ellen. He ordered the army not to spare anyone and to wipe everyone off the face of the earth. Saul watched the battlefield from the top of a tree. Gusts of wind enveloped her. Ellen is in shock, thinking that the centaurs, who are at war with the orcs, have teamed up with Baltai. An orc was attacking another orc with an axe. Ellen, out of anger, broke the arrow that was in his hand, and there was a strong aura around him. Killian looked at Ellen and stood with his eyes wide open, thinking that Ellen was emitting an aura just like that time. Ellen began to shout very loudly for them to destroy them and not spare anyone. He swung his sword and ran straight into the crowd of warriors. The two guys turned and looked at Ellen in surprise. The guy with the feather earring was also surprised by Ellen's words. The centaurs began to shoot at him with crossbows. Ellen simply ran forward with burning eyes. He cut all 3 of these arrows in one blow and did not even notice them. The guys were shocked by such abilities, so they wondered that he was able to parry these arrows with ease. Ellen ran up to the centaur and began to strike with his sword. The guy with the earring was very surprised by his speed, so he stood with his eyes wide open. Ellen was able to strike this centaur so that blood flew everywhere. The guys were happy that he hit him. Ellen jumped away from him, and the centaur decided not to retreat but to attack. He hit him, but Ellen simply blocked his blow. Ellen, while blocking his blow, looked at him and bared his teeth, thinking that they were apparently not at all scared. The centaur was very angry that his eyes were shining red and drool was coming out of his mouth. The centaur began to say that they were scoundrels who had invaded their forest, so now they would finally destroy them. He began to scream even more loudly than before, adding that they would destroy them with the help of their new power, and this time for sure. Ellen was taken aback by this, so he asked, "What?" The centaurs began to attack them in a crowd, and their fighting spirit was beyond the limit. They all shouted together that they would defend their forest. Karth swung his fist at the centaur. The centaur began to furiously beat in response, and Karth does not understand what is happening to all of them, because they all move the same way. Karth, fighting off the enemy, shouted to Cradle that they had always been so strong, to which Cradle replied that it was magic, and they were all hypnotized. Cradle, with a frightened face, shouted that their fear and anger were being used to take control. The centaur screamed, bleeding from his mouth, and Cradle added that they were forced to exceed their limits and become mindless berserkers. One of the centaurs breaks the sword with his blow. Killian attacked him from behind that centaur. The centaur's hind hooves struck back. Those hooves went straight into Killian's stomach. The force of the blow caused him to bleed from his mouth. The guys started running towards Killian as he lay on the ground, shaking in pain. Killian was lying on the ground with his armor shattered and he thought his ribs were broken from such a strong blow. The centaurs were very strong and broke the armor of the guys with their hooves. The boy with the earring put a sword to the throat of one of the centaurs. Ellen also struck, breaking the sword of another centaur, and instead of a sword, he pulled out a crossbow and shot at him. Ellen dodged the flying arrow and it flew right over his head. Ellen looked at him with a dissatisfied face and said that they were shameless. Ellen raised his head up and called Saul for help to deal with these horses. He looked at the tree where Saul was, but Saul just looked forward with a blank expression and said that both orcs and centaurs were like children to him, so he couldn't interfere. Ellen continued to look up, but was already a little shocked. While Ellen was angry and looked down, there was a fierce fight behind him where many of his people fell. He remembered how they held him by the hair, because of which he began to get even angrier, so he shone with a bright blue aura. Suddenly he heard someone screaming and got scared. He saw a small orc running away from the centaur, and he was swinging a spear at him. The orc cried and ran forward, and at that moment a spear was already flying at him. Ellen managed to take the child away from this blow. He put his hand on his shoulder until he understood what had happened. But then the little orc began to cry and smile, thanking him for saving him. Ellen was shocked when he saw something. Turning his head, he saw that his entire squad was lying on the ground. He began to peer at them and realized that they were beginning to lose, and the entire orc village was destroyed. His face was full of surprise, and he was thinking about what he should do now. And so, having come up with a plan, he jumped on his horse. And then he shouted to all the centaurs that were standing there that they were half horses and half people. They all paid attention to him, so they turned and listened. Ellen, with a malicious face, told them that he thought that the centaurs were proud warriors, but to fight with the weapons of people they hate, and also to target children is very low, so it seems that they are no more than a tribe worthless half-breeds. Turning his horse, with a smile on his face, he said that he didn't want to deal with people like them, especially since they had come so far, but they couldn't even touch the leader of their enemies. At that moment, he crushed the head of one of the centaurs with his horse's hoof and added that their fallen warriors were crying in despair in hell. The centaurs began to get angrier than ever, baring their teeth. Ellen began to ride away from them on his horse while everyone ran after him. The guys from his squad looked at how all these centaurs ran after Helen. They were very surprised by this act, and Cradle said that he forced the centaurs to leave the village, and Karth added that he could not deal with everyone alone. The guy with the earring also looked after Ellen. Saul was still standing in the tree and watching this chase, but then he raises his hand and summons the griffin. The guys raised their heads and saw that a bird was flying over the tree towards them. The bird landed right in front of the guy with the earring. She looked at him and made sounds while he was surprised at her appearance. Then he looked up at Saul and asked him what his bird was. Saul just stared ahead, not showing a single emotion. The bird still continued to make sounds, trying to attract his attention. His eyes turned purple. Ellen's horse was still running from his pursuers, and the centaurs stopped, driving him into a dead end. A large crowd of centaurs stood right in front of Helen, and they continued to advance on him. But then Ellen ran to the very cliff and was driven into a corner. The centaur with red eyes began to say that he became bait to save the army. He is quite generous, but if he dies here, the orc village will be destroyed, so this is a short-sighted decision. Ellen looked at them with a malicious smile and said that they were really simple horses, because he alone was more than enough to cope with them. He began to peer at them with anger in his eyes and thought that the centaurs were under the influence of enhancing magic, so he was unlikely to be able to cope with them. The centaur raised his weapon and looking at him said that they would wipe that impudent grin off his face. Therefore, they attacked him with the whole crowd. Ellen was very angry, when suddenly 3 arrows flew behind him, and all 3 of these arrows hit the hearts of the 3 centaurs that approached him. Ellen turned his head to see who did it, and behind Ellen flew a griffin, on which Aisla was. He flew under the light of the moon, holding a crossbow in his hand. He was determined, which was evident in his eyes. Ellen shouted his name in surprise. Aisla loaded another arrow into the crossbow and said that as he had said earlier, that which would become his sword and defeat all his enemies. Aisla aimed a loaded crossbow at the centaurs. Everyone there raised their heads and looked at the flying Aisla. The centaurs shouted in surprise that this was a griffin, the protector of the forest. The griffin flew to attack these centaurs making sounds. Griffin and Aisla flew over the centaurs. Out of anger, they began to shoot directly at him from their crossbows. Many arrows flew over the heads of Aisla and the griffin, which they dodged. Aisla loaded one arrow after another, holding the ammunition in his teeth. Thanks to his accuracy, he hit one of the centaurs in the chest, and then the remaining arrows hit the other 2 centaurs. They all shot at the griffin while it maneuvered away from the shots. Ellen looked at everything that was happening and thought that he was a griffin rider. The griffin flew down, and his eyes were blue, and Ellen continued to think that griffins are divine creatures that serve dragons. The griffin flew under the light of the moon and under the whistling of arrows, and these huge creatures dance in the skies above the people watching from below. Because of the strength of griffins, they are used for hunting and military purposes, and they are also very difficult to handle. The griffin flew straight at one of the centaurs, and he pulled out his claws, raising them to strike. Having flown as close as possible, the griffin hit him with his claws, and people took advantage of ancient knowledge, and after much training, they were able to ride these divine creatures. While they were near the ground, another angry centaur ran up to them. Aisla began to take out his metal baton, and with all his strength he hit this mace in his face, and therefore, the result of hundreds of trainings was the griffin rider. Ellen watched the centaur fall, whose face had just been hit with a bat. He looked at him with wide open eyes and remembered his name, because in a past life he was called a storm petrel. Aisla flew on a griffin, which grabbed the centaur, and he aimed the other with a crossbow. His gaze was full of confidence and firmness. Ellen began to smile, realizing that his nickname suited him completely. He hit all his enemies perfectly. The leader began shouting to everyone to retreat, and he immediately rushed into the forest while Aisla was flying above him. He turned his head and noticed that his enemies began to retreat and run deeper into the forest. The leader of the centaurs looked around, and his eyes continued to glow red, and Aisla understood that if they went further, then the griffin would not be able to catch up with them. Then they would be able to regroup and attack again. Suddenly an arrow hits the leader in the leg and he begins to fall. The leader turns over and flies to the ground. While the leader was lying on the ground, Ellen stood behind him, who shot him. Ellen still held the crossbow in front of him, and then he began to examine it and said that the crossbows of the Empire were of really good quality. And then he looked at the leader with a grin and said that these crossbows were much more valuable than forest half-horses. The leader tried to crawl away from him, groaning in pain. Ellen walked up to him and pointed his crossbow at him, and then he began to smile and say that even if the pain went away, it would be impossible to move with a shot knee. The centaur was very angry and bared his teeth. On Helen's horse one could see his shield with the coat of arms of a dragon. The shield was so beautiful that light reflected from it. Ellen took the shield in his hands and raised it in front of him, and it began to glow. The centaur looked at him very fascinated. Suddenly all his wounds began to glow. He looked at his hand, which was also healing, and was surprised that all the pain had gone away. The centaur's eyes turned into normal ones. He watched as Helen's shield healed him, but then, looking at him, he wondered why he helped him. Ellen replied with a proud look that he simply brought him back into shape, because if he was still mad, he would simply shoot him. Still looking at him proudly, he asked him to say something. Standing in front of the centaur, he asked him where the man named Baltai was, who had given all this to them. The crossbow bore the emblem of a lion. A small aura emanated from this crossbow, and Ellen asked the centaur where the one who gave him all these weapons was. The leader of the centaurs looked at him in surprise, because Ellen named the name of the one who gave them the weapon. His name was the manager of the Demon Slayer Corps, Baltai. The centaur lay on the ground and asked in response how he even knew this Baltai. Ellen, with a dissatisfied face, said that he was asking the questions here, so he repeated that he was connecting the centaurs and Baltai. He looked up with a little worry on his face. Then he tilted his head and added that he appeared in the forest with a proposal like a bolt from the blue. Two fingers were holding a note, and it was Baltai, who said that the Pendragon clan had returned the power of the White Dragon and now they were recruiting new fighters, thereby increasing their power. Baltai said with a malicious smile that it is obvious that they want to set up and outplay their sworn enemies, the centaurs, but before this happens, he will give them weapons. The leader of the centaurs lowered his hands and continued to convey the words of Baltai that they must defeat the orc village and return power over the Ancona forest into their own hands. Ellen looked down with half-closed eyes and said that, judging by all these baseless accusations, they agreed. The leader of the centaurs began to get angry and show his teeth, suggesting that, most likely, it was magic. He remembered how the magician held back a mirror from which a purple aura emanated. In this mirror, a man with purple eyes was visible, and he was wearing a hood. The centaur added that this man spoke to them, and at that moment everyone seemed to have lost their former calm and indulged in anger and rage. The leader of the centaurs bowed his head and said that he could not remember what happened then. Ellen looked at him with understanding. Ellen then went to Aisla, who was waiting for him. Aisla made a very surprised face. Ellen walked towards him, but sadness was clearly visible on his face, when suddenly he raises his shield, and the shield begins to glow golden, thereby healing the wounds of all the centaurs that lie on the ground. They lifted the earth and examined their hands and body, and were also surprised how it all healed so easily. The leader raised his head, and a spark was visible in his eyes. Ellen bowed his head and exhaled calmly, saying that, apparently, there were only so many wounds he could heal using his own powers. Aisla approached him and asked why he did this, to which Ellen replied that their common enemy pushed them to this act. And then he bowed his head with weariness in his eyes and said that the one who awakened evil feelings in them was none other than the Pendragon man, for which they were also responsible. The leader looked at him with great interest, as if he had begun to trust him with everything he had. Ellen, sitting on a horse, turned to the leader and said that he could not return from the life of those centaurs, or something, in battle. The leader closed his eyes and said that they were warriors of their tribe, so dying in battle was not something they would regret. Ellen just looked at him and was silent. They stand in front of each other, and the leader says, turning to Ellen, that he is not like his ancestors, to which Ellen asks if this is true. The leader, with his eyes closed, asked if he remembered his words that he was truly a full-fledged and wise ruler. The centaur put his hand to his heart and said that from now on the centaur tribe would become an ally of the Pendragon clans. Ellen and Aisla were in complete shock, so they stood with their eyes wide open. He looked at them and smiled, saying that in the name of revenge on those who made them like this, he swears that he will put all his strength into collaborating with their kind. And then he turned to the rest of his tribesmen and asked if he was telling the truth. The two guys hesitated a little, but replied that if the elder wanted it, they would follow him. Ellen looked down and thought, period, and then proudly raised his head up and said that then he was counting on the tribe of centaurs to protect the forest as the strongest cavalry. They both shook hands and said that from now on they were allies. We see a huge tree overlooked by a bright moon, and it is told that after the end of the conflict with the centaurs, a sense of peace and tranquility once again filled the forest of Ancona, and the water spirits healed the wounds of the soldiers who celebrated the restoration of peace at a celebratory dinner. We see a bar where many orcs are sitting, and Aisla is sitting at a separate table. Aisla looked very thoughtful and looked out the window when suddenly he turns his head because someone is addressing him. They were two little orcs who looked at him with a smile. One of them, who was eating chicken, said that Aisla looked so cool on the griffin. They both started climbing on it and laughing. Aisla's gaze was as if his cold heart had just been warmed, and after that he began to stroke these boys on the head. Ellen, the leader of the centaurs, and the others are sitting at a separate table and they are having a very important conversation. Cradle looked at his empty glass and wondered about the magic that came from the mirror. Ellen, crossing his fingers, asked if such a thing was even possible, to which he specifically replied that his knowledge was not enough to give an answer. And then he turned to the leader and said that he could still say that this was very complex and serious magic, most likely hypnosis and enhancement. Cradle looked at everyone and said in a very creepy tone that the centaurs were not only directed, but someone also controlled the actions of several at once. Ellen began to write on his chin while Cradle said that the one who did this was definitely a very formidable magician. They were in that same huge tree. Ellen climbed onto one of the branches and looked into the distance, thinking about what happened. Saul flew up to him and asked why he was so sad. Ellen turned his head at her and asked that she sent the griffin an aislet, to which she replied that he only felt the aura of the griffin rider. Ellen turned his head away and said that maybe it wasn't his first time flying a griffin, but for some reason he didn't really want to talk about it. Saul looked at the sky and said that people are extremely complex creatures. And then, with interest in her eyes, she looked at Ellen and said that he was not consumed by the aura of the furious dragon. Ellen turned his head to her again and asked about this aura of a furious dragon. He immediately remembered how he broke an arrow out of anger and a huge blue aura appeared around him. Looking at Saul, he asked what this very power was that suddenly gripped him, and she replied that, as a conductor of Ellen's body, she was able to master the power of a dragon, and the level of control of this power depended on who possessed this power. Ellen looked into the distance and said that if he allowed the force to take over him, then this force would obscure his vision. He slept with his eyes closed, looked ahead and thought that there was something that he still could not understand. He remembered his past life and kept thinking that he was forgetting this moment of anger, but in his previous life, he was already standing in the Demon Slayer Corps at this time. He remembered how he fought against the Troll King, because then he fought in the distant southern lands, in the Sea of Trees, and the Troll King was the most formidable creature. The Troll King stuck out his tongue, which was covered in blood, and on that terrible day Ellen lost half his body. He remembered that Baltai was also in this battle. He imagined their meeting with the leader of the centaurs and realized that the fact that in this life Baltai was now confronted with centaurs was quite strange. He remembered his past self and thought about the fact that there was a battle in the Sea of Trees, there was a battle with the Troll King, and most importantly, where was the past him? Raven Vault. Ellen started tapping his fingers on his shoulder with excitement while Saul looked at him, and he continued to think that everything was connected, the fall of the Pendragons and the extermination of the Vault clan. He remembered how Baltai held him by the hair, but that was in the past, and what is now is the Bad Trinity trying to destroy the Pendragon family. Ellen looked down with a sad face and said out loud that he tried to return to his hometown, looked into the distance and, crossing his arms, he added that he would find the place where the family lost its honor. We see a destroyed city, and where the purple flag lies, and that's where Ellen was going to go. This flag was torn and stained while under a pile of rocks. We are transported to another kingdom, where someone eats meat. Putting a piece of meat in her mouth, she began to chew it. A huge crowd of people sat in front of the two people and bowed to them. Lady Luna and her father knelt and wondered why all this was happening. She was trembling all over with fear and did not understand why they suddenly showed up at Sarad's house. She looked at the golden imperial coat of arms, and these two people were the son and daughter of the emperor. A guy with long blonde hair and red eyes, his name was Young. The girl with red eyes who was holding a mug in her hands was Princess Ingrid. The two of them sat at the table while people bowed to them. Ian raised his head up with pride, and then he kicked the table with all his might, turning it over. Lady Luna and her father were very frightened by this movement. Ian put his hand on his knee and said that it was slop, not food. The table fell to the side, breaking all the plates, and someone from the crowd shouted that he was so ashamed. Ingrid closed her eyes and asked her brother to stop doing such things, because he could ruin her mood now. She started drinking tea and said that he didn't have to finish at all, and Ian leaned over to her and said that he was just waiting for her to finish. Well, isn't he a model big brother? There was no mood or smiles on the faces of Luna and her father, and Ian added that he did not enjoy it. Pointing his finger forward with an angry expression on his face, he said that there was only one reason why he came to this village, that their neighbors were the Pendragon family, and with them the Duke Pendragon. The Sarods raised their heads in surprise. I started scratching my chin. They say that Ellen is just a pathetic and weak worm for him, and it's very hard for him to believe that he, having awakened from a coma, made a pact with the dragon. So he asked Luna if she knew what happened to him. After these words, they both became very worried and raised their heads to listen to him. The father turned to his daughter and asked if she had seen him. Luna tilted her head and said that she knew him before, but it seemed as if he had become a completely different person. She blushed at the thought of him and added that he had become cocky, yet at the same time calm and strong. Ian approached her, straightening his hair, and asked if Ellen was better than him. He then put a very evil grin on his face and looked at the moon. Lady Luna was very frightened by these words, so her eyes trembled. A golden aura began to appear around Ian as he began to chuckle, and soon he held his face, dying of laughter, while a lion appeared from behind him from his aura. Everyone who saw it was in great shock and wondered what had just happened. Yang laughed harder and harder, and people thought that it was his aura of a conqueror, and the reason he laughed was because Ellen had already managed to please the girls. Ian turned his head towards his sister and started screaming that he was amazed. Walking down the stairs to Lady Luna, He told her to follow him, and then he took her chin, pulled her towards him and told her that was an order. His expression was terribly vile, and he added that Ellen had crossed the line. Luna was so scared that she was trembling, and her thoughts were that she could not refuse him because he was the second imperial prince. The weather was very good outside, the sun was shining brightly, and this Ian's nickname was Tyrant. Ellen, with a questioning expression on his face, asked that the imperial principal princesses were going to come to them. The man with the monocle replied that the second prince was Yang and his sister Ingrid, and Ellen asked what they were thinking. The man with the monocle awkwardly interrupted him and asked what he called them, and Ellen asked him again. The man leaned towards him and said that Princess Ingrid was his ex-fiancée, but Ian broke off the engagement. Ellen began to shout in surprise that he had another bride before Lady Luna, and the man with the monocle asked that he didn't know about it. Ellen looked forward and remembered Alien's words, who said that the second bride was a royal princess. Well, he had heard something about this princess. He rested his head on his hand and closed his eyes, thinking that the situation was getting more and more difficult. Killian stands in front of many warriors, and it is narrated that a month after the incident with the centaurs, many new knights joined him. Aesla points his finger forward, and many griffins fly around him, and he just started training a detachment of griffin riders, significantly increasing their power. Ellen held his sword with his eyes closed, and there was a table nearby, and thanks to this, he learned to control the aura of the white dragon quite well. He mapped out an area where there was a beach, and it was said that the Pendragons usually vacationed every summer, so he could use that as an excuse to visit after their vacation. He remembers the first time he was caught, and remembers this trio, which is directly related to this visit. He was still lying on his fist and thinking that the fact that this was all happening right in front of his eyes was already complicating everything. He then asked the man with the monocle that they wanted to meet him to work out something about the engagement. The man, looking at him, told him that he did not know, but he warned him to be careful. The man looked down and imagined Yang, who stood with his back to him and said that the second prince had been appointed to be the future emperor, and in the empire he was known as a tyrant. Ellen became a little wary, and after these words the man added that if he suddenly didn't like some joke, he could do anything. But Ellen interrupted him and asked why the second principal was suddenly appointed to the post of the future emperor. The man stood still as Ellen sat back in his chair and said that it was because the eldest prince's health had deteriorated significantly. Ellen threw his head back and was silent when suddenly he realized something. He began to look ahead with his eyes wide open and knew that it couldn't be Ian. He remembered how he held the letter in his previous life, and he remembered how the king was appointed, because the person who should be with the next emperor was Guffley. Ellen scratched his chin, thinking about Guffley, and then removed his hand and asked the man with the monocle that the name of the eldest prince was not Guffley, to which he received the answer that his name was Sion, and he did not know anyone named Guffley. Ellen was very surprised by this and thought that the name does not belong to either the first or the second principal. It is a completely unknown name, but who is he? He remembered how he fought with the Troll King, and realized that the future now is different from what it was in his previous life. He imagined Baltai standing in front of the leader and thinking that maybe they were somehow connected together. Ellen began to summon his dragon with his finger. A dragon with a blue aura rose directly above him and leaned towards him. Ellen looked with a confident look and half-closed eyes, saying that now he had a reason to meet the prince. After a while, we hear a shout that the royal family has arrived, so it's worth showing respect. That same royal family was entering Pendragon territory. Yang glowed with a bright golden aura as he stood in the main hall. Everyone worshipped him as he stood in front of the red carpet. Everyone who worshipped was shocked because they felt this strong pressure, especially since he is also of royal blood and they cannot raise their heads. Suddenly Ian noticed something and looked ahead. He saw Ellen walking towards him with a confident gait. There was no emotion visible on his face, and his hands were in his pockets. Yang made a grin and realized that a rival was standing in front of him. The two stood opposite each other and looked into their eyes. Yang put his hand forward and asked if he was holding his head high, and Ellen asked why that would be. Yang wasn't even an emperor. An unpleasant face and said that they would have to. Ellen still looked at him with half-closed eyes and remained silent, and then he activated his dragon power, and while a blue aura shone around him, he said that Yang was clearly not the one who would become the emperor. Yang was very surprised by these words, and anger was visible on his face. A blue dragon appeared behind Ellen. Yang looked at him with a very blank expression and realized that he had the blood of the first emperor flowing in him, so his aura was no weaker than his father's. Suddenly his eyes opened wide and a spark was visible in them. He stands opposite Ellen and realizes that his aura is stronger than his own. Ellen stood with a confident expression on his face as his hair blew in the dragon's wind. Ian started shouting that he didn't dare do that, when suddenly Ian turned and looked at his sister. Ingrid put her hands on her belt and made a displeased face. Yang continued to look at her and said her name. Looking at him with a boring gaze, she told him not to create unnecessary problems. Ellen looked at her and thought about how she called him brother, so he assumed that she was a royal princess. But then he began to look at Lady Luna, who was blushing with embarrassment and did not understand why she was there. Ingrid took her dress with her hand and bowed to him, saying that she was glad to meet him, and introduced herself, and Ellen raised his hand and said that he was also glad to meet him. They walk through the hall, and Ingrid waves her arms, says that they were engaged before they were born, but they never managed to meet. Ellen looked at her, and she giggled and covered her mouth with her hands. She looked at him and blushed a little, saying that Luna described him very accurately because he is a courageous and handsome man. Ellen looked at her with complete misunderstanding and awkwardness. Ian jumped towards him, trying to touch him with his hand, and Ingrid simply took Ellen's hand and asked to show his castle. Luna stood and looked at all this in silence. The two walked hand in hand, and behind them walked a dissatisfied Ian, and Ellen thought that everything had become completely confusing. The rest of the Pendragon family stepped out in front of them. They all smiled sweetly. Alina said that she had not seen them, Ian and Ingrid, for so long. Eileen said with a very sweet smile that she was pleased to meet you. Ian saw Eileen and became interested in her. Helen talked to Ingrid and said that they had met at the White Castle, and Ian had already approached Eileen and asked her name. He began to straighten his hair behind his ears and say that Eileen is a name like the name of a paradise flower, then introduced himself and said that he is a formidable warrior who has no equal in the capital. Ian tried very hard to impress her by standing in front of her with his eyes closed and said that he was blessed by the gods. Well, Eileen jumped sharply, crossing her fingers, and at that very second she was already standing next to Ellen and said that he was shining so much today. Yang was completely taken aback, thinking that he was a prince and was still being ignored. Nia stood in front of him and she was very scared by his aura and anger. Nia began to run away from fear towards Isle. She grabbed his leg with tears in her eyes and looked at Ian. Aisla stood with a calm face, arms crossed. Ian looked at him and turned to him, asking who else he was. Aisla raised his head up proudly and said that they must tell him their name. Ian looked at him with hatred in his eyes. Ian began to shout with all his anger that, as a knight, he even dared to show him disrespect, so he should say his name. But Helena ran up to him and said that he was the Knight of Valvas. Yang looked at her with one eye and asked again that this was the Knight of Valvas, and then added that these were the ones who were famous for their eccentricity. Turning to him, he clenched his fist and with a smile on his face suggested to him that he would show who was boss, to which Aisla replied that he simply could not. Ian was simply filled with anger, so he bared his teeth. Raising his fist, his sister looked at him and said that she was asking him for the umpteenth time. Ian stopped swinging his fists and just looked at the floor with an angry expression on his face, and Ingrid said that if he caused them problems again, he wouldn't open his mouth again for a whole year. Everyone in that room looked at Ian's attempts. The three guys who were in white uniforms began to talk among each other, asking what was going on here, saying that in the imperial cities he is called a tyrant, whom no one dares to resist, but from the moment he entered here, his status neglected all the time. Yang, rubbing his fingers, turned to Ellen again, but he was already tired of seeing him, so he didn't even look at him. But when Ian said that they should talk in private, because he had something important, Ellen still turned and looked at him. Yang asked him with a malicious smile what he was afraid of. Ellen stood with half-closed eyes and replied that he simply did not expect to hear the nickname, because he also had something to talk to him about and addressed him as an immortal prince. And now they are sitting at the table opposite each other, drinking wine. Ellen sat with his arms crossed, and Ian addressed him, saying that he had changed. Taking the glass in his hands, he said that at the last meeting he was just like a pale, weak, pathetic worm, so he decided to break off his engagement with his sister. Ellen also took the glass in his hands and asked how he decided this, but then changed his mind and asked why he came here. Does he want to talk to me about this engagement? Ian made a displeased face and said that he would not of his sister, and then, putting his glass on the table, he added that he had not been shown an ounce of respect from the moment he crossed the threshold of the house, not even a knight, and what did that mean with his side belonging to the royal family? Ellen continued to hold the glass in his hands and replied that the Pendragon family would not be in anyone's shadow, and he would do as he saw fit. Closing his eyes, he added that that was all he wanted to say. But at that moment, Yang rushed at him with a fist, but Ellen simply took and poured the contents of the glass on him. All this water got on his face, and immediately he grabbed him by the arm and hit him in the face with his elbow. Ian flew back so much that his nose was bleeding. He grabbed him by the armpit, which surprised Ellen, and was able to throw him over himself. Ian threw Ellen face first into the table, but Ellen immediately grabbed his arm and, in response, also threw him over himself. And as soon as they landed, he grabbed his hand. Ian began to tremble in pain, and a kitchen knife lay next to him. Ellen noticed that there was only a sharp object behind him. The knife still lay near Ian's trembling hand. Ellen continued to peer at it and immediately let go of him and, jumping away, stood up. Ian started straightening his hair and asked why he let him go. Ellen closed his eyes and said that he felt as if he was saving his strength. Ian began to get to his feet and look at Ellen while he said that he could take a knife and try to stab him with it, but he wouldn't get away with it that easily. Ellen made a sandwich and with anger on his face said that he would ask him again why he came here then. They both glowed with bright auras and Ian wiped the blood from his face. And then little by little he began to laugh. Soon Ian was laughing like crazy and Ellen didn't understand what was happening to him. Ellen looked at him with great confusion until he said that he had cornered him and interested him. Yang extended his hand to him and asked if Ellen would like to join him, and then he would make him the center of the empire. They were still standing on the table, and Ellen held his aura. Yang looked at him with malicious eyes and said that he needed his strength and military might. Ellen looked at him with half-closed eyes and thought that the situation had changed very much. The tyrant's aura disappeared, and the mood somehow changed. He asked what he meant by the words "join you." Yang jumped off the table and said that right now the members of the imperial family were arguing over who would become the heir to the throne. He walked down the hall with his eyes closed, holding his hands on his belt. Yang also closed his eyes and added that besides him, there are still enough other principals, as well as aristocrats who secretly support them. And then he pointed at himself and said that if he didn't mind, then he would like to see the Pendragon house among his allies. Ellen looked at him, holding his hand on his belt, while he said that whether it was the gold and silver of the empire or the creation of an independent state, he would reward him in full. Ellen tilted his head a little and thought that it would be strange if he became emperor. Ellen began to peer at him. He remembered the very aura that emanated from him and thought that the entire empire knew him as a tyrant. However, this does not seem to be his true nature, and now he sees an absolutely calm Yang in front of him, thinking about why a man who wants to become an emperor is known as a tyrant. And this can only mean one thing. Yang stood with his back to Ellen while he said that he did not want to be emperor. Yang turned sharply in surprise, and he added that the tyrant was just a cover. Ellen bowed his head, closed his eyes and said that he did not need a reward, because he did not accept the offer of someone he could not trust. Ellen crossed his arms while Ian stood in complete shock. Then he, clenching his fists, said that he understood a lot because he was the first to know his intentions, of course, after his sister. Ian thought and silently looked at the floor, and then in a very slow voice he said that he wanted his brother Zion to become emperor. Ellen turned to him and asked that Zion was the eldest prince who was bedridden by illness. There was tension in the room and Ian just stood there silently. Yang then clenched his fists with all his might, asking that he was bedridden by illness, and shouted that he was mistaken. He turned to him with all the hatred in his eyes and said that his brother was assassinated 3 years ago during the uprising in Siseka. Ellen was shocked by this information, so he asked how it happened. Ian began shouting to the entire room that his brother was capable of anything. He would make a brilliant ruler, and he said that he would change the country. Ellen watched as Ian ground his teeth in anger and trembled all over. Ellen peered at him, thinking that this happened 3 years ago in Siseka, and then he remembered what happened that day and how he was tied up. Ellen hesitated for a long time, saying that he accepted his offer. Ian turned sharply in surprise and looked at him. Ellen told him with a very angry tone that in return he would tell him everything he knew about the uprising. At this moment, everyone in the hall was looking at the maid Lindy. After some time they put the glasses on the table. Ian, sitting in front of him, said, "That's all he knows." Ellen looked into the glass and saw his sad reflection in it. But suddenly this reflection was replaced by his past life. He remembered how he handed over the letter and thought that he lived to become a knight, received a letter from Lord Sisek. Ellen continued to peer into his glass and think that they all had their own motive. Yang raised his glass and said that the problem is that they don't know who the instigator of the uprising is. Ellen sat in front of him and watched him raise his glass and said that could this be one of the principals to claim the throne, to which Jan replied that, and yet there are many princes and also aristocrats helping him. Ellen rested his head on his hand while Ian said that he imagined how he could recognize one of the instigators of the uprising. And then, with a disinterested face, he asked if he knew who Guffley was. Ian pushed the glass away and began to wonder who Guffley was. Yang put his hand on the table and said that he is the only son of a concubine, so he is only a prince by status, so he does not have much influence, but then he asked how Ellen knew this name. Ellen held his hand to his face and thought about what it means. After all, there is a so-called Guffley, but he is a prince only in name. He remembered a fragment from his memory where Guffley stood near the throne and did not understand why. In a few years he will still become emperor. Ellen, looking at Yang, asked, "What is the background of this concubine?" He thought about it and said that Baroness Erlin, about whom her father said that she was from the seaside city, so most likely she was from. And immediately after these words he suddenly fell into shock. And then the moment they both guessed where she was from Siseka. Ian rose from his chair, slammed his hands on the table and shouted what else could he do? And even if he killed him, he would never see his brother on the throne. Ellen stood up, leaning on one arm, and said that he should never say never. Ellen recalled how Baltai held him by the hair and understood that everything was intertwined. Ellen looked into the distance while a blue aura flew around him, and he thought that he understood this like no one else. That brightest blue aura appeared around Ellen again. Yang was very surprised by this and wondered what happened to his aura. He remembered how Ellen hit him in the face with his elbow, and then he remembered seeing his dragon aura, and then he thought that this, it turns out, was not half of his strength. Ian had a moment when Ellen said that he understood this better than anyone else, and then he opened his eyes wide in surprise. He began to wonder what he might know. Yang looked at Ellen, who was glowing with his aura, and he did not understand who this person was. A white dragon appeared outside the window right in front of them. Yang began shouting in surprise that it was a white dragon. The dragon looked at them through the window, and soon a bright flash appeared, from which Ian covered himself with his hands. That huge white dragon turned into a little girl. It was Saul who came to them through the window. Ellen looked at her with wide open eyes and called her by name. The table looked down at him and said that she felt the aura of an angry dragon, and then asked if he was okay. Ian saw Ellen helping her down from the window. He was mesmerized by her appearance, saying that she was very beautiful, and it turns out that it was true, that scary dragon. Ellen and Saul looked at each other, talking about something, and Ian thought that these were the two heirs of the white dragon. Ian started to smile and then put his hands on his belt and said with a little laugh that he understood everything now. He raised his hand in front of him and said that Ellen was special. Having known and understood him as a person, he would trust his intuition. Ellen turned to him and began to smile after these words. The table, standing next to him, asked what happened, and Ellen replied that a lot had happened. But then he turned to Ian and called him, raising his fist. He said that they should go to the summer villa. Ian was surprised by this proposal and asked again, to which he replied that it was located on the outskirts of Siseka near Silversiana Beach. And now they are already riding in carriages to that very beach, to that very villa. The sky was beautiful and the sun was bright. This concludes the first season of the Manhwa starring Ellen. Have a good one. The plot takes us to the largest trading city of the empire, the port city of Lies. Several ships sailed towards the shore. A dialogue between people was heard in the Lies Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Sitting at the table, the guy announced that House Pendragon and the imperial tyrant Prince Yang had arrived on the Silbal coast. People were discussing at the table why they were together. The stranger said he had no idea and asked if it was bad. A man with blonde hair said that the top of Lies, Governor Segund and Pendragon are like cats and dogs. His gaze fell on the sea and he noted that it was the governor and Duchess Helena. After interrupting, the guy opposite extended his hand and told him to stop and not say anything more, noting that he would be punished. While drinking beer from a glass, the stranger said that the city was too busy this year and he had heard. The frightened man said that the absolute monarch of the south, the ship of the king of the sea dragons Aranis, had recently arrived at the port. The guys looked to the side with a dumbfounded look. The blonde started talking about the king of the sea dragons. They imagined how there was a huge blue dragon near the shore. The man noted that the king was protected by the rabid sea dragon Viscula. The guy emphasized the fact that someday he would gain strength comparable to the imperial one, noting his military superpower Aranis. Sitting at the table, the stranger asked if the southern wars were still a problem. The stranger noticed Pendragon, the tyrant Ian and Aranis and said that he hoped nothing would happen. The guy, holding a glass to his mouth, said that there was no need to worry about anything. The company turned to the stranger and the blonde noted that it was President Ron. Sitting at a separate table, Ron said that when rich people get together, they can profit more, that's all. The sun's rays illuminated the blue sea. Princess Ingrid, covering her face with her hat, called out to the main character. Taking off her hat, she asked what Ellen thought about her swimsuit, noting that it was made by a skilled craftsman in the capital and was custom made. The main character was tense from Princess Ingrid's question. His gaze fell on Eileen and Lindsay. Sister Alina said Lindsay has one too. The embarrassed maid said that she had not been to the sea for a long time. Eileen suggested they have fun and called Lady Luna to join them. Luna was confused by what she heard. The main character's sister stood over him with an angry face and declared that there was too much surplus. Ellen was tense from what was happening and noted in his thoughts that they had not come there to rest, so why were they there? Lost in thought, the main character thought about every detail of what was happening because of this fool. Ian walked up to the girls and called them. The Emperor's son was illuminated by the bright rays of the sun. Pointing his finger at himself, he told the girls to leave the main character and chat with His Majesty. Ian remembered pointing his finger at Ellen and asking him not to be stupid and that they would take the girls on vacation. By approaching the company, Ian created a tense atmosphere. The girls were taken aback by the sight of the Emperor's son. Eileen started laughing with Ian and said that his swimming trunks were just something. The Emperor's son was dumbfounded by this and wondered why they were laughing at him. Looking at his excellent, trained body, the main character began to move towards the sea. His sister asked where he was going. Ellen replied that he would catch a fish or something. The main character took off his cape. Lindsay, Ingrid and Lady Luna were embarrassed by Ellen's body. An enraged Yang pointed his finger at them and declared that he was much better than the main character. Ellen looked into the sky and saw something falling from it. The whale carcass fell into the sea, after which the company was covered by a wave. Saul flew up to the main character. Ellen's gaze fell on the white dragon, who said that she had caught a fish. Soldrake stood on the whale carcass. Smiling, Ellen noted that a whale cannon is a fish for a dragon. The main character wondered in his thoughts, then how would the enemies react to this? Karth, Ailsa, and Sir Killian walked through the port city. As the cavalry captain passed by the people, he asked why things had turned out this way. Sir Killian remarked that who would have thought that Prince Ian would go with them. Laughing, Karth said that no one cared about him. There was surprise on the orc's face and he asked to take a better look at this city. Karth's gaze fell on the knight and he began to talk about warriors. He began to examine the passing mercenaries and noted that there were a lot of warriors there. Putting his fist to his face, the orc declared that this was heaven, noting that he wanted to beat them right now. Taken aback, Sir Killian pondered the fact that the orcs had come out of the forests in search of fights, and when Karth wanted to go to the harbor, he wondered why. All the passing warriors suddenly became surprised. Turning around, the cavalry captain asked what was happening. His gaze fell on how the orcs were walking along the road. They walked along the harbor with a griffin on a chain. Taken aback, Karth asked if it was orcs. The surprised cavalry captain wondered if these were the orcs of Radouin. In shock, Sir Killian reported that from the far south on the continent, Molt, the most brutal tribe of orcs, therefore, in order to survive. His gaze fell on the orc, who had skulls hanging from his neck. The cavalry captain declared that they were engaged in piracy. The orc said with a grin that they were just walking by, and people were already shaking in fear. He was told that they were weak creatures. The orc saw Karth and asked his companions to look at him. They looked at the map and reported that there was an orc there and they had never seen one like that before. A grin appeared on the pirate's face. He noted that Karth was not a strong man since he gave way to them so easily. He assumed that Karth had become friends with these weaklings. An enraged Karth questioned what they said and declared that he would unwind them. Killian asked him to stop, noting that they were in front of people. The cavalry captain told him that he was part of the Pendragons, after which Karth began to calm down. The orc pirates began to laugh at him, saying that it could not be that a proud orc would join the people. The pirate stated that Karth is from the weakest race of orcs in the entire world. Karth looked after them. Sir Killian put out his hand to stop Karth, who was beside himself with rage. The cavalry captain turned to look at Elkin. His gaze fell on Aisla's hand and in his thoughts he noticed that the guard of the sword was raised. Sir Killiana is petrified by Karth and Elkin, ready to fight. Covering his face with his hand, the cavalry captain, thoughtfully, noted that he should not sit with these dangerous guys and also wanted to relax on the beach. Sir Killian looked up. He imagined a group of orc pirates and wondered why these pirates would want to be there openly if it was a trading city. The evening sky illuminated the port city. The cavalry captain noticed that this city was hiding something. The plot takes us to the residence of Governor Lais Segunda. Looking out the window, the governor asked whether Ellen's partner, the White Dragon, and the son of the lion, Jan Aragon, had gone to rest on the outskirts of the forest. Behind him, a man was sitting at a table. Lais asked what Vincent thought about this. He replied that this is not only the outskirts of Lais, but also Sisauk, noting that this is Silbel Beach. Turning around, Les asked Vincent if he thought they had spotted Sisauk. Raising his glass to his mouth, he replied that if they investigated the relationship between His Highness, Baroness Allen, and Geoffrey, they would find out if that was all they needed. Vincent said with a serious face that he didn't care about Ian. Pendragon couldn't have any reason to stress about it. The evening sky illuminated the governor's face. He said that was exactly the case. There was nothing in common between him and this business, but they owed a great debt to his house. Vincent listened silently to Segun's speech. The governor said that these cats and snakes irritate him. Putting his hand to his chin, Segun suggested with a grin that everything should be left to the Pirate Lord and Shadow King of Lies. Watching the sunset, he noted the Dark King. Saul was sitting on the whale carcass. The plot tells us that this is the first day of relaxation at Pendragon's house overlooking the beautiful landscape of the Sibyl coast. Sir Killian and the orcs ate meat. In addition, they tell us about a luxurious feast of whale meat. Aisla fought with a griffin for a piece of meat. The plot tells us that the day is coming to an end. The night sky enveloped the city. Ellen was sitting with a glass of wine on the balcony. Behind him, Ian began to pour himself some wine and asked the main character if he was drinking to the restless Lies. Smiling, the Emperor's son asked to be allowed too. Turning around, the main character said that Ian was in a lousy mood, as always. The enraged son of the Emperor cried out that this was true. Disappointed, Yang clenched his fist and said that he invited the girls, so why them? Interrupting him, the tense Ellen said that every day is like this and Ian continues to create unnecessary problems. Standing in front of him, the Emperor's son said that the main character makes such a face as if he doesn't care and is possible. Interrupting again, Ellen noted that he was married. While drinking wine, the Emperor's son stated that it didn't seem like the protagonist cared about his concubine. Pointing his finger at Ellen, he suggested that he could. He presented the image of Saul and said that maybe the main character is that dragon. Taken aback, Ellen asked again about what Ian said. Pointing his hand at the main character, he said that when he saw them in the castle, the dragon then turned into a man and he spoke to her and looked different. Ellen frowned and did not know what to answer. He remembered telling the white dragon that he was Pendragon. Sitting at the fire, the main character then noted that he and Raven. Ellen sat with a serious look. Holding his glass, the main character said that there was nothing wrong with this. The reflection of Ellen could be seen in the wine. After drinking a glass of wine, the main character noticed that she was still special. Frowning, Yang stated that she was incomparably beautiful, but he preferred people. Embittered, Ellen said that he could not do anything about his preferences. The main character said with a serious look that their first goal on this vacation was to investigate the attempted murder of Prince Yang. The Emperor's son presented the image of the governor and said that Prince Guffley, his mother, Baroness Jarlin, and Governor Signuda were relatives. Surveying the night sea, Ellen stated that if he was behind the assassination attempt, he should have started moving when he heard that Ian, the royal prince, had arrived in Sisok. Frowning, the main character said that, for example, interrupting, Ian, drinking wine, asked if Ellen was saying that they were supposed to try to kill him. Smirking, the Emperor's son stated that it was brazen of them to target the royal prince. Turning around, the main character asked if Yang was the type who would allow them to act as they wanted. The Emperor's son said that he was looking forward to this and was ready to take revenge. Smiling, Ellen noted that now was not the time and they needed them to bite. While drinking wine, Ian fell into thought. Lost in his thoughts, the Emperor's son emphasized the fact that with only this information, the protagonist was able to understand their enemy's plan. He remembered how Ellen was enveloped in a powerful aura. The Emperor's son noted that he knew this feeling firsthand. Watching the main character, Yang wondered if it was instinct or something more. He looked at Ellen's serious face and wondered what he was seeing. The plot takes us to the Lies dungeon, where many mercenaries were located. The men were sitting near the Orc Archipelago bar. The warriors, watching the orcs, discussed that the man had entered the place where the orc pirates gather, the Orc Archipelago. They looked at the bar's logo, which featured an injured killer whale, and assumed that the man was their food. The man was drinking beer from a mug. Having lowered it, he looked at the pirates with a serious look. One of the pirates noted that the stranger drinks like a real man. The man sat in front of the orc pirate and the stranger. The orc was sleeping and snoring loudly. Holding the blade in his hand, the pirate suggested getting down to business and asked what the governor wanted. The man with a calm look said that, as he understood, the governor wants to deal with the snake and the cat. The enthusiastic pirate noted that this was brave and asked if he wanted to kill the prince. He suggested that you cannot judge a person by his appearance. Looking away, the pirate began to talk about what happened 3 years ago in Sisok. Closing his eyes, the man said that he didn't like it when someone meddled in his business, especially when it was someone from such a trash bin. Sitting opposite, the pirate grinned at what he heard. Pointing his finger at the stranger, he said that this was apparently another daredevil, noting that previously only Lado and orcs could behave like this with him. Squinting, the pirate noticed that he really liked it. Waving his hands, he shouted that strong creatures are incredible, people or orcs don't care. The man pulled out the paper and said that the details were on it. While the pirate was looking at the paper, the stranger said that in 3 days this man would invite the snake and the cat into his house, and the cat loves to show off, so if you give him an incentive, he will immediately join the game. Smirking, the pirate agreed, noting the small tyrant from the imperial capital. He stated that he would play with it to his heart's content. The pirate clenched the paper into a fist. Putting his hands to his chin, the stranger asked if he could ask something. The man was enveloped in a dark aura and asked if the pirate was human. Hearing this, the pirate was taken aback. He grinned and said that he was human. The stranger suddenly jumped away from him. The pirate was enveloped in a red aura. The man was enveloped in dark mana emanating from the pirate. In his thoughts, he noticed that this aura was making it difficult to breathe. Stretching out his hand, the pirate asked how the stranger himself thought. He held his hand to the man's face. The man grabbed the pirate's hand. The stranger turned over in the air. Taken aback, the stranger fell to the floor. He landed on the ground. A pirate appeared behind him and screamed that he had fallen on his feet, noting that he was much better than he thought. He moved closer to the stranger's face and emphasized the fact that this is excellent for a person. The pirate called out to an orc named Puck and offered to eat Orchitina. Waking up, Puck was delighted with what he heard. The pirate pointed his finger at the orc and noted that orc meat, which had been growing in the forest for decades, would definitely be tasty. Puck replied that it sounded cool and he saw one in town today. Putting his fist to his face, The orc asked, since he would get the meat, what about the newcomers? The pirate, shrouded in a dark aura, declared that he would eat the meat of a cat and a snake and they would kill all the men right away. Waving his hands, the pirate, laughing, ordered to devour all the girls. The stranger watched the pirate and noted in his thoughts that he was not a man and he was the second son of the 5 counties of the empire, the king of the sea dragons Aranis. His gaze fell on the distraught pirate and he noticed that it was the dark king of lies, Tolio Aranis. Daylight illuminated the port city. Turning around, Aisha and Ingrid listened to the news from Sir Killian, who said that they had received an invitation from the governor of lies, Count Segunda. Eileen and Lindsay were delighted with what they heard and asked about the score. Standing in front of the girls, the cavalry captain noted that the invitation was for everyone. Frowning, Ellen emphasized and thought that the opportunity had come. Yang looked at the main character and noted in his thoughts that he agreed with what he wanted now. Alina's mother was scared and started talking about Count Segunda. The main character looked at her. Turning around, he asked his mother to rest. Ellen, looking at her, noticed that the evening would be very long. Embarrassed, Helena thanked the main character. Ellen called out to Saul, who was sitting on the roof. Looking at her, the main character asked her to take care of her mother, after which he interrupted himself and declared that he trusted the Duchess to her. Sitting on the roof, the white dragon remained silent. The plot takes us to the estate of Segunda, the governor of lies. The roof of the tall building was illuminated by sunlight. The guests stood in the square under the evening sky. The surprised man cried out that he was honored that they had come. The guests looked at the carriage that was traveling to the estate. They declared that they were the most important guests of their ball. Ellen came out of the carriage with his elegant companions. People looked at the girls and said that such young ladies were beautiful. The main character and the emperor's son walked with a calm expression. The guests said that the prince and duke were wonderful. A crowd of people surrounded Ellen's company. They shouted that despite the fact that they themselves were nobles, they were honored to receive them. People from the crowd were talking about how they were seeing them for the first time and that they would meet the count. The enraged Cart called out to Ellen. Turning around, the main character heard the orc saying that everything was not as he said. The girls were scared when they saw the orc. Cart extended his hand and asked what kind of nonsense this was. He was beside himself with rage and stressed that there were only dressed up pigs that were worth nothing. Aisla stood next to the orc with a calm look. Cart noted that Ellen said there would be a lot to see there, so he was expecting something cool. Vincent saw the dialogue between the protagonist and the orc. Karth asked where the warriors were, noting that he wanted to beat those orcs. Holding his glass in front of him, Vincent thanked Pendragon for his arrival. The main character and his warriors were taken aback when they saw him. Vincent gave the empty glass to the maid. Approaching Alin, he said that he was a knight under the leadership of Governor Segunda and his name was Vincent. Placing his hand to his chest, he declared that he was glad to meet young Lord Pendragon. Yellow mana came from Vincent's eyes. Ellen was surprised to see this. Taken aback, he wondered in his thoughts if it was an aura flow. Ellen's gaze fell on Vincent, surrounded by energy. The main character emphasized the fact that they say that those who have vast combat experience behind them have such an aura. Grinning, Ellen noted that this was interesting and he needed to be more careful in this place. The main character turned away from him. Vincent frowned when he saw this. He stood in front of the guests and, extending his hand, asked them to follow him. Ellen and his companions followed Vincent. The Emperor's son looked after him. Watching him, Ian noted in his thoughts that Vincent's face was calm and his posture didn't crook an inch. The Emperor's son looked at Karth and in his thoughts suggested that he could. Aisla watched Vincent with a cool gaze. Ellen and his friends entered the ballroom. The room sparkled with brilliance. The governor stood in front of them. Smiling, he introduced himself as the governor of lies, Torio Segunda. He asked how long it had been since he and Ian had seen each other. Smirking, the Emperor's son guessed that they had not seen each other for about 3 years, noting that many things had happened in the imperial castle. The governor looked at Princess Ingrid and asked if 5 years had passed since their last meeting. Surprised, he noticed that she had become more beautiful. Ellen was taken aback by their dialogue. Segunda approached Lady Eileen and declared that she had become beautiful. The governor's gaze was cool. The tense protagonist watched him. Segunda looked at Ellen and said that there were rumors about the young Lord Pendragon. Stretching out his hand, he noted with a smile that the main character had entered into a pact with the White Dragon and also led the Griffins and Orcs, and this was truly magnificent. The governor, with the look of a killer, asked where the Duchess was. Closing his eyes, Ellen replied that she was not well, so she stayed in the estate with his sister. The stunned Segunda cried out that this was unfortunate and he would send healers to her. The governor noted that he would visit her personally. Turning away, the protagonist thanked Segunda for his words, noting that he should refrain from doing so. Looking away, Ellen said that if things didn't go according to plan, it would cost the governor dearly. Segunda frowned at what he heard. Pointing to the table, the governor asked if this was true and asked them to enjoy their evening. Holding his glass, Ian asked Ellen with a grin if he was an unpleasant fool. The main character agreed with the Emperor's son. Frowning, the protagonist reported that he heard that Segunda proposed to the Duchess a long time ago, and she refused him. Ellen noticed that about 20 years had passed, but he was still as stubborn. Looking at Ian, the main character asked who Knight Vincent was. Holding a glass of wine in front of him, the Emperor's son replied that he was the most trusted vassal of Count Segunda, who arrived in Lies 2 years ago and quickly fought his way out. Turning to Ellen, Ian said that they say that he does dirty work for the Count. The main character asked about dirty work. Ellen, with a serious expression, fell into thought and wondered how Vincent was connected to the situation in Issac. Leaving the main character, the Emperor's son noticed that this was a hint and suggested that he enjoy the party, noting that he should not drink too much. Ellen stated that these were his words. Screams were heard from the governor's estate. The guard, holding a spear in front of him, asked Tolio why he was dressed like that and why he had come. The pirate calmly replied that he had heard that there was a party there. He pointed his finger at the guard and said that he needed to dress up. He killed the warrior with one blow. Pointing his finger at the corpse of the guard, the pirate said that this was his outfit. Pointing to the hat, Tolio noted that he was dressed appropriately for the holiday. The pirate and Puck walked up the red steps and shouted to the corpses of the warriors to let them enjoy to their heart's content. The governor looked at the main character and emphasized the fact that Ellen Pendragon is a brave fellow. Turning around, Segunda asked what Vincent thought about this. The governor looked at Vincent sitting at the table. Holding a glass in front of him, he replied that the main character was able to see his aura, but then looked away as if he was scared. Smirking, the governor said that it was obvious that Ellen was just a small fry. Vincent emphasized that the brown-skinned guy was definitely strong. Turning, Segunda asked who he was compared to Vincent. Raising the glass to his mouth, he replied that he didn't know and would see if they fought. Vincent fell into thought with a serious look. He imagined the image of Aisla and noted that it was incredible that he was a Valda's knight. Vincent emphasized the fact that they are narrow-minded and brave warriors. He remembered the image of Ellen and noticed that there was no point in Aisla serving this little thing. Holding a glass, Segunda stated that he would leave Elkin to Vincent, and even if he did not kill him, their reinforcements would arrive soon. Grinning, the governor said that the son of the king of the sea dragons, the Dark King, would take care of the cat and the snake. Pointing his hand at Vincent, he asked if he had met the Dark King at the dump. Vincent remembered how he, in the guise of a pirate, had a dialogue with Tolio, after which beads of sweat ran down his face. Putting his hands on the table, Vincent declared that this was a beast and no one could stand against it. Segunda began to laugh maliciously and noted that if Vincent said so, then things would go as they should. The governor's gaze fell on Vincent, who lowered his eyes. Segunda emphasized the fact that out of everyone he knows, Vincent is the smartest and fiercest. The governor left him with a grin and said that if everything went well today and their plan got good development, and the process went faster, then when the time came, he would give Vincent what he wanted. Closing his eyes, he told Segunda that he did not deserve such an honor. Watching the ball from the balcony, the governor said that everything was in order and he was not involved in what would happen there. Smirking, Segunda said that he was just an ordinary victim. His gaze fell on the girls from Ellen's group and he added that he was a victim like these carefree fools. Turning around, Segunda asked if this was so. He watched as Vincent sat at the table drinking wine. People enjoyed the ball. Vincent replied that this was true. Suddenly the windows of the room broke. The main character, Ian, Aisla with Cart and the girls were taken aback by what was happening. Puck and Tolio burst through the windows. The pirates jumped from the balcony onto the guests of the ball. They pierced the chest of the invited person. A powerful blow passed over a large area and cut off the man's head. The pirates threw the man, after which he hit the chandelier. Shrouded in a powerful aura, Tolio ordered to kill all these worms and take everything from them. The pirates began to kill and devour people. The governor closed his mouth as he watched the carnage. Standing on the balcony, Segunda said that the pirate had overdone himself and the blood would not come off. Putting his hand to his chin, Vincent noted that this work was excellent and he made sure that there would be no suspicion of the governor. Vincent ruffled his hair and suggested that he too begin his work. Ingrid ran up the steps. The girls walked up the stairs. Lindsay screamed that it was hard to run in heels. Eileen noted that she had better not fall. Ingrid wondered how this was even possible. Tolio landed in front of them. Squinting, he announced that they had been found. Streams of aura emanating from the pirate enveloped the girls. They stood there and could not move. Tolio started pointing his finger at them. Holding his finger in front of him, he talked about who. Lindsay and Eileen were holding each other by the throat. The pirate talked about who he should choose. Pointing his finger at Ingrid and Luna, he added that he was choosing them for lunch. Holding her throat, Lady Luna noted in her thoughts that it was just like then. She remembered how Ellen was enveloped in orcish fear. Tolio extended his finger. Pointing to the moon, he declared that he was choosing her. The pirate swung his sword with a laugh. Frightened, Lady Luna covered her face with her hands. The sound of an impact sounded in the air. The main character repelled Tolio's blow with two swords. Standing in front of the moon, Ellen held back the pirate's blade. Lindsay and Eileen were glad that the main character arrived in time. Lady Luna watched as Ellen defended her. He looked at her and asked if she was okay. Lady Luna was embarrassed by this. Smirking, Tolio said that the fools swallowed the prophet and began to become impudent. Ian stood on the threshold and said that no matter how much he looked. Watching Tolio, he called him a huge pig. Smirking, the Emperor's son asked if the pirate thought he had one rival. Aisla and Karth appeared behind Tol. Holding the axe on his shoulder, the orc understood what Ellen was talking about and noted that it was finally getting interesting. Warriors surrounded the pirate on all sides. Seeing this, Tolio realized that he was the one who was caught. The pirate looked at the faces of Ellen, Jan, Kart and Aisla. A smirk appeared on his face. Enveloped in an aura, Tolio began to laugh and stated that fools never change. The pirate with an angry face noticed that no matter how many mice were called, the cat was too tough for them. The main character's army surrounded the pirate. Ellen covered the girls with himself. The Emperor's son looked at Tolio with a smug face. Aisla and Krat stood with a cool look. The pirate held the blade in front of him. Looking at the main character, he asked if it was 4 for 1. Tolio noticed that this was a little unfair. Smirking, he asked to be allowed to deal with the mediocrities first. The pirate concentrated dark mana into his fist. Ellen was taken aback by what he saw. Tolio slammed his fist onto the floor beneath him. The stairs began to collapse. Ian was frightened by what he saw. The main character and the girls began to go down the collapsing stairs. Aisla and Krat fell to the first floor among the rubble. The governor watched as the staircase collapsed. After the destruction, clouds of dust rose. Kart began to rise from the ruins. Sitting on the floor next to Elkin, the orc asked what was wrong with that fool. He watched as the stairs collapsed and noted that the pirate forced them back to the first floor. Orc pirates appeared behind Kart and Aisla, talking about Kart. Pulling out his sword, Pact declared that he was already tired of eating these pigs. He screamed about the orc meat and noticed that whoever had time got the slippers. The enraged Karth declared that he was the same orc with the bandage from the port. The enraged orc declared that he would devour it himself, washing it down with excellent beer. Karth and Aisla worked together to kill an orc pirate. Ian stood in front of Tolio. Holding the sword on his shoulder, the pirate noted that now only the cat and the snake remained and he could finally enjoy it. He looked at the Emperor's son and declared that he would be the first, calling him a cat. Grabbing the blade, Young said with a serious face that his strength was not suitable for a pig like him. The Emperor's son asked if Tolio was really thinking. Taking a stance, the Emperor's son was enveloped in an orange aura. He asked the pirate if he thought that only strength affects the outcome of the battle. Taken aback, Eileen asked if everything would be okay with the prince. Encouraged, Ingrid asked her not to worry. She exclaimed in delight that her brother was unusual, noting that he was said to be the best in the capital when it came to technology. She watched as bright mana emanated from the Emperor's son. Ingrid emphasized the fact that she had never seen him fail. Enraged, Ian lunged. The pirate parried the attack of the Emperor's son. Yang made a series of attacks on Tolio. While watching the battle, Eileen noticed that this series of attacks was amazing and it looked like the pirate could not respond. Frowning, Ellen noted in his thoughts that this was not so. Tolio repelled the blow of the Emperor's son. Taken aback, Yang emphasized in his thoughts that he felt nothing when the swords touched. The gaze of the Emperor's son fell on how the pirate repelled all his attacks. Yang wondered if he was parrying his attacks. The pirate said with a distraught look that now. He lowered the Emperor's son's sword to the floor. Ian was dumbfounded by what happened. Ingrid and Eileen were scared. Smirking, Tol asked if he was seriously the capital's tyrant. The pirate swung his fist, shrouded in a bright aura. A blow crossed Tolio's face. The main character wounded a pirate in the face. Splashes of blood flew at Ellen. Watching the protagonist push Tolio away, Ian screamed his name. Standing in front of the Emperor's son, Ellen declared that they would fight together, noting that the pirate was crazy. Taken aback, Tolio put his hand to the cut on his face. Looking at the bloody hand, the pirate said that it was amazing. He wondered when the last time he had been bled was. Tolio frowned and said it was possible. His gaze fell on the main character, behind whom was a blue dragon. The pirate suggested that we should start with a snake. Taking the shield in his hand, Tolio noticed that his lunch was becoming more and more interesting. Stretching his shield in front of him, the pirate asked them to try, because if they lose, he will devour both them and those maidens. Kart struck the orc with a blow. Aisla cut the monster's throat with a blade. Having killed the orc, Elkin rushed to the stairs. Aisla climbed the steps with lightning speed. His gaze fell on Ellen's battle with Jan against Tolio. Aesla frowned as he watched the carnage. A man with 2 blades appeared behind him, covering his face with a hood. Elkin managed to react to the blow in the back and dodge. Aesla dodged many blows with great speed. Elkin swung his sword. Aesla knocked the stranger's blade out of his hands. His sword fell down the steps. The man's hand trembled from what was happening. Frowning, Aesla asked the stranger if he was the right knight. Vincent, hiding his face under the hood, was taken aback by what he heard. His gaze fell on Aesla, who stood in a fighting stance. Elkin noted that a Valva's knight never forgets the aura of the warriors they fought. Vincent watched Isla with a cool gaze. Stretching his blade forward, Vincent stated that he had a reason to get even with Elkin, so they had to be serious. The swords of Vincent and the enraged Aesla clashed. Tolio looked forward and closed his eyes a little, telling them to try harder. He held his shield in defense while Ellen and Jan stood in front of him, and said that if he loses today, he will eat them and those girls. Jan called Ellen and said that he would try to create a gap, and at that moment he would kill him. Ellen looked at him with one eye, but was shocked, saying that he unexpectedly hears this from a prince who constantly wants to show off. Yang turned to him with malicious eyes and said that he didn't want to admit it, but even though he was one of the masters of the capital, having crossed swords with Ellen, he realized that of the 2 of them only he could defeat this monster. Ellen looked at Ian as he said that he was stronger than him. Ellen looked up and said that Ian really believed that he would let him die. Ian looked forward with evil eyes and an evil smile on his face. He said that he definitely would not allow this. Immediately they both began to run towards their enemy. At that moment, in the main hall, Aesla was fighting with some guy in a hood, and Cart fought with a blue orc. Puck stood behind him and shouted something to him, but Cart was thinking that it was getting worse because he was dealing with these pirates on the first floor and a strange guy in a mask was bothering Aeslau on the stairs. Yan and Ellen were fighting on the 2nd floor, and Cart thought that because of these guys they couldn't go up to the 2nd floor and help. Aesla tries to stab the guy in the hood, but he dodges and then he throws a counterpunch, which Aesla also dodged. Aesla caught the moment and decided to stab him in the stomach with his dagger, but that was not the case. The guy in the hood simply jumped out of him. He landed right behind him, and then, raising his sword, he said that he could not let him through to the 2nd floor. Aesla simply looked at him silently with a dissatisfied look. At this moment, Tolio attacked them screaming. Ellen blocked his blow with 2 of his swords, and Ian jumped on Grisha from behind, but Tolio was also able to block his blow with his shield. They had a very terrible fight, but for some reason Tolio won. Closing one eye, he said that this is all they can do when suddenly a sword blow flies over his head. It was Ian who was surprised that he was able to dodge. This made Ian very angry, thinking about how he managed to move quickly. Ellen began to scream in anger when suddenly Tolio appeared behind Ian, who was ready to hit him. When hit, Yang defended with his sword and thereby broke it. The sword in his hand shattered into many small pieces. Tolio smiled sarcastically, saying that the first one was ready. Ellen ran towards him, choosing the right moment. Tolio began to smile from ear to ear and ran to attack him. Yang threw away his broken sword, and then he grabbed Grisha's hand, which held the sword. Ellen began to smile, realizing that this was a very important moment, and Ian shouted at him to kill him right now. Ellen ran up close to him and swung his sword, but immediately Tolio released his sword from his hands and with all his strength began to lift Ian up. Thanks to his very great strength he threw him forward. Ellen was shocked by this, just like Ian was in shock while flying. Ian flew straight to Ellen, and they flew back together. Ellen was even more shocked because he saw something. He saw Tolio flying at him, swinging his shield. He did not have time to dodge such a blow, so the shield crashed into his hand with all its force. This shield strike broke the bones in his hand. Ellen spat out blood in pain, but he didn't leave Tolio alone, so he hit him again in the face so that he flew off. Ian saw all this and began to shout to him, but Tolio kicked him in the stomach with all his might, and from such a blow Ian also began to bleed from his mouth. Yang broke the table with his body. The girls cried and screamed, calling for their brothers. Tolio looked as if distraught and said that people were nothing more than food for him, and then began to laugh madly. Aesla noticed how his friends were being scattered left and right. He was very shocked by this, shouting Ellen's name. Well, the enemy immediately decided to hit him, because Aesla was staring, and he hit him right on the cheek. And then, smiling and looking at him, he said that Aesla really thought that she could afford to be distracted during the fight. Aesla looked at him and bared his teeth while blood flowed down his face. Holding his sword on his shoulder, he said that he had finally straightened out completely. Looking at Ian, who was bleeding, he said that it was a cat. And, looking at Ellen lying on the floor, he called him a snake. And then Tolio turned to their sisters and asked which of these girls he would eat. 4 girls stood and held, looking at their losing brothers in fear. They were so scared that even Ingrid covered her mouth in fear. Suddenly Tolio opened his eyes wide in surprise, because Ellen stood in front of him with a bloody hand and a sword in his other hand. All the girls started calling him and reaching out to him. Tolio couldn't believe it and thought that a man could take such a blow and get back to his feet. Ellen stood with his head down. When his arm was completely crushed, he held a katana in his hands. Ellen looked down and said that Tolio was definitely strong. The girls were very excited, and their tears left their faces, and they listened to what Ellen was saying, and he said that Grisha has impeccable strength and technique so that he does not open up to any blow. Raising a katana at him, he said that if this is all, then he is weaker than him. Ellen looked at him with his head up as blood flowed from his mouth and his eyes burned with a bright blue flame. He remembered his past when he was Raven. Ellen stood and looked at Grisha while his sisters were behind him, and Tolio asked that he, it turns out, had already killed someone like him before. On the clock in his head, he said that this could not be like that. He suggested that maybe he had already gone crazy. Ellen closed his eyes and said with a smile on his face that he would not understand even if he explained. Ellen then began to peer at him, thinking that although he was strong, he was not even close to the one who destroyed half of the Demon Slayer Corps. At that moment, he remembered how he fought with the Troll King. He looked at the face of the Troll King, who was sticking out his tongue, and realized that this was the most insidious and cruel creature. Blood was dripping from Ellen's hand, but then his hand moved. He immediately remembered how he was Raven, and it was at that moment when he defeated the Troll King that he received the entire immortal body. Tolio looked at him, eyes wide open. Ellen stood in a fighting pose and pointed his katana at him, and Tolio looked at him and did not understand how his right arm moved because it should be broken. Ingrid looked at Eileen and asked if there really was something like that in the past, to which her sister replied that her brother never got into such problems. Lindy tilted her head and asked what they might have heard wrong. She remembered their first meeting and thought that she could not even think that he did not have such strength and self-respect then. Pressing her fist to herself, she looked at him with a little embarrassment. Tolio looked at Ellen with a serious look and then with a smile on his face told him not to try to look cool, because he was half dead. Tolio released all his energy in red aura and swung his saber straight at Ellen. Ellen was able to dodge this blow. Ellen jumped right under his hand. Tolio turned around with great surprise, thinking that he should not move like that in such a state. But then Ellen began to counter-strike him with his sword. Tolio defended himself with his shield from Ellen's blow. Ellen looked in surprise at how he was able to block his blow, and at the same moment, Tolio pushed him out with his shield. Ellen flew a long distance, but slowed down with his feet. Ellen looked at him with great surprise in his eyes, but Tolio rushed at him, presenting his shield forward. He looked forward and thought that he could not see his ball because he was covered with a shield, and then he bowed his head and looked down. Tolio started running at him with his count and decided to lunge. Tolio began to strike with his sword, which Ellen dodged. Tolio got very angry looking at him and bared his teeth. Ellen began to hit his shield with his sword. Tolio tried to strike him, but Ellen dodged. Tolio still unsuccessfully tried to hit him, but he couldn't do it. Ellen simply blocked one of the blows with his sword. As a friend, they both froze in place. Tolio looked at him with wide open eyes and was very surprised. As dust flew around them, Ellen looked forward and added that he had said before that he had fought and killed enemies of his level. Ellen then pointed his sword at him. Ellen began to peer at him, thinking that he had great coordination of sword and shield. Most likely this is one of Rahuen's techniques. In the middle of the sea there was a fortress where there was a huge tree, and Ellen thought that Rahuen was a city built on the surface of the ocean by ancient dwarves. But a couple of decades ago it was captured by orcs, and now it has become the largest kingdom of orcs. The orc stood holding a shield in front of him, and Ellen continued to think that by mixing the sabers of the archipelago and the shields of the courts, they created a unique fencing technique. He also remembered how Tolio threw him over himself, and then he remembered how Aisla threw him over himself, and he realized that this was apparently the same technique. Ellen looked at Grisha and believed that, apparently, he understood southern techniques. What does this monster mean? Most likely a famous warrior of the south. Ellen tilted his head and continued to look at him. Tolio glowed with an aura, and most likely he could be an orc. At this time, Tolio looked at him with an evil grin and reflected that he had fully recovered and was even able to react to Rahuen's technique. He remembered how he killed ordinary people and understood that this skill crushed everyone who knew the basics of imperial techniques in a second. He then started looking at Ellen and kept thinking that he had already fought someone using this technique. He couldn't believe that he had such experience. Immediately, Ellen's words popped into his head where he said that he killed exactly the same as him. Tolio began to look ahead thoughtfully. Then he began to look at Ellen again, believing that he is the best in both strength and technique, but he cannot understand what is wrong with him. He looked at Ian, who was still lying on the table, and thought that the guy he killed with one blow would still be able to get up if his friends went up. Tolio looked down where Aisla and Karth were fighting on the stairs, and realized that if they did go up, the situation would become quite dangerous. Tolio began to squint his eyes and put his sword near him, thinking that for the sake of the ambition of his father, the king of the sea dragons, he must deal with this pendragon as quickly as possible. Then Tolio began to bare his teeth in anger. He put the saber on his shoulder and spread his arms, saying that Ellen was good at dodging. With a smirk on his face, he called him a rat being caught by a cat. Ellen just looked at him and was silent. Tolio then turned his head and added that he hated fighting endlessly, and then grinned and said in an evil tone that even worms have a sense of camaraderie. Ellen opened his eyes wide in surprise. At that moment, Tolio turned around and ran in the other direction from Ellen. Ellen realized what he had decided to do and also rushed after him, because it was initially clear that he would run after Ian, who was lying on the table. Tolio grabbed his leg and then lifted him up and started laughing, screaming that since he was still dodging, he would turn this guy into a bloody pulp. And there I was, hanging upside down, looking at him with enraged eyes. But he had a broken bottle in his hand. Ian stood up sharply and threw the bottle in his face with all his might. This bottle pierced his cheek and eye. Tolio abandoned Ian and began to hold his head, simultaneously screaming in pain. Tolio bared his teeth because he was in great pain and shouted that he had pierced his eye. And in turn, Ian, with a smile on his face, said that this worm does not know how to run away, and also counterattacks perfectly, meaning Alina by this. Tolio was still holding his eye and screaming for Ian to die. But at that moment Ellen stood behind him, who had already struck with his sword. Ellen did not stop beating, he hit him again. Dust from such impact spread throughout the entire floor. Tolio, who had blood flowing from his eyes, bared his teeth and understood that the end would come for him. Ellen's blows echoed into the distance, scattering dust along with them. Tolio was still able to parry this blow, no one knows how. Yang lay with his eyes wide open in surprise and did not understand how he was able to parry at such speed. The katana in Ellen's hand simply broke into small pieces. Left without a sword, Ellen simply grabbed his arm and climbed onto him, placing his leg near his neck. Using his leg, he began to choke Grisha, and Grisha was surprised that he was able to make a choke from his blind spot. Tolio threw down his sword and came up with some plan. He just took his strong hands and started throwing Ellen away, shouting that it wouldn't work on him. While Ellen was flying down, he noticed his palms were open, and then he grabbed his thumb. Tolio was shocked by this action, so he watched it all. Ellen, holding his hand, simply began to break his thumb. It became very painful, so much so that his pupils shrank so much that they could barely be seen. And thanks to the fact that he was confused, Ellen, still in the flying position, was able to grab his hand. Ellen bared his teeth very much in anger. They both landed on their backs, and Ellen began to break his arm. We see two crossed swords. It was Isla and the strange guy in the hood. The smaller guy in the hood began to crack and break, which made him unhappy. He saw his sword breaking more and more, and it scared him. Isla, with blood on his cheek and anger in his eyes, swung his sword, and then with one strong blow he broke his sword. This blow was able to cut the hooded guy's arm and break his sword. His sword simply flew back and fell into pieces. Isla, holding two swords in front of him, said that such thin swords were made for silent killings and not for long battles. The hooded guy was so shocked that he just looked at his sword, which was broken. When suddenly he grabbed with his hand the place that Isla had cut, there was some kind of tattoo with towers. Isla looked at him blankly. Suddenly they were surprised because they heard a heart-rending scream from the floor above. The hooded guy turned in surprise and thought it was the cry of the Dark King. Isla began to smile and joy was visible in his eyes. The guy in the hood began to remember Grisha. He was very shocked by this cry, not understanding how they were able to defeat this monster. Suddenly she noticed what was happening on the first floor. There, Karth was able to kill the blue orc with his powerful blow. This orc fell to the floor, hitting his head. Karth started yelling at him. He waved his arms and axe, shouting that the orcs from the Ancona forest were the strongest, while a mountain of corpses lay next to him. The hooded guy, still holding his hand, was shocked that the orcs from the archipelago were all killed. He looked at Isla and did not understand who they were. He also looked at Thark with the same thoughts. The fear was clear in his eyes and sweat was running down his face. When he suddenly jumps off the stairs and begins to run away, which Isla also noticed. Isla watched him fall down with a broken sword in his hands. When he suddenly raised his head, despite the place where Ellen was. And at that very moment he rushed to Ellen's aid. Tolio stood with a broken finger. In front of him was Ellen, who was holding his sword in his hands, and he stood with only one shield. Ellen began to smile widely, said that everything had changed, and asked him, to annoy, isn't it? Tolio really fell for this provocation, so he stood and bared his teeth in anger. His eyes were filled with blood-red capillaries, and he shouted that he should not press his luck, and a broken finger would not be enough to defeat him. Suddenly, Isla and Kart ran up behind Grisha. Tolio turned and saw these two warriors with swords. Ellen began to rejoice even more, calling them by name, which made Grisha very angry. Tolio began to let go of his shield a little in order to throw it. And as soon as he prepared, he immediately threw this shield at Ian. Ellen managed to react, so he kicked the shield away. The shield fell to the side, and Ellen fell to one knee and looked forward. Tolio used this as a distraction and climbed onto the window. Turning his head with anger in his face, he said that they would someday arrange a rematch and then he would break their necks. As soon as Ellen ran to the window, Tolio had already jumped down. Tolio started whistling with his fingers to call his pet. Falling down through the trees, he could not see when he was flying. But at that moment a griffin appeared under his feet and lifted him up. The guys watched him fly away on his griffin and started shouting that the bad guy jumped on the griffin and just flew away. They wouldn't forgive him for this. Ellen just looked down and said that he had hurt his eye with his hand, so he wouldn't be able to attack them for a while. Aesla bowed his head and added that it was the knight Vincent who attacked him recently. The guys were shocked by this information, so they asked him again. Ian began to get angry, remembering that same Vincent, and said that then it was all planned in advance. Ellen began to scratch his chin, thinking about all this, and said that this alone simply was not enough to prove. Turning to Aesla, he asked what this knight was strong. Aesla understood, looked up and, after thinking a little, replied that this battle was equal because this Vincent was definitely an unusual private. Aesla then turned his head and began to look out the window, and then, looking at Ellen, he pointed his fingers at his shoulder and said that he had a tattoo resembling a tower on his shoulder. Ellen was very surprised, because in order to see this tattoo, he takes us to the sea coast to the villa where the Pendragons rested. Helena was sitting with a book and reading it to Mia, but then she turned her head to see someone flying under the moon. She was very scared, praying that it was not what she thought. But as soon as they flew closer, she realized that griffins with weapons were flying there. Tolio was flying on his griffin in the middle of the forest when suddenly he was surprised because someone started calling his name. The same Lies jumped out in front of him, holding a stick in his hands. Lies, with a surprised face, began to ask what else this meant and called it a bad word. Griffin Grisha began to slow down with his claws on the ground, and as soon as they stopped, Tolio said that didn't he promise that he wouldn't call him that? To which Lies replied that did he expect that he would keep this word in relation to the one who violated the contract. Lies began to scream in anger, waving his arms, reproaching Grisha for destroying his estate and failing to eliminate his targets. Tolio looked at him proudly and replied that the snake was intact, but the cat received a lot of wounds. And then he opened his eyes wide and said that he would simply ask the medicine man from the south to complete the rest. Lies began to tremble furiously, asking what kind of healer he was. Tolio jumped off his griffin and said that he wanted to kidnap the mother of the snake, so he sent orcs to them. And then with an evil smile on his face he added that this medicine man is special in brainwashing and murder. Liesa was shaking from his heels to his head, and Tolio said that if he were here, there would be no problems. When suddenly Tolio starts not really yelling at him that he sent him to the villa, that's why they failed here, and all this because of his insatiable greed, referring to Lies. Lies was still trembling and told him to shut up, because he boasted so much about his abilities, but could not do anything. Tolio hit him in the face with his finger so hard that he spat out his teeth and dropped his monocle. Lies lay on the floor holding his mouth while Tolio said he should have hit him in the first place. He started kicking him, saying this so that he would not be suspected of organizing all this. After undressing Lies and taking his cane with his things, he said that he would take it as a reward. And Lies lay beaten and naked on the earth. At that moment, white griffins flew up to the villa and began to fight with the black griffins. A white griffin was flying down, attacking someone, and there was a green aura around it. This griffin struck the black griffin with its claws. The green orcs fought off the blue orcs, killing one after another. One of the blue orcs shouted that this was impossible because they had the advantage in numbers, but they were too strong for them. Two orcs were running towards them, with a green aura around them. Killian swung his sword and also ran towards them. In one fell swoop he killed one of the orcs. Barrio and Reed stood behind him and were surprised, shouting that he had put it down. Killian looked at his sword, which was glowing with a green aura, and replied that it was a shamanic enhancement skill. At this time, Cradle stood and used his magic on everyone while griffins flew around him. He looked forward with a confident look and, laughing a little, he said that after the incident with the centaurs, he had a reason to learn this spell. Someone is watching this orc battle through a magic ball. Two guys looked at this battle, and the fair-haired one began to say that the most famous orcs of the archipelago were pushed back. The second added that this happened from Pendragon's insignificant army. There was a third guy with them, who was holding some kind of scolopendra in his hands, and said that it was all because of the strengthening spell. He began to chew this scolopendra and added that it seems that he is not the only one who can do this, there is a different level of magic there. He started smiling madly, and a red aura appeared around him, and he said that naturally they are all weaker than him. The two guys were terrified because they felt this ominous aura of the medicine man, and they understood that this power was capable of killing hundreds of knights and mercenaries. Golota, which is the name of this guy with the scolopendra, said that this is just bait. Until the worms are dealt with, they want to kidnap the worm's mother. They looked through the ball where Killian killed that same orc. Golota turned to them and added that the Dark King had given them such an order. He began to use his dark magic on this ball and asked in a frantic voice where their lady was. At this time, Helena was hugging Mia to her and trembling with fear. They all sat locked in the room, huddled in the corner, and Tada repeated that he was afraid and did not want to die, and Kazel replied that he was not afraid. Helena decided to cheer them up, but she herself was scared as hell and said that there was no need to be afraid because their soldiers were fighting outside. She began to look forward and added that she wanted to believe in it, when suddenly the door that saved them began to shine with bright red fire. They were all so surprised to see this bright light that they completely forgot about the danger. They noticed that this door began to completely melt. Alina fell into complete shock, realizing that it was a thick metal door. Behind this door stood Golota and his squad. Removing the fire from his finger, he asked how she was doing and then ordered him to tie himself up and they would just go. He started pointing his finger at everyone and said that if she resisted, then these people would turn into ashes, just like that very door. Mia at that moment began to cry, and Tada and Kazel began to tremble again, saying that they did not want to turn into ashes. Helena looked forward with a confident gaze, but her lips were still trembling. She stood up and walked towards him. She looked at him and asked what was the order of the second governor, and Golota simply started waving his hands, saying that enough unnecessary chatter, or he would force her. At the same moment, the bandage from his hand began to unwind and bind the princess. In seconds, he instantly tied her up and bandaged her mouth. She fell headfirst onto the floor as the maids screamed her name. Golota understood his hand, ordering his brothers, and the guy behind him looked at it all with a smile. Helena just lay on the floor with her eyes closed. Those two guys looked at her and thought that they could kidnap the Duchess so easily, because the witch doctor is a completely different level, unlike ordinary people. When suddenly his face began to be cut in half and his entire squad was killed in milliseconds. Golota, with his mouth open in great surprise on his face, turned to see what had happened. Mia and the others were very frightened by everything that was happening, and among them stood Saul, who killed his entire squad. Her hand was an extension of the fiery sword. Helena was very happy to see Saul nearby. Golota's jaw seemed to drop, and he himself thought that she incinerated them so quickly that not even blood came out, and then asked what kind of blade it was from the aura. Saul raised her hand and just looked at him silently. Golota stood and trembled, thinking that he had still killed thousands of people, knights, nobles. Helena lay on the floor and tried to make sounds and call Saul. Golota's eyes filled with blood, because he was very scared. He could not believe that he was afraid of this girl. He stood opposite Saul, who was hostile. Saul kept the blade from her aura still on. Golota ground his teeth in fear, realizing that she was definitely not a person because she had stones in her forehead and wings on her back. He watched her use her blade, realizing that she was even capable of such a thing. Immediately he remembered the dragons and realized that only a single race was capable of this. He started shouting the word dragon, but at that moment his head was simply cut off with the blade. Saul walked past him without even noticing as his head flew off. Aisla sat behind the wheel of the carriage and led them to the villa. Ian's stomach began to growl, so he put his hand on it. Ingrid turned to him and asked if he was okay, to which Ian replied that it was better because the healing abilities of the shield worked wonders. He then tilted his head and asked what was going on. He looked at Ellen and then pointed his finger at him, asking what happened to his body. He leaned towards him, with incomprehension on his face, adding that the shield of that monster flew into him, but he was still able to get up and continue to fight. Ellen tilted his head down and said that this is all the power of the white dragon. Yang leaned back in his chair and said that the power of the white dragon was simply something. Lady Luna looked to the side as if she wanted to say something. While they drove along the coast, she wondered if this was really the case. At this time, griffins were still flying over the villa. Killian pointed his sword forward and, with a smile on his face, shouted for everyone to look. He poked at those defeated orcs who were lying on the ground and said that they had completely defeated those Laduan orcs. The whole team began shouting at once that they had won and they were the invincible army of pendragons. Cradle stroked the head of the griffin Isla. Griffons were flying everywhere, and Saul looked at them. Helena came out to Saul and thanked her for saving her. Helena tilted her gaze and crossed her arms because she was embarrassed. Saul, stroking the griffin, replied that she was ordered to protect. Just for her. Helena blushed a little and with empty eyes said that she did not understand her. Then she looked at her and added that she was not obliged to protect all pendragons, but only the one with whom she made a deal. She tilted her head, saying that she knew this well. Saul turned her gaze to her. Helena looked down, thinking that earlier, when Gordon was alive, she had seen a white dragon in human form. She saw Saul as a person. Saul jumped down to Gordon from her dragon form. They looked at each other and talked about something. Saul was as if fascinated by this conversation, and Helena looked at this beautiful creature who was stronger than any person. But when she looked at how they looked into each other's eyes, Helena stood with her eyes wide open, pursing her lips, because at these moments she felt jealous. She closed her eyes and then, looking at Saul, replied that there was pain in her gaze at her son. Saul looked at her intently, listening as if she was remembering something very long ago. Helena replied with a very awkward look that she now began to understand this feeling. She bent down and asked to protect her child now and always. She felt very uncomfortable, but then she decided to say that what she wanted was that she understood that perhaps her son was a completely different person. After these words, she imagined that Ellen was Raven. She clutched her dress in her hands with all her strength, and then screamed with tears in her eyes that even if he became different and even if there was someone else in him, she would still love him in the depths of her heart. Helena sincerely cried, saying these words, and her soul, in a trembling voice, standing in front of Saul, she said that she was trying to love him. Griffin and Saul looked at each other. Saul then tilted her head and replied that she didn't fully understand her either. She looked at the crying Helena and said that even if Ellen is Raven Vault or Ellen Pendragon. She then waved her hand at the moon and said that she still saw him as Alex. She waved her hand as if she thought he saw her. Saul tried to reach out to him with her hand. They say that this is why, of those with whom she entered into an agreement, she likes Ellen the most. Suddenly they heard loud stomping on the lower floors. Ellen and the rest of the girls ran towards them. Ellen was very tired from running, and he asked his mother if she was okay because he was told that they were attacked. Helena, wiping tears from her face, replied that she was fine thanks to Saul. Why? She asked if everything was fine with them. Ellen, waving his arms, said that everything was fine and in perfect order because nothing had happened to them. But the girls stood and were silent, understanding the awkwardness of the situation. Helena folded her hands and placed them on her chest, thanking him for returning safe and sound. She reached out to him and then hugged him, as if they really were mother and son. It was so warm and sincere that even words cannot describe. Ellen was very moved by this situation, and Helena simply cried. Helena then went to hug her daughter while she asked what happened. Ellen raised his head up and began to ponder the meaning of life. He looked at the moon, saying the word, Mom. Saul looked at him silently. It's time for bed. Ellen stood near his door, and the girls were in front of him. His mother and sister wished him good night with a smile on their face. Ellen looked at his wife Linda's breasts, and she became very embarrassed. Lady Luna watched as he hugged her and wished her good night, calling her his dear wife. She was completely covered with envy, and as soon as Ellen began to leave, she called him with a cry, pointing her finger at herself. She said that she needed to discuss something important with him right now. Ellen looked at her in surprise, and she looked at him with red cheeks. Dead orcs lay on the floor. An orc warrior and an orc shaman looked at them. The orc warrior lowered his head down, and then he turned to Ellen and, smiling, shouted that don't they envy them. The orc warrior with a smile pointed his hand towards the dead orcs and shouted that, after all, dying in battle was their goal, and those two knew about it. Luna and Ellen looked in their direction, puzzled, and the orc continued to shout that they had received the greatest honor. The orcs began to rejoice and smile, and the orc warrior turned to the orc shaman and shouted that maybe they would send them to the god of the earth in an unusual boring way, but with style. The orc shaman smiled, his staff glowing green. And then, a second later, small sprouts appeared near the dead orcs, from which a bright light emanated. And then flowers appeared that bloomed near the corpse of the forks. The light of the flowers began to glow brighter and brighter, until the flowers swallowed almost the entire room. The orcs smiled and rejoiced as they watched the corpses of their comrades disappear into the flowers, rather than shouting that they were all brothers. While the orcs danced their farewell dance, Ellen and Luna watched it. And then Luna, looking forward, said in surprise that it was quite cute. A tear appeared in her eyes. She, looking forward, said that it was sad. The orc shaman and the orc warrior danced a happy dance. Looking forward, Ellen said that only those who fought with the dead could see this ceremony. This funeral was the best they could receive. Luna, looking forward, was very upset, and then Ellen continued to say that they don't show them at all other times, which means that they consider them family. Luna looked ahead and asked if this was true, but Ellen did not answer. He lowered his head down and closed his eyes, then said that what she wanted to say was that they needed to talk. He looked at the sky, which showed a large moon. He said that they should go quieter instead. Ellen and Luna sat on the steps and looked towards the ocean. Luna said that it might have been that time if she had not asked for a divorce. Luna, arms crossed, upset, looking ahead, asked that they would get married. Ellen, frowning, looked forward, but said nothing. Luna looked down and said that she now regrets it, having seen how much Ellen has changed. Luna continued to say that, however, the divorce was the family's decision, so she decided that nothing could be changed, so she gave up. Ellen put his head down on his hand and thought. Luna, thoughtful, said that when they traveled to the mausoleum, and even on this trip, she continues to look at him. Luna remembered how Ellen saved her from a pirate who had already swung his sword. The way he looked at her and she blushed at his gaze. Luna began to cry and, looking down, said that this feeling would probably never go away, but even now, thinking about it. Luna turned to the thoughtful Ellen and screamed with tears in her eyes, but Ellen replied that he was sorry. He lowered his head and said that this was not mutual. Hearing this, the moon stood in a stupor, and then, looking down, she answered that she understood. Luna remembered when Ellen was a failure, she said that she treated him so rudely. Now that he has become successful, she is starting to get pathetically closer again. She looked down and said that she had never had such thoughts. They sat together on the stairs and thought about something, and then Ellen, looking forward, said that everything was wrong, the reason was different. Luna, hearing this, looked at Ellen puzzled. Ellen replied that he did not hate her and did not consider her pathetic. Ellen, looking down in disappointment, said that in his life there was no such thing as real feelings. He remembered his past body and said that just like a pawn on the board, he moves as he is ordered. There is no room for any feelings in it. Ellen frowned and he grabbed his head with his hand and then said that he would say the same thing to anyone who starts getting closer to him. Ellen, frowning his eyebrows, looking forward with hatred, said that he was sorry. He stood up and, lowering his head, said that the moon should have a good rest. Tears rolled down the moon's cheeks. She blushed and silently looked at Ellen. Suddenly, from the bushes, someone looked at Ellen. Ellen frowned and took a few steps forward, saying that she too was Princess Ingrid. Ellen calmly began to move away, walking forward. He looked down and thought that he was alone. Ellen remembered how the girl hugged him. He frowned and, looking forward, thought that this did not mean that everything should be left as it was. Therefore he must go. Ellen remembered his past self when he stood in the middle of the street where the house was burning. His hands were tied. He thought that he needed to go to his hometown of Sisauk. Ellen clenched his fist and looked forward with confidence. We are transferred to the port. At the Luz Chamber of Commerce, someone asks what they've heard so far. The guys are sitting at the table and heatedly discussing something. One of them says that the brass orcs made a fuss. They broke into the governor's ball. Only crumbs were left of most of those present. Even the governor suffered. Another guy looked at the sea and said that besides him, but his comrade with black hair extended his hand forward and, interrupting him, shouted that he was a stupid person, he would be punished. The guy with black hair furrowed his eyebrows and, looking forward, replied that what was surprising was that these ferocious orcs encountered the Pendragons who were suddenly invited to the ball. The guy with black hair continued to tell his friend that their knights destroyed the orcs. His friend shouted that he was serious. A man in a white vest was sitting at the next table and was listening attentively to their conversation. He frowned in thought. He looked at the scales, on which lay mountains of coins. Suddenly he took one coin and brought it to his face. He thought that all the orcs were killed by one Ancona orc. The man threw a few coins onto the opposite side of the scale. He remembered that one of those who fought with him was the knight Valvas. The man threw some more gold onto the other side of the scale. He frowned and looked at the few coins in his hand and thought. He remembered how he met Ellen. And then he thought and remembered Tolio Aranges, the Dark King, the monster invincible in the south. He remembered how he looked straight into his eyes with his frightening gaze. The guy thought that he was a monster that even he himself could not resist. The man looked at his coins in his hands. Sweat began to flow from his face. He thought that it didn't matter. He threw a few coins onto the scale. Suddenly someone shouted, "President Ron, President Ron." Ron turned around with furrowed brows and asked why the guy was shouting. The guy stepped forward and shouted that there was an incredible business opportunity. The guy furrowed his eyebrows and continued to shout that the one who was causing the whole city to worry, Ellen Pendragon, was here. Hearing this, Ron stood up in a stupor and opened his mouth wide. Ellen stood smiling with folded arms in front of Ron. He smiled and said how pompous. Ellen looked somewhere to the side and said that with such and such equipment the existence of small and medium-sized businesses can be nullified. He must be getting a lot of money. Ron furrowed his eyebrows and looked forward menacingly, and then he took out a glass and started pouring alcohol into it. Ellen turned away and said that the governor had done a good job of it. Well, the economy of Louis. Ellen gazed somewhere to the side and said that he must have fantastic subordinates. Ron held out the glass to Ellen and said that they would drink. Ellen looked at the glass with a smile and thought, and then he extended his hand towards Ron. But suddenly the glass jumped out of Ron's hands and began to fall to the floor. Ellen looked at him in surprise, and then, I tried to catch it. But at that moment Ron swung his leg straight at Ellen. Ellen clenched his teeth and frowned. He was able to dodge at the last moment. Ron, looking forward menacingly, swung his fist straight at him again. But Ellen, frowning, put his hand in front of him and was able to block his blow. A huge number of blows from Ron rushed straight at Ellen. Ellen blocked them one by one. Ron looked menacingly straight into Ellen's eyes, attacking over and over again. Ellen smiled and, grabbing Ron's hand, said that he expected nothing less from the cunning fox against Isla. Ron smiled and, breathing heavily, said that no matter who spoke, Ellen pretended to be afraid of his aura. Ellen, frowning, held Ron's hand, and he held Ellen by the collar. Ron said that since Ellen managed to defeat the Dark King, he is definitely stronger. Ron furrowed his eyebrows and said that, however, if Ellen thought that he would be easy to kill, then he was mistaken. A strong aura appeared around Ron. He looked in front of him angrily and then said that because he had a couple more things to do in this world. Ellen looked forward calmly, and then he said that with the help of the power of this Chamber of Commerce, Myron was going to reduce the economic distance with the Empire and improve the economy. Hearing this, Ron opened his eyes wide and looked at Ellen in shock. Ellen released Ron and, smiling, said that Ron was mistaken, he was here to capture him, and especially not to kill him. Ellen frowned and said that he wanted to buy him, the master of the Dusk Tower, Ron Vincent. Hearing this, Ron stood up in a stupor. Ellen, looking at him, wondered what he hadn't noticed right away, even though Vincent was an unremarkable name. Ellen remembered Aesla and his words about how he had a tower tattoo on his shoulder. Ellen imagined this tattoo and thought that this was the same Tower of Twilight. Few people know about this, but there are two clear facts. All members of the team have a tower tattoo, their talents are excellent in completely different areas, and the leaders leading them they call a master. For the sake of the whole world, they know the path of justice. Ellen remembered how he sat by the fire with a piece of meat in a past life, and thought that he had heard the story in their fighter corps in a past life. Ellen smiled and, looking at Ron, said that he calmly put his hands in his pockets and said that he was the one who wanted to strengthen Louis's position and seize control of all the coastal cities of the Empire. He smiled and, holding out his hand, said that with the help of the power of the chamber, Ron wanted to unite small and medium-sized businesses and jointly put pressure on large merchants and nobles. Ron, hearing these words, furrowed his eyebrows and opened his mouth. They seriously shocked him. Ellen continued to say that he did this to reduce their income and prevent them from becoming too powerful. Ron furrowed his brows and continued to look at Ellen. Puzzled, he wondered how he managed to do this. He never revealed the real plans to anyone. How did he know? Smiling, I look forward. He thought that so. Ron wants to eradicate economic differences in the Empire. He wants too much. Gray glimpses of sunset by Ron Vincent. Ron continued to look at Ellen incredulously. Ellen wondered that his name was known in his past life. He is one of the heroes. Ellen crossed his arms and turned his head away, and then said that he did not understand why someone of your caliber would work for Count Segunda. Ron frowned and looked menacingly at Ellen, but remained silent. And then he suddenly stepped aside and said that this man was very noble. He remembered someone teaching him and said that he wanted to work with him, ignore social status, and use it wisely to build Louis' economy. Ron remembered their market and said that the population was richer because of it. Ellen, crossing his arms, looked at Ron and said that because of this, when they arrived, he wanted to kill him and Ian. Ellen smiled and then looked at Ron and said that perhaps Prince Zion. Ron turned around and, looking at Ellen, said that it was so what? Ellen looked at him in surprise and did not answer, and Ron grabbed the bottle standing on the table and said that the stupid nobles, like the royal family, are shaking for power and influence. They don't care who wins or dies. Ron poured champagne into a glass and said that he didn't care because in this world. Ron looked closely at the contents of the glass and then added that his goal was the health and safety of people, all he needed. Ron took a sip of champagne and then said that, besides, all nobles are somewhat similar to the Count of Segunda. Ellen smiled and, looking at Ron, said that even he, Ellen Pendragon. Ron turned around and glared at Ellen, and then he looked at his glass and said that he still didn't understand. Ellen smiled and looked at Ron, and then, putting his hands on his belt, he said that Ron should drop by sometime into the Pendragon territory and let him stay with them. Ron continued to look at Ellen incredulously. Ellen added that he would then let him make a decision. Ellen smiled and, holding out his hand, said that if Ron thought it would be better for the people, let him try to cut the Pendragon's income or kill him, let him do whatever he wants. Ron looked into his glass, puzzled, not knowing what to answer, and then take another sip and added that if Ellen accepts him as an ally, it means he wants to know all the schemes of Count Segund, what he is counting on. Ellen, folding his hands, smiled and said that, of course, this is one of the advantages. His mouth remained silent. And then, everyone on the table, he smiled and, thoughtfully, replied that then he would try to work with him. Ellen, frowning, smiled and said that he would wait. When leaving, Ellen threw up a couple of gold coins. Ron was very surprised when he saw this. He looked at the flying coins. They landed on one side of the scale, and then she sank down with a roar. Ron continued to look forward in surprise. Ellen waved his hand and, leaving, said that it was for beer. He was treating him. And then Ron turned around in fear and looked at the scales. He looked down and smiled. And then he said, Ellen Pendragon. We are taken to a large house with a blue roof. Someone asks if the wounds are closed. Ian, with a smile in his hand, a glass of wine, looks at Ellen and says that yes, it's all thanks to the healing account. He frowns and, exhaling, looks at the sky and then says that he had a hell of an adventure. Ingrid is probably now traumatized for life. Ian points his finger at Ellen and shouts menacingly that he will not allow him to take his sister. Ellen smiles and, closing his eyes, replies that this is his final decision, while he can deal with it himself if he wants. Ian looks at Ellen in surprise, asks that they are now on the boobs. Ellen replies that we need to continue the investigation. He will take Aisla and Saul with him this time. Ian, frowning, looks at Ellen and asks what he wants to say, that the three of them are going to cope and they don't know what the enemies are planning. Ellen, smiling, nodded his head and said that Ian himself saw everything, his strength and the strength of his friends and the governor's estate. Ellen looked at his comrade with a smile and said that Saul was stronger than them all combined. Ian laughs, holding a glass of wine in his hand, and then says that, of course, she is a dragon, a monster who has taken on the form of a person. And then Ian looks down and thinks and says that monster is probably the wrong word, but who is he anyway? He remembered the battle with the pirate's head when it swung at him and broke his sword with one swing. When he was able to stop Ellen with a fierce attack and laughed menacingly, this pirate leader. Ian looked at Ellen and said that he held his own well even against two. He was definitely an unusual person. Ellen replied that he was probably half-orc. In addition, he is fluent in southern fighting techniques. Ian looked towards the sea and said that it means that behind what happened, besides the Count, there was a larger enemy. Ellen and Ian looked at each other in silence, and then Ellen furrowed his brows and lowered his head. He said that it was reassuring, however, that Ian was his ally. Ian looked at Ellen in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. Ian began to shake, and Ellen, folding his arms, said that, having fought against the monster, if it weren't for Ian, he probably would have died. Ian, frowning and clenching his teeth, looked at Ellen menacingly, and then said that Ian shouted that Ellen hit his head, but his blows still did not miss. Ian kept his hands in his pockets, he lowered his head and, smiling, said that it means they are not leaving tomorrow morning. Ian straightened his hair and said that they still needed to find Guffley in the Imperial Palace. Ellen frowned and looked forward, and then thought that Guffley. He remembered how in a past life he was holding a piece of paper. Ellen thought that he was that person. Ellen furrowed his brows and remembered that he would become an emperor in the future. Ellen, folding his arms and frowning, looked at Ian and told him not to rush because there were enemies everywhere. Ian smiled and replied that Ellen should also be more careful. Morning came, the sun rose from behind the mountains. Ellen's entire family, along with a harpy and a goblin, approached the black carriage. And, rather, you, smiling, waved your hand to the princess to everyone who saw her off. Ellen's mother, his sister and wife looked at her, smiling. Princess Luna looked thoughtfully at the sea. A white horse appears in front of us, on which the rider sits and examines the entire city from the mountain. Vincent, on horseback, looked out over the city, and then he rode off into the sunset. We are transported late at night to two large towers, near which a ship is sailing, and then into the room where Lies is sitting with a frightened look. He grabs his head, looks down, and then wonders what he should do. He opened his eyes wide, eyebrows furrowed, beginning to think that this morning Ian went to the Imperial Palace, the assassination failed. He could not get Duchess Helena, and Vincent disappeared. Lies punched himself in the leg and then shouted what the hell this was. He looked down in fear, and then said in a trembling voice that it was still necessary to make Guffley a prince as soon as possible. His hands begin to shake, he looks ahead in fear, and then says what if they came here to investigate the assassination attempt on Prince Sion, and what if they head to Sessuck and find evidence? Lies looks ahead in fear and says that the word he promised will change their future completely. He urgently needs to contact them. We are transported to Sessuck. Huge mountains are visible everywhere. Someone is riding a horse and shouting. Two large falcons fly behind him, their mouths wide open. Two guys fearfully run forward on horses, and birds thirsty for blood fly after them. The guy turns around in fear and shouts that they are getting closer. How did these creatures get here? He knew it, he didn't have to go. He looked at the rapidly approaching birds and shouted to this damned island. Suddenly, a couple of arrows appeared from somewhere. They struck one bird after another in an instant. The guy turned around, puzzled, and looked at the birds falling dead to the ground. He saw three men on the hill pointing a crossbow directly at them. The guy looked forward menacingly, holding his crossbow straight in front of him. A huge bird flew towards him at great speed, waving its claws. He slowly began to draw his sword from its sheath, and then, swinging, he jumped on the giant bird. The guy swung his sword and cut her into two parts in one blow. The merchants looked in fear at what was happening in front of them. The guy knelt down, two parts of the bird lay on the floor. The guy held the sword in his hand, he frowned and looked at the merchants. The merchants looked at them in fear and thought that they were mercenaries if they provoked them. But the guy who killed the birds turned around and just walked the other way. The merchant, who mounted his horse, approached the savior and asked that they would not take their money. The guy wiped the blood from his sword and, closing his eyes, said that there was no need for this, he was just testing the blade. The merchants looked at the guy happily and thanked him with a smile, and then asked who he was. The guy silently looked ahead and did not turn to them. His hair fluttered in the wind. And then, lowering his head, he said to Raven and added that that was his name. Ellen, in his new form, turned to his allies and shouted for Elkin and Saul to follow him. They threw back their hoods and looked carefully at Ellen, and then all three followed ahead of Ellen. We are taken to a large building in Sessuck, to Elma's bar. A huge number of adventurers drink beer with a smile and heatedly discuss something. A waitress approached Ellen and his company. She put glasses on the table and said with a smile that if they had already decided what they would order. She leaned towards Ellen and whispered with a smile, alcohol, food, or, if he wishes, to warm his bed, she can do everything. Ellen raised his hand and poured a handful of gold coins onto the table. The waitress, looking at this, was very surprised, but did not answer anything. Ellen said, 2 beers, steamed pork and fried chicken with herbs. Ellen took off his hood and, looking at the waitress, said that they also had their famous rice. A few minutes later they had various dishes on the table that looked very appetizing. Someone scooped up some rice and vegetables with a spoon. Aisla tasted some rice and then said that, just think, he thought that such rice was only found in the south. Ellen closed his eyes and opened his mouth to try the rice too. He said that Sesek is surrounded by mountains, so crops cannot be done here, but because of the heavy rains, rice grows well. Aisla and Saul looked at Ellen in surprise, and then Aisla said that Ellen knew a lot about this region. Ellen let it go in his head and thought about it, and then said, probably. Saul chewed calmly, not paying attention to anyone. She constantly looked forward and continued to eat the chicken leg. There was a lot of buzz and noise in the bar. Everyone was talking about something. One of the adventurers grabbed the waitress by the butt and said with a smile that she was cute. The other adventurers are grappling with each other, looking at each other angrily. Ellen, looking around, thought that these weak mountains were full of mercenaries and demons, cursed Lance. He furrowed his eyebrows and wondered why they were called that 10 years ago. The local ruler is the Count of Brescia. He got a lot of money to buy the rights to this territory. He had a huge number of soldiers, so the imperial troops who were here earlier returned to the country. But due to the fact that he spent half his fortune on land, the Count was unable to organize the protection of the soldiers. That's why pirates and demons filled these places. They are incredibly dangerous. The adventurers began to fight. One of them approached the girl and, hugging her shoulder, smiled. Ellen thought that because of this, the Lord could only rely on the local residents, and with the funds that he had left, he hired mercenaries. Ellen lowered his head and thought that the Vault family also did not train soldiers to ensure the safety of the residents. But he remembered his past life, how a huge building was burning, how he stood on his knees, chained in the pouring rain, how, exhausted, they threw him into prison and mocked him. Ellen, remembering all this, clenched his teeth and clenched his mug. But suddenly one of the adventurers flew straight towards them at the table, knocking all the food off him and the table itself. Aisla watched in horror as his plate of rice scattered across the room. The adventurer, frowning, looked at the girl and said that she was an amateur. She was playing with fire. The girl with red hair put her hand on her belt and angrily shouted that he was playing with fire, clinging, getting into places he shouldn't, and I don't know anyone like him. The girl raised her hand and, frowning, shouted that if he wants to touch, let him pay. The guy grabbed the daggers, frowned, lunged forward, and then shouted that he was hers. Aisla drove the adventurer's face straight into the ground with great force. He could not forgive him for ruining the rice. There was loud laughter in the tavern, and then a guy came up, patted the girl on the head and apologized to Elenom and his allies. He said that it seemed that his employee was too rude. The man, hugging the girl by the shoulder, sat down at the same table with his new friends and, extending his hand upward, told them to help themselves and forgive them once again. He pointed at himself and said he was Jonathan Bearson. They could just call him Jody. He pointed to the guy to his left and said that the one with the split eyes was Gus. And then he pointed to a girl with short hair and red hair and said that she was Skyla. Jonathan smiled, looked at the boy and asked what about them. Ellen furrowed his eyebrows and asked if this was necessary. Jonathan, smiling, continued to say, looking at him, that it would be good to know each other's names. They are mercenaries. After all, connections are an important thing. Ellen lowered his eyes and replied that he was Raven. Jonathan smiled and, holding a mug of beer in his hand, said that Raven is like a crow. It's unlikely that this is his real name, but it will do for a mercenary and his companions. Ellen looked at his comrades and said that these were Aisla and Saul. They were his relatives, and Saul was his wife. Jonathan looked at them and said that it was rare to see a family of mercenaries anywhere. Ellen replied that he probably did. Jonathan, looking at them, asked what was so. It means they came for the monsters thanks to the stupidity and cold of the earth. They are infested. Jonathan smiled broadly and added that neither the locals nor the government know what to do about it, so there is a very high demand for highly skilled mercenaries here. Jonathan glared at Ellen and added if they were strong enough. Ellen and Aisla looked ahead unfriendly. Skyla smiled and, looking forward, asked that Aisla was free. He was so cute, just like her type. She spread her arms with a smile and, looking ahead, asked that why don't he go with them. He will receive a couple of pleasant bonuses. Gus sighed heavily and, looking at her, said that the multicolored one was back to her own. She was becoming more depraved every day. Skyla slammed her glass on the table with a smile, and then, looking at Isla, shouted for them to exchange it for Gus. Jonathan closed his eyes and, smiling, replied that they always behave like this, even if Ellen did not pay attention. Ellen put his hands on the table and said that Jonathan said that the Lord hires people. That's true. Jonathan replied yes. Ellen looked down and said that he was the lord of an entire region. He remembered the one who mocked him. And then, frowning, he looked at Jonathan and said that it was Ravthalin. Hearing this, Jonathan was seriously frightened. He did not know what to answer. Jonathan, looking at Ellen, fearfully wondered what it was, where he got such a murderous aura. Jonathan calmly, looking at Ellen, said that yes, it was him, they planned to meet with him, the pay was not bad. Ellen drank a glass of beer and asked what was true, and then he looked forward calmly. Ellen looked at his companions, who were eating calmly, and told them what he had decided. He stood up from the table and, frowning, said that they would go to Tylan's estate with them. Ellen smiled and, looking at his comrades, said that it seemed that they had found excellent companions. Aisla looked at Ellen in surprise and asked that at that time Skyla was clapping her hands and smiling. She grabbed Aisla by the hand and shouted so that he understood what Ellen was talking about. Now she will be able to fight and a bunch of other things. She will teach everything. Ellen looked at Jonathan and said that it seemed that it was destined to meet. He said that connections were important. Jonathan smiled and replied that yes, exactly. Aisla looked at Saul with displeasure while Skyla held his hand. We are taken closer to evening, to one of the rooms of this bar. Aisla, frowning, looks at Ellen and asks what this means. Ellen stands in the center of the room, looking at him. Aisla, folding her arms, asks why they should go with the three of them. Ellen smiled and, grabbing his sword, said that after all, they travel throughout the Empire for information. Besides, Ellen turned to them and added that if they went with them, it would be easier for them to disguise themselves. Ellen looked at Saul and said, especially because she stands out too much. Aisla began to look at Saul. Bisha, folding his arms, walked to the window, and then, looking out of it, said that the more they stand out, the more difficult it will be for them to pretend, so for the sake of it. Ellen frowned and added that for the sake of their real goals. Aisla frowned, looked closely at Ellen, but said nothing. Suddenly Saul says that this man is Ravthalin. Hearing Saul's voice, Ellen turned around in interest. Saul sat on the bed and looked at him. And then she said that it was he who framed Raven and destroyed the Vault family. Ellen lowered his head and said that Saul saw everything, his memories. Ellen's body began to shake. He clenched his teeth and looked down menacingly, and then said that he was Ravthalin. Ellen remembered how he looked happily in front of him as a child, and shouted that he would become a knight in the Bressius family. Tylan turned to him and said yes, along with his son Jeff. He smiled as he held the letter in his hand and said it was all thanks to his ball skills, they were great. Ellen took the letter with a smile. Tylan told him that since he recommended him, he wants Ellen to send this letter to a guest staying in their country. We are transported to a small house. Ellen shouts to her father that he did it. Ellen happily looks at his father and brother and shouts that Lord Thalen recommended him for knighthood. He needs to do one more thing and he will become a knight. Ellen's father answered with a smile, looking at him, that this was excellent. And then he said that Tylan is the Count's most trusted subordinate, so his recommendation is worth a lot. Ellen thought that the next day everything changed. Knights with the coats of arms of a yellow horse appeared. One of them, putting his sword forward, shouted traitors. The knights pointed their swords at Helen and his family and shouted that they needed to take them. Ellen watched this in horror. He thought that this must be a mistake. They were set up. Ellen, lowering his head, thought he remembered everything that happened to him. He said that from what he heard from Ian. He remembered the letter and said that the letter was addressed to Prince Cyan and he went to Sisek in secret. When he opened the letter, he was poisoned with poison mixed into the ink. He fell dead, and the letter burned. Probably some kind of magic was left on the letter. Ellen was tied to a pole in the dungeon. He lay on the floor and thought that since they were the main suspects, they were subjected to painful torture, and then Talon came to Ellen with a smile. He kept his hands in his pockets, said his father confessed. Ellen looked up as Tylan continued to say that he was paid 5 gold bars to have his son replace the letter with a killing device. Ellen looked with horror at the man he once revered. Talon smiled and said that in order to allow his eldest son to inherit the family, he forced his worthless younger son to do such a thing. What a shame. Tylan looked to the side and thought, saying that although he was respected as a proud knight and a great friend, Ellen furrowed his eyebrows and shouted menacingly that Tylan should not joke with him. His father would never do such a thing. Tylan was the one. Talon looked at Ellen with a smile and, interrupting him, said that he somehow thought about the words of the best vassal of the Count of Brescia or the words of the second son of a lower family. Tylan laughed and asked whose they would be more willing to believe. Even a moron would understand. Ellen clenched his teeth. Blood, his whole body was shaking with anger. He said that Talon was a bastard. Talon extended his hand to his bars and said that everything was arranged so that Ellen would be freed from here and go to the Demon Slayer Corps. Ellen looked at him in horror, and Tylan continued to say that if Ellen lives 10 years in this hell, all his misdeeds will be forgiven. Tylan took a step to the side and said that the fact that the Supplic was sentenced to whom he was simply given an order warmed his heart. Ellen, not understanding, looked at him and frowned. And then Tylan smiled and told Ellen to thank his father for the recognition. Hearing this, Ellen boiled with rage. He began hitting the bars with his hands, angrily shouting at Tylan that he would kill him. Ellen furrowed his eyebrows and continued to shout that he would live these 10 years and tear him to pieces. Tylan walked away, not paying any attention to Ellen. We are transported back. Ellen is sitting on a chair with his head down. He says that his father lied. He, leaning his head on his hands, adds that he could only save his life. Ellen's hands began to shake, and he said that it was all because he had changed the letters. Hearing all this, Saul remained silent. Ellen lowered his head and said that the Vault family was branded traitors, and everyone except him was hanged. Ellen covered his face with his hands and said that this time they would not disguise themselves to get close to Tylan. Ellen looked to the side and said that they would find a moment and capture him and force him to confess all his sins. Hearing this, Saul looked at Ellen in surprise. Ellen gave off an ominous aura. He said that, like the others behind this, he would find everyone. Ellen furrowed his eyebrows and clenched his teeth, and then said in a frightening manner that he would definitely finish everyone off. The guys were still at the bar, and someone asked in surprise that they would really go with them. Skyla, looking at Gus, said that if he doesn't like it, then he can go there alone, to which he began to bark displeasantly. Gus looked forward with a dissatisfied face. Remembering Saul, he said that it seemed that she did not want to hear them and could not remain silent. He did not believe that she was a mercenary. Judy answered him with incomprehension that, according to them, she was the strongest of their company. Gus, crossing his arms, said that they thought he would believe it. Skyla, eating something, thought about the fact that this was true, and Judy looked at the floor without mood. He looked at his empty plate and realized that there were actually a couple of discrepancies. And then he remembered Ellen, that his murderous aura convinced him that they were not ordinary travelers. Judy started drinking beer from his mug and told them not to worry about it. And then he showed them his thumb and smiled, saying that his intuition never fails. At this time, our detachment went down to them and told them to all go together to the estate of Rav Talon. They walk along the street, and Ellen asked how long it would take them to get to the estate, to which Judy replied that if they started from Elma, then the walk would be about half a day. A carriage began to pass through the main gate, and Gus noticed that some commotion was at the castle gates. The one who was driving the carriage began to wave his arms and shout to everyone to bow down, because the young lady of the Brescia family, the first beauty of Sisuka, had arrived here. A girl with a fan in her hands and an arrogant look sat in a carriage, and her name was Sophia Brescia. She started knocking on the window, saying that she was not only the beauty of Sisuka, but the beauty of the entire empire. She raised the fan to her face and added that someday she would defeat the prince and leave this hole and become a queen. The guys looked at how all the people around were on their knees, looking at this carriage. Gus crossed his arms displeasantly and said that there were rumors about the count's daughter, that she was a bad person, but these, most likely, were not even rumors but the pure truth. And Skyla asked him that she was more beautiful than her, to which she received a negative answer. Judy turned to them, waved his hand and said that it was better to pass by. But Ellen decided not to listen to him and stood right in front of this carriage. They were very scared and tried to pull him away while he stood there with a very stern look. His eyes seemed to glow with fire because he saw his enemy right in front of him. He looked at their flag and started having memories because of it. He remembered how they pointed a sword at them, shouting that they were traitors. The father protected his entire family with his body while the sword was pointed at him. Saul walked up to him and tried to calm him down while he burned with bright blue flames. She took his hand to calm him down. Ellen looked forward very angrily, but then he calmed down and closed his eyes, saying that there was no time for this now. They started to walk away from this carriage, when suddenly that nasty girl started pointing her finger at him and screaming at him to stop. From her carriage, she screamed at him for staring, calling him a stinking mercenary, so he should bend the knee to her. The three from the bar were very scared, and Gus said that they seemed to have slowed down a lot. One of her main guards said that if she behaved so recklessly, she did not even listen to him and interrupted him, asking how he dared to disturb her. She started pointing her fan at him and screaming for them to get caught. Let them fall to their knees, and that was the order. 3 guards immediately rushed to catch Ellen, but they were instantly stopped, grabbed by the face. It was Aisla who began to throw it over himself. He then tripped them up to make them fly away. Aisla threw out all 3 around him in one fell swoop. The princess and the guard were very surprised by such abilities. The 3 from the bar were just as surprised. There was dust everywhere from Aisla scattering the 3 of them. He looked at them with half-lidded eyes and said that if he dared, he would have to go through it first. Then his face changed and he looked quite angry. At this moment, Aisla was holding his sword with his hand. The princess, seeing his very angry look, was very frightened and was shaking all over with fear, asking, "What is he even talking about?" and then decided to mention her status that she is the daughter of a count. Aisla simply looked up and said that he didn't care about their blood. The princess was very frightened. Her tears and snot flowed. She screamed. Ellen reached out to Aisla and told him to calm down, but Aisla began to swing his sword. There were traces of his sword swing in the air. Aisla's blow was blocked by that same commander, and the princess fell out of the carriage on the other side. Ellen looked at all this with wide open eyes and was very surprised. The commander looked down and apologized to Isla, calling him the Knight of Valvas. Aisla simply looked at him with a satisfied expression on his face. The princess fell face down into the mud and was still trembling, asking who Valvas was. They both put away their swords, and the commander said that Valvas is from the far south and these are knights from the Isle of Chaos, who are incredibly strong and capable of killing anyone who disturbs their master. He looked with wide open eyes at the princess and said that there would be a noble here, and he would not care who he killed. She was scared and covered her mouth in fear while the commander said that she needed to learn more about the world, and that she should not overestimate the abilities of her blood. The commander looked at Aisla and added that since he has such incredible abilities, then maybe he will introduce himself. Aisla looked at him with indifference and replied that he had no desire to say his name. The princess was unhappy, but the commander simply smiled. They began to leave again in the carriage while the one from the carriage shouted that she would inform her father about this. Ellen looked after him, thinking that this was the Brescia family and the commander of the Fillmore Knights. He remembered how the commander blocked Aisla's blow, and thought that he remembered the commander from childhood as an incredible warrior, and then he wanted to be like him. They watched the carriage drive away, and Ellen said that it was a shame for such a strong warrior to walk under the Count of Brescia. The guys were walking around the city, and then Skyla started running up to them. Skylar ran up to Isla with Judy standing behind them shouting that he surprised him, and Skyla started asking him to teach this throw which he used against them. Gus watched as Skyla pestered Aisla and remained silent. He looked at them with a very displeased expression on his face, thinking that if he was Knight Valvas, he would not follow someone weaker than himself. He glanced at Ellen out of the corner of his eye and realized that this guy was much stronger than Aisla. Ellen just looked at the guys silently and indifferently. Gus closed his eyes and turned to Judy with a smile, saying that his intuition really did not disappoint. Skyla held Aisla by the hand and pointed her finger forward, saying that they had already arrived. In front of them was the estate of Rav Talon. A boy with a long lock of hair sat on the throne and said that they wanted to work for him. In front of him was the same squad of our guys. Judy, looking at him, answered in agreement, saying that they had a lot of combat experience. Skyla, with a grin on her face, said that as long as they get money for killing enemies, they will work for him, but they are not going to be lapdogs. The boy put his head on his hand and replied that they were quite daring and it looked like they definitely had skills. Looking at Ellen, Aisla, and Saul, he said that these three were also strong. Ellen was very angry, so he closed his eyes so as not to see him. The boy began waving his arms, saying that they would be tested, and for this they must kill monsters on the outskirts of his territory in the village of Monza. He looked at them and said this with half-closed eyes. Suddenly, after these words, Ellen was very surprised. The guys noticed his reaction. Ellen began to bare his teeth in anger, realizing that this was his hometown. He remembered the rice fields, thinking that this was the village that the Vault family ruled. We see monsters that began to attack their squad. Judy kills the wolf with one swing of her sword. Skyla also kills the raven with one swing of his sword. Gus cuts the snake in half. The knights who were sent with them simply stood there, their mouths open in shock. We see a beautiful golden handle with a feather at the end. It was the spear of Aisla, who stood in front of a huge boar. He began to attack this boar, and with one blow he hit him right in the forehead with his spear and thereby killed him. The knights began to scream at the spectacle. Behind Aisla stood a huge bear, which was ready to tear him into pieces. The bear rushed to attack him. Aisla noticed this and raised his head. But, at that moment, Ellen jumped on this bear and pierced him with his sword. He then jumped to the ground while blood was flowing from the bear's head and a katana was sticking out. Ellen took out his second sword and rushed to attack him again. With one swing he cuts off the head of this bear. Blood flew over these knights, who were in complete shock and horror. Saul swung her sword numerous times, so that pieces of meat and hair flew everywhere. Around her lay a bunch of monsters, of which only beautifully cut squares lay. There was a drop of blood on her face, and she looked down with a cold gaze. The knights saw how she mercilessly did all this, and were even more surprised. We see them already sitting at the table, while behind them people are working in the rice fields. Skyla was already a little drunk on beer and shouted with laughter that they had seen the faces of these soldiers. She was the only one at the table who laughed, saying that they were so amazed at their strength that they were even speechless. And Judy added that it was the trio who did all the work, hinting at Aisla, Ellen, and Saul. They did not believe that Saul was capable of such a thing. Gus closed his eyes and said with a smile that they would definitely be hired now, and Judy exclaimed that he was very glad that they had joined them. Ellen just silently looked away. Judy noticed that something was wrong with him, so he asked why he was so upset, to which he received the answer that nothing had happened, but he was just thinking about the residents. He looked at the workers who were pulling rice out of the water, and they were all in tattered clothes. Ellen was still looking at them, asking the others why the farmers here were so poor, and Judy replied that they weren't farmers. These words surprised both Ellen and Aisla. Judy, looking at them, replied that these workers have neither wealth nor freedom, they are serfs. Ellen was completely shocked by this information. Aisla was a little taken aback by this, so he simply remained silent. Gus raised his head and said that when Brescia bought the territory, they lost almost all of their wealth, and to get it back, they raised taxes. Then he pointed his finger at these workers and said that this did not help them, so they decided to introduce serfdom. These workers were completely devastated, because everything was taken away from them except food. All these people were literally prisoners who knew nothing but work. He began to drink his beer, adding that Brescia was clouded by wealth, and that is why they did this. Skyla leaned towards him with a dissatisfied expression on her face, saying that he spoke very loudly and that the soldiers could hear, to which he replied that she should not be afraid. Ellen was very angry looking at all this. Aisla said with a stern look that they were completely rotten. Ellen angrily hit the table with a trembling hand and understood that everything was different before. He remembered how his father defended this village with his own strength from monsters. He calmed all the inhabitants and defeated all the enemies, and then, all beaten, returned to his youngest son. The father stroked little Raven on the head, and he smiled and was sincerely happy. A drop of rain fell on Aisla's head, and Ellen looked down sadly. A torrential downpour began, which watered Skyla and the rest of the guys. Ellen began to get up from the table. While it was raining everywhere, he began to walk somewhere into the distance, and Judy reached out to him with his hand and asked where he went, because it was raining now. Ellen let go of his face and asked them to give him some time alone. Saul and Aisla looked after him. It was raining very heavily outside, and Ellen simply stood still and looked forward while raindrops flowed down him. He looked at his building, which was now destroyed. He looked down at the flag and looked very upset. After all, this flag was completely torn, crushed with stones and burned. Suddenly Saul turned to him, taking off her hood, and said that this is what the vault estate, in which he grew up, turned out to be. Ellen turned to her with dissatisfaction and reproached her for asking them to leave him, to which he received the answer that she was worried about him. He was very surprised by these words. Saul stood opposite him and added that he had been acting very strange since their arrival in Sisek. The wind blew through her hair, and she added that they were connected by souls, weren't they? Ellen closed his eyes and lowered his head, remaining silent. And then he went to 3 graves that were on the main square. Standing in front of the graves, Saul asked that this was the grave of his relatives. Ellen peered at the inscriptions on the grave and read them aloud. He was very upset, saying that his family was labeled traitors, so they were framed, but it was definitely not Tylan or Bresci. Continuing to look at the floor, he wondered who could betray him, when suddenly a homeless man in tattered clothes appeared behind him and asked who he was. The man had a long beard and glasses, and rain was dripping from his hat. Ellen peered at him and thought that he was a resident of this village. Suddenly he was very surprised, because he recognized him. He remembered meeting his father after his fight, and then he remembered the man who poured him tea. It was the butler of the vault family, Sir Ramelda. He began to approach these graves and said that they apparently came to laugh at the graves of the traitors from the vault family. Ramelda looked at the floor with sadness in his face and said that he had served them for a long time, so even now, the gentleman has not changed. They were both very upset and looked down. But then Ellen, through anger, said that he had heard that the head of the vault house, Grey Vault, was a proud warrior who protected people. Ramelda was a little shocked and looked at Ellen, who said that he did not believe that they were traitors. This was most likely not the case. Ramelda began to tremble with joy and bowed his head, asking if it was true. Ellen smiled sincerely and looked at him. He pointed to the graves and asked if it was he who made these graves, to which he replied that it was so, because he wanted to arrange a proper funeral. He looked at these graves with a smile on his face, saying that they were wonderful people. Saul watched them and heard Ramelda say that the leader, Grey, constantly said that there was no difference between the Lord and his people, the difference was only in the roles. These 3 graves were cracked, and Ramelda added that his son, Reed, followed in his father's footsteps. He was a brave warrior. He personally saw Reed risk his life many times to protect people from wild animals. Ellen, listening to all this, was imbued with very good memories and smiled while Ramelda said that the Lord's wife, whose name was Shino, shared food with people in times of crop failure. She even helped sow the fields. Suddenly, he was very surprised by Ramelda's words, that they really were wonderful, but something had changed. Ramelda looked down sadly and said that when their son, Reed, went to the Brescia estate and delivered the letter, something terrible happened. Time around Ellen suddenly froze, because he did not understand what he was talking about now. He said very fearfully that the one who delivered the letter was not Raven Vault. Ramelda looked at him with confusion and asked who he was. Ellen was very frightened by these words. Suddenly he grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and started shouting that they had a second son, Raven, and how could he even not know him? Ramelda started yelling back at him. What was he even talking about? Because they didn't have a second son, only Gray, Reed, and Shino, only 3 people in the family. Waving his arms, Ramelda asked why Ellen decided that they had someone else. He began to tremble with fear and numbness, reflecting on the fact that Raven Vault did not exist in this world. Saul noticed how he was trembling with fear. She saw his frightened eyes. He remembered how he stood on his knees and saw his house being burned and thought that the revival of the Vault family was not possible. He remembered how he killed a huge lynx, and how he killed a huge orc, and realized that the Vault family would not be reborn, because no one survived, and all his battles were empty. He remembered how he learned to use his sword, and that too was erased. He stood with a katana in his hands and raised his head proudly. His reflection cracked, because he no longer understood who he was. Ellen grabbed his head and started screaming. Saul was very scared for him, so she rushed to his aid. Ellen fell to the ground and, holding his head, continued to scream in pain and fear. Saul wanted to put her hand on him, seeing how he was trembling with fear. She also felt pain for Ellen, so she tried to console him. Ramelda watched as this guy fell to the ground and screamed. Someone was standing behind the wall and spying on everything that was happening. It was Aisla, who was in complete shock from what he saw. Ellen cried into Saul's shoulder, and while the rain poured down on them, they sat on the ground, and he screamed, asking why all this was happening to him. In the middle of the forest we hear some sounds. These were the sounds coming from the horse's hooves and the princess's conversations. She bit all her fingers out of anger, shouting that she would never forgive these mercenaries, would tear out their eyes and force them to crawl on the ground, and then sell them for the rest of their lives. Fillmore, realizing that she was overdoing it, said that she was talking too loudly. She looked at him through the window and continued to shout that she was of royal blood, the daughter of the Count himself, and these mercenaries generally believed that she would forgive them such impudence. Someone stood on a high stone, looking behind this carriage and hearing the screams of the princess. By the smile one could understand that it was Baltai. Holding an axe in his hand, he said that he seemed to have found his victims that he could use. We are transported a little later to the princess's castle, and it was already night outside and we could hear screams that the demons were already advancing. 3 demons ran towards them, 2 wolves and 1 griffin. Fillmore cuts off the head of one of the wolves with his blow, then to the griffin and the second wolf too, when suddenly he notices something that shocked him. This is why the headless wolf continued to run and attack him. He struck the second wolf twice in the middle of the head with his sword. The servant stood and watched him fight off the monsters and shouted that he was able to kill them so easily, which was expected from the most powerful knight from Sisek. Fillmore was scared, looking at the wolves, and thought that this was impossible because he had just cut off his head and he continued to move. The wolf's head was bleeding, but he was still growling. Fillmore watched as he growled and thrashed, bleeding. He was still able to notice a huge glowing seal on his forehead. Fillmore kicked the seal with all his might, crushing the wolf's head. He walked up the stairs while the servants bowed to him, saying that it was an honor that the captain of the knights and the young lady were with them. He approached the entrance to the castle. Going inside, he said that he had dealt with the monsters. Suddenly, he is overcome by fear. After all, he saw Baltai, who was smiling, and asked how he was doing. The princess was crying and shaking with her mouth gagged. She sat on his knee, and a huge axe stood near her face. Fillmore looked at this picture and saw 3 corpses of guards lying near them. He stood in a fighting pose and was in shock, thinking that 3 of the best guards died without a single sound, and Lady Sophia was also silent. He peered at Baltai and asked who he was and what he wanted from them. He, still holding the axe to the princess's face, said that everything was for the sake of the great plan, and he would not reveal anything more than these words. Fillmore looked at him, and then he insulted him and said that people like him weren't worth knowing more. Baltai looked at the princess and said that since he could now use Fillmore and the princess, he could easily catch someone. Fillmore looked at him with fear in his eyes and said that he didn't care what happened to him, but he shouldn't dare touch the princess. Baltai looked at him with a grin and said that he knew how to talk well. He started pointing his fingers at his eyes, and in a frantic voice ordered him to tear out his eyes for him. Fillmore was very scared by this phrase. Baltai grabbed the princess by the face and said that if he did not do this, then it would be bad for her. He began to press on her nose with all his might. Fillmore was afraid for her, and he looked at the princess with a grin and said that he would then take her eyes. He began to move his fingers towards the eyes of the princess, who was crying in fear. He was getting closer and closer. Suddenly, we see huge splashes of blood. Baltai looked at Fillmore with his mouth open in surprise. After all, he had just torn out his eyes and held them in his hand. Blood was flowing from his eye sockets, and the eyes themselves were lying in his hands. This scene is quite creepy. Baltai began to laugh very hard, saying that he was so devoted that he tore out his eyes for her. He looked at him with a malicious look and called him bad words. At that moment, the princess's head flew straight towards Fillmore. He couldn't see anything because he didn't have eyes, but her severed head flew straight into his hands. He began to scream furiously with anger and resentment. He became distraught and rushed to attack him, but Baltai instantly cut off his head too. Then, looking at him, he said that without eyes he would never win. Baltai looked at the princess's head and said that a reasonable person would never serve such a stupid person. Taking the summoning staff, he said that now it would serve in the hands of an excellent master. His staff glowed brightly with a purple glow. Thanks to him, he began to revive the princess and Fillmore who had been killed by him. The blood that was flowing from their heads began to rise up, and the heads began to fly up to the bodies, connecting with blood. Every second it gets closer and closer. They began to rise right in front of Baltai's face, and now they were already on their feet, and he looked at them and smiled. With a terrible smile, he told them that they were now his dolls. Those two had fangs that were noticeable. They both sat on their knees and said that they would do everything as he wished. The same purple mark was visible on their neck. We are transported to a hotel. It is still night outside, and someone asks what happened to Raven. Judy stood and with excitement in his eyes asked Aisla what happened to him, because since that day he had never left his room. But Aisla just looked at them silently. At this time, Raven sat and held his head, and Saul was also depressed. We are transported to the fortress of Brescia while the sky was again cloudy. That guy with a long lock of hair asks how the mission went from those 6 mercenaries, and in front of him stands a servant who says that they have no equal. But there is a small problem with the main one. The guy with the strand asked in surprise what kind of problem this was. We cut back to Ellen, who is still sitting on the bed, looking at the floor as Saul brings him food. She looks at him sadly. There is a lot of food on the table, so she says that he definitely needs to eat. Time froze between them, and Saul still stood with the tray and food. He held his head and said that Raven Vault no longer exists in this world. Saul lowered her eyes, and Ellen added that the vault house would also not be able to be revived. He began to shake with anger, and he shouted that who should he be then, why was he even living? He turned to Saul, who stood in front of him, so that she could tell him why he lived. Saul looked down, looking very upset. While it was pouring rain outside, she said that she was very sorry. We are transported to a huge castle, decorated with beautiful patterns in gold. The mustachioed man covered his mouth and coughed. He put his head on his hand, and on all his fingers there were rings with multicolored stones, and he said that Sophia's gaze became so cold. This man was Lord Sisuk, Count of Brescia. The 2 minions who stood in front of him said that this was not so, and he began to be very happy and exclaimed that then they should be given another precious stone, so expensive that it would pass for a royal mithril. With an angry tone and looking ahead, he said that taxes need to be raised for this. The servant reached out to him and began to say something, but he interrupted him and replied that those who do not pay taxes will become serfs because it is their own fault. He looked up as if he had come up with something brilliant and said that the most important vassal of their family, Love Thalen, should also agree and accept this law. The servant looked with doom in his eyes, but behind him a third servant burst into the room. He ran up to the Lord and began shouting that Mrs. Sophia and Sir Fillmore had returned. The Lord immediately jumped from his chair and ran after her, when suddenly she stood right in front of him in new clothes. She was wearing a black suit. The dress showed off one of her legs and it looked very beautiful. She stood with a stick in her hands next to Fillmore. She greeted her father. Fillmore looked at him with a confident look and said that they were back. The Lord was in complete shock and blushed a little, and then he began to tremble and blush even more. He began to stare at his daughter's curves. He looked at the 2 of them and did not understand what had happened. They were not at all like their former selves. Fillmore began to look at him with half-closed eyes and said that there was a problem that needed to be discussed in private. All the guards were kicked out of the hall. The Lord, sitting on the throne, asked what happened. Fillmore, looking at him, replied that one of Elma's lords, Love Thalen, was planning an uprising. The Lord was shocked by this and could not believe his ears. Fillmore gestured with his hands and added that they tried to capture Lady Sophia and attacked them in the mountains. Fillmore lowered his head and said that they hired mercenaries, so it would be better to strike first, otherwise there might be trouble. The Lord began to bite his nails with excitement and said that he was a vassal with whom he had good relations. Continuing to gnaw his fingers, he thought that, however, Fillmore was the most furious warrior and his most loyal subject. Fillmore took out a bloody bag, and the Lord already realized that his words could not be a lie. The heads of those 3 guards began to fall out of the bag. They were rolling on the floor. The Lord was so frightened that he began to scream, and Fillmore said that these 3 were killed by the assassins of Rav Talon. The princess began to walk forward while Fillmore said that despite the fact that he saved her ladyship, they managed to capture her. There was a distinct mark on her hand, and Fillmore said it was from Sophia's dishonor. She immediately rushed to hug her father, screaming. Tears began to well up in her eyes and she begged for protection. The Lord began to tremble and blush. He He looked at Sophia, who was crying, and thought that he would certainly protect her. It's hard to even describe his face in words, it had red cheeks. And now, he is already standing with the sword in his hands and armor on himself. He stood and shouted in front of the huge army while his daughter hugged him that their enemies were now the Tylan family, so for their honor and for the sake of Sophia's protection. His eyes nearly fell out from his screaming. He shouted that all troops could move forward. The entire army began to rejoice, as if they were performing a heroic feat. The princess hugged his hand and said with a malicious face that he was the best daddy in the world. It amused the Lord very much that he blushed at such words. Among the crowd stood Baltai, who laughed and said that it was his mistake, because thanks to him, the evidence would be destroyed. With a nasty look, he said Love Talen's name. In the middle of the forest, piercing screams are heard. Gus and Jody look ahead in fear, not understanding what is happening. At that moment, a huge tentacle grabbed Skeela and squeezed with all his might. Skeela, gritting her teeth, screamed what this thing was. An incredibly large monster, opening its mouth, stuck out its long tongue and grabbed Skeela. And then the monster opened its mouth even wider and a couple more tongues jumped out. The tongues grabbed Gosu and Jody as weapons. The monster began to quickly pull Skeela and her friends inside its mouth. She looked in fear. The monster's mouth was already very close. She shouted that this was the end. Suddenly Aesla appeared. He reached out with his hand to the ball. And then, at great speed, frowning and looking forward, he made a dash and cut the tongues that were holding back Gosa and Jodia. Gus looked at Isle and shouted that it was him. Aesla leaped forward and swung his swords. At this moment, the monster opened its mouth wide. And then Aesla, looking menacingly forward, cut the tongues at their very base. We are transported to a small village. The whole team sits together near a small table. Jody turns to Isla and says that he saved them then. Jody smiles and, extending her hand towards Isla, says that, as expected from the Valva's night, a completely different level. Skyla laughed and looked at Aesla, and then said that someday she wanted to meet Aesla in Valva's. Aesla lowered his head and silently looked at his plate. In front of him was rice with mushrooms and some vegetables, but they are transported to a field full of wheat. A group of assassins along with griffin riders run straight at them without drawing their swords. Aesla remembers how he looked at his bloody hands and threw the sword on the floor. He was sitting next to a dead griffin. Everything around was on fire. Many people were killed. He looked blankly ahead of him. Blood was flowing from everywhere on his face, and then there was a flash of fire in his eyes that burned through his vein. Aesla stopped remembering those moments and, holding out a spoon of rice to himself, said that everything is the same everywhere. He, lowering his gaze, added that Valvas was here. Gus folded his hands in confusion and looked at Jodia, and then said that he was surprised that they had stumbled upon such a monster. Jody replied that one step to the side and they would have been dead. Jody closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and then replied that they could only become officers in some family and life would become simpler, for example. Jody looked to the side and said that the most talked about family right now is the Pendragon family. Hearing this, Aesla choked on his rice. Skeela smiled and, looking at Jodia, asked that he, the hero of lies, destroyed all the orc pirates who attacked the estates of Governor Second. Aesla listened to their conversation, trembling with anxiety. Skyla looked at Jodia with sparkling eyes and said that she had heard that the Duke was incredibly handsome. Jody replied that he heard they fought well, and Gus, leaning on his hand, replied that Skyla was behaving like that again. Jody looked at Isla with a smile and asked what he thought about this. Aesla was silent, and then Gus intervened in their conversation. He folded his hands and replied that he had no plans to become anyone's dog. He frowned and, looking forward menacingly, said that don't they see how terrible Sisek is. The nobles only take advantage of the local residents. Bunch of bastards. Gus took a sip of beer and then said that it was better to become a raven again than to serve like one. Skeela pointed her finger at Gus and said that he was an experienced thief. Jody looked at his comrades, then said that the Vault family used to rule here. They weren't like that. Aesla looked at Jodia, puzzled. And then Jody, looking at him, replied that he had heard that they had challenged Lav Thalen and the Brestcelias over serfdom. Jody continued with a calm look, saying that he was also told that their lord personally led soldiers to fight monsters and protect people. He was truly a city warrior. Gus lowered his head and thought. Skeela, raising the beer to her mouth, said that didn't Tylan's people say that Vault was a bunch of traitors. Jody took a sip and then replied that he didn't know why they were branded traitors. All he knew was that their reputation fell after that. Jody held out his hand and said that in the village of Monza, people still consider them wise and generous. Aesla lowered his head and looked at the spoon of rice, and then said that he was a proud warrior. He remembered the image of Elenu, who, swinging his sword, runs on his horse. Aesla opened his eyes and asked why this was so. Suddenly a horse appeared from somewhere, running at full speed. A guy riding a gray horse ran up to the table where Aesla was sitting with his comrades and shouted for the mercenaries to listen to him. The man on horseback furrowed his eyebrows and, looking in their direction, shouted for them to gather at the estate of Lav Talon. Stupid Brescia, come here with an army. Aesla and his comrades turned around, puzzled. And then we are taken to a detachment of knights who are dressed in all armor. In front of them are horses that carry a flagpole. Their flag features a golden horse with 2 branches underneath it. Aesla rushed forward at high speed. He ran with all his might. He extended his hand forward, and then he opened the door with all his might, and Elenu appeared in front of him, sitting on the floor with Saul next to him. Aesla took off his hood and, looking at Alina, replied that the time had come, they should go. Elenu, lowering his head, asked what this was, love's order. Aesla came closer, and Elenu, without raising his head, continued to say that if the soldiers had just delivered the news, if they did nothing, he would be killed, their investigation into Prince Zion would be useless. Aesla furrowed his eyebrows and loudly shouted at Alina that that's why he needed him. Alina asked why. From such words Aesla stood in a stupor. He did not know what to say. Elenu grabbed his face with his hands and then said that he was Pendragon to me and not Raven. Elenu covered his face with his hands and added that what did he care about it. Aesla looked at Alina puzzled, not understanding what he was talking about. Alina said that if there are reasons to fight. Elenu lowered his head and said that he no longer had a reason. He continued to look down, trying not to think about anything. He added that he didn't need to fight. The next second, Aesla clenched his teeth and swung his fist with all his might. Saul looked on, not understanding, then as splashes of blood flew out of Ellen. Elenu fell to the floor without taking any action, and then Aesla came up to him and grabbed him by the collar. He said that Ellen was a man. Aesla, frowning his eyebrows, looked menacingly into his eyes and added that Elenu is the person he decided to serve. He furiously held Alina by the collar and said that Alina was so pathetic. Alina, not understanding, looked in front of him, then asked what it was. Aesla. Aesla stepped aside and, lowering his eyes, said that Ellen began to behave differently. It began to seem that way to him upon his arrival here. Elenu looked at Aesla, puzzled. Aesla, standing in the middle of the room, looking at Alina, said that as soon as they arrived in Sisek, Alina's head was constantly filled with something. Elenu continued to look at Aesla, puzzled, and Aesla replied that he had thought about it a lot. Aesla lowered his eyes and grabbed his sword, and then said that this wretched Sisek and his hometown. Aesla looked out the window. It was raining behind him. Aesla said that Valvas, they are very similar. Saul got out of bed, and Aesla, looking at Alina, continued to say that this is a territory controlled by many countries, which is why there are endless wars there. Aesla continued to say with a sad look that due to the insatiable greed and stubbornness of the lords, many people and soldiers became victims. Elenu looked in his direction in shock, and Aesla said that this was happening just like here. Aesla furrowed his brows and clenched his swords in his hand. He said that the more enemies he killed, the more he forgot why he was fighting, and finally decided to leave. Aesla's hand shook. He said that he had lost the meaning of life as a knight of Valves. Ellen continued to look at Aesla. He held his breath so as not to disturb his speech, and Aesla replied that this continued until he met Ellen. Hearing this, Ellen looked in his direction in shock, and Aesla, looking at Ellen, frowned and added that, as Ellen said, after their battle he is his sword and Ellen is his lord. Aesla remembered kneeling in front of Ellen. He said what it was. He remembered how Ellen bowed his head and stood level with him. Aesla said that this did not mean that they were different, only their role was different. Ellen smiled a big smile that day. Aesla raised his head and added that he was so determined to break him, and then also to say such a thing. Ellen was the first to manage to do this. Aesla lowered himself, and then put the sword in front of Ellen and, looking into his eyes, said that therefore he, Aesla, swears to be his sword. Aesla frowned, and Ellen continued to look at him in confusion. Then, after a second, Ellen turned away and said that even so, everything was already normal. Ellen closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, and then thought that Vault and Raven's family no longer existed. Aesla grabbed Ellen by the shoulder and loudly shouted Pendragon. Aesla looked at Ellen without hearing any answer, and then, a second later, Aesla shouted at Ellen Raven again. Hearing this, Ellen turned around, puzzled. Aesla looked at him with an impassive gaze, and then he said that something happened that rainy day, and although he doesn't know what. Ellen continued to look at him in shock, and Aesla continued to say that he has no idea what connects him with the Vault family, but Aesla, sitting in front of Ellen, grabbed him by the shoulder and said that she was the only one in this rotten place who protected her people, and heard that they were proud warriors. Aesla frowned and looked down, and then said that time. Aesla remembered Ellen riding a centaur horse. He said that when Ellen decided to go against a centaur alone, he thought Ellen was the same. Then Aesla let go of Ellen's shoulder, and he, in turn, opened his eyes wide and looked at him, not understanding what was happening. Aesla turned to Saul and told them to let him. Saul looked warily at Aesla, and Aesla told them to let him ride the griffin she had entrusted to him once again. Aesla grabbed Ellen by the collar and, looking into his face, menacingly said that he was Ellen and he had the power to change the world. Aesla frowned and added that even a rotten sick. Hearing this, Ellen silently continued to look forward, and then Ellen lowered his head and thought that this is it. Ellen remembered how one of the knights of the Vault family cut off the head of a huge dog that attacked a girl and a child. He remembered how, even if this family is no longer there will. Ellen remembered how he saved a goblin from certain death when a centaur attacked him. Stretching his spear forward, he thought that the will of this family still lives in him. Ellen remembered how he fought bravely with the Pirate King, how he saved a small village, how the civilians were grateful to him. Aesla swung his fist. Looking at Ellen, he asked how long his sword would rot. Aesla frowned and, raising his fist, shouted that he would not forgive Ellen for this. A couple of chips and dust flew off to the side. Saul looked in their direction with fear. Aesla looked at Ellen, puzzled. Ellen rose from his knees and grabbed Aesla's fist. He smiled. Holding his fist, he began to laugh. Aesla looked at him incomprehensibly, and Ellen said today. Ellen smiled and removed his fist from his face, and then said that Aesla spoke completely differently than usual. Hearing this, Aesla raised his eyebrows and smiled in surprise. He looked at Ellen happily and said that he did too. His face was unusually boring today. Ellen laughed and said that he didn't want to hear that from Isla. Saul watched their conversation as they left. Ellen walked up to the table and extended his hand to the bread. He took the bread with a smile, then turned to Saul. Ellen pulled a small bun of bread to his mouth and said dragon armor. Hearing this, Saul had tears in her eyes, her cheeks turned red, and she smiled. Bright sunlight was shining through the window. We are taken to a large house. Gus stands next to him along with Jody and Anya. Gus, with furrowed brows and folded hands, says that he is leaving. Since Aesla is probably doing the same, there is no point in being with Tylan. Jody sighs and then says that they've made Lord Sisuk their enemy, and he'll probably agree with Gus. Suddenly, someone in iron boots took a step forward. Skyla turned around, and Gus and Jody looked at her, puzzled. Jody turned around and looked in front of him in shock. He shouted that Ellen was back and Ellen said that he kept them waiting. All three of the team looked at Ellen in shock. Ellen was a grandfather in black armor with a short cloak. He looked menacingly in front of him. Enormous strength was felt from him. Ellen frowned and, looking ahead, said that they were heading to the Talon estate. Let them bring the horses. Jody, looking at Ellen, was very surprised. He thought that the aura around him had become more noble. Skyla, looking at him, blushed. And Gus, furrowing his brows, was horrified. He thought that he had seen a lot of different things when he was a bandit, but he never. Gus carefully examined Ellen's new armor and thought that he had never seen armor of such high quality. Ellen looked at them menacingly. Gus thought that Ellen was definitely a mercenary. Ellen, looking at them, said that they were heading to the Talon estate. Let them bring the horses. All three, looking at Ellen, shouted in horror. Jody stepped forward and, looking at Ellen, shouted that Ellen wanted to form an alliance with Tylan. Ellen replied that this was not so. Skyla, looking at him, shouted that Ellen didn't know that he was at war with the ruler of Sisuk, and Gus added that even if they went to him, they would get nothing. Ellen, looking at them, closed his eyes. Gus continued to shout that in general this was a rotten family. Ellen asked what was true. He furrowed his brows, looked at them and replied that from now on, Tylan's death would cause me few problems. Ellen quickly mounted his horse and said that this was his battle. He had no intention of involving them. He turned around with a smile and told them to take care of themselves. And then he galloped forward. Aesla and Saul also began to call the horses. Jody put his hand in front of him and shouted that they were serious. Aesla turned around and looked at them. And then, frowning and looking ahead, he said that this was his sword. And then they, together with Saul, rushed after Ellen. Jody and her team silently watched their comrades running into the distance. And then Skyla clenched her teeth, her body shook. She told them to wait. She jumped on her horse in a second and rushed forward. Looking at this, Gus, puzzled, shouted for her to stop. He furrowed his eyebrows, looked ahead, and then said that the red-haired girl had gone crazy. Jody exhaled and said that they owed them after that incident with the monster. And he said that, besides, Gus was watching all this in fear. Jody clenched his teeth and furrowed his brows, and then said that he had a feeling that if they broke up with them now, they would definitely regret it. Jody also galloped forward, leaving only Gus, who looked angrily in front of him. And then he silently lowered his head and frowned. A second later, he also jumped onto his horse angrily. They shout that they are idiots. Ellen, along with Aesla and Saul, rushed forward. Residents from the burning village were running in front of them. The children, bursting into tears, sat next to their mother, who lay under the rubble. Ellen, looking at this, clenched his teeth and looked angrily in front of him. Looking at this, Aesla frowned and asked what Ellen thought about all this. Ellen turned around and silently looked at Aesla. And then, looking forward, he said that it was not like Brescia to suddenly declare war, and Tylan's soldiers were surprised by this. Ellen and Aesla rushed forward, and Ellen, frowning, added that there was a possibility that someone was behind this and that someone wanted to remove Talon. Ellen, looking menacingly in front of him, thought that perhaps he was one of those who was behind the assassination attempt on Prince Shin, Segund, or someone higher. Aesla, frowning, grabbed his swords with his hand. He put his finger between them so he could reach it. Aisla looked in front of him in shock. Ellen closed his eyes and said that Aisla should not kill the soldiers recklessly. Ellen, calmly looking ahead, added that they were simply following the orders of the ruler. Aisla, hearing these words, turned around, puzzled, and then literally a second later he smiled, looking at Ellen. Ellen and her team were approaching the burning castle. What they saw shocked them. Knights in blue cloaks, holding swords in front of them, ran towards the burning building. Aisla, looking at this in horror, shouted that they were late, and Ellen added to him that no, not yet, they were attacking. Ellen furrowed his brows as he remembered Tylan, who bullied him in his past life. He thought that besides the Tylan he knows, Ellen said that Tylan is not the one who will expose himself to a blow because of pride. Ellen, at great speed, together with his comrades, rushing forward, shouted that perhaps he was still alive, they should split up and find him. Suddenly they heard screams behind them. Ellen and his friends turned around. He saw Gossa, Skila, and Jodia rushing towards them. Looking at them, Ellen said that there were more of them. He smiled and said that, as expected from Knight Balvas, Aisla quickly gained their trust. Hearing these words, Aisla smiled. Ellen, frowning his eyebrows, looked ahead and ran even faster. He shouted for the horse to speed up, followed by Daniel and Skila with a smile. Knights in blue cloaks attacked the palace, killing the defenders. Ellen jumped over the burning fence on horseback. A man in knightly armor with a gray mustache appears in front of us. He laughs and shouts for Sophia to look. A girl in a purple dress with a miniature hat sits on the knight's lap, and the knight shouts that this is the end of the idiot who dared to joke with her. This despicable laughed Talon. Sophia, smiling, hugged her father. She said that her dad was smart and brave. She smiled and added that she adored him. A huge number of dead bodies lay near the entrance to the palace. The knights put their swords in front of them and, without smiling, shouted that Talon's worthless mercenaries, they are still alive, they need to kill them all. Ellen held his sword in front of him. He made a quick dash forward and destroyed 3 of them at once with one swing. Forward, he thought that he didn't have time for this little thing, he should find Tylan. Aisla swung his sword, which was in its sheath, at one of the knights, who was in natural pain. Aisla, look, he's looking at him, frowning, not wanting him to die. The knight fell unconscious to the floor. Not far from Aisla there were several more knights who were lying unconscious on the floor. Aisla looked down and looked at his 2 swords, which were in their sheaths. Suddenly someone smiled and asked why Aisla didn't kill them. Aisla, puzzled, began to turn around. Behind him was the commander of these knights. He looked at Aisla with a smile and put his hand on his belt, and then said that Aisla was too tender for a knight. Aisla turned around and said that the knight was the same guy. Aisla carefully examined his opponent and thought that he was the commander of the knights. And then he frowned and thought, no. Aisla held out his sword in front of him, and then he removed the sheath with his teeth. He looked at his opponent with a crazy look and said that he, the commander of the knights, put his sword in front of him with a smile, and Aisla crossed swords and asked who he was. The knight commander furrowed his brows and looked at Aisla with a crazy smile. A blue aura appeared, scattering at great speed. It was Saul who swung her sword and cut off the dog's head. There was a blue aura around her. She, silently looking forward, thought. She looked at the dog's dead body. She saw that the paws of the dog she had just killed began to shake. Jody swung his sword at one of the dogs, who opened her mouth furiously, all towards her head. The dogs surrounded Gossa and Anya and attacked from all sides. Skyla, swinging her sword, shouted that where did such monsters come from, and Gus shouted that they continue to live even without a head. Jody gritted his teeth and furrowed his brows, then shouted at his team to forget about them. The dead dogs lay on the ground, and Jody and his comrades began to climb the stairs. The dead head of the dog was lying on the floor and growling. There was a seal on its head was shaking. Ellen extended his sword towards her and examined it carefully. He saw a purple seal on her head, and then thought about the monsters that live even without a head. Ellen looked at the stairs on which there were corpses. It was all on fire. He thought that this was actually a sudden attack from Brescia. He, looking at the severed head of the dog, thought that this was expected. Someone was behind it. Ellen looked in front of him at the long vintage staircase leading upstairs. Suddenly someone smiled and said that he saw that Ellen was strong for a mercenary for sure. Hearing this voice, Ellen looked ahead in fear. Baltai began to go down the stairs, holding a magic spear in his hand. He said that Ellen was not injured after the zombie attack. Ellen wondered in fear what this voice was. He remembered how Baltai mocked him, saying that he was very sorry that Ellen would have to die here without ever gaining freedom. Baltai in his memories grabbed him by the head and, smiling, said that absolutely everything was part of some plan. That day, Baltai waved his hand at Ellen with a smile and said goodbye to him forever. Ellen, whose head was cut off in an instant. Baltai walked down the steps with a smile and looked at Ellen. He said that then he would have to deal with him himself. Baltai smiled and, looking at Ellen, said that this was all for the sake of their grandiose plan. Looking at him, Ellen frowned and shouted, "Dumpty." The whole room was engulfed in flames, and they were not looking at each other menacingly. And then, through the flames, Baltai, swinging his weapon, made a dash straight towards Alina. We are transported to Acelao, who is fighting with the commander of the knights. The knight commander, smiling, swings his sword. Aesla, menacing, looking ahead, blocks his blow. The sword quickly slides down, and a loud sound of iron is heard. And then Aesla presses the knight commander's sword to the ground. The knight commander smiles and then laughs. He lunges in front of him, not having time to dodge. The knight commander's sleeve is torn. He attacks Aesla with one attack after another. The menacing knight commander, frowning and shouting, swung his sword downwards, pointing it at Aesla. At the last moment, Aesla managed to dodge the blow backwards. The knight commander, having missed with his sword, looked at Aesla in fear. Aesla stood firmly on his feet, and then he lunged forward with his sword. At the last second, the commander of the knights managed to put his sword in front of him and block his blow. But Aesla made a dash to the left and, holding the sword of the knight commander, swung his second sword. And then, literally a second later, Aesla swung his sword, blood sprayed. The knight commander looked up in fear, with blood in his mouth, as Aesla quickly approached. And then Aesla pierced the neck of the enemy commander. There was a crunch and blood gushed out from the commander's neck. Aesla swung his sword and dealt a crushing blow. The commander slowly began to fall. And then the commander clenched his sword in his hand. He lunged forward, piercing Aesla's shoulder. Aesla watched this in horror. He clenched his teeth with all his might. And then Aesla jerked back. He dropped one of his swords. Aesla frowned and looked forward menacingly. He squeezed his wound, from which blood flowed. The knight commander stood breathless. His neck was twisted, but he continued to hold his sword in his hand. Suddenly his arms began to move and he grabbed his drooping head. The commander of the knights inserted it into place, and black steam came out from the cut. Aesla watched all this in horror. He continued to hold the open wound. The knight commander looked at Aesla with a smile, and holding his head with his right hand, said that, as expected from a knight who has a mountain of experience behind him, it seems that this body is not suitable for fighting with him. Aesla frowned and, looking forward angrily, said that he was no longer human. The knight commander continued to look at Aesla with a crazy smile, and then said that he had come to the human stage for the sake of their grand plan and for the sake of the great lord. The knight commander put his hand on his chest and said that he received this immortal body to kill his enemies. Aesla asked what plane he was talking about. The commander closed his eyes and smiled, saying that insignificant creatures do not need details. He extended his hand forward and continued that whether it was him or Aesla. Aesla lowered his head and, holding his shoulder, said that everything was clear to him. The commander was definitely no longer a person. The commander frowned and looked at Aesla, puzzled. Aesla, looking angrily at the commander, said that he was just a doll. Hearing this, the commander glared back, but said nothing. Literally a moment later, they swung their swords and flew at each other. We are taken to Alina and Baltai. They clenched their weapons between them. Suddenly Baltai let go of one of his hands. He swung his axe, but Ellen managed to react and swing his sword. Baltai lunged forward with a smile and shouted that how did Ellen know his name? Had they really met somewhere before, or was he so famous? Ellen blocked his blows over and over again. He, looking angrily in front of him, shouted that he didn't need this, let him answer. Ellen swung his sword, frowning. He shouted that because today is Baltai. Suddenly, Ellen swung his sword past, at which time Baltai was already right behind him. He swung his axe and shouted that Ellen had opened up. And then Baltai hit Ellen on the back with all his might. But suddenly Ellen managed to react and, turning around, blocked this attack with his sword. Ellen held his sword in his right hand, blocking the enemy's attack. Baltai thought that Ellen was able to stop his battle axe with one hand. Ellen radiated incredibly strong energy. He looked at Baltai with a crazy smile. And then Ellen clenched his teeth, his pupils turned red, and magical scales appeared around him. Ellen swung his sword in front of him, which caused a strong energy that sent Baltai flying to the side. Baltai made a jerk to the side and looked at Ellen, from whom a strong aura was emanating. Baltai looked at Ellen with horror, not understanding how this was possible. A huge red dragon appeared behind Ellen. Ellen stood still, smiling and not moving. Literally a second later, the red dragon opened its mouth wide and roared loudly. Looking at this, Baltai fearfully thought that this was the aura of a dragon. Baltai smiled, and then, lowering his head and looking at Ellen, he said that he was interested in Ellen and should hunt. Baltai licked his finger and, smiling, said that the blood of a monster from the Demon Slayer core was boiling in him. Ellen looked at him with a crazy smile. A fiery dragon appeared behind Ellen, who stood opposite Baltai. The protagonist's gaze was crazy with anticipation of revenge. Holding his hand in front of his face, Baltai looked at Ellen with a grin. The main character made a powerful breakthrough. He ran at high speed towards the enemy and was enveloped in a red aura. Baltai watched as Ellen moved towards him. He put his fingers to his mouth and began to whistle. The main character was surrounded by a pack of wolves. Ellen's face was furious at what he saw. Powerful streams of energy began to emanate from the main character and he screamed for the animals to get out of his way. Ellen cut off the heads of the wolves, which were enveloped in flames, with a stream of mana. The main character glanced at Baltai through the corpses of the monsters. Ellen saw him riding away from him on a wolf. The main character swung his sword. He fired a powerful fire strike. Ellen's red energy was able to catch up with the fleeing Baltai. Fire mana appeared in front of him. Smirking, the main character stated that he would not leave. Drops of blood flowed down Ellen's face and he said that he would kill Baltai here and now. Extending his sword towards his opponent, the main character screamed his name. Baltai looked at Ellen with a grin. In his thoughts, he wanted the main character to get more and more angry. Skyla, Jody, and Gus ran along the road, which was enveloped in flames on both sides. Turning around, Skyla assumed that he was able to cope with the monsters. Looking at her, Gus emphasized the fact that he destroyed them and they were no longer chasing them. Smiling, Jody said that it was better this way and they needed to find Tylan and take advantage of the opportunity. He was suddenly taken aback. His gaze fell on how Tylan was lying on the ground, and the knights extended their swords in his direction. The knight with an enraged face shouted that Ravtalon was a traitor and, following the order of the great Count of Brescia, he would kill him. Frightened, Tylan screamed that they were acting recklessly and that the fool had lost his mind. He asked if they seriously believed the words of this pig. Swinging his blade, the warrior declared that the reason for the attack was reported by Sir Fillmore, the most honest commander of the Sisek Knights. As he began to strike, the knight noticed that Sir Fillmore never makes the wrong decisions. The sound of an impact was heard in the area. Jody blocked the warrior's blow with his sword. Turning around, he greeted Tylan and noticed that he was not in the best position. Stunned, Tylan cried out about the mercenaries. Skyla and Gus appeared behind the knights, preparing to strike. Gus struck the warrior with a swing of his sword. Kneeling down, Skyla wounded the second knight. Jody killed the remaining warrior with lightning speed. The group stood in front of the warriors. Watching Tylan, Gus noticed that he was still alive despite everything that was happening, and he was lucky. Smiling, Skyla asked if he was not that good, noting that he was a knight posing as a powerful person. Tylan watched the group of guys. He was beside himself with rage and shouted that they were late. Tylan emphasized the fact that if such strong ones would appear. Interrupting himself, he asked where the other three were. Gus grabbed Tylan by the neck. Holding him by the neck, Gus told him to shut up, calling him a country worm. He noted that they were not there of their own free will and if Tylan continued to babble, he would lose his head. Skyla pulled her sword towards Talon and declared that she would pursue his relatives to the grave, extorting money from them. Jody said they didn't have time to play. A crowd of warriors ran towards them. Watching the knights, Skyla said that there were many of them. Jody stated that they needed to escape. Ellen, shrouded in mana similar to the image of a dragon, fought with the wolves of Baltai. He killed several monsters with one swing. The wolf grabbed the protagonist's hand with his teeth. An arrow flew into Ellen's other hand. The main character did not pay attention to his wounds and watched Baltai. Sitting on the wolf, Baltai said with a grin that Ellen was only fighting with monsters, and he was getting bored. He asked if the main character wanted to kill him. Ellen looked at Baltai with an enraged face after hearing what he heard. The main character grabbed the wolf, which grabbed his hand by the mouth. He threw the monster to the ground. Two wolves jumped on Ellen. Swinging the blade, the fiery mana struck the monsters. Splashes of blood fell in front of the main character. Baltai, watching Ellen, noted that this power is incredible and he does not stop despite deep wounds. He watched as the main character was enveloped in the aura of a dragon. Baltai emphasized the fact that Ellen corresponds to the owner of such an aura and it is difficult to say who else is the monster. Smiling, Baltai noted in his thoughts that this was not a battle, but a hunt. Pulling an arrow onto a crossbow, Baltai told Ellen to be angry, to kill, to take out his rage until he is exhausted. The main character began to scream with an enraged look. Seeing this, Baltai grinned. Pulling a loaded crossbow towards Ellen, he noticed that hunting a dragon was a lot of fun. Isla fought Fillmore on the balcony. Elkin blocked his shot. Isla's hand began to tremble. The enraged knight swung at Elkin. Isla parried Fillmore's shot. Elkin was at the edge of the balcony. Smirking, Fillmore stated that Isla did a good job, noting that he held on for so long with only one hand, but unfortunately this is the end. Elkin noticed how a crowd of knights ran by and called for Sir Fillmore. Isla's gaze fell on the warriors who were shouting that they would help him. Watching the knights, Fillmore stated that if these soldiers stood up for him, then Elkin would not have a chance. The warrior, looking furious, told Isla to go on the run or stay there and let her head be cut off. Pointing his sword at Elkin, Fillmore ordered him to choose. Isla held back the knight's blade. Beads of sweat ran down his face. Holding his sword, Elkin looked back. He closed his eyes. Isla suddenly let go of his blade. Elkin hooked Fillmore. Isla grabbed the captain's back with his hand. He knocked the captain over onto the edge of the balcony. Fillmore's gaze fell on the concrete stakes. Throwing the captain onto the balcony, a concrete stake pierced his chest. Fillmore was engulfed in flames and began to scream in pain. The knights were stunned by what they saw. They began to run towards him and shouted that they would help Captain Fillmore and kill Isla. Standing in front of Fillmore, Elkin noticed that he was truly respected. The bloodied knight said that it was true and that he could not defeat them all. Grinning, Fillmore said that something like that couldn't kill him. Isla watched the wounded captain. Elkin grabbed the blade. He extended the sword toward Fillmore's face. Swinging his blade, Isla emphasized the fact that this fight was over. Elkin struck the captain. Spatters of blood scattered throughout the area. The area was engulfed in flames. Several arrows were sticking out of the main character's hand. Drops of blood flowed down Ellen's face. While shrouded in a red aura, he stood next to a pile of wolf corpses. Beside himself with rage, the main character pulled the arrow from his hand. He pierced the monster with a powerful blow. With a slash of his blade, he killed several wolves. Watching the battle, Baltai laughed and wanted Ellen to get even angrier. Smiling, he noticed in his thoughts that this is how the main character becomes stronger, and the strength dulls his blade. As a result, he is only wasting his strength. Baltai watched as Ellen cut off the wolf's head. While in thought, he emphasized that the blows that the main character inflicts with the dragon's aura are strong, however, completely inaccurate, and this army of zombies is enough for him. Smiling, Baltai noted that the army would exhaust him, and then his axe would cut off Ellen's neck with one blow. Baltai grinned maliciously. Running on a wolf next to the main character, he asked him to try, noting the fact that everything he does is hopeless. Pointing the crossbow at Ellen, Baltai said with a grin that everything was predetermined from the very beginning. The main character listened to Baltai's speech with an enraged look. He noticed that Ellen's idiocy and stubbornness would finish him off right now. Baltai cried out with a contented look that the death of Ravtalon was already guaranteed, like that of all Sisak. The main character was taken aback by what he heard. Ellen watched Baltai, who was sitting on a wolf. Baltai stated that fate is inevitable. Grinning, he said that they would rule the empire, and the main character and his accomplices would belong to them. Ellen was at a loss. In his memories, a picture surfaced of how people in the settlement grew rice. Drops of water dripped from the man's hat. Many people were running through the burning settlement. Children were sitting in front of the ruins. Drops of blood flowed down the protagonist's face. In his thoughts, Ellen noted that this was true. The aura of a dragon enveloped his back. Two wolves jumped on him. Standing motionless, the main character in thought wondered what he was doing. Baltai fired an arrow from his crossbow. Blue streams of mana appeared in the area. Ellen's aura cut the arrow flying at him. Baltai watched the main character. He was taken aback by what he saw. Ellen was enveloped in the aura of a blue dragon. The limbless monster trembled with fear. Holding the crossbow in front of him, Baltai noticed in his thoughts that the main character had done an excellent job with his army of zombies. Frowning, he emphasized the fact that his monsters were now unable to move. Ellen stood calmly in front of Baltai, shrouded in blue mana. Holding the blade in front of his face, the protagonist noticed that this was true. Watching the surprised Baltai, Ellen noted that he was in the wrong position and he needed to act very carefully. Taking the blade in both hands, the main character declared that he was the heir to the will of the Vault family. In his memories, a picture surfaced of how he fought with huge wolves in a past life. He extended his hand to a girl sitting on the ground with a child. Lowering his sword, surrounded by a dragon's aura, Ellen said that he would fulfill his duty. The knights fled into the burning estate. The roof of the house was enveloped in streams of fire. The warriors stood in front of Gus, Skyla, Jody, and Tylan. The knight pointed his sword in their direction and declared that they were finished and had nowhere else to run. Jody stood in front, blocking the others. Frightened, Tylan asked why they came there, noting that they were trapped. Turning around, Skyla screamed and replied that they had no choice and this was the only place where they could avoid the fire. The stunned Gus said that if she continued to scream, he would cut off her head, suggesting that at least then she would shut up. Grinning, Jody said that this might be the only way for them to survive. They stood in front of an army of knights. The warriors ran to attack. Jody stood at the front of the group and watched as the knights ran through them. The warriors ran along the fire-cracked roof. Streams of blue mana appeared before the knights' feet. The roof cracked next to the warriors. Jody, Skyla, and Gus were taken aback by what they saw. Looking up, they saw Soldrake floating in the sky. They were surprised by what they saw. The knights were taken aback by what was happening. A stream of blue energy emanated from Saul's hand. Powerful gusts of wind came from her. Looking at her face, they wondered if it was Saul. The numb Skyla asked if they were wings. Tylan stated that it was wonderful. Saul watched as the roof split open. She headed towards them with lightning speed. Soldrake's gaze fell on Judy, Gus, Skyla, and Tylan, surrounded by fire. Saul grabbed Skyla and Tylan in one hand. The white dragon captured Judy and Gus. Keeping company, the white dragon soared upward. Soldrake looked at the evening sky. The knights looked after Saul. The surprised warriors said that they escaped and wondered who this girl was. Saul was flying holding a group of people in her arms. Taken aback, Tylan reported that Soldrake was holding the four with his fingers, noting that it was a terrifying force. Skyla asked if this surprised him. Judy and Gus flew with frowning faces. Saul's outline was visible in the sky above the burning estate. The room was enveloped in flames from the inside. Aesla stood holding a sword in front of a crowd of knights. Elkin watched the warriors with a calm expression. Drops of blood ran down his blade. The wounded Fillmore turned to the soldiers. There was surprise on their faces. The captain noted that they were knights whom he had trained so carefully to become proud warriors of Sisek. Aesla, listening to his speech, looked away. Fillmore called the soldiers his most loyal subordinates. The captain's body was enveloped in fire. He ordered to be put to bed. The knights looked at Fillmore, whose chest was pierced by a concrete piece of the balcony. Continuing, he ordered to put this guy to bed. Taken aback, the soldiers asked if it was Captain Fillmore. Surprise appeared on the captain's face. The trembling knight cried out that it was not the captain. He looked at the wounded Fillmore and stated that it was a fake monster, not Captain Fillmore. The captain was stunned by what he heard. Aesla began to leave there, and behind him the warriors rushed at the monster. The warriors discussed that the battle began because the captain said something to Count Brescia, which meant Tylan's betrayal. Aesla listened to their dialogue from the side. They assumed that Tylan's betrayal was also a deception and that perhaps they were all being framed. Their gaze fell on the body of Captain Fillmore. He was stunned by the knight's words. The enraged soldier cried out that he had thought that something was wrong there from the very beginning. The knights turned to him and said that they thought the same. The warriors were beside themselves with rage and asked him how he dared to deceive them and where the real captain was. The soldiers grabbed their swords and rushed at Fillmore. The frightened captain began to shout that he was the real one and that he had surpassed the boundaries of man. There was fear in Fillmore's eyes. He noted that it was for their greater plan. Aesla watched as blood spattered from Fillmore. There were several wounds on his face. Aesla turned his gaze to the sword, on which drops of blood were flowing. He asked if it was a puppet that had surpassed the limits of man. Aesla looked at the bloody blade. In the reflection of the sword, Elkin's face, covered with a mask, was visible. Seeing this, Aesla narrowed his eyes. Closing his eyes, he sheathed his blade. Having hidden the sword, a click was heard. Walking away from the crowd of knights who were killing Fillmore, Isla said that this was stupid. The estate was completely engulfed in flames. Saul flew over the square where many warriors had gathered. Taken aback, Jody asked Gus to look down, noting that it was somehow strange. His gaze fell on the Brescia soldiers who stood by the fountain. Jody asked if they had lowered their swords. Soldrake turned around. Seeing the burning house, she called out to the main character. The knights, while in the room, wondered if Captain Fillmore had been replaced. They asked why they were fighting then. Ellen stood in the corridor in front of Baltai. Frowning, Baltai called Fillmore a useless puppet. Looking at him, the main character noted that he would no longer have reinforcements and they needed to finish. Baltai thought seriously about Ellen's wounds. Watching the main character, he wondered if he had already recovered. Standing in front of Ellen, Baltai asked in his thoughts whether his body was as immortal as a zombie's. He noticed that this is not the case in this power. The image of a troll surfaced in Baltai's memories. While in thought, he noted that he had this power just like a troll. Baltai frowned. He stood in front of Ellen and asked how he knew his name. Baltai asked the question who is the main character or what. Closing his eyes, Ellen answered that he did. He presented his past guise and said that he was Raven Vault. The main character was enveloped in blue energy. Elena's mana began to spread towards Baltai. He was taken aback by the flow of the protagonist's aura. Frowning, he wondered in his thoughts what was going on. Ellen's bracers began to turn white. Baltai's gaze fell on the main character's leg and he, in thought, noticed that his armor was. He looked at the breastplate and asked if his armor was turning white. Ellen's hair became blonde again. Behind the main character was a blue dragon. He looked at Baltai with a serious look and declared that he was the master of the white dragon, Ellen Pendragon. The main character watched him. Surprised, Baltai asked if he was talking about Ellen Pendragon. Frowning, Baltai noticed in his thoughts that he stood in front of the main character. Ellen locked eyes with Baltai. They both rushed to attack. Baltai swung his axe. The main character moved towards him with lightning speed. Powerful blue mana emanated from Ellen's sword. Bright flashes appeared in front of the protagonist's face. Baltai struck and began to scream. There was a powerful blast of blue energy. Making a lunge, the main character cut Baltai. Streams of energy flew in front of Ellen. The main character's mana emanated from Baltai's chest. The main character stood with his back to Baltai's bloody body. On Ellen's blade, yellow mana was mixed with blue. Sitting on his knee, the main character held the sword in front of him. Smirking, Baltai declared that Ellen Pendragon was truly something. Taken aback, the main character turned around. He looked at Baltai lying on the ground. He stated that, however, it was unfortunate. Ellen's gaze fell on Baltai, who was bleeding. He grinned and said that it was just a pathetic doll. The wolf's bloody head growled in pain. The enraged protagonist said that Baltai, lying on the ground, he asked where he got his immortal body and how he knew his name. He looked at Ellen's face and noted that the Pendragon boy, whom everyone laughed at and called a little coward. The main character stood in front of Baltai's body. Laughing, he said that in any case. Watching Ellen, he assumed that he would be a problem in their plans. Smirking, Baltai said that he would find the main character and finish him off by any means possible. He said with a smile on his face that he swears on the name of the Mad Dog, the commander of the Demon Slayer Corps, Tavan Baltai. His face began to melt and a violet light began to come from his eyes. Ellen looked at how only a bloody clot remained from Baltai's body. The main character with a calm face noted that this is true and nothing has changed now. Turning around, Ellen emphasized the fact that this was just the beginning. Frowning, the main character noted in his thoughts that first he needed to deal with Tylan. The sun was setting behind the horizon. The city was shrouded in night darkness. The dark room was illuminated by candles. The frightened girls covered themselves with a blanket. They sat in front of Baltai. A dark aura emanated from him. Baltai was beside himself with rage. Stretching out her hand, the girl called out to him. Lost in thought, the enraged Tavan wondered whether the wounds received by the doll had passed through the connection and wounded the real body. Baltai said with a serious look that he needed to report this immediately. The city was under the night sky. The estate was engulfed in flames. Saul and Gus and the guys watched behind. Tylan was on his knees, sweating. Ellen stood over him. He looked at Tylan sitting on his lap. Watching him, the main character said that they had now switched places. Taken aback, Tylan asked what kind of nonsense this was. An enraged Ellen's memories flashed back to images of Tylan mocking him while he was shackled. The main character swung his sword. He brought the blade to Tylan's throat. Looking at him, Ellen asked if he had sent a letter to Vault's house 3 years ago. Tylan was scared when he heard the protagonist's question. Frowning, Ellen noted that in order to kill Prince Zion, he sent a poisoned letter. Stunned, Tylan asked how. A dragon aura began to emanate from the main character. Ellen's companions were taken aback by what they saw. The main character's energy reached Jody's face. In his thoughts, he wondered if this was an aura. Jody noticed that this could only be seen on warriors who had fought thousands of battles. His gaze fell on Ellen, from whom powerful streams of prana were emanating. Jody emphasized the fact that this was the first time he had seen such a large aura. Standing in front of Tylan, the protagonist said that he did this to declare the Vault family traitors. Ellen's blade lay on the shoulder of Tylan, trembling with fear. The main character, with a blank look, ordered him to answer. Tylan could not say a word, out of fear. He was scared to death and replied that they were against his policies and were a real thorn. In his thoughts, Tylan noted that he could not resist. The main character held a sword at his throat. Tylan stated that he did not know that this poison would be given to the crown prince. In his thoughts, he noticed that Ellen's aura was beyond comprehension. The stunned Tylan noted in his thoughts that his aura seemed to be. The main character, with an angry look, asked him who ordered him to do this. Tylan fell in front of Ellen. As he sweated, he said that it was an orc. The main character was perplexed by this answer. The trembling Tylan said that it was a hybrid of an orc and a human, a terrible boss of the pirates. Adding to his speech, Tylan said that he gave him a letter so that he would poison the guests. Taken aback, Ellen asked about the pirate. Aisla was surprised by what he heard. Sitting in front of the main character, Tylan said that he had doubts about him, but he could not resist and besides, he remembered his dialogue with the pirate. Tolio stated that even if Tylan was caught, they would not do anything bad to him. A pirate shrouded in red mana sat in front of Tylan and said what he saw. Frowning, Tolio said that he was not just a pirate. Frightened, Tylan said it was Arangues. Sitting on his knees in front of Ellen, Tylan said that the pirate's name was Tolio Arangues. The main character was beside himself with rage when he heard the name of the pirate. In his thoughts, Ellen thought about the Duchy of Arangues. The image of a blue dragon appeared in Ellen's head. He wondered if Tolio was the invincible ruler of the southern territories, the Duchy of Arangues, the king of the sea dragons. The main character remembered a pirate from whom a dark aura emanated. Ellen's mind was filled with the memory of Ian fighting Tolio. The main character imagined how he fought with a pirate. Ellen stood in front of Tylan. Looking at Elkin, Jody asked him what kind of nonsense Tylan was talking about. Watching the main character, Aisla turned to him. Thoughtful, Ellen sheathed his sword. Looking at Elkin, the main character assumed that they had found those who were behind this. Count Bressius had tears running down his cheeks and he cried out and asked what they had done to Sophia. The Count watched as Tylan lay in front of Ellen's feet. Shifting his gaze, the main character turned to Count Brescia. Holding his daughter in his arms, the Count trembled. The tearful Count of Brescia declared that Sophia was his diamond Sisuka, the first beauty of the empire and his beloved daughter. Ellen's gaze fell on Sophia's corpse. The Count asked how his daughter could turn into this. An enraged Count of Brescia asked if Tylan was behind this. He was beside himself with rage and ordered Tylan's eyes to be torn out and forced to lie on the ground like a dog. After this, Count Brescia ordered his death. Ellen and his accomplices looked at him silently. Frowning, Scylla asked again about what the Count had said. Gus asked what the pig was carrying. The main character looked at Count Brescia and said that someone was controlling Captain Fillmore like a doll. Watching him hold Sophia in his arms, Ellen assumed his daughter had gone through the same thing. The main character turned towards the Count and noted that these two behaved too unnaturally. Count Brescia was taken aback when he heard this. Frowning, Ellen stated that he started this senseless war simply because he was deceived. He was taken aback by the words of the main character. Holding the scabbard in his hand, Helen noted that if the Count thought he was lying, then he should ask his soldiers why they stopped the attack. Holding Sophia's corpse in his arms, Count Brescia trembled. He was overcome with fear and could not say anything. Turning to his knights, the Count ordered to catch these unscrupulous fools. He watched as the warriors discussed something and did not react to him. Count Brescia asked why they were standing. He ordered them to catch them now. The soldiers frowned when they heard the Count's order. The stunned Count of Brescia asked why they weren't listening to him, noting that he said to catch them. Ellen said with a serious look that it was because he started this senseless war. A picture appeared in the main character's head of how many residents fled through a burning settlement. Ellen emphasized the fact that countless citizens and soldiers fell victim. Watching Count Brescia, the main character noticed that despite the fact that he had learned the truth, it didn't matter. The enraged Count began to ask Ellen to shut up and ask about the townspeople and soldiers. Taken aback, Count Brescia declared that they were his property. The dumbfounded Count insulted the main character. Aesla heard this and got angry. He began to draw his blade from its sheath. Elkin raised his sword to the throat of Count Brescius. Aesla, looking furious, ordered him to shut his mouth, noting that he should not speak now. The Count's gaze fell on the blade that was near his face. Ellen and Saul stood behind Elkin. Closing his eyes, the main character turned to the white dragon. Soldrake watched what was happening with a calm look. She flew up behind Ellen and took him by the shoulders. Taken aback, Count Brescia asked about the wings. Narrowing her eyes, Soldrake watched the Count. The surprised Count of Brescia noticed in his thoughts that this was wonderful. Holding Ellen by the shoulders, streams of mana began to emanate from Soldrake. In their place, a powerful blast of blue energy appeared, which raised clouds of dust. Skyla, Gus and Jody covered their faces from the gusts of wind. The wind flow knocked the Count off his feet. Aesla stood in front of a thick fog. The outline of a dragon could be seen from it. The dragon's face began to emerge from the fog. Jody watched Saul in her monster form. Taken aback, he and his companions wondered whether Saul had become a dragon. The trembling Tylan stated that it was a white dragon. His gaze fell on Soldrake floating in the air. Tylan emphasized the fact that she is a dragon capable of burning down an entire country single-handedly, and she is the strongest living creature. The frightened Count of Brescia noted that then this guy. He watched Isla. Elkin sat down on one knee, bowing his head. Taken aback, Count Brescia noticed in his thoughts that this could not be. He watched as Ellen appeared in his true form. The main character stroked Saul's face. The Count looked at Ellen's face and asked if he was the Duke of the White Dragon Pendragon. Soldrake started screaming loudly. The gust of wind created by the cry of the White Dragon pushed the Count away. Falling to the ground, Count Brescia screamed in pain. He fell face down into the ground. Looking up, his face was bloody. A crowd of armed peasants stood in front of him. They were beside themselves with rage. Taken aback, Count Brescia asked if they were peasants. One of the commoners pierced the Count's back with a spear. Enraged peasants rushed at him, shouting that because of his battle, their houses were burned and they would not tolerate this anymore. They began to brutally beat Count Brescius and wished him death. Count Brescius received numerous blows to his face. He screamed and asked someone to help. The Count called his knights and soldiers for help. The warriors watched as he was killed. The Count asked the soldiers to save him. Aesla stood next to Ellen and noticed that it was finally over. The main character agreed with Elkin's statement. Observing the carnage, Ellen said that at least this is the case. Behind them stood Saul in the form of a dragon. Adding to his speech, the main character noted that they helped Sisek a little. Soldrake screamed as she stood above them. The area was enveloped in the night sky. Putting a mug of beer on the table, Jody couldn't believe that the main character was Duke of the White Dragon Pendragon. Sitting at the table with his accomplices, he emphasized that he thought Ellen was an unusual person, but, interrupting, Scylla stated that the main character is a strong, handsome, and young ruler. She offered to work for them. Closing his eyes, Gus noted that this was stupid and if she wanted to leave because of him, she could just leave. He emphasized the fact that they are mercenaries and do not work for anyone. Looking at the window, Gus declared that they would never see him again. Disappointment appeared on the faces of Jody and Skyla. Suddenly a man walked into the bar. They were taken aback by what they saw. Ellen and his companions entered the room and noted that Jody, Skyla, and Gus were there, as he thought. Surprised, Jody asked if the main character had gone to a noble reception. Sitting down at the table, Ellen replied that hearing their flattery, he lost all his appetite. Sitting down with them, the main character said that that's why he came to have a drink with them, and besides, he had a request. Lights were burning from every window of the house. Ellen went out onto the balcony. Looking at him, Aisla asked if the issue had been resolved. The main character looked around the night scene with a serious look. Taking hold of the barriers, Ellen stated that thanks to Aisla, he was able to fight further, noting that it was all thanks to him. Elkin was surprised to hear this. Standing at the edge of the balcony, the main character said that when he woke up from a coma, he had no reason to live. Looking away, Ellen stated that he did not understand who he was. Aisla continued to listen to the main character with a calm look. Ellen remembered the picture of Aisla holding him by the collar. The main character said that when Elkin hit him, he understood. Smiling, Ellen said that he was the only one. Looking at the night sky, he noticed that he was also Ellen Pendragon. Observing the expanses, the main character said that he, as the ruler of the Pendragon Duchy, vows to achieve everything he wanted to achieve. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Aisla's face. He leaned on the railing. Approaching Ellen, Aisla declared that if he went down again, he would simply beat him. Looking at the main character with a smile, Elkin noted that this is because he is his sword. Ellen grinned when he heard Aisla's words. Surprise suddenly appeared on their faces. They watched Saul fly away in an unknown direction. She was illuminated by the glow from the moon. The main character looked at the table. Ellen's gaze fell on the bottle and mugs. Seeing this, the main character said with a smile that Saul floated in the sky with a satisfied face. Aisla and Ellen were sitting at the table. They hit each other with mugs. Dawn lit up the settlement. Happy peasants walked down the street and talked about how Duke Pendragon had arrived in Sisek, and thanks to him, that disgusting pig, Count of Brescia, had died. A crowd of residents of the settlement gathered and watched the main character and his companions. The peasant declared that he would capture his magnificent figure in his eyes. Smirking, Skila suggested that people had long been waiting for a hero who would free them from the grip of a stupid ruler. Raising her horse on its hind legs, she cried out that she was the only girl of the Pendragon cavalry, a Valkyrie on the battlefield. Skila. People watched as Ellen and his accomplices advanced through the settlement on horseback. Confused, Jody reported that Skyla was overacting. Smiling, the main character asked not to pay attention to her, noting that it would become more lively. Saul and Aisla rode behind him. Ellen said that he was constantly going crazy in the company of these silent people. Looking at Jody, the main character noted that he was grateful that they agreed to work for him. Taken aback, Jody replied that there was nothing wrong with this and that this was what he had dreamed of. He noticed that Ellen should be thanked in general. The tortured Tylan followed them. Jody emphasized the fact that if the main character had not helped them, then catching Love Tylan would have been impossible. Watching him, Ellen emphasized that they were all quite strong, and moreover, they were a team that had been on the verge of life and death. The main character pointed his finger at Aisla. He said that this Knight of Valvas also liked them. Elkin did not react in any way to Ellen's words. Looking at him, Jody was scared. He shifted his gaze. Watching Gus frown, Jody stated that he didn't think he, who hated nobles, would go with them. Gus replied that it was all because of rotten connections with them. Looking down, he noticed that in addition, Gus remembered Ellen sitting at the table with them and lowering his head. He noted that when the main character bowed his head and asked them. Smiling, Gus noted in his thoughts that he felt that Ellen was different from those worthless nobles. His gaze fell on the main character and emphasized that he thought so. Raymilda watched the main character and said that this was Ellen Pendragon. Putting his hand to his chin, he stated that he felt like he had seen it somewhere before. The sunlight illuminated the main character, and next to him was the outline of his past appearance. Raymilda's gaze fell on Ellen's past appearance. Taken aback, he asked if it was Grey Vault. Tears began to flow from Raymilda's eyes. He looked after the main character. Turning around, Ellen suggested returning to the Duchy of Pendragon. Baltai sat on his knee in front of the man sitting on the throne. The gentleman, surrounded by girls, asked whether Baltai decided to come with such news after his son's loss. Bowing his head, he asked to be punished. The man, watching Baltai, said that everything was fine and that he liked strong people. He noted that they would need such loyal warriors to fight such strong people. Grinning, the gentleman asked if they had a backup plan. A smile appeared on Baltai's face. Raising his head, he stated that he was glad to hear this. He watched as the man was surrounded by crowds of women, and behind him was a statue of a dragon. Baltai named him the King of the Sea Dragons, Duke of Arangues. Putting his hand to his face, Arangues began to talk about the white dragon Duke Ellen Pendragon. The sea dragon statue began to exude a dark aura. He said that this name has been constantly making him angry lately. This is how the second season ended. The plot takes us to the Pendragon territory, to Conrad Castle, which was illuminated by sunlight. An enthusiastic Eileen asked if her brother was returning. Sitting on the windowsill, Kazel read the letter. He said that Ellen was writing that he had completed his mission in Sisek, so he would return home soon. Eileen grabbed Lindsay's hands and noted that everything was as expected of her brother. Closing her eyes, Helena thought about the main character. Sir Killian trained warriors. He held a wooden sword in front of him. The knights rushed to attack him. The cavalry captain swung his stick at them. Loud sounds of impacts were heard throughout the area. Sir Killian knocked the soldiers' weapons out of their hands. The orcs and recruits were delighted. Reed, looking at his empty hands, noticed that the captain had become stronger. Closing his eyes, Killian said that this was so because he had killed these pirate brats in the battle on the Silver Coast. The warriors looked at the back of the cavalry captain. Sir Killian assumed that they had finally realized his true strength, gained from so many years of serving the young master. Turning around, the cavalry captain with a satisfied face said that he had become stronger than Aisla's people. Karth and Clather frowned at what they heard. The man, watching what was happening, began to clap and noted that everything was as expected from the captain. Taken aback, Sir Killian turned his attention to him. Smiling, Vincent noticed that he failed to recognize such an important person as the captain. He emphasized that the cavalry captain was able to defeat 3 knights, adding that this was a superior force. Standing in front of him, Sir Killian thanked him for the compliment. He emphasized that he had not seen Vincent before and asked if he was a guest. Bowing, he replied that he had come there on the recommendation of Duke Pendragon and his name was Vincent. The cavalry captain looked at him in surprise. Vincent was taken aback when he saw Killian's face. Holding a wooden sword on his shoulder, the cavalry captain walked towards him. Sir Killian assumed that Vincent had heard from the Duke. The captain, with a serious face, said that neither politics nor military matters matter to them, noting that they will lead the people and rebuild the country from scratch. Drawing out his stick, Sir Killian asked if Vincent was boasting that the Duke had chosen him. The captain threw the wooden sword at Vincent's feet. He asked what these baseless accusations were. An enraged Sir Killian ordered him to raise his sword, adding that this was his entrance test. Pointing his stick at Vincent, the captain asked him to show his strength now. Vincent frowned at what was happening. He recalled the image of the main character with a serious look. Taking a stick, he asked if he was really a cunning old fox. Drawing out a wooden sword, Vincent stated that he humbly agreed. Groups of clouds moved across the blue sky. The plot takes us to the territory of Count Serod. Skyla looked at the many passers-by and noticed that big cities were completely different. She showed a bunch of jewelry in her hands and asked to see what kind of shoes she bought. Watching her, Gus reported that half of them were fake. Ellen walked through the city, covering himself with a hood. Skyla asked why Gus didn't tell her this earlier. Jody looked at the main character and asked why he had a gloomy face. An enthusiastic Jody said that he knows that for Ellen, seeing such cities is commonplace. Aisla looked at the main character. Ellen replied that this was not true at all. Stretching out his hand, Jody asked why they had come there then. The main character calmly announced that they had arrived to greet Count Serod. The estate was under a blue sky. There was surprise on the faces of Count and Lady Luna. Their gaze fell on the main character. Bowing, Ellen noted that he had not seen the Count and Miss Luna Serod for a long time. Taken aback, the Count noted in his thoughts that he had heard rumors, but to think that Ellen Pendragon had changed so much. Confused, Luna noticed that something had changed. She observed Ellen and emphasized the fact that he had changed even more after lies. Sunlight came through the windows. Sitting at the table opposite the main character, the Count said that he had heard about his activities in Sisek. Adding to his speech, Count Serod noted that Ellen was able to catch the man behind the attempted murder of the first prince. Holding a cup of tea in his hands, the main character replied that he was not the main criminal and someone was controlling him. Ellen said he couldn't say much, but the main character, sitting opposite, the main character said that he would soon go to the capital and explain everything to the emperor, and then, perhaps, everything would become clear. Stretching out his hand, the Count asked if everything would be all right. He emphasized the fact that Count Brescia had also died and Helene was under suspicion. While drinking tea, the main character replied that stupid rulers deserve to die. Serod and Luna were taken aback by this answer. The stunned Count asked if it was possible that Ellen. He noticed that this was against the laws of the empire. Putting the cup on the table, the main character said that Brescia was a tyrant and oppressor and his own people dealt with him. Adding, Ellen stated that if the empire tries to punish those people, a blue aura began to emanate from the main character. Continuing his speech, Ellen emphasized that the empire would have to deal with him head-on. Count Serod was numb at the words of the protagonist. Lady Luna was shocked. She stood on the balcony with Ellen. The main character called out to Luna, who was standing behind him. Observing the evening city, Ellen reported that their land was prosperous and growth was much better than his. She listened carefully to the protagonist's speech. Ellen, observing the area, asked her forgiveness for lies, noting that he did not listen to her at all. Embarrassed, Lady Luna said that everything was fine and that was it. Interrupting her, the main character said with a serious look that he did not understand then. He remembered how he played chess in a previous life. Continuing his speech, Ellen noted that he did not understand his life and what it meant. He imagined how he made a move while playing chess. The main character noted that he did not know why he lived at all. Watching the sunset, Ellen said that he could now say. A picture of Helena hugging him flashed through his mind. He remembered how Aisla hit him. In his imagination there was a happy Saul. In his memories, Ramelda looked after him. Standing at the edge of the balcony, he declared that he would live as Ellen Pendragon. The main character with a serious face said that therefore on his land people will live in abundance. Looking around, Ellen said that this was the determination he had found in Sisek and this would be his answer. Lady Luna listened with interest to the protagonist's speech. Ellen stood next to her and said that regarding what she said before, now he. Interrupting, Luna said that she understood everything. The main character watched her silently. She said that now is not the right time to waste time on being infatuated with a woman. Luna asked if that was what Ellen wanted to say. Closing his eyes, the main character wanted to say that she was right. Luna interrupted him and noted that in that case. Placing her hand to her chest, Lady Luna asked about a simple secretary role. Taken aback, the main character asked what she said. Standing in front of him, Lady Luna said that if she spent a little time studying, she was sure that she would understand this matter as well as anyone, noting that at the same time she could support him in all his endeavors, being at his side all the time. Frowning, the main character tried to refuse her offer. Looking down, Luna said that Ellen's words struck her. Looking into the eyes of the main character, she stated that, like him, she also wants to live her own independent, personal life. The inspired Lady Luna noticed that it was not the one where the girl was ordered to wait for the prince on a white horse. She emphasized that she wanted to achieve everything herself, on her own. Holding onto the railing of the balcony, Luna said that Ellen would not need to look back at their past, because it did not matter. Her face was illuminated by the rays of the sun. She noted that today was not the best day for memories and asked if this was true. The main character was surprised by Lady Luna's words. Daylight illuminated Ellen's estate. Happy Eileen ran with her arms outstretched towards the main character. Hugging him, she said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Lindsay hugged Ellen, and Aisla stroked his little sister's head. Helena watched the main character with interest. Taken aback, she thought about the atmosphere. Her gaze fell on Ellen and she continued her thought, noticing that the atmosphere around him had changed again. The main character turned his gaze to his mother. Helena was surprised by this. Ellen walked towards her. He held out his hands. Hugging Helena, he said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The main character's mother was dumbfounded by what was happening. Tears of happiness began to flow down her face. They hugged for a long time. Clouds covered the blue sky above the castle. Helena said to Ellen, "Welcome home." The main character went out to the square where Sir Killian was conducting training. The cavalry captain with a happy face said that he and the gentleman had not seen each other for a long time. He watched Ellen and his accomplices. Sir Killian reported that in the absence of the main character, his humble servant flawlessly led the detachment in the defense of the castle. He patted Vincent on the back and said that a wonderful recruit had joined their ranks. Vincent had a smile on his face. Crossing his arms, the cavalry captain said that everything was exactly as the main character said. Sir Killian noticed that this guy was as impudent as anyone had ever seen, but his skills were amazing. Pointing a finger at himself, the cavalry captain with a smug face emphasized the fact that Vincent's skills were not as amazing as his. Aisla was taken aback by what he heard. Looking at Vincent, Sir Killian said that they had an interesting fight. However, in the middle of the battle, Vincent gave up. The cavalry captain added that the difference between a person who pays attention to training is immediately visible, noting that Vincent has no stamina. Putting his hand to his chest, he stated that he was just a simple civilian and he could not compare his skills with those of the captain at all. Stunned, Aisla stood in front of Vincent. Elkin suddenly frowned. Vincent looked at him with a grin. As they locked eyes, Ellen smiled. While filling the glass, the main character noted that Vincent was a sly fox and remained so. Sitting opposite him, the main character said that he was deliberately hiding his true strength. While drinking beer, Vincent suggested that of the two, the more cunning and older fox was Ellen. Looking at the main character, Vincent asked if he wanted to test him. Ellen watched him with a grin. Vincent remembered his sparring with Killian and emphasized that if a newcomer, who came from nowhere, defeats the captain. During the fight, Vincent's face was calm. Adding to his speech, he noted that everyone else would clearly not stand aside. An image of a cavalry captain about to strike appeared in his mind. Vincent reported that in order to preserve Killian's honor and reputation, he hid his true abilities and only revealed enough to satisfy his curiosity. Putting his hand to his chin, Vincent stated that Ellen had a really good squad of knights. Sitting opposite him, the main character asked if he liked the Pendragons. Thoughtful, Vincent replied that everything depended on Ellen. The main character was taken aback by this answer. Pulling out an empty glass, Vincent said that anyway, He began to examine the bottle. He added that there was undoubtedly one plus. Vincent said that the beer brewed there has a special taste, although this is not enough for him. Pointing his finger at the bottle, he asked with a grin if Ellen had any idea why. Smiling, the main character noted in his thoughts that it all had begun. A drawing of the tower appeared in Ellen's head, and he emphasized the fact that this was a test from the master of the Twilight Tower, Ron Vincent. Sitting at the table, they were illuminated by the sunlight that came through the window. Smirking, the main character asked if he really wanted to ask about what these lands were missing. Pouring beer into a glass, Vincent answered what Ellen was thinking. A yellow aura began to emanate from his eyes. Continuing, he asked what the protagonist thought about the taste of the local beer in comparison with the stout, which he had the honor of drinking in Luz. He asked what Ellen thought was the difference between these drinks. The golden copy of Vincent extended the blade towards the protagonist's face. Ellen looked at the magic sword that was in front of him. Smiling, the main character noted in his thoughts that he felt a feeling akin to a duel with a master who was amazingly skilled with a blade, as if at any second he was able to wound him with the blade of his sword. Ellen thought about this metaphorically posed question. The main character looked at how his golden copy stood next to Vincent. Ellen emphasized the fact that it was like a swordsman's attack thrust, and he must rise to the challenge in this verbal duel where their blades were merely the embodiment of the sharpness of their minds. Sitting opposite, the main character noticed that if he makes a mistake, he most likely will not be able to get Vincent into the ranks of his followers. Aline remembered the picture of Vincent pouring beer into a glass and asking about the difference in the beer. He introduced the harbor of Luz. The main character said in his thoughts that Vincent wants to know what the difference is between the lands of Lutz and the Duchy of Pendragon. He imagined his castle and thought about what his lands lacked. There was a blade in front of Ellen's face and he closed his eyes. Opening his eyes, the main character said that the whole point, no matter how banal it may sound, is in people. Ellen noted that first of all, the key difference between the two territories is the population. Vincent was surprised by this answer. Placing his hands on the table, the protagonist stated that despite the fact that the Pendragon lands are quite vast, the population density there is quite low. Ellen's gaze fell on the view from the window. He emphasized that, on average, about 100,000 people usually live on a comparable area, but only 30,000 souls can now be counted on his land. The image of mercenaries appeared in the protagonist's imagination. Ellen noted that Luz is a port city, which in itself provides it with a constant influx of people. The main character said that in this aspect the difference between Luz and his duchy is like between heaven and earth. Holding his hands near his glass of beer, Ellen said that unless a serious influx of civilian population was ensured, crafts and technology would not develop, noting that there would be no mobilization potential for the ducal army. The main character noted that the taste of local beer will remain the same, because the number of people inhabiting the territory, in fact, personifies its strength. Looking at Vincent, Ellen noticed that this was exactly what the Pendragon Duchy desperately needed at the moment. Vincent, closing his eyes, replied that it was the same as in his own brewing traditions, because having your own production is extremely important. Sipping from a glass of beer, Vincent emphasized that, metaphors aside, the strength of a noble estate is determined, among other things, by the amount of goods it can produce and consume. Ellen frowned at Vincent's words. Sitting at the table, he reported that based on the data that he had received so far, the protagonist's duchy had made a decent leap in its development during the short period of Ellen Pendragon's reign, noting that even the migration of population from neighboring provinces had increased. Vincent remembered the image of homeless people on the street. He said most of those who arrived still lived in poverty. Sighing, the protagonist said that this means that they must take care of them first if they want to continue to grow the economy in the duchy. Vincent asked with a serious look how Ellen wanted to take care of them. Holding the glass, the main character again saw a golden blade in front of him. Ellen, with a calm face, said that he would allocate fertile land to them and give them the right to use it. Watching Vincent, the main character noticed that in this simple way they would make them their real citizens. Ellen added to his speech by saying that at the same time they will increase agricultural production, noting that this will kill two birds with one stone. Vincent listened carefully to the protagonist's speech. Looking down, Ellen said that there was one flaw in this plan. Starting to drink beer from a glass, Vincent asked the main character to continue. Raising his head, Ellen declared that the problem would be safe, noting that if thousands of people came to a new place to cultivate the land, the number of villages and small settlements would increase manifold. Sitting opposite, the protagonist emphasized the fact that they simply do not have enough soldiers to protect these people from both bandits and monsters. Looking away, Vincent asked about using griffins. Ellen watched as a blade appeared in front of him once again. Squinting, the protagonist replied that even if they give the impression of domesticated animals, Vincent should not be deceived by this, noting that they are wild and rather bloodthirsty animals. As he watched the copy of Vincent hold a sword in front of him, Ellen stated that if they truly wanted the people arriving to become full citizens of this land, He introduced the image of Barrio, Reed, and Sir Killen. The main character added that they must make sure that they have people around them whom they can trust. Ellen's image of Aisla popped into his head and he spoke about knights. He introduced Gus, Jody, and Skyla about the mercenaries. Frowning, the main character said that if this is not done, then the refugees will simply think that they are not accepted there as full citizens, but are considered only as cheap labor. Vincent was taken aback by Ellen's words. He listened carefully to the protagonist's speech. Ellen said they go there in hopes of finding a better life and escaping poverty. Closing his eyes, the main character noticed that if they treated them as people without rights, then the flow of immigrants coming to them in order to realize their dreams and ambitions would first decrease and then completely disappear. Vincent listened to Ellen with a surprised look. The main character said that he saw with his own eyes how this happened in Sisauk. Ellen noted that in other lands that were ruled by nobles who thought that suppressing the will of the population and forcing them to do terrible work was the only true path to development. Frowning, the main character said that if they follow the same path, they will not see prosperity. Ellen had a picture in his head of how exhausted peasants worked, after which children sat near the ruins of a fire. The main character remembered how the residents killed Count Brescia. Ellen said that people will quickly exhaust their strength, and in the end the ruler who follows this path will end his life, killed by the hands of his own people. The main character noticed that everything is because he is the real personification of the earth. Vincent was stunned by Ellen's words. Crossing his arms, the protagonist declared that the personification of the land is not the duke, but the people living on it. In front of Ellen's throat was a sword using golden mana. The blade began to dissipate. A bright energy began to hover around the table at which they were sitting. Surprised, Vincent asked him to admit that during their meeting the feeling did not leave him. His gaze fell on the main character. He added that Ellen had changed from the moment they saw each other at the port. Squinting, the main character asked if it was true. Raising the glass to his mouth, Vincent replied that it was so. Closing his eyes, he said that no matter how good and correct motives motivate the main character, but without a clearly drawn-up plan of action and an understanding of how all this can be brought to life, all these beautiful words are nothing more than empty words. Ellen silently listened to Vincent's speech and replied that it was quite rude. Pulling out a bottle, Vincent said that if the main character were just an ordinary person, he would pour oil into his ears again and again, not forgetting to actively use it for his own benefits. Vincent started drinking beer straight from the bottle. He said that he, however, as Ellen saw, intended to be serious with him. The main character watched him in surprise. Drops of beer ran down Vincent's face. Wiping his mouth, he said that it turned out that he wanted to drink more of this wonderful local beer. Ellen was happy at Vincent's words. The main character said with a smile that he was ready to listen to him. They looked at each other with smiles. Closing his eyes, Vincent said that he already had a solution to deal with the poverty of the refugees, as well as a plan that would further increase the influx of migrants into the duchy. Putting his hands on the table, Ellen asked him to continue. Vincent stated with a grin that this plan completely coincides with the plan of the main character. The griffin flew down, making joyful sounds. Aisla sat on it, and behind him flew many griffins with beams in their hands. All these griffins were flying from the forest, and there were a huge number of them. Orcs walked through the city with beams on their shoulders. The centaurs also carried boards, and there was a joyful atmosphere everywhere. A huge building was being built, in which there were many workers. Ordinary residents looked at them in surprise, thinking that they could not even imagine that York would turn from such a village into a city. They built a huge gate in front of this city, and many residents looked at it all. We are transported to Ron and Ellen himself says that the answer lies in what he just said, to which he received a positive response. Ron looked at him with a smile and said that they would start a large-scale construction project. Ellen looked at him with confusion and asked what kind of construction site this was. Ron began to imagine how people were sitting on the streets without a home, and said that they would be able to provide jobs for impoverished refugees. Ron gestured, continuing to say that, besides, instead of giving them the land, it would be easier for them to entrust them with the construction, and since the scale of the construction would be huge, then thousands of workers would be needed. He snapped his finger and said that in addition to this, they would gather them all in one place. Immediately Ellen realized everything and began to rejoice, saying that if, on the contrary, they were settled compactly in one territory, then not so many soldiers would be needed to maintain order and protect. They sat opposite each other, and Ron said that due to the fact that the construction would be large, they would definitely need craftsmen of different specialties. He bowed his head and added that people would start calling their relatives and friends, and the flow of immigrants would not dry up at all. With his words, he convinced Ellen, because he thinks that in this way they will be able to lay the first stone in the foundation of a truly free city, which will happily open all its gates to anyone, regardless of their race and citizenship. Therefore, if everything goes as they planned, the population will grow like bread by yeast. We are taken back to the construction of the gate, where joyful voices were heard. we see a huge building called the Meeting Hall. Lady Luna, Ellen and Ron were sitting there with many villagers in front of them who wanted to tell them something. One of the residents said with joy on his face that in the place where he comes from there is a fairly large forest and the wood obtained from it is quite highly valued because it is of good quality. So he asks them to give them priority rights to supply their materials for the expansion of the city. Another resident was also very happy, saying that he would like to open a tavern here where all visiting workers could dine, because after all, alcohol is the best cure for all diseases after a hard day of work. They all listened to him while he said that if a person has worked hard, then he always wants to relax and rest. Ellen looked at him with a smile and thought that now he finally understood what Ron meant. He remembered the words of Ron, who said that people would start inviting relatives and friends here if there was enough population in the city. Then the need for opening various shops, workshops and other trade businesses would grow greatly. They both sat with a cross in their hands, and Ron added that this would be a key starting point. He looked confidently at Ellen and said that as soon as merchants came to the city, he would be able to conclude contracts with them. And now Ellen is already standing in front of a bunch of people and saying that he appreciates the fact that they have come such a long way to do a new business in his city. Ron stood next to him, eyes closed, as Ellen talked about how York was a free city where no one would care about their race, species, or nationality. He placed his hand on the table while Lady Luna took out the pouch and said that, however, if they wanted to start a new venture in York, he would ask them to follow one single rule. From the bag that Lady Luna was holding, many gold coins with the dragon emblem fell out. Ellen placed both hands on the table and grandiosely said that in their trading affairs they should use coins minted by the Duchy of Pendragon. All the merchants who came to them were a little shocked by this information. Ellen immediately remembered how he asked Ron in confusion about the creation of a new independent coin. He, holding his hands in lock, closed his eyes and replied that the Empire most likely would not like this, but if they did it now, they were unlikely to have any serious difficulties. Ron remembered how he fought that pirate and lose, and added that this battle allowed him to create a trusting relationship with Prince Ian. He immediately remembered how he punished Tylan, and Ron said that they managed to find and catch one of those who were behind the assassination attempt on the prince in Sisek. They presented a huge dragon, and Ron said that behind the House of Aranges is the power of the dragon of the King of the Seas, and to cope with such the power of the Empire, the Pendragon Duchy is needed. Ellen looked at him with a slightly surprised face and simply remained silent. Ron tilted his head with a smile and said that this all worked in his favor because the Empire would have no choice but to agree to mint his own coin. He looked forward with a confident look and said that if they started trading with the Empire using their money, the influence of the duchy would skyrocket. Then, looking at Ellen, he said that in order to successfully achieve his goals and speak with the Empire as equals, Ellen needed more power, authority, and influence. Ellen remembered how he sat on the throne and glowed with blue flame, thinking that they would know his true strength when he began to fight the Empire. He bowed his head and began to think. His hands trembled a little with excitement, and he said that, of course, he understood everything. Then, leaning back in his chair, he continued to say that he was inclined to assume that, regardless of the number of gold mines present in the territory of the duchy, they would not be enough to mint so many coins, or he was wrong. Ron looked at him in surprise and wide-eyed, and then began to laugh furiously after such words, which greatly embarrassed Ellen. Waving his arms and with a smile on his face, he replied that he didn't care, and he definitely didn't have to worry about that because there would definitely be a coin. On the street where the construction site was taking place, the sun was already setting behind the horizon, and a bright and beautiful sunset could be seen. Merchants held this coin in their hands and said that they would really have to use these new Pendragon coins. These 4 merchants were walking down the street, and the fact that they were holding a coin indicated that the full-fledged gold here was 70% of the standard imperial coin, and they themselves were somehow small. As soon as the construction was over, these coins would quickly become worthless to anyone needed. A man with a gray mustache stood next to them and said that he believed that it was precisely the coins of the Empire that would disappear. He peered at this gold coin, and this man was the head of the 4th largest imperial trading guild, and his name was Tok Giovanni. He continued to look at this coin and said that the others will disappear only because the Pendragon coin is smaller and easier to carry, even though the amount of gold it contains is equal in value to the imperial coin. The merchant standing next to him simply listened to his words that the monetary value of the coins was identical, but the imperial coins were more difficult to carry. When suddenly he turned his gaze and with a grin on his face asked that in the end which of the 2 coins they would leave at home and which one they would take to the market. All the traders were taken aback by such words. Ron held up a bottle of some kind of drink and said that there was a popular saying among traders that a rat that ran around the market was better than an elephant that slept in a vault. He held this bottle with his eyes closed and continued to say that the value of a coin is determined by the degree to which it is used in the market. He began to open this bottle, adding that if they made people think that imperial gold was good for accumulating and storing funds, then sooner or later such a coin would turn into the equivalent of current gold bars, and Pendragon coins would flood the market and become the lifeblood of trade. Lady Luna turned to him, saying that is, it turns out that the worst option will supplant the best, to which she received a positive answer. Ron, bringing the bottle to his face, said that he believed that for such a thing you didn't even need coins, you could get by with pieces of paper. Ellen, with his hands in his pockets, asked him about paper money, to which Ron replied that it was just his theory. He looked forward while the sunlight illuminated him, saying that, however, in the distant future, after their generation had fallen asleep in eternal sleep, perhaps evidence of his hypothesis would appear. Ellen was very happy with these words. A drop of sweat flowed down his cheek, because he understood that he knows the future only because he was there, and this guy looks into him like a prophet. He peered at Ron and thought that he was frightening him, called him the setting sun. Toke looked at this coin and thought that in order to create such a plan, you need to be a fairly capable person. He imagined Ron talking to Ellen and realized that he had been able to tame this cunning fox, and then he clenched his fist and said with joy on his face that in just a year, or maybe even 6 months, this would be an impressive thing. As the sun set deeper and deeper into the horizon, people continued to build this city of freedom called York. Over time, this city was built more and more, and, as the master of the Twilight Tower, Ron, predicted, settlers flooded the city of York. People in torn clothes also walked there and rejoiced, and people of different social classes were also there. Lady Luna sat and wrote down many offers from ordinary residents and merchants. They offered her all sorts of lucrative offers, and she just sat and wrote them down on paper. We are transported to the castle of King Helen himself. Lady Luna held a huge stack of papers in her hands. Standing in front of Ellen, she said that here are all the reports on the enterprises transported to York today. Ron and Ellen began to read everything that was written there. Ellen pored over these papers. Then he turned to Ron and said that everything was about as they expected. Ron read this paper and said that he saw that Lady Luna was able to find common ground with the owners of the enterprises, as well as understand how they do business and even unravel their intentions. She looked at Ron as he said that he had to admit that she was quite talented at this. These words made her very happy that she even blushed a little. Ron raised his head up and added that the number of fisheries wanting to move under their wing was growing very quickly, so the two of them would not be enough to solve all the current issues, so they would not have managed it without her help. Lady Luna put her hand to her chest with a smile on her face and said that she was grateful that her talents were so highly appreciated. Then she left the office, closing the door behind her. Ellen and Ron watched her leave. Then Ron turned to Ellen and said that she was quite a remarkable girl, wasn't she? Ellen closed his eyes and said with a smile on his face that he had to agree with him. We are transported again to that large construction site. Cart was carrying a huge log, and at that moment he very forcefully threw him right at the construction site, calling Ellen. Ellen was very taken aback, but still managed to catch this log with his body. Holding this log in his hand, he began to shout at Cart that if he threw logs like that, he would definitely kill someone, to which Cart began to laugh, waving his hand at him, and said that this was just an easy throw for the orcs. Aesla flew over the construction site on a griffin and saw Ellen catch the log. He just silently peered at him. He watched as sweat dripped from him from fatigue and the difficulty of the work. Ron and Lady Luna sat on a bench and watched the construction process. While Ron was drinking something from his glass, Lady Luna said that she could not understand why the gentleman was so involved in this construction, to which she received the answer that it was such a tactic to create a certain image. Raising the glass to his mouth, he added that if Ellen sweated for a while on a construction site in the company of workers, he would win their hearts. Lady Luna looked at him with slight confusion as he said that he would win hearts as someone who shared their heavy burdens. He raised his head and said that it was he who suggested that he do it, and then he began to look at Ellen carrying logs and said that, to tell the truth, he did not expect Ellen to feel so confident in the work, completely uncharacteristic of the noble. Beads of sweat were dripping from his face, but he still had a smile on his face. At that moment, Ellen himself, passing log after log, began to think that this was bringing back memories for him. He remembered how he stood in the rice field and helped the workers, because in his past life he was never shy about simple work, helping at certain moments the residents of the Vault estate. When suddenly his mother called all the workers, she held a lot of food in her hands with a smile on her face. Ellen tilted his head, remembering these pleasant moments. Suddenly, from below, Lindy began calling Ellen and all the other workers. She was holding a basket in her hands in which there were many sandwiches and said that it was lunchtime. Everyone went downstairs and started eating while talking to each other. Ellen took the first bite and was shocked by the taste. Lindy laughed a little and said that, nevertheless, her humble origins as a commoner oblige her to cope well with such everyday affairs. Ellen saw the state they were in from such work, but suddenly he just silently and looked at her for a long time. After all, it brought back very pleasant memories for him. Lindy was very similar to his own mother, both externally and internally. They were illuminated by bright sunlight. Lindy was a little embarrassed by the intense gaze while Ron and Lady Luna watched them. Ron, holding a glass in his hands, said that something told him that soon he would be able to fully enjoy the taste of excellent local beer. Lady Luna looked sad, so she tilted her head down. Ron noticed this and began to peer at her. At that moment, Saul was flying over the city. She looked down and realized that everything was changing. The city was very well laid out, and everything had remained the same for many years since she first arrived in Pendragon Land. She immediately remembered how she stood in front of Ellen and made a pact with him. She was still flying high in the sky above this city. With a sad expression on her face, turning to Alex, she asked what he would say about all this. She looked straight into the sky and turned to Alex once again. At that moment, on the other side, someone stood on the cliff near his horse and looked at the city. It was a blonde guy who said that he had finally reached the end point of his journey, the lands of the Pendragons. His sword contained bright minerals, and he said that this was where he would glorify his name, becoming a proud and revered knight. He looked forward with a wide smile, and his name was Leon John Bolt. Tree leaves were flying around him, and his eyes were glowing. We are transported to the forest, where Lindy and the others are distributing food to those in need. Sister Eileen, holding a plate in her hand, shouted to everyone that the Pendragon Duchy was ready to offer construction work to all willing settlers. Walking among the crowd of people, she said that there was no need to worry, there was enough work for everyone. The settlers melted when they saw her and said she was cute. Ron, sitting next to Mia, also ate this food and said that Lady Eileen was doing an excellent job with the task assigned to her, and Tata replied that he said that it was part of a strategy to improve their reputation in the eyes of the settlers. Eileen looked forward, and Tata said that she was a monster because she looked exactly like an elf, but he was told that this was actually an insult. She brought food to Leon, who was sitting there. He was holding a plate in his hands and looked very tired. Eileen leaned over to him and said that everything would be okay because there was enough work for him too. Suddenly she noticed something. She saw Leon had a very good sword. She continued to peer at him, realizing that he was well dressed, and she believed that he was unlikely to be a migrant. Suddenly a huge red zombie jumps out from behind the bushes. They were both very scared of him and started screaming. Tata and Kazel were just as scared of this zombie. They remembered being attacked by a huge number of skeletons just like that time. This zombie rushed at Eileen, and she began to fall and scream in fear. Leon rushed to the defense, putting his sword in front of him, and told her to be careful. On a zombie, he simply threw it far to the side with one blow, and again he rushed at Eileen. At that moment, Ron began running to her aid. With a few strokes, he cut this zombie into small pieces and covered Eileen with himself. There was dust around him from the blows of his swords, and behind him lay a zombie. Placing the sword in front of him, he said that this place had become dangerous because there was no mention anywhere that something like this could appear here. Eileen turned around with joy and began to thank Ron, but suddenly saw Leon lying on the ground. She immediately rushed to him, asking if he was okay. He trembled with fear and said that he was truly pitiful. Eileen, with a huge smile on her face, shouted at him that he was just slandering himself because he acted very bravely. And Ron added that thanks to him he managed to kill the monster in time. Leon angrily began to knock on the ground and shouted with tears in his eyes that this was not enough because he came to the duchy because he wanted to realize his dream and become a knight. Ron and Eileen began to look at each other because they heard his loud crying. We are transported back to Alina's castle, where he says he is grateful for the help. He sits on the throne, looking down, and says that he heard that Leon tried to pass the exam and join the Order of the White Dragon, but failed. Leon bowed his head with sadness on his face and said that was exactly what happened. He wiped the tears from his face, saying that, unfortunately, he was not able to become a knight, but in return he had the honor of being personally introduced to Helen, and he decided to tell him that he had always admired him. Ellen looked at him and asked him how much he admired him, and he clenched his fist with joy and asked if Ellen remembered the governor's banquet. He began to remember how orcs, pirates attacked them, saying that he was also present at this banquet and witnessed that attack, but he fled from there as soon as such an opportunity presented itself. With great joy in his eyes, he began to shout that Ellen remained there. He remembered how Aesla fought with the orcs and said that they all gave themselves in the battle with these pirates and gained the upper hand. He remembered how Ellen began to break the head pirate's arm. This guy admired him so much that sparks were clearly visible in his eyes, and he shouted that he was eager to become such a strong knight and came here from the capital of the empire for only one purpose. Ellen looked at how everything around him was rosy and sparks were flying. He bowed his head and said, since he was invited to the banquet, then most likely he was of noble birth. Leon raised his head up very joyfully as if he had received hope. But then, with sadness on his face, he lowered his head and said that it was so because he was the second son of Count John Bolt. Ellen asked in surprise who John Bolt was, and he himself thought that he had never heard of him. Leon still stood right in front of Ellen with a sad face. He, a little embarrassed, began to scratch his head, saying that the county of Bolt is an honorary title and they are the jesters of the imperial court. Ellen was taken aback by this and began to say loudly that he had an honorary title of count, and he wanted to say that he had talent, which, in fact, equated to the level of a national treasure. Leon began to laugh a little and said that he was absolutely right, and the members of House Bolt had been proud of this for many generations. He looked at the floor and said that, however, the imperial nobles see everything in a slightly different light. He still looked down, saying that they were being made a laughing stock, not considering their talents as something important, and therefore he could not stand their attitude towards their home. Ellen looked at him in surprise and silence. Leon began to clench his fists in resentment, saying that this is why he wanted to become a knight, to fight and restore the honor of House Bolt. His fist shook from how hard he was squeezing. Ellen crossed his fingers, thinking that he was once again a victim of the discrimination that flourished in the Empire. But then, with his eyes half closed, he turned to Leon and said that he would like Leon to demonstrate his skills to him. He was a little surprised and did not understand the question, so Ellen repeated it so that he could show his capabilities. He looked forward with a very confident look and was silent. He threw off his cloak and said that he would definitely show it. He began to move his eyes in different directions. Then he threw his leg behind his back and leaned forward. He held his head with his hand, and his foot was near his eyes, which were directed in different directions, and all this happened on one hand. Ellen looked at this very shocked. Suddenly Leon begins to bend his arm at the elbow, and instantly jumps up using force. He jumped so hard that he flew over Ellen. He spun in the air and landed on his feet. Picking his cloak back up, he bowed to him. Ron and Eileen were shocked that she was covering her mouth with her hands. Ellen looked at him with wide open eyes, and then, rising from his seat, he said that he was perhaps inclined to agree that he could not become a knight. He looked at Leon and said that, however, he knew one person who could develop his amazing talent. Leon was very happy about this information and asked who this person was. Ellen closed his eyes and bowed his head, thinking that the one who taught him martial arts in his past life and the one who fought on the battlefield side by side with him was his teacher. He was a muscular man with a pigtail, a black Rakshasa leopard named Argos. Standing in front of Leon and holding his hand on his belt, he said that the flexibility of his body is beyond reality, and this is an amazing sense of balance and explosive strength in the muscles of his arms and legs. Slamming his fist into his hand, he said that Leon would become a fighter. Leon was taken aback by this information, so he just stood and listened to him. But suddenly he immediately hit his hand with his fist and with great joy on his face said that it was very cool that he would become a fighter. By that time, it is night outside and someone asks that he wants Leon to accompany him on his trip to the capital. It was Ron, who was sitting opposite Ellen at the table. Ellen crossed his arms and said that he expected to make good use of this time and would try to find someone who could train him. Ron held a glass in his hand and asked that he was confident that he could handle everything, because this voyage was extremely important because they had to complete a fairly large number of tasks during this period. Ellen looked down and listened as Ron said that one of their goals in the capital was to receive a reward. They remembered how Tylan sat on a horse with his hands tied, for which they should receive a reward. They also remembered their gold coins and said that they needed to get approval to find their own coin. Ron held the glass to his mouth and said that accompanying Tylan in the capital was a big task, so it would be dangerous. Ellen tilted his head and said that it was for this reason that they needed to deal with something first. Raising his eyes and looking at Ron, he said that Karth and the orcs reported something to him. He remembered how he fought with a huge horde of skeletons and 2 dragons, and what was reported to him was that some of the zombies and ghouls buried at the mausoleum, next to which they had already fought once, came to life again. He remembered piercing the Lick's head and said that this meant only one thing. The Lick, once defeated, was apparently still alive and was somewhere nearby. Ellen put his elbows on the table, and Ron said that, most likely, the zombie that attacked Lady Eileen yesterday was one of the revived ones. As a friend, Ron was very surprised and said that this was quite surprising, because Ellen had made an agreement with the dragon, and the Lick had not yet lost his power. Ellen looked at him with a confident look and said that something told him that there was a double bottom in this box and that someone was behind it all. The dragon began to fly out from behind the mountain, while Ellen said that there were still creatures in this world capable of fighting the dragon on equal terms. After some time, the night became darker and darker. Ellen was lying on his bed and falling asleep when suddenly he woke up when someone started knocking on the window. It was Saul, who stood outside the window and knocked on it. He let her into his room and said that he had not seen her for a long time, and then asked what happened to her. Saul looked at him and replied that she was restoring magical power in her nest. They sat opposite each other, and Saul added that maintaining a human form outside of Pendragon territory was a drain on energy. Ellen asked her with a surprised look why this was so. With complete misunderstanding in his eyes, he began to gesticulate and asked why she didn't tell him about this before, because if he had known about it, then everything would have been different. Saul looked down with sadness on her face and said that she just wanted to be close to him. Ellen was taken aback by this information, so he simply remained silent. She began to move her wings, very upset, and asked him what was bothering him, and he started shouting that it wasn't a drop at all. Suddenly he froze in place, raising his hand, because he remembered how she hugged him during the rain when he found out that he did not exist. He remembered how she brought him food into the room until he left it. He remembered how she smiled sincerely with tears in her eyes. He just looked down, remembering all these moments. Looking at the floor, he said that she took care of him and Sisak. She began to smile and said that he did not need to apologize because they were contractors connected by souls. With a sad look, she added that, moreover, the blame for everything that happened to him in his past life lay entirely with her. Ellen silently raised his head and looked at her. He remembered how the real Ellen was killed. He remembered how his raven was killed. The dragon raised the blood of all those who died there above his head. He put his hand in front of him, saying that she had no idea how it would work. Saul was still very upset, her ears drooping. And then she looked at the huge clock that stood in the room and said that she could not comprehend the magic that turns back time. With a very upset look, she said that the current one does not know anything about magic that is capable of such a thing. Helen looked at her with half-closed eyes while she said that even if such a spell existed, then. She then tilted her head down while the moonlight illuminated her, and she continued to say that it would require an incredible amount of mana and corresponding a vessel that can hold this mana. She also looked down with half-closed eyes and added that the dragon veins in her life were all because she was the head of the dragon tribe. Her wings were down in frustration, and she said that this is the order of things that might be needed in order to repeat such a trick again. Ellen leaned over, thinking about this, and replied that he was sure that the white dragon was not fighting at its full strength then. He remembered how the white dragon was surrounded by griffins, and then he remembered how the white dragon was killed, saying that the white dragon gave his life on purpose. The dragon was looking straight at Ellen, and it looked as if the Ellen Pendragon from his past life intended to go back in time and be reborn. Ellen, wearing a helmet, looked up as if he was about to cry from pain. Saul looked at Ellen silently. She then stood up and said that was why she decided to go to the place where they both died that day. She went to the window and looked up. At that moment, she turned into a dragon and flew up, saying that she was flying to the Liptinsky prairies. The next day we see a carriage leaving the city of York. Lady Luna is watching this carriage from the window in her room. She blushed a little, putting her hand to that window and continuing to watch the carriage. Saul was still flying, although it was already a bright and sunny day outside. In the carriage were Lindy and Ellen, as well as Eileen and Leon, who were having fun playing cards. Ellen leaned his head on the window and drove with his eyes closed. We are transported to some huge arena in the lands of Alice for a fighting tournament. What kind of guy is this lying covered in blood and trembling in pain, apparently making his last sounds? His arm is broken, the bones sticking out from under the armor. All the people who were sitting there screamed in surprise. They could not believe that the third son of the Count of Louvre, Lord Eider, nicknamed the Holy Eye, would be killed so easily. Argos stands over the defeated Eider with blood dripping from his fist. There was a strong purple aura around Argos. No one could understand who he was, what kind of mercenary he was. They watched as blood flowed from his fist. Argos slammed his fist into his palm and looked forward confidently. People peered into his emotionless face, and the presenters shouted that the Argos fighter was the winner. He looked forward with half-closed and confident eyes. Eileen and Lindy were absolutely delighted with this city they came to. There was a river over which there was a bridge, and there was a huge meadow of flowers. This is a city called Cosmos. Someone was sailing along the river on a boat, and someone was crossing the bridge. Ellen was in a hood and looked at these lands, thinking that the lands of Elise with such cities they would soon conduct business on an equal footing with the Empire. Eileen also looked around and said that there are a lot of people here, and Leon replied that every year a large festival takes place here, and this is a big holiday and many people come here from all nearby cities. They all stood up to listen to Leon, who added that he used to come here often, because the festival was a great way for him to improve his skills. The girls were delighted with him and said with smiles on their faces that they would really like to see Leon in action. Leon was a little surprised by these words, and then, laughing and taking a bite of an apple, he said that since beautiful ladies were asking for it, it would be easy for him. He began to pour out a lot of apples from the bag. The girls clapped their hands at this performance. Leon began juggling apples with just one leg and his head. These apples bounced off his shoulders while his eyes darted in different directions. He held two hands behind his back and tossed the apples with only his feet. While he was juggling them, all the people crowded around him and shouted enthusiastically that he didn't even use his hands and that he was such a talented guy. With the toe of his shoe he throws the apple up, and after it he jumps up, making a turn in the air. And then he kicks the apple down with all his might. The girls were absolutely delighted and the joy was visible on their faces. And he landed on his feet and bowed to everyone watching. Some turned to the side in surprise and confusion. Leon also turned his head and did not understand what was happening. and suddenly he saw that with his apples he hit some knight who was so furious. Leon immediately threw himself on the floor, bowing, placing his forehead on the floor while this knight looked at him. Suddenly he felt that someone sat on top of him. It was Ellen, who crossed his arms, and as soon as Leon turned his head at him, Ellen said in a very angry tone that food is sacred, so you shouldn't waste it. Leon trembled with fear and almost cried, apologizing to him. The knights who stood there simply laughed at this situation. A little later they are already going somewhere, and Leon was a little upset about this, and Eileen calmed him down. Lindy turned to two knights passing by and asked why there were so many strong men here, and weren't there too many of them here. Ellen turned his head and said that not only a holiday is taking place here, because, as mentioned above, every year a fighting tournament is held in this city. While Leon was upset and said that he had completely forgotten about this tournament, and Eileen turned to him in surprise when suddenly something dawned on Leon. He cried out very joyfully and with a smile on his face that Mr. Pendragon had decided to take part in this tournament. Sparks were flying around him again, and Ellen replied that it was so. Ellen looked down and thought that, however, he was not sure that Argos would even want to listen to him. He sank deeper and deeper into his thoughts because he had heard about him in a past life, and now he is most likely different. We are transported to the palace of the High Lord. The Lord himself slams his hand on the chair out of anger and shouts that this is outrageous. He was shaking all over with anger, and it was the Count of Louvre. In front of him were three people who stood on bended knee while he said that for generations the House of the Louvre was famous for raising warriors famous throughout the entire earth. He looked with wide eyes at Eider, whose best mentors had worked to train him since birth. Eider himself was all beaten up and in a cast, and also trembling all over, while his father scolded him, saying that he had earned himself fame in the nickname Holy Eye. The father began to shout furiously that he had suffered such a miserable defeat in a fight with an unarmed man. He knocked on his chair, and the scream reached the entire hall. He asked if they were ashamed at all, and the three answered that they were burning with shame and there was no forgiveness for their defeat. The Lord got even angrier, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. He continued to say that if Argos wins, then their reputation as the leading knights of space will be erased into dust, and then what right will they have to bear their surname? Eider looked forward with very upset eyes and simply remained silent, when suddenly someone started walking around the hall and said that there was no need to worry about it. This was another son of the Lord, who said that he was still left to become a warrior. He was hugged by two girls, and his name was Morgan. He bowed his head and raised his glass, saying that he was the main handsome man of Alice's domain. Suddenly he throws this glass up above himself, grabs his sword, and as soon as the glass falls towards him, he hits this glass with one swing. One of his girls caught this glass, but immediately in her hands this glass split into exactly two halves. Both the father and the youngest son were completely shocked by such possibilities. There was a bright red aura around him, and he said that he was also the strongest knight in history, pointing at himself with his hand and with a confident look. He said that he would defend the honor of the Louvre. He then began to adjust the gold button on his neck. We see Argos defeat one of the knights, and then we see Morgan winning the fight. Morgan looks ahead with a confident look. Argos also looks forward, but without any emotion on his face, and they both end up in the final bracket of the competition. We are transported to the territory of Alice, to the barony of Dawson. The two guys shout at Dawson with joy on their faces, asking what he thinks about that fighter and also that they should hire him as a guard for their house. The old man sat on a chair and looked down while those guys said that the skills he showed at the festival were just great. The smile on their faces just wouldn't come down, and he kept saying that there was a possibility that he could defeat the genius of the Louvre family, Morgan. The old man angrily began to shout for them to leave him alone. The two walked out the door and did not understand what was happening to their master. They looked at each other until the guy with gray hair said that he did not attend a single battle in the tournament, even though he was a knight. Yes, and he doesn't notice that Dawson is training with a sword, and the red-haired guy added that there is a feeling that he is not a nobleman at all. The old man sat and looked at the coin, saying that he could not understand how someone as useless as him managed to get such a title. This coin was covered in blood, and the old man continued to look at it. He looked at the picture that was hanging on the wall, and there was his daughter. Suddenly this coin turned out to be not a coin at all, but the very button that hung on Morgan's neck. The old man began to cover his face with his hands because he was in tears. Our guys stood in front of some hotel while it was night outside. Leon, looking at this building, asked that his future teacher lives here. Ellen raised his head up and mentally addressed Argos, saying that he hoped that Argos would be here that night. Leon was a little scared and could barely put words together because they saw a lot of guys lying beaten on the floor, and Leon asked what happened to all of them. One of those lying on the ground said that they had come here to meet with Argos, and Leon was even more frightened. He was trembling all over and barely turned his head, but he was able to tell them not to try to talk to him, but rather to just turn around and get out of here while they could, because his strength is beyond reason. There were even more people lying there, including knights and nobles who had come there to watch him after they saw his talents at the festival, and he just beat everyone up. The girls were very scared, clenching their palms. Leon also began to become a coward, turning to Ellen and asks that he is sure that this is generally a good idea, and indeed whether everything will be fine with him. To which I received an answer that there may be some difficulties. Approaching his door, he told them to leave it to him. Knocking on the door, he turned to Argos, saying that he would like to talk to him. He peered at the door for a long time, behind which there was silence, when suddenly from behind it the voice of Argos began to be heard, who told him to leave if he did not want him to decorate his face with a couple of bruises. Ellen stood silently in front of the door. He closed his eyes and said that he knew what happened to Giora and Raja, when suddenly the door opened sharply. Argos, with red eyes from anger, rushed at Helen to beat him. He bared his teeth in anger, and the veins were bulging on his face. He was still able to hit Ellen, leaving a bloody mark on his cheek. Ellen wiped the blood from his cheek, realizing that he was very fast. Argos began to kick him, when suddenly he grabbed his hand with his foot and dragged him down. And then he jumped off the ground, and he started to hit him with a turn, but Ellen dodged his blow. As he dodged, he smiled, thinking that this was the very technique he admired so much. But then he looked forward with a stern look, and he knew that Argos was about to use the third style, an axe strike. Argos swung his leg up to hit Ellen, and as soon as he struck down, Ellen spun around and responded by backhanding him. Argos was shocked by this blow, but at the same moment Ellen's leg began to fly at him. He was able to block this blow with his hands, but Ellen grabbed his hand in the same way with his leg and dragged him down, then jumped off the ground in the same way and in a jump began to kick him, but he was able to dodge this blow. They both stood opposite each other and were silent. Argos was very shocked, because Ellen's blow was still able to touch his forehead. Then with half-closed eyes he looked at Ellen and asked that he copies his techniques and, most likely, even knows them. Ellen, who had blood running down his cheek, simply smiled and looked at him. They calmed down and stopped fighting, and Argos asked who he was and how he knew the names of his daughters. He peered at him and asked that he was at one with this despicable Louvre. Ellen, standing in front of him, replied that he had come to him to try to change his fate. Argos made a surprised face, and Ellen added that that's why he wanted Argos to listen to him. Ellen confidently said that he was here to hammer the last nail into the coffin of that bad man. There was a full moon outside, and the stars were clearly visible. At that moment Morgan began to get dressed, and his face was covered in blood. He laughed, saying that he would never get tired of this game of murder. Several corpses lay under his feet, and he himself smiled. He made a disgusting face, said that his beauty and wit attracted these girls. Like moths to a fire, there were girls lying on the ground, around whom there was blood, and he said that, using the power of the Count, he successfully covers up all his affairs. And then he began to laugh furiously, saying that he felt as if the whole world was in his hands. This is just the embodiment of happiness. He began to walk forward, examining his hand, and said that there were only 2 days left until the final. He raised his bloody sword and added that that old mercenary who dared to oppose his house would drown in a sea of blood. After these words he began to lick the blood from your sword. Argos was sitting on the bed and smoking a cigar. Holding it to his lips, he asked Ellen if the protagonist expected him to believe what he said, given that this was the first time he had seen him. Sitting opposite, Hellenis called him an outstanding warrior, a man of honor, Argos. Frowning, the main character noted that he just wanted to save him. Argos listened to Helen's speech. Smiling, he said that he was pleased to hear this. Argos asked if this would return his daughters to him. Looking down, the main character remained silent. The enraged Argos said that they were both played with, and when they got bored, they were killed and thrown away, and the despicable Morgan was to blame for all this. He said that nothing would bring Giora and Raja back to him and asked if he was right. Observing Helen, he stated that all the vile nobles imagined that their very existence made them exceptional. Argos began to be enveloped in a dark aura. He said that it makes no difference what sins they commit, noting that this world will not punish them. Argos exuded dark streams of energy and declared that since the world could not do it, then he could. The main character watched Argos, who was beside himself with rage. Ellen noted with a calm look that everything he said was the bitter truth. Sitting opposite Argos, from whom the mana was emanating, the main character noted that if he was looking for such retribution, then he must understand that he would not be able to punish them. Ellen emphasized the fact that all he would achieve with such methods was being branded a criminal and being sent to the Demon Slayer Corps. Argos listened to the main character with an enraged look. With folded hands, Ellen said that if this happens, then instead of rations Argos will have dirty water, and instead of an overnight stay, the mud of the battlefield. The main character noticed that this would happen while fighting in these meaningless and endless wars. Frowning, Ellen declared that Argos was gradually turning into a living corpse, passionately hungry only for death. Argos silently listened to the words of the protagonist. Having calmed down, he said that from the way Ellen talked about it, it seemed as if he had seen the future. Looking at the main character, Argos began to talk about his return strike with a reverse grip. He remembered how the main character hit him with a roundhouse kick. Argos noticed the exact time for the strike and the speed of its application. He said everything was done perfectly. Sitting on the bed, he asked if Ellen knew his techniques. Argos said with a serious look that he would ask again who the main character was. Lowering his head, Ellen replied that he could not tell him. Looking at Argos, the main character noted that he does not lie to him one bit and everything he tells him is dictated by sincerity and a desire to help him. Helen asked Argos to understand this. After listening to the main character, he silently smoked a cigar. After some thought, he looked at Ellen with interest. The evening sky enveloped the arena. Argos asked to say what the main character means. He stood on the battlefield opposite Morgan. The judge shouted that the final battle of the Alice Land Festival was about to begin. His gaze fell on Morgan. The judge said that on the left side of the arena there is an outstanding talent, the likes of which appear once every 100 years. The strongest knight of the lands of Alice, the brilliant Morgan Louvre. The judge looked at Argos. He said that on the right side of the arena there was a fighter unknown to anyone before this festival, a master who had not lost a single fight in the tournament, a real dark horse, the fighter Argos. The spectators watched the fighters with delight. The man said that he had never seen spectators so excited. His interlocutor noted that old man Argos is popular. They both looked at Lord Dawson. The guy said that even the one who is known for hating the festival, Lord Dawson, came to the arena to watch this fight. The Lord sat on the bench, looking down. Argos stood on the battlefield with a serious look. The main character and his companions watched the battle. Leon began to talk about Argos. Eileen noticed that for some reason, he was acting too calm. Looking at Ellen, Lindsay asked if he had managed to talk to Argos. The main character replied that he had to reveal several cards to Argos. Ellen's company was puzzled to hear his words. While watching Argos, the protagonist told Leon to watch the fight closely. The Count of Louvre, putting his hands to his chin with a grin, said that they were all frantically supporting the old man without knowing anything. He noticed that Eder and Morgan's skills were at different levels. The Count, with a distraught look, asked Morgan to show the audience the abyss that separates the true noble and lousy peasants. Argos and Morgan stood opposite each other. Smirking, Morgan said that Argos had insulted his brother yesterday. He did not react in any way to the knight's words. Morgan, with a malicious look, asked if Argos had any hearing problems and if he had become completely decrepit. Morgana began to be enveloped in pink mana. He said that today he would die in this place. His aura began to spread across the battlefield. Morgan's energy reached Ellen and his friends. Surrounded by pink mana, the main character fell into thought. He noted that aura is something that only a select few can possess. Ellen wondered if any of them were there. Holding the blade towards Argos' face, Morgan said that this festival has only one end and that is his death. The knight asked not to be angry with him, because he was just following the letter of the laws of this land. Argos silently listened to the knight's speech. A smile appeared on his face. He asked Morgan if that was true, noting that he was glad to hear. The knight was taken aback when he heard Argos' words. A dark aura appeared around him. Argos stated that there is one amendment: Morgan will die. He said that he would kill him, having found peace in his mind. The knight was furious at these words. He rushed at Argos, extending his hand towards his face. Argos dodged Morgan's strike with lightning speed. Having dodged, he was on the side of the knight. He struck Morgan's body with his mana-coated hand. Clouds of dust began to rise on the battlefield. The spectators were stunned by what they saw. They watched the battle carefully. Surprised onlookers wondered what happened, noting that they weren't moving. The enraged Count of Louvre, screaming, asked Morgan what he was doing and ordered to finish off Argos. The main character watched the battle with a smile on his face. Argos grinned at the trembling knight and questioned whether he would keep his promise, calling him a fool. Morgan was scared by what was happening. Blood began to spray from his eyes. Morgan began bleeding and screaming in pain. Argos watched as the wounded knight fell to the ground. His gaze fell on Morgan's wounded face. The spectators were scared to death by what they saw. Argos stood over the knight's corpse. Smirking, he asked what he was doing, noting that he was talking to a corpse. Watching as Argos stood over the dead Morgan, the judge cried out that it was incredible and the eldest son of the Lord of the Lands of Alice was completely defeated and killed in a fair fight. The knight's face was disfigured. Stunned, Eileen asked what happened. Surprised, Leon suggested that Argos touched Morgan's armor with his hand. Ellen calmly reported that it was a penetrating blow and all his internal organs were most likely crushed. The main character remembered how Argos touched the knight's armor and said that the impulse from his attack passed through the palm and like a wave that knew no obstacles. Ellen imagined how blood began to spray from Morgan. The main character noted that the impulse, resonating with the armor, was transmitted to the body, simply crushing all of Morgan's organs. Ellen's allies listened attentively to his speech. Leon asked if this was even possible. Crossing his arms, the main character replied that only dedicated fighters of the Tarami's temple could be trained in this, and this is the greatest honor bestowed on only a few. Taken aback, Leon asked a question about the greatest honor. He exclaimed with delight that it sounded cool. Grinning, Ellen said that that technique was beyond even his capabilities. The main character watched the fighter, who held his hands in front of him. Helen's thoughts emphasized the fact that he knew that Argos was the greatest fighter the world knew. The stunned Count of Louvre shouted the knight's name. He watched Morgan's corpse and shouted that it was his son. He pointed his finger at Argos and ordered that this old man be seized and executed immediately. Grabbing the blade in his hands, the Count noted that otherwise he would do it with his own hands. He ran up to Argos and, holding the sword in front of him, asked how he dared. Tears streamed down the Count of Louvre's face. He questioned how this rabble dared to do such a thing to his noble boy. Stretching out his hand, Argos stated with a smile on his face that the festival could only end with someone's death in the final battle, noting that this was an ancient law. The Count's gaze fell on Morgan's bloody face. Argos asked if this was what his mad, foolish son was talking about before the battle. He noted with a grin that they couldn't even follow the rules they created. Argos emphasized the fact that the noble ones are nothing more than a puppet of spoiled fools. Holding the blade, the Count of Louvre began shouting at him to shut up. The enraged Count cried out that on these lands, he is the embodiment of the law. The main character came up behind the Count and said that this was enough and he would not allow them to continue acting in this manner. Ellen walked towards the Count of Louvre. He was furious at what was happening. Argos was taken aback when he saw the main character. The Count was beside himself with rage and asked who Ellen was. He asked the question if the main character wanted to play hero and protect the poor fool. Pointing his blade at Ellen, he declared that the criminal's accomplices were also criminals. The Count asked if this was what Ellen wanted. Walking towards them, the main character asked if he was serious when he said that. Closing his eyes, the main character noted that in this case the Count himself was a criminal. Taken aback, Count Louvre asked what Helene was carrying. The main character stood in front of the Count and said that he was ignoring the atrocities and crimes of his own son, violating the rules and laws established by him, depriving him of honor and punishing those who tried to appeal to justice. Ellen's gaze fell on the stunned Count. He noticed that the Count of Louvre had made himself a criminal and such a person was not worthy to rule these lands. Frowning, the protagonist noted that this is all he can say about the Count of Louvre. The enraged Count began to ask, screaming, what kind of nonsense this was. He watched Ellen and declared that he knew nothing and asked how he even dared to disgrace his name. The Count asked who he was. Yellow sparks appeared next to the main character's eyes. Blue dragon wings appeared behind him. The Count was surprised by what he saw. The frightened Count of Louvre wondered in his thoughts what this terrifying aura was. The spectators were surprised by what they saw. They watched as a dragon appeared behind Ellen. The main character calmly announced that he was a white dragon contractor, Ellen Pendragon. A huge dragon behind the main character began to scream. The numb Argos wondered if this was one of the 5 great dukes of the empire before their eyes in the flesh. Ellen's aura began to hover around him. The main character stood in front of the Count of Louvre. Grinning, the Count asked what was so special about Ellen. He asked if the main character's borrowed power from the dragon scared him. The Count screamed with an enraged look that Ellen could drag even his entire army there, but he would crush him. The Count of Louvre stated that Alice is one of the most powerful possessions in the empire. Above the Count was the head of a dragon. He said they are justice in the flesh. The main character calmly asked if the fool had listened to him, noting that he was a criminal. The Count was surprised by what he heard. Ellen closed his eyes. Waving his hands, the main character began to shout that he was addressing the citizens of the land of Alice and asking to hear him. He cried out that the reason why the warrior Argos went all this bloody way in the festival arena. Continuing, Ellen shouted loudly that the reason was that Morgan Louvre seduced countless women only to kill them later. The main character noticed that the Louvre was a family that covered up a rapist and murderer. Citizens were stunned by what they heard. Pointing his hand at Argos, the main character said that his daughters had become victims of this bandit in the guise of a nobleman. The Count was beside himself with rage and asked what this dragon fool was talking about. He ordered Ellen to stop fooling people. Extending the blade to the protagonist's face, the Count of Louvre began to demand proof, noting that without them he would simply. Closing his eyes, Ellen began talking about Ryan Dawson. The Count was taken aback by what he heard. There was surprise on Argos's face. The main character cried out and asked if the Lord of the Verod domain, vassal of the lands of Alice, Baron Dawson, was here. Lord stood up from the stands. He stood looking down. Helen, looking at him, said that the evidence was in the hands of this man. The main character watched the man. Screaming, Ellen turned to Lord Dawson and said that 2 years ago, in the summer, his daughter was killed by Morgan Louvre. The main character shouted that, as compensation for his silence about this, he was granted possession of Verod. Watching the Lord, Ellen asked if this was true. Taken aback, Count Luffrey asked how. The audience's attention was on Lord Dawson. Beads of sweat ran down his face and he declared that he was a bad father. He remembered a photograph of his daughter and said that 2 years ago, His beloved daughter was brutally killed by someone on one of the country roads. He imagined blood spattering on the photo. Lord Dawson said he still remembers her eyes open and her lower body covered in blood. Tears began to stream down his face and, clenching his fist, he said what she was holding in his hand. He presented an image of Morgan and said that she was holding a gold button. He remembered how Morgan adjusted the button and said that it was engraved with the coat of arms of the Count's House of the Louvre. The residents were frightened by what they heard. The upset lord cried out, filled with anger and determination. He headed to the Count's domain. Dawson remembered Morgan holding his shoulder. He said that Morgan intercepted him there and told him. He remembered the knight telling him with a grin that Dawson had a choice to go to his father right now, but in that case Morgan would be forced to kill him because the dead don't talk too much. Lord Dawson imagined the knight's eyes, from which came a pink light. Morgan offered him a second option, that in exchange for his silence he would receive the title. The trembling lord told what he had to choose. With a wave of his hand, he showed everyone present the button and said that this was proof. There were traces of blood on the button. The attention of all spectators was on Lord Dawson. Residents were stunned by what they heard. The man said that Sir Dyson actually received his title about 2 years ago. One of the spectators began to examine the button and said that it actually had the coat of arms of the Count's family. Ellen's accomplices watched as the public demanded to see the proof. Taken aback, Leon noted that this is what the main character meant. Interrupting, Lindsay noted that Ellen called it preparation. The Count of Louvre was on his knees and said that this could not happen and it was impossible. Argos began to laugh and emphasized the fact that this was a pleasant surprise. He looked at the main character and asked him to speak. Stretching out his hand, Argos asked how Ellen even knew about such things. Looking down, the main character replied that that's all because he remembered the picture of Knight Dawson sitting in front of the bars behind which was Argos. Ellen noted in his thoughts that after he was caught, Knight Dawson came to his cell to express his gratitude for what he had done. Looking at the floor, the main character noticed that Dawson told him about this in his past life. Ellen began to walk towards the Count of Louvre. He looked at him and declared that they were done there and asked him to get out of the way. The Count was on his knees and trembling. He stated that he would not forgive him. Starting to rise from the ground, the Count of Louvre reported that he reported many crimes and committed treason against the Empire, taking the life of one of the nobles. He screamed that he would not forgive this. Ellen stood in front of the Count. He said that the value of the life of a commoner and a noble are incomparable. The enraged Count of Louvre began to be enveloped in a red aura. He noticed that the fact that they cover up a criminal like him is nothing more than treason to the Empire. The Count's mana began to spread throughout the arena. His blade was pointed at the main character. Narrowing his eyes, Ellen said that this meant that he had no choice but to engage in battle with the Empire. The Count of Louvre was taken aback by what he heard. The main character noted that this world does not need rulers who do not value the lives of their servants. Alina began to be enveloped in a dragon aura. The main character noted that first of all, this concerns him. Helen's aura surrounded the Count of Louvre. There was a dragon in front of his face. The main character grabbed his blade. He swung with an angry look. A powerful stream of energy was directed towards the Count. Ellen cut his sword. The Count of Louvre watched with tears in his eyes as the fragments of the sword flew away from him. He knelt, head bowed, in front of Ellen. The main character walked past him and declared that his life was not worth a penny. Argos watched as Ellen left the battlefield. He silently looked after him. Argos noted with a smile that the main character had an excellent speech. Narrowing his eyes, Ellen replied that Argos was exactly the kind of person that both the world and they needed. He was taken aback by the words of the main character. Argos approached him and said with a smile that he didn't care at all whether he was a duke or not, noting that he didn't even really know him. He looked at Ellen and noticed that he had no choice but to listen to the words of his benefactor. A slight grin appeared on the protagonist's face. Argos patted Ellen on the back. His allies watched as they walked together, hugging each other. Putting her hand to her face, Eileen said that they were getting along great. Lindsay noted that it was as if she imagined Argos hugging the protagonist in his old form. Adding to her speech, she emphasized the fact that it looked like two old comrades who had known each other for a very, very long time met. Leon was inspired by what he saw and cried out that the world of real men is so cool. Argos pointed his finger at Leon and said what this one here means. Pointing to him, he asked if he would be his student. Leon ran next to the carriage driven by Argos. Holding a whip on his shoulder, he smoked a cigar. Leon was sweating from a hard run. The warrior frowned at what he saw. He hit Leon on the back with his whip. Observing him, Argos reported that he needed to keep his breathing, noting that because of this he was using up his strength faster. He added that in a real battle, such wastefulness means death. Watching him, Argos emphasized the fact that proper breathing is the basis of the art of battle. He hit Leon on the back once again. Ellen, Lindsay, and her sister heard him training Leon. Taken aback, Eileen noticed that Argos' teaching methods were quite cruel. Lindsay said she hopes Leon will be okay. The main character said with a smile on his face that his teaching skills are incomparable and Leon has a talent that matches this level of teaching. Beads of sweat ran down his face. Leon tripped over a tree lying on the ground. He fell to the ground screaming. Smoking a cigar, Argos said that he was not focused enough and that on the battlefield, this also meant death. Leon rolled behind the carriage. Argos told him that when they arrived at the imperial capital, they would fight against real opponents, and until then, he should be kind enough to instill these fundamentals into his body. Argos was enveloped in dark mana. He said that as Mr. Duke said, he has 3 months to drive him to death. Stunned, Leon rolled on the ground and agreed with the warrior. Closing his eyes, Ellen's thoughts emphasized the fact that this was creepy. Screams were heard from the protagonist's castle. There was surprise on Luna's face. Vincent stated that Ellen was involved in the death of the legitimate heir of the Count of Louvre. She asked again about the Count. Sitting at the table, Vincent replied that this was exactly the case, and the main character defended the person who committed this act. He noted with a serious look that at first he was very surprised to hear this news, but later learned the details. Vincent introduced the image of Morgan and said that he realized that everything was not so simple, noting that this young scion named Morgan turned out to be a man who clearly abused his power and authority. He said Morgan had killed and assaulted women. Vincent presented the image of Argos and noticed that the criminal who killed the heir turned out to be a man who was a member of the family of one of the victims. Lady Luna listened to Vincent's story with interest. He said that it can be said that justice is on their side. Sipping from a glass of beer, Vincent noted that now they must take into account that he had given the opportunity and reason for the forces hostile to the Pendragons to begin to act. Looking down, he declared that his eyes had not failed him. He remembered the image of Ellen, who was sitting at the table. Vincent noted in his thoughts that all he had to do now was to protect him and increase his strength so that he could become a true king. Putting his hands to his chin, Vincent noted and thought that this was necessary in order to save the people of the Empire and to carry out his long-standing plans. Isla watched the knights fight on griffins. The soldiers parried each other's blows with wooden spears. The warrior flew with lightning speed on the griffin. Several arrows from a crossbow flew into the target. Elkin silently watched what was happening. Vincent came up from behind him and said that this was a great job. Holding his glass in front of him, he noted that griffin riders are the future of the army. Vincent guessed that from what he knew, only the best knights could ride these noble beasts. His gaze fell on how the knights flew in the sky. He reported that seeing the size of their troop of griffin riders, he could deduce that. Smiling, Vincent said that Aisla treated both the animals themselves and the knights properly. He called Elkin a tremendous leader. Aisla did not react to Vincent's words. Looking at Elkin, he said what he wanted to ask. He questioned whether Aisla could do what they were talking about. Elkin replied that there was no problem. Smiling, Vincent said that Aisla could be relied upon. He said that he would ask him to handle their strategic logistics because he was confident that Elkin's authority and skills were needed to cope with this task. Aisla looked up at the sky. Vincent watched silently as Elkin stood with his arms crossed next to the griffin. Confused, Vincent sipped his beer and wondered if Aisla still held a grudge against him from the very moment they crossed blades with him. He looked at Elkin's calm face and assumed he was just being reserved. Frowning, he watched Isla. Elkin put his hand on the griffin's head. While stroking the animal, Eklund wanted to ask a question. Holding the griffin by the muzzle, Aisla asked if Vincent knew where Saul had gone. He was taken aback by Elkin's question. Starting to drink beer, Vincent replied that he was like the ruler. The sunset illuminated the area. Continuing his speech, Vincent said that she was leaving the duchy only to deal with matters of special importance. Soldrake flew in the sky, and she was enveloped by gusts of wind. She flew over the gorge from which green mana was coming. She went down there. There was a flash of blue energy. Saul took on human form and descended into the gorge. Looking around the surroundings, in her thoughts she emphasized the fact that everything was exactly as the main character described from his memories. Her gaze fell on the streams of green energy. While in thought, Saul noted that the steppes of Lobstein are filled with a huge amount of untouched mana, and this is the very dragon vein. She stood around green clots of mana. Saul noticed that if he created his new nest there, he could. She heard strange sounds. A dark dragon appeared in front of her. Taken aback, she noticed in her thoughts that it was a black dragon. Looking at the monster's face, Saul declared that it was Amalhalt. The dragon was surrounded by dark energy. Amalhalt's mana began to form into a clot. There was a bright flash. The black dragon appeared in human form. He looked at Saul and asked why she came there. Observing the flows of blue energy, she asked Amalhalt if he was the owner of this source of mana. Watching Soldrake, he replied that this place did not belong to him, noting that he accidentally discovered this vein some time ago and did not tell her. Standing opposite him, Saul asked why he didn't report. Closing his eyes, the Black Dragon replied that after the termination of the pact with the Pendragons, she was injured and he simply did not want to bother the queen with useless information. Saul frowned at this answer. Watching her, Amelhalt asked to inquire why she had come there. Stretching out his fingers, the Black Dragon reported that after he found this place, there were 2 occasions when the mana in this place began to grow uncontrollably. Stretching out one finger, he stated that the first one occurred in the spring. In his head there was an image of Ellen and the White Dragon. Amelhalt said that the second occurred when the queen fulfilled her duty to the Pendragons. He presented the image of the main character with a dragon aura. The Black Dragon suggested that this was also due to the fact that young Pendragon possessed more than just the aura of a dragon. An image of Ellen, shrouded in red mana, appeared in his head. Amelhalt noted that the main character has the aura of a demonic deity. Saul listened to the Black Dragon's speech with a serious face. Looking down, she thought in her thoughts that this might be possible in the spring. She imagined how behind Ellen there was his past appearance. Saul assumed that it was on the day that the main character was reborn in the body of Ellen Pendragon. Standing opposite Soldrake, Amelhalt said that history knows no example of someone who broke an oath to a dragon having a second chance and being able to fulfill it. He looked at the flow of green energy. The Black Dragon said that on that day, mana went crazy again. Amelhalt looked at Saul and declared that today the queen appears there in person. Frowning, he asked if Soldrake knew anything about this. The Black Dragon asked the question about what this boy Pendragon was. Frowning, Saul looked down. She remembered the image of the wounded Ellen. An image of the corpse of the main character in a past life appeared in her head. Saul imagined clots of blood dripping above her. Closing her eyes, she replied that right now she could not give the Black Dragon an answer to this question. Frowning, Amelhalt silently looked at the White Dragon. He started to take off. The Black Dragon floating in the air said that the power of the demonic deity is something that can destroy the connection between life and death. He noticed that this is something that has the ability to shake the foundations of the universe. Inspecting the area, Amelhalt stated that they were dragons and their duty was to observe everything connected with this Pendragon. Saul calmly replied that she knew that. However, she looked up with a serious face and said that she had chosen this boy as the contractor of her soul. She looked at the Black Dragon's face. Saul asked him not to forget about this, calling him a black sage. Amelhalt flew away in an unknown direction. Soldrake looked after the Black Dragon. Squinting, she thought about the main character. The sunset was setting over the horizon. Leon ran next to the horses. Taken aback, the resident asked why they were doing this to him. They watched Leon run with the horses. He stroked the horse's face and said that he could imagine what it would be like to carry such a huge and heavy map over such a long distance. Argos tossed the nuts in his hand. He threw them at Leon. He dodged Argo's throw with lightning speed. Turning around, he told the teacher that this would no longer work. Looking out the window, Eileen told Leon that it was amazing. Ellen looked out of the window at the people passing by and reported that there were more and more people, which meant that they would soon be there. Pointing his finger, the sweating Leon asked the protagonist and Argos to look. The carriage arrived at the gates to the Imperial City. Leon said it was a wall of fame. Coming out of the cart, the main character was dumbfounded. Taken aback, Ellen noticed in his thoughts that this inspired respect. He examined the walls of the fortress. The main character, deep in thought, emphasized the fact that the fortress walls built right next to the water stretched for more than 5 miles. Ellen suggested that it was even more and it was all 10 miles. She watched many people walk across the bridge. The main character thought about the gate leading to the lower city. Ellen noted in his thoughts that countless people were passing through them, and from a distance it looked like a huge anthill. Eileen and Lindsay were delighted with what they saw. The main character noticed that these are only the outer walls of the fortress, and perhaps this one city has more population than the entire duchy. Cigar in hand, Argos asked how many people were there, noting that he hated crowds like that. Turning around, Leon asked the teacher not to worry with a smile. He pointed his finger at the gate where there were no people. Leon said that they would go through another gate, which is called the first. Taken aback, Eileen noted that there was no one there. On the tower above the gate was a golden statue. The knight screamed for them to stop the carriage immediately. The soldier, with a serious look, stated that the first gate was opened only for noble gentlemen bearing the title of count and above, noting that this was a royal road. Standing in front of the carriage, he asked them to go to another gate. Frowning, Argos said that he did not want to chat with this rabble. Turning around, he called Ellen to deal with it. The main character, leaving the carriage, looked at the soldier. The knights were taken aback by what they saw. A loud sound began to be heard from behind the gate. Covering his ears, Argos screamed and asked why he was blowing the trumpets like that. Covering his ears, a stunned Leon reported that every time a direct heir to the royal family or an imperial duke moves in, this bugle sounds. The gate suddenly swung open. A dark carriage drove out of them. The man jumped out of the carriage. Ian landed in front of Ellen. Standing up, he began to look at the main character. Young pointed his finger at the main character with a grin. He said that the Duke of the White Dragon, Ellen Pendragon, was on the move as usual. Frowning, the main character replied that Prince Yang was still noisy. Ellen looks at the prince standing near the carriage. The prince points and smiles, speaking of which, as usual, he is not moved by the White Dragon Duke. Ellen, clearly unhappy, smiles back at him, extending his hand. Speaking of which, he is still the same noisy prince. After which Ellen notices the princess getting out of the carriage. She shouts Ellen's name and smiles looking at him. After which everyone turns their attention to her and she begins to bow. Speaking of which, a lot of time has passed since their first meeting. And the princess smiles, beginning to shine, saying that she is glad to have the opportunity to see him again. And Ellen is clearly unhappy looking at them. After which Ellen notices his sister unharnessing him from the corner and waving her arms and smiling. Is she screaming for the prince and princess? After which he comes closer and continues to smile, starting to sparkle. Speaking of which, what an honor it is to meet them again. After which Ellen and the princess watch as the prince runs straight towards her and smiles. The prince shouts about what? Is this really Lady Irene? And the prince grabs her hands and begins to shine all over while everyone watches them. He says that for the short time that he did not have the good fortune to see her, she became even more beautiful. While Ellen and the princess move away from them. Ellen then raises her head and sighs as the princess smiles with her eyes closed. And Ellen looks at the huge city, thinking about what a troubled city this is. A man sitting on a carriage and smoking tobacco suggests that he simply ignores the fact of their presence. And the young man standing next to him says that this is exactly what a master does. The castle is enveloped in sunlight. The prince holds a glass of drink and looks forward. He says his name has been on everyone's lips lately. The four of us sat down at the table. On one side is Ellen and his sister, on the other side is the prince and princess. Ellen looks at the prince, lowering himself a little. Speaking of which, he doesn't look well, prince. Why does he begin to get very angry and shout, pointing his finger at Ellen, saying that it's all his fault and wherever he goes, he creates a lot of problems. After which the prince grabs his head, while the princess begins to feel embarrassed. He says even in the lands of Ellis and Sisauk, you can't even imagine how worried his beloved sister was for him. And because of this, he even had to. Your Ellen interrupts him, making a serious face. He says that he is a duke and was only doing what his duty told him to do. After which the prince and princess fall silent, looking at him with delivery. And the prince, clearly wary, puts his hands on each other and looks at Ellen. What does the criminal he caught mean? Ellen closes her eyes, raising her glass. Love Tylan. Speaking of which, yes, one of his servants brought him in a little later. And the prince looks at Ellen seriously. He talks about whether he is sure that this is a good idea. What if they are attacked on the road? And Ellen raises her glass to herself and smiles, saying that they don't have to worry about it and they are competent enough to take care of themselves. The prince makes a serious face, clearly dissatisfied. Speaking of which, his actions have already earned him many enemies. They remember the count, who cried and raised his weapon against them, and the governor standing at the window and smiling. Speaking of which, their influence spreads throughout the empire, and Ellen silently looks at the prince while he continues to speak, that he should know that at the award ceremony this time. And the prince is seriously looking at Ellen. Speaking of which, representatives from 2 of the 5 ducal houses will arrive, Arangues and Lindegard. Ellen is very surprised by this. He remembers Arangues, and the way he smiled evilly. The prince moves his head to the side and raises his hand to his chin. Speaking of the Bear Duke and the Sea Dragon, these two are the ones who usually always ignore imperial holidays and courtyard events. And what could all this mean? After which the prince is very surprised and turns to Ellen, while Ellen is talking about whether he can ask him for a favor, and while all the subjects are standing on the other side of their castle. Ellen says that he would like him to call the strongest knights of the empire. Leon cracked the nut with his fingers. He shows this to his master and is very happy. Speaking of which, he did it and he finally made it. The nutcracker was a success, and the master points his finger down. He hands Leon 3 more nuts. Speaking of which, now he'll have to break 3 pieces at a time. Leon was very surprised by this, looking at the master. Speaking of which, is this accurate? And he interrupts him. They tell him to achieve this in 10 days. And the maid standing next to her looks at these two in surprise. Leon is very worried, saying that really, while she is thinking that he should have just agreed, not asked unnecessary questions. After which the master picks up 5 nuts, and he breaks them with one movement of his hand. Leon watches all this with great surprise, and the master says that a fighter who does not have a strong grip is the same as a knight who does not know how to ride a horse. Leon lowered his head and was sad. Speaking of which, yes, she stands and thinks that he has given up. After which the prince, together with Ellen, go forward and watch these two. The prince, looking at all this, asks Ellen, Who are these two? And Ellen smiles. Speaking of which, it's Leon and Argos. These are the warriors who have joined the House of the Pentagon. The prince looks at them with indifference. He says that this means that this is the same person who dealt with the strongest knights of Alice. After which they look at Leon, who is trying to break 3 nuts. Speaking of which, they vaguely remember him, and he is the court jester from House Bolt. And Ellen is clearly angry. Speaking of which, he is no longer a buffoon, he is a warrior of the Pentagon House. And the prince looks at Ellen with surprise, while he says that even though he is still a beginner, but watching Leon try to break 3 nuts, saying that time will pass and he will become the strongest knight who will play his role in the coming battle. The prince smiles, looking at Ellen. Having said that, this is quite high praise on his part. And Ellen looks at the prince with a smile, and Argos watches them while Leon next to him tries to break the nuts. He looks at the huge room, saying that he feels uncomfortable being in such a pompous place. He watches the huge stained glass windows, and he says that looking at all these expensive frescoes, gold and precious stones. After which they both notice Ellen calling them to her. He smiles, saying that the prince has given them permission to visit the training fields of those who will become the sword and shield of the empire. On the wall there is a huge statue of a lion with a knight sitting on it. And they all enter the huge gate together. Speaking of which, these are the Knights of the Order of the Golden Lion. After which they all notice how many people are practicing fencing. And while one attacks, 2 defends against his attack. Argos smiles at this. He says that this is how they have a nice time here in the palace. After which he holds on to Leon. Speaking of which, he lets him play with them a little. Or he says, "Yes, master." A man with gray hair, wearing a black uniform and a red cloak. He smiles, looking at Ellen and the others who have come. He says, "Welcome to your facility, Prince. His visit is an honor for us." This was the captain of the Order of the Golden Lions, Count of Granite. And while the prince smiles, the rest stand in bewilderment. The captain calls the prince to him, indicating this with his hand. Speaking of which, let me ask who your companions are. To which the prince looks at Ellen while he bows. They say that this is his friend, the owner of the lands of the Pendragons, Ellen. After which he points to Leon and his master. They say these are his people. After which the prince points his hand at the captain, saying that they had come here at his request, and he wanted the subordinates to have the opportunity to train together with the members of the Order of the Golden Lion. And, in fact, that's exactly what they came for. The captain says he understands your lordship. After which he bows, looking at everyone. They say he will treat them with all due respect. And while several people are flying on griffins near a huge statue of a lion with a man, everyone else is watching the cadets fight. Ellen looks around while Prince Smile walks forward, and Ellen thinks, looking at many cadets. Speaking of which, they practice close combat in both shooting and mounted combat, and there are even griffin riders. Ellen watches this in surprise, thinking that a serious approach is immediately visible, and the training is organized at a high level. The prince looks at Ellen with a smile. He talks about what he thinks and whether he liked what he saw in the fortress of the proud empire of the Order of the Golden Lions. And how will he evaluate the fighting power of these worthy warriors? After which the captain closes his eyes and smiles. He says that every soldier they see is either a member of one of the noble families or a representative of the knighthood, and they gathered the best to beat out the elite from them. The prince smiles, looking at Ellen. He says that it is knights of high skill level that are common in the ranks of the order, and Ellen silently watches this. Leon tries to squeeze 3 nuts. He calls the master over, looking at him as they walk forward. They say that why didn't they stay with the master and do they really want to inspect the fortress? To which the master says that here it will be easier for them to find a worthy opponent for a good fight. And while Leon looks at the master in surprise, he smiles. He says that's enough cracking of nuts for today. To which Leon says yes, okay. After which Leon sharply remarks. One of the soldiers flies in front of him, and they jump back in surprise. And one of the men dressed in uniform comes up to them while they are looking at him. He says that, "Lord, I ask them to forgive for the ignorance shown." It was a man with long gray hair, holding his weapon and smiling. He says that it happens, they often happen that when the hand is training with beginners, it will slip. After which he begins to scream in surprise. In the morning they look at him in bewilderment, and this soldier comes up to Leon and begins to examine him, saying that your face looks familiar and he knows it. Leon begins to feel sick as the soldier continues to talk. He says that he couldn't really recognize him because he was usually wearing makeup. And while Leon is very worried, this soldier comes closer and starts screaming, saying that this is the eldest son of John Bolt. And he's Leon, isn't he? He, in turn, begins to worry very much, and all the soldiers standing nearby pay attention to them. They say that it really is the Bolts who are the buffoons, and the soldier standing next to Leon begins to spread his arms with a smile, saying that he once saw his performance on the stage of the Imperial Castle. And the soldier remembers how he was in makeup and a red suit, saying that he formed into a ball and rolled around the stage. after which the soldier begins to laugh, saying that it was simply magnificent and a real masterpiece. And the master notices how awkward Leon is becoming, and the soldier comes closer with a smile, raising his hands to his chin, saying that, "Tell me, guy, why did this buffoon decide to change his profession? And did he really come to the site where knights train? But he has neither a sword nor a spear." He begins to smile and laugh, saying that since he didn't guess the construction, it's true that he has a trump card hidden, it's a metal knife. After which this soldier catches the nut in his hand, or together with it he notices how the master threw it into his hands. The master smiles, showing several nuts. He says no, he has nuts, and he looks at one of them with surprise. He asks about what other nuts, and the master shows him several of them with a smile. He says that they are martial artists and they train their arm strength and use it to the maximum. After which the master squeezes his hand, and all the nuts in his hand crumble into pieces. He says that with one blow they can fracture a skull or break bones, and this soldier stands and looks at it in surprise. And while the master begins to throw out pieces of nut, he says that therefore, in fact, they do not need to carry such useless things like weapons with them. And while Leon looks in surprise as the master smiles and clenches his fist, saying that they can fight under any conditions to find out whose fighting style is better. And this soldier stands in bewilderment. Is he trying to squeeze that nut? After that he says that these are just nuts and he can do it too. And while they both watch him try with all his might to break it. After which the master calls Leon to him, and he takes one of the nuts in his hands and tries to squeeze it. He succeeds, and this nut splits into pieces. All the soldiers look at this in surprise, and this soldier stands there with his mouth open and surprised while they both smile. "You," the master, smiles, pointing fingers at him, saying that 3 months of training, although no, 1 month and that much time of training he will need to defeat him in battle. After which this soldier gets very angry, grabbing his blade, saying that he is a bad person. After which the master grabs him by the weapon in his face, and while he stands in shock with his mouth open, the master angrily says that he should not spoil the air with his mouth. And he stands in shock, covered in sweat and shaking with fear. Leon watches all this with bright eyes, and the captain, along with Ellen and the prince, approaches them. The captain shouts about what is happening here, and the soldier shouts to the captain, looking at him in surprise. While the captain looks at this soldier, he begins to shrink. He says that it was not him and it was all of them, they disgrace the honor of our order. After which the master closes his eyes and points his finger at this soldier. He says that even the very fact of its existence is already a shame and an insult to the order. And while the soldier is very angry, shouting at the master, the prince begins to clap his hands. He says enough is enough, and that's enough, and they'll leave it at that. And all the soldiers begin to watch how the prince stands and smiles, clapping his hands. The prince looks angrily at the captain, saying that, "Gentlemen, how will we resolve the situation?" believing that none of them will take back their words. After which, while Ellen and the captain look at the prince, he says that why not? They won't be able to hold a duel between the commanders and they will allow duels of honor after one. Whose side is the truth? The captain watches this in surprise. He thinks that he cannot understand his train of thought and what he is up to. Ellen smiles, gritting her teeth. He thinks that he is a sly fox, and he planned to get involved in something like this from the very beginning. And while he stands there in bewilderment, the master raises his hand to his chin and smiles. He says he thinks they're not the only ones who want to have fun, right? And Leon agrees with him. After which Ellen smiles, looking at the captain. After which the soldier standing next to them begins to panic and raise his hand. He says, "What does His Grace the Prince's permission mean then?" Captain holding his weapon. Speaking of which, the duel between the captain of the Order of the Golden Lion, Count Granite, and Ellen holding his weapon, representing the Duchy of the Pentagon. They both pull out their weapons and shout that the fight is starting right now. The captain closes his eyes, drawing his blade. He sees no difference in the amount of sword leaving the foot in front of someone who is a simple commoner or the king himself. And while Ellen watches in bewilderment as the captain raises his blade, he goes on to say that in a short moment the fight comes down to just one kill or die, and the captain opens his tired eyes. Speaking of which, he dares to hope that he never forgets this simple truth. He then releases a golden aura, and everyone watching this was very surprised. While the master looks at Leon with a smile, he looks at the captain in surprise, saying that this person is strong and will be even stronger than Morgan. The master says that's great, that means he should understand the difference. To which Leon lowers his head and says yes. The prince watches the captain and how serious he is. He thinks that he is about 5 times stronger than him and his experience is invaluable and his weapon skills are at an incredible level. And the prince remembers with a serious face. He remembers how the princess, standing and watching him, approaches the prince, saying that she is dear brother. She looks at him in surprise, speaking of the fact that he has changed a lot since their last meeting and what gave him such an idea. And the prince thought with a serious face. He looks at the captain and Ellen standing next to each other. He thinks about what he will do now and what his move will be. And Ellen smiles, watching everyone do it. He uses a blue aura and huge wings appear behind him. He tells him that sir, he leaves him no choice and he will fight at full strength. After which the captain takes a step forward. Ellen somehow dodges the captain's blow. He was very surprised, looking at the captain's blade. He thinks about how damn fast he is. After which the captain looks at Alina with a serious face, holding out his weapon, and he strikes again. Ellen somehow dodges every blow from the captain, and while the master watches the fight emotionlessly, Leon was very surprised by what was happening. He screams that the master is crowding him. What does the master hang his head on? He says that the captain's speed is phenomenal, and not only his movement, but also his thoughts. Leon looks at the master in surprise. Doesn't he understand what he's talking about? And the prince watches all this with a smile. He thinks that he does not perform any unnecessary actions, no unnecessary feints or preparatory maneuvers. And this is the pure art of fencing, embodied by the hands of one man. And the prince remembers the captain above and the way he moves. He thinks that when faced with this style of fighting, it feels like a quick, explosive jolt that throws him out of rhythm. After which the captain delivers one crushing blow, thinking that they just quickly erected the area, imperial fencing style and absolute. And Ellen manages to dodge another blow from the captain. He's going to strike back. After which the captain is very surprised by this. And while Ellen was swinging with his blade, the captain hits him with his shoulder to confuse him. And the master realizes something, watching the fight with surprise. He thinks that he is pretty good. He saw that he had created space for a counterattack and immediately closed the distance to prevent it. After which the captain is going to make another swing. Ellen runs towards him. After which the captain swings, and Ellen successfully dodges the blow by jumping into the air. Ellen throws a kick with her leg, hitting him in the face. After which he is about to strike with his blade. The captain is perplexed by Ellen's blow. He tries to block his blow, but Ellen successfully cuts through the captain's clothes. After which Ellen takes a stance, stepping back. And the captain quickly rushes straight towards Ellen, their weapons crossed. Everyone is watching this fight and how Ellen and the captain cross their swords. Many soldiers watch this with their mouths open, and the prince looks at this with a smile, raising his hand to his chin. He talks about wow, and while the master is silent, Leon watches this in surprise, his mouth open. He talks about some incredible fight, and the master silently watches this. He thinks that it didn't seem to him that Duke No's technique reminded him very much of the art of tiramisu. And while the captain crossed his weapons with Ellen, he asks him what this amazing fencing technique is. He uses his golden colored aura to talk about how, however, he dares to assure him that these tricks will not be enough to win. Why does the captain begin to put pressure on Ellen, saying that he is above the imperial art of the ball? And the captain's blade sinks lower and lower. He successfully seizes the initiative. And while the captain moves forward, Ellen manages to dodge the attack. And the captain falls to the ground. Everyone and the prince were very surprised by this, opening their mouths. The captain still manages to stay on the ground. And while he knelt down to rest, Ellen looks at the captain with a smile. And everyone was very surprised by this, not understanding what was happening. The master, in turn, smiles. The captain is trying to understand what just happened. He thinks about what it is and how it could happen. Ellen smiles, looking at the captain. While he gets into position, Ellen continues to move forward. The master watches the fight with a smile. He says that something tells him that now the fight will go according to a different scenario. After which Ellen begins to emit a blue aura. The plan and the captain use their auras. They became persistent and look at each other. The captain, gritting his teeth, is clearly worried. He thinks about what happened, and his perception literally screams that something has changed dramatically in him. The master standing next to Leon smiles. He says it's turned out quite interesting, doesn't he find? The prince watches the fight in surprise. He thinks about what kind of games these are and is it possible. After that they watch the two, after which the captain runs straight towards Ellen, who runs back. Their weapons are crossed and the captain clenches his teeth, after which Ellen leaves to the side. The captain is surprised by this and his swing goes forward, after which Ellen looks at the captain, raising his hand. He strikes the captain's neck with his elbow, after which the captain falls to the ground. The soldiers who watched this were very surprised. They shout to him that, "How is it, Captain?" And Ellen watches as the captain gets up from the floor. Ellen smiles and uses her blue aura, after which the captain gets very worried. He opens his mouth and uses his golden aura. Leon and the master are very surprised by this. Leon says that he has an aura and it has become even stronger. And the captain screams, attacking Ellen. Then he throws a punch and Ellen blocks it. The soldiers watching the fight are very surprised. They talk about how violent the attacks are and shout in support of the captain. The prince stands in shock and bewilderment. The captain is very worried when he strikes. After that, the captain clenched his teeth. He thinks about what he feels, what he can't do, and he looks behind Ellen, who has taken a position and emits a blue aura, and the captain says there's no way he can get it, after which the prince was very surprised at this. He thinks that this is exactly what he was experiencing then. And when did he fight alongside Ellen? The master smiles, placing his hand on his chin. He says that this is a special technique from the southern lands, and it allows you to conduct power from the aura in an unusual way. But to use it like this is the first time he sees it. And Ellen smiles, clearly worried. He thinks about the short time he spent with Ellen, remembering how he was in the forest and trained with everyone. He thinks that he learned a lot of tricks from him, after which their weapons are crossed, and they retreat from each other. The captain opened his mouth and was very worried. The prince watches this very carefully. He thinks that over the past time he has acquired new strength. He looks straight at the smiling Ellen, thinking about how it seems to him, it's not just him, there's something else, but what is it? After which Ellen looks at the prince, and he is very surprised by this. The prince holds out his hand and the captain looks at him. He tells them to stop, and that will be enough. The prince is clearly worried and smiles. He says that those two are excellent swordsmen, and he is pleased with what he saw, and sheathe your swords. After which Ellen and the captain look at each other and stop using the aura. Ellen approaches the captain and extends his hand. He says he underestimated him, and the captain, all out of breath, looks at Ellen's hand. Then he sighs and smiles. They shake hands. Is it okay that he looks at the master, who smiles and closes his eyes? He says that his master is, of course, a wise man, or he is very surprised by this, saying what he means. And while Ellen and the captain shake hands, the master says that he highly appreciates and well understands the rules of the duel. And the prince looks at Ellen with a smile. He thinks that he just saved the honor of a captain who could have lost in front of his subordinates. And the prince stands right in front of Ellen. He says that he is absolutely sure that he has changed a lot and even more than he originally thought. After which Ellen looks at the prince and smiles. He says a lot has happened. After which Ellen turns to the captain while he looks at him in surprise. Speaking of which, by the way, he is impressed by the strength learned in your knightly order, and he hopes that he will honor them and allow him to train with them for a while. And while Leon smiles, looking forward, the master standing behind him also grins. Ellen says that he believes this place is ideal for Leon's skills development. The captain closes his eyes and smiles. He says that he understands his desire, after which the captain extends his hand to his soldiers. He shouts to them that fighters listen to his command, and from that day on they train with this gentleman. The soldiers tell the captain that this is true, after which the soldier looks at all of them very irritably, gritting his teeth, clearly unhappy. And Ellen looks at the sky as she leaves. Forward, he thinks that by working together they will become even stronger. This is a huge city surrounded by walls. He thinks about the best way to prepare for battle, which awaits them ahead, and passing near the gate with a statue of a lion on which a soldier sits. The drums are struck with sticks, after which the soldiers are very surprised as the gate opens and a huge carriage enters. They talk about what the hell. They notice many soldiers and a coat of arms with 2 swords and a red crown. Speaking of which, one of the most influential nobles of the empire has arrived. And it was Count Roxane. Immediately behind him they see the second green carriage. Speaking of which, it is a known Pentagon ally, Sayrod County. After which they do not notice the carriage with the curve of a huge deer on a blue background. This is said to be the governor of one of the key trading families of the empire, and this is the Count of Segunda. After which the soldiers guarding the walls watch them all in surprise. They're saying that, yeah, this year's title ceremony is just a bunch of political monsters. And they don't envy the drummers, and these guys are obviously going to get tired. After which all the soldiers notice a huge roar coming from the wall. They began to panic very much, looking at the wall. Speaking of which, not only drums sound, but also trumpets. This means that at least a whole duke has arrived. After which the doors open, and from there you can see a huge dragon statue. After which people stand in shock, their mouths open. They notice a huge blue dragon crest, and they say that this is really the flag of the Sea Dragon King. After which they do not notice the huge army near this golden carriage. They say that this is the head of the Council of 5 Great Dukes, and he is the sole ruler of the South. After which they look at the man and say that this is the Duke of Arangues. Ellen training at the training ground, and the Duke smiles, remembering him. The ogre runs forward, holding his club and shouting. Aisla looks at this ogre while holding her spear, after which the ogre attacks, and Aisla blocks his blow. He dodges the ogre's other blows by jumping back. And the ogre screams, looking at Nikita, about the fact that stop dodging, and he got him. And Aisla uses her spear to cover herself while the ogre tries to attack him, after which he places his staff right under the ogre's foot. In total, he loses his balance and falls down. The ogre gets very angry as he lands on his hands, after which he tries to kick Nikita, speaking of him taking a bite, and he manages to dodge this attack. after which the two watch the battle between Nikita and the ogre. They watch this in surprise. Speaking about what he knows, for some reason it seems that he is in a bad mood. But they entrusted him with another task. They did not allow him to go to the capital for the master, and they think that he is letting off steam in such a simple way. And while they smile and watch Nikita's battle, a splinter from a tree flies towards them. Aisla, clearly dissatisfied, looks at how they discussed him. After which, looking at the castle, they think it's quite scary, and all the visiting people watch the training with surprise. They talk about how well their sparring training is, but this is on a completely different level, and don't they think the same? Neither soldier is visibly worried. Speaking of which, he is very happy that his knights are improving their skills, and he himself has not trained for a long time. Therefore, perhaps he will join them. After which the man with long red hair smiles. He says that he is unbearable. Isn't it just that way, and why are they silent? Why do they tell him not to say such terrible things out loud? And the man, holding a glass, speaks that they have improved their skills since the battle, to which the ogre laughs, saying that technique and strength have improved greatly, and they watch Aisla spar with the ogre. Speaking of the fact that the poems are so different, that is why they are not ideal rivals for each other. Don't they think the same? After which everyone agrees with this. After this they turn to Cradle and ask, is there any news? After which she tensed and made a serious face. Speaking of which, that Poppy entered the territory of the duchy, and everyone was very surprised by this. She takes a stick and starts drawing on the ground. Speaking of which, last time he tried to break through the barrier directly. Therefore, she prepared a double trap for him, and thanks to this she was able to find him earlier. They make up. They say that she really isn't talking about the very magic that influenced the minds of the centaurs, to which she says that she cannot answer their question for sure, is it the same Poppy or not? And they remember a huge skeleton in a cloak and with a staff, thinking that near the mausoleum the Duke then met a lick, and remembering the man with the broken neck. Speaking of the fact that there was an almost full-fledged invasion of the undead, and they remember the coat of arms of the Blue Dragon, thinking that these events are really all connected and there is someone behind the assassination attempt on the prince, and there is a duchy involved in the events. After which the man says that there are not enough elements to complete the puzzle and what should happen next. They look forward to the mountains, thinking that there are still 10 days left before the title transfer ceremony, and they remember Ellen. The sun's rays fall on the castle. Sister Alina yells at Leon to look, and so do the others. She comes out in a new light dress. She asks them how they like her dress, and Mother gave it to her. It's a ceremonial dress. Leon smiles, looking at her, and the master was also very surprised. He says it suits her very well, lady, and the master was very surprised by this. He asks her what day it is, and will they really be giving out titles today, or is he confusing something? After which she opens the door and smiles. Speaking of which, come out already, Lady Lindsay. She is very shy, saying that, well, no. And they both watch as she climbs out the door and talks to Lindsay, that she should not be shy and that it suits her very well. Then they notice Lindsay coming out all red. They look at her in surprise. She is wearing a white open dress and is very shy. Then Sister Alina smiles and hugs Lindsay. She talks about how, as his brother's wife, she shouldn't hide her stunning, gorgeous attractiveness. After which the sister tells the others that now it is their turn to change clothes, and they have prepared new clothes for them. Ellen and the prince are standing on the balcony, and Ellen says that this day has finally come. And while the prince smiles, raising his head and closing his eyes, he says that just the thought of seeing the lady in her best ceremonial attire makes her heart race. And Ellen says that those who are behind the assassination attempt on the prince will finally reveal themselves. Is he seriously looking forward? Speaking of which, in the face of Tywin's men, and personally before the emperor. After which the prince looks at Ellen with a clearly dissatisfied face. He comes to his senses and, looking at Alina, speaks. The fact that he has already explained that this will not be repeated is that he has too many enemies. And while Ellen looks ahead, the prince puts his hands in his pockets. He says that they most likely thought and prepared everything they could for today, and he should be careful. What does Ellen look at the castle and say about what he knows? Ellen walks forward with the others, raising his coat of arms. Ellen and Lindsay look at each other very excitedly. Ellen, moving forward in spite of her. She talks about whether her clothes really bother her, to which she, stuttering, says that this too. She lowers her head and says she doesn't know. She raises her palms and looks at them. Speaking of which, she is from an ordinary farming family, and her hands are rough and she does not have curvy beauty. Is she looking at noble women? And she says that for her to be here and stand hand in hand with the Lord is that she doesn't feel like she deserves to be here. Ellen looks at her in surprise. He remembers his past life and how he helped farmers, and he remembers the woman and smiles. He closes his eyes as he walks forward. He says that he feels exactly the same as she does. She looks at him in surprise, and several girls watch as Ellen walks with the others. They look straight at Ellen's face, and they say that's what he is like, Ellen, and he's cuter than they thought. And the princess standing on top is clearly unhappy. He asks her if she will go with the others or not, to which she lowers her voice and holds onto her hair. She says no, after which the girls look at each other. They say that's enough for her, they've already refused. Why does the other one start laughing? After which they raise their hands, on which there are many rings. Speaking of which, it's their turn now since they are her sisters. And in addition, they have beauty and excellent pedigree, and they are the best ladies of the empire. After all, these are imperial princesses, dressed in red clothes. It was Leia, and the girl dressed in green clothes was Sylvia. Another girl, looking at them from the side and dressed in red, it was Elaine. After which the three of them go straight to Ellen, saying that soon they will find out everything and which of them will win the fight for this gentleman. We are taken to the banquet hall. A man in a uniform appears in front of us with a glass of wine. He smiles and says that maybe he should see her. How is the princess doing? He turns to the Duke of Ellen. Ellen, smiling, stands opposite him and says that he dares to assure him that everything is fine with her. The man he appointed to be in charge of the internal affairs of the duchy spoke extremely highly of her talents as a manager. The guy laughed and said that Ellen's words were music to his soul. And then he and his subordinates left, and Ellen, along with the two ladies, looked after him. Suddenly, Sister Alina, looking ahead in puzzlement, said that she had the impression that the respected Count Sarod was making another attempt to marry his daughter to her brother. Hearing this, Ellen looked at his sister in horror. His sister smiled and clapped her hands, saying that she supported him. The princess was beautiful and smart because the Duke should have several wives. Sister Alina looked at Lindsay and asked if she thought so too. Lindsay smiled and replied that yes, of course. Hearing this, Ellen sighed heavily and frowned. Suddenly he saw several guys running headlong with tears in their eyes. Their faces were tear-stained and their cheeks were red. They were holding their heads. One of them shouted that their eyes met for a moment. The other shouted that she touched his hand. His life was not in vain, since he lived to this moment. The guy, holding a cigarette in his hand, looked at him during the day and said, "What the hell is going on? These idiots? What are they?" Suddenly their gaze fell on three ladies who were richly dressed. Next to them were six guys who knelt on one knee and extended their arms. The girls walked past them, smiling, and the guys blushed at the sight of them. The guy in officer's clothes, who was holding the flagpole, looked at the girls and shouted that their clothes were magnificent. They could not be confused with anything. The girls walked forward, smiling, and the guy shouted that these were Leia, Sylvia, and Elaine, the imperial princesses. Sister Ellen looked at them in surprise, and then said that this is how it turns out, they are Lady Ingrid's sisters. Ellen, looking forward, replied that yes, they even look alike. A man in an officer's uniform, holding a cigarette in his hands, looked at them with an amazed look. The girls, holding on to their dresses, walked forward, and the officer, looking at them, shouted that these three girls were coming straight towards him. Suddenly, all three girls stopped in their tracks, and then, smiling and grabbing their dress, they ran up to Ellen and shouted in unison that it was a great honor for them to meet him, the valiant Duke Pendragon. The girls looked at Ellen with a smile, examining him. Ellen frowned and clenched his teeth. He wondered if they were going there too. Lindsay looked at them, and then, out of despair, she lowered her head and did not say anything. The girls surrounded Ellen and began to say that they had heard the story of what happened in Luz. Ingrid told everything in detail. The girls came closer with a smile. Ellen frowned and looked at them angrily. One of the girls in a red hat said that she could see that she had not lied at all. Ellen was not only handsome, but also very strong in wielding a sword. They say even surpasses Prince Ian. She wonders if it's true. Ellen closed his eyes, and the girl blushed and came closer. She said that Ellen has all the virtues that every gentleman at court dreams of. The girls continued to look at him with a smile, and then said that, except for one, Ellen did not have a suitable match. Hearing this, Lindsay looked ahead in fear and felt uneasy. Ellen looked at the girls angrily when he heard such words from them. He narrowed his eyes and furrowed his brows. The girl in the red hat looked at Lindsay and said that she was a concubine. She had heard about her. She seems to have been a servant of the Pendragons before. All three girls looked at Lindsay with a grin and asked that she probably came from a noble family. Her father was a knight or an officer. Lindsay looked down in despair and whispered that it was her father. Sister Alina clenched her fist and looked angrily at the three girls, and then thought that they were painted creatures. The officer and his assistant watched this situation angrily. Lindsay whispered with tears in her eyes that her father, she was shaking all over. Ellen, standing behind them, calmly said that her father was a farmer. Lindsay looked down desperately, and the girls smiled sarcastically and looked at each other. And then they looked at Ellen and clapped their hands instead of shouting that it was true. Ellen was a very kind person. Instead of looking at Ellen with a smile in their eyes, the girl in the red hat said that this was far from the best match for him. He didn't think so. And the girl in yellow replied that that was why she had the title of concubine. The girls extended their hands forward and then shouted in unison for Ellen to just look at their noble rings. There were no calluses, they were soft and white, like the first snow in the mountains. Ellen lowered his head, and the girls continued to shout that they are the embodiment of the beauty of this twice. The blood of the emperor flows in their veins, any of them is worthy to be his mate. Ellen calmly asked that they did not have any calluses, seriously. The girls continued to look at him with a smile, and Ellen stood in front of Lindsay and said that if he understood them correctly. Ellen remembered how Lindsay plowed the fields with his father. He said that they had never cultivated the fields in their lives in order to be sure of the future. Ellen remembered how he, swinging his sword, cut off the wolf's head. He told the girls that they did not hold the sword to deal with those who threatened their lands. He remembered how Lindsay prepared food. He said that they did not tear the clothes of a loved one, they never cooked anything for him. Hearing this, the girls in expensive outfits were horrified and stood silently in a stupor. Ellen looked at them menacingly, and then added that, in other words, they have done absolutely nothing useful in this life, so why do they have so much pride? Let them answer. The girls, frowning, looked at Ellen menacingly. They did not understand how he dared to say such a thing to them. Ellen turned to Lindsay and said that she did everything he listed and supported him in difficult moments. Lindsay grabbed her hands, which were calloused, and Ellen added that even now he was confident. Lindsay blushed and had tears in her eyes, and Ellen said that she would continue to do so in the future. Ellen turned away from the girls in rich dresses. He extended his hand to Lindsay and said that he was sorry, but he was sad to tell them that he had difficulty connecting with people who did not share his values. Ellen grabbed Lindsay's hand, and then, looking at her with a smile, he told them to go. Lindsay blushed and closed her eyes, and then she raised her head and smiled, looking at Ellen. Sister Alina, observing this situation, smiled and sighed calmly. The officer and his subordinate were also glad to see such a picture. Girls in expensive dresses with rings on their hands dropped their hands and began to sob. One of the important people extended his finger towards Ellen and frowned, and then shouted that how dare he talk like that to the beautiful flowers of the empire. The man frowned and, looking at Ellen, said that he had gone too far. He clenched his fist and shouted loudly that having a commoner as a concubine was incomprehensible to the mind. To what extent Helen had stooped, this was an insult to the entire nobility and aristocracy of the empire. Men in suits began to raise their hands angrily and shout that this was like betraying the ideals of the country. The guy in the officer's uniform who was holding the flag frowned, clenched his fists, and then said that everything is exactly as Prince Ian said. He has too many enemies, and there are more of them every minute, but how dare they even do that behave themselves in relation to him? The man with a cigarette in his mouth frowned and looked at the rioting guys, and then said that each of them was pathetic in their own way. Lindsay, worried, turned around, then apologized to Ellen. Ellen, looking at her, replied that everything was fine, let her not think about them. Suddenly someone turned into a purple ring in a little stubble, laughed and said how lively it is here. The guys who were shouting at Ellen turned around in fear. Ellen frowned and looked to the side menacingly. The man took a step forward. A man appeared in front of them in expensive blue clothes, with a long cloak with a dragon on it. The guys, seeing him, began to tremble with fear. The man and his subordinate looked at him in fear, and Ellen frowned and looked menacingly in his direction. Someone shouted that this was the king of the sea dragons. The man smiled and held onto his long cloak. Someone shouted that it was the Duke of Arangues. Arangues smiled and said that they are all here under the protection of the empire. So, Arangues looked forward. An unfriendly aura came from him. He told them to sheathe their swords. Hearing Arangues' words, everyone turned pale and afraid. Arangues came closer and said, looking at the guys, as for the subject of their dispute, then, in his humble opinion, Duke Pendragon is free to choose his life partner, and this has nothing to do with them. Arangues, frowning his eyebrows, approached one of the shaking guys and, looking at him menacingly, said that free will in the internal affairs of noble houses is one of the pillars on which the entire aristocratic society rests. The guy's legs began to shake and give way, and then Arangues walked forward with his head held high, and the guys, with their heads down, moved away from him. Arangues approached Ellen. Ellen looked at him with furrowed brows and an unfriendly look. And Arangues looked at Ellen with a smile. Girls and boys carefully watched their meeting. One of the guys frowned, looked at them and said that he was the Duke of Arangues himself. Another guy, looking ahead in fear, said that not so long ago he entrusted all the affairs of the southern lands to his eldest son Arrigo, and since then he has practically not shown himself in public. The boys and girls watched as Ellen and Arangues were silent and looked at each other. One of them said that Arangues was back at court. What prompted him to come to the imperial capital? Suddenly Arangues, smiling, frowned and looked at Ellen. Ellen continued to look at him unfriendly. Arangues closed his eyes. The desire to kill Ellen was visible in them. And then he smiled calmly. Arangues turned to Ellen and said that his wife was beautiful. Arangues looked at Ellen's sister and said that this young lady was apparently his sister, and not two who were so similar. Arangues said that his companions. Arangues looked at the guy who was holding the flag and his commander. He said that one glance was enough for him to recognize them as excellent fighters. Ellen continued to look at him silently, frowning. And then he bowed and said that meeting him was a great honor for him. Arangues turned his head away and said that these gentlemen bring nothing to the imperial court except problems and squabbles. Arangues looked at the boys and girls in expensive outfits, and then said that they were blinded by the apparent power that they received along with their titles simply by birthright. But in reality they were nothing of themselves, just ordinary people who did not see further than your own noses. Arangues looked at Ellen and lowered his head, then said to him to believe he himself knows what he is talking about. He himself encountered similar things in the past due to an unpleasant incident with his son from a concubine. Ellen closed his eyes and said that we were talking about a half-orc youth who was pretending to be a pirate. He sympathized with him because he was on the side of the kidnappers in that incident in Luz. Arangues smiled puzzledly and said that he was a pirate. He didn't quite understand what Ellen was talking about. And then Arangues suddenly approached Ellen and, smiling, shouted that, however, the idea with the half-orcs was excellent. Arangues raised his hand to his chin and thought, and then said that the fruit of such a union would have the intelligence of a human and the strength of an orc if everything was done correctly. Arangues looked forward menacingly, frowning his eyebrows. He added that in the end you can get the strongest soldiers. Ellen silently looked at him with an unfriendly gaze, and then Arangues turned away and, smiling, said that this topic was interesting to him. From a young age he had doubts about how the empire worked. Arangues clenched his fist, which had a purple ring on it, and then said that it should be a place where beings of any race, any bloodline should have the opportunity to reach the top if they have the necessary talents and efforts. Arangues turned to Ellen and, smiling, asked if he agreed with him. Ellen kept his hands in his pockets and looked at him silently. He frowned and looked at Arangues unfriendly, and then he smiled and said that a society in which the best really can achieve anything. Arangues smiled and raised his head up. He looked at the golden statue of a knight who was sitting on a lion and said that the sword was old and rusty. Arangues had a dragon embroidered on his back. He said that he most likely could not harm the dragon. Arangues lowered his head and bowed, and then said that this is what he wanted to say. And then Arangues turned around and went back where he came. Sister Alina and Lindsay looked at Arangues with puzzlement. Behind her, the sister said that the sole ruler of the entire South. Lindsay added that his aura of power was impressive. The guy holding the flag furrowed his eyebrows and said that the House of Arangues were originally kings who ruled in the south. He remembered the emperor, who was bowed by many subordinates in the same clothes. He said that is, their origin was very different from what all the nobles and subordinates of the first emperor could boast of. He remembered how Arangues came and said that although he had lived in the palace for quite a long time, today was the first time he saw him in person. Ellen, frowning, looked after the departing Arangues, and then someone came up to Ellen and clenched his fist. He said that Ellen could solve all his problems with this. A commander, appeared in front of him, holding a fist in his eyebrow, and then he extended his finger forward. He said that while Arangues was talking to him, he gave vent to his bloodlust several times. He didn't even blink an eye. The man of dirt on Ellen added that this proves that he went through such shit that many would never even dream of. The guy who was holding the flag told his master to stop making noise and expressing himself, at least while they were in the palace. His master, holding his finger forward, said that the guy is a dumbass. When two martial artists meet, for them there are no palaces or anything else. Every meeting place becomes a battlefield. Ellen frowned and thought. He remembered the half-orc pirate. He thought that Arangues was the father of that monster in addition. He remembered his past life and wondered what exactly he was behind the attempt on the prince's crown. Ellen began to think that it was because of him that Valt's house and his family were exterminated. Ellen, frowning his eyebrows and clenching his teeth, looked forward. He thought that today he would reveal all his sins. The ball in the palace continued. Arangues, smiling, brought a glass of wine and said that, as he thought. Arangues lowered his head and said that he was smarter than the rest of the rabble. The governor appeared in front of him, calmly looking forward. The governor smiled and said that of course, his lordship. The governor looked menacingly in front of him and said that due to the fact that Arangues left that place in a timely manner, it would be difficult to prove that he was in any way opposed to that white worm. Arangues looked at the governor and smiled, and then, taking a step forward, he said that in order to fulfill their plans, they would have to try and finish an important task today. Arangues held out a glass of wine in front of him, and then he poured it out. The governor watched this in surprise. Arangues looked at the palace with a smile and poured out the contents of the glass. He said that Love Talon should disappear. Arangues held the glass, then it broke at the base. He said that before he appeared before the emperor, a glass of wine fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Arangues stood in front of the broken glass, smiling, and then the governor smiled and said he would take care of it. The governor extended his hand to him and said that all the way from the duchy here to the capital of the empire, they had hired assassins. The governor remembered how Ellen destroyed the nobles along with the dragon. He said that the nobles remembered what that worm did in Sisauk. The governor remembered how Ellen defeated one of the elite warriors with one blow. He said that the nobles remember what he did in the lands of Elise, and, as Arangues understands, they are very unhappy with him. We are taken to the banquet hall. The guy tells something to his friend, who holds a glass in his hand with a smile, and the governor continues to say that almost all the noble classes of the empire at the moment sympathize with them and are ready to be their allies. The governor remembers a young guy in a red jacket and says that he is the heir to one of the largest landowners of an empire that can rival even Alice's lands. Jamie rocks him. The governor raised his hands and laughed loudly. He said that even Bear Duke, House Lindegger, they are all willing to cooperate with them. Arangues lowered his head and asked what, seriously, Lindeggers? The governor, leaning on his cane, took a couple of steps forward and then said that yes, they also did not have a particularly high opinion of Duke Dragon. Arangues looked ahead calmly, and then, smiling, he asked if this was really so. Arangues turned, holding out his arms to the laughing governor, and then said that he had always surprised him with his extensive personal connections. The governor said that this white worm is surrounded by enemies. He feels trapped in the emperor's palace. Arangues smiled and, holding out his hand, said that he was sincerely grateful for his service. The governor smiled happily and shouted, "His lord." And then they touch their rings. Respected personalities are everywhere. Someone shouts that it's time to start. A young man in a red jacket appears in front of us. Someone shouts that the great ceremony of conferring imperial titles is beginning. The servants are standing near the door. Someone shouts that he is asking the pride of the empire to be greeted by its 5 great dukes. 3 guys in blue capes with masks on their faces appear at the door. One of them is holding a large flag. Someone shouts that this is the ruler of the south. A large blue flag with a dragon on it appears throughout the throne room. Someone shouts that it is the Great Sea Dragon. Arangues appears in front of them along with his retinue. He walks forward with calmness. The elderly commander, frowning, looks ahead and says that this means that this is the main sea dragon among the dukes. The girl next to him kind of glows and says that he is such a dandy. Arangues walks forward with a smile, holding his head high. Someone says that those knights under him give him a truly royal look. A banner appears, depicting an angel with 2 swords. Someone shouts that let them salute the blood of the empire, blessed by the angels. A man appears with furrowed brows, a small beard and short hair. Someone shouts that this is the Grand Duchy of Lindegard. A large man with a green cloak walks forward, clenching his fist. The elderly commander, looking at him, says that he is huge, reminiscent of a bear, and the girl next to him adds that they meant when they said this, blessed by the angels. The elderly commander, looking at the duke, says that there are rumors that they have some kind of power that can make wishes come true. He looks at the formidable appearance of the duke and says that for hundreds of years they have not suffered a single defeat in wars. Their house has existed for a very long time. A young man in white clothes appears with a smile on his face. Someone shouts that she has become the turn of the one who has been talked about in the palace every day for the last year. A red flag with a large white dragon appears. Someone shouts that it is a young white dragon contractor. A man appears with his wife and sister, confidently walks forward. Someone shouts that it is Duke Pendragon. Ellen, frowning, walks forward confidently. The girls, looking at him, blush and look with loving eyes. Looking at Ellen, the crowd begins to whisper that here he is, in person, Lewis's heroes, Ellen Pendragon. Another guy, looking at him, asks that he is too young. They don't think so. The governor, looking at Ellen, clenches his teeth and bites his nails. Someone says that he is only 17. The guy in the crimson jacket smiles and looks at Ellen. Suddenly Prince Ian appears at the door. He smiles and walks forward. Someone shouts that he is finally the ruler of the empire, glorified for centuries. Someone shouts that this is the house of Aragon. The prince walks smiling. His sister walks next to him, and 3 disappointed girls are behind him. The prince smiles. His sister looks around and waves to everyone. Girls in red hats, with their heads down, walk forward in disappointment. And behind them, 3 young men look around and examine everything around them. Ellen, frowning, looking at them, thinks that this is Ian, 3 stupid people, Ingrid, finally everyone else. They are very similar to each other. Suddenly Ellen notices something. Someone behind them is slowly walking forward. Someone is shouting that the precious child of Baroness Jarlin, born in Sisek. A young guy with a menacing look comes forward. Someone shouts that this is Guffley Aragon. Guffley looks ahead with a dead gaze. Seeing him, Ellen looks in front of him in fear. He thinks that this is Guffley Aragon. He remembers how in his past life he was holding a leaflet and thinks about this person who inherited the throne in his past life. The Guffley calmly pass by Ellen. Ellen, frowning his eyebrows and looking menacingly ahead, thinks that if Ian is an unbridled flame, then Guffley is the water of a calm lake. Guffley, without showing emotion, walks forward. Ellen thinks that she cannot read any emotions on his face. Ellen, looking at him, wonders how old he is, 15 or 14. Suddenly Guffley freezes, and then, narrowing his eyes, he looks intently at Ellen. Feeling his gaze on her, Ellen shudders and looks ahead in horror. After a second, Guffley calmly continues to walk forward. The guy with the mustache, happily stretching his arm forward, shouts that he is finally the holder of the highest power of the empire. The old commander, together with the girl next to him, looks ahead with calmness and a smile on his face, and the man begins to shout that this man is the holder of the highest power of all houses. A guy in a crimson jacket looks ahead with a smile. A man shouts that this is the king of all kings. 5 guards in bronze armor come forward, and a man shouts that it is Emperor Aragon. The armor of the guards shines with a bright light. Everyone has bronze armor. A man in gold is walking in front. Looking at them and folding his hands, he thinks that at the head is the captain of the Royal Knights, a good escort. He looks menacingly in front of him and wonders what kind of person the emperor will turn out to be. Seeing him, Ellen is horrified and a man appears slightly, leaning on his cane, his hands covered in scars and cuts. The face has a thick beard and eyes full of fatigue. An old man in a huge red robe, with a decorated robe, takes a few steps forward. His eyes are completely empty. His appearance leaves much to be desired. The king and his retinue walk forward along the red carpet. Looking at him, Ellen frowns and thinks that this is the emperor of the great empire of Aragon. Looking at him, he thinks that this is an emaciated old man. The guy in the red jacket beats his chest and shouts that he is the ruler of the great lands of Roxen, Jamie Roxen. He stands in front of the king and, throwing one arm behind his back, shouts that he humbly greets him, the emperor. The king silently, lowering his head, does not answer. There is silence in the throne room. Jamie looks ahead in fear, not knowing what will happen now. Jamie begins to repeat that he is the ruler of the great lands. Suddenly the commander of the knights comes forward and addresses him. He lowers his eyes, says that he recognizes him as the ruler of the house of Roxanne and bestows on him the title of count. Jamie smiles and looks at the captain of the knights, puzzled. The captain of the knights says that this is the will of his majesty. Ellen and her sister look ahead, puzzled, and Jamie says he is deeply grateful. Another guy comes forward, and the commander of the knights turns to him and says that. The commander of the knights, looking menacingly ahead, says that he will grant him the title of Viscount. A guy in a crimson suit comes out. The commander of the knights says that Argon Habsburg is him. People from different clans hear all this, lower their heads and sigh, frowning. The governor looked forward with a smile, and the guy standing next to him said that he was just a puppet. Ian, with his head down, looked at the king with a sad look, and Arangues calmly looked forward. Sister Alina turned to the guy who was holding the flag and asked in a whisper that the king had always been like this. The guy replied that yes. He looked at the king and said that over the past few years the emperor's condition had deteriorated rapidly and greatly. Since then he had not heard him utter a word. The guy, looking at Ellen's sister, said that there are rumors that old age and some kind of illness are to blame, but no one knows the truth. All this is shrouded in mystery. Ellen, frowning and looking ahead, thought that the reason why the House of Vault was destroyed was the betrayal of the emperor, but this was a lie. Helen looked at the emperor, who lowered his head and wondered if only he could see the truth through the lies surrounding him, if only he could keep the tyranny of the noble houses in check with a strong hand. Ellen remembered the farmers harvesting the crops and the guy who raped and killed the girls. He thought that if only the emperor had the will to do so, there would have been no tragedy in the lands of Elise, nor famine in Sisauk. Ellen folded his hands and, frowning, thought that the empire was rotten to its very foundation and this man was to blame for all this. Ellen, looking forward, frowned and wondered what it meant. Ellen imagined how he fought with the young emperor, how a strong aura raged around them. He thought that, if necessary, he would fight him. Ellen came forward to the emperor. He frowned and looked at him. The emperor sat still and showed no signs of life. Ellen wondered what, however, now. Ellen, looking at the emperor, thought that he was nothing more than a puppet. Ellen, frowning his brows and closing his eyes, said that he, Ellen Pendragon, the owner of the House of Pendragon, humbly greets the emperor. Suddenly the emperor leaned on his throne, and a second later he began to get up. Ellen and the commander of the knights looked at him in surprise. The emperor stood up. He silently looked at them with his head bowed. The old commander and his comrades looked in his direction in surprise. Ellen looked at the emperor, did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, the emperor's eyes lit up with a bright yellow light, and a second later, an incredibly strong aura in the shape of a lion appeared in the middle of him. Ellen clenched his teeth and was horrified. He began to be thrown back, such a strong aura. The knight commander frowned and looked at the emperor in fear, not understanding what was happening. Ian is horrified as he and his sister watch it. The governor, along with his comrades, opened their mouths when they saw the emperor's aura. Arangues looked at him calmly. Ellen's legs began to cross. The emperor looked at him. There was a strong aura around him. Ellen wondered if this was really his aura. He clenched his teeth and furrowed his brows, eyes wide open. He wondered if he was stronger than Ian. No, he was not just stronger, at least twice as strong as him. Ellen looked at the emperor. His eyes glowed with a yellow light. He thought that he could not believe that a person in such a weak body could have such colossal strength. Ellen felt this aura with his whole body. He clenched his teeth and thought that he should respond with the aura of a white dragon. Ellen looked at the Emperor standing menacingly in front of him, and then I saw his usual calm look. Suddenly it dawned on Ellen, he remembered the words that battles are not just a random fight with the enemy. He remembered how he and his friend practiced punches, what you told him. In order for Ellen to be in harmony with his opponent, there is no need to confront him. Ellen looked at him in surprise and then asked what needed to be synchronized. He replied that it was necessary to synchronize with him. Ellen smiled and relaxed, and the Emperor began to absorb him. Ellen thought that he needed to surrender to this flow. Suddenly, a blue aura appeared and began to shimmer along with the Emperor's aura. The Knight Commander looked at the Emperor in horror and wondered what was happening, with an aura of greatness. Ian, who was watching this in horror, frowned and said that Ellen's aura. The Emperor's aura appeared in the form of a lion, and Ellen's aura in the form of a dragon. They began to merge with each other, and in the end they became one. The Emperor's aura and Ellen's aura merged together. Ellen stood opposite the Emperor. He examined him carefully. The Emperor looked back calmly, and then, after a second, their auras began to subside. Arangues looked at them in fear. Goofy showed no emotion, and then the Emperor opened his mouth and said that he was waiting for someone like Helen to come to him. The Emperor smiled and looked with a friendly look, and then Duke Pendragon said. Ellen looked back in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The commander of the knights looked around them in fear. The Emperor sat back on the throne, and the commander slowly began to walk towards him. Suddenly the commander extended his hand forward and loudly shouted that Ellen Pendragon. Ellen stood calmly, looking ahead. The commander shouted that he recognized him as the ruler of the Pendragon house and bestowed on him the title of Duke. Ellen looked ahead in shock. He looked at the captain of the knights in surprise. The old commander said in shock that just think, he has such a powerful aura. Arangues smiled and laughed and said that he believed that the old lion was still a lion. Ellen bowed before the commander of the knights. Ellen remembered how the Emperor's aura surrounded his body. He thought that that aura was not threatening and did not exert pressure. He remembered how he stood in front of the Emperor and thought that he had simply surrendered to the flow and merged with it. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Ellen, and then thought that such tricks were beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Ian exhaled heavily and smiled, then said that there was Ellen. His surprised sister was standing next to him. Arangues looked at Ellen and thought that he was not so simple. They should keep an eye out for him. The governor frowned, looked forward menacingly, and now his body was shaking with rage. His subordinate approached him and, fearfully stretching his hands forward, asked him to calm down. The governor, clenching his teeth, shouted for Ellen to enjoy himself while he could. Ellen approached his wife and sister. They joyfully greeted him with tears in their eyes. The governor shouted that let him enjoy himself, because after today's banquet his miserable life would end. The banquet began. The girls danced a waltz with the guys. Ian's sister walked up to Ellen with a smile and said that if he didn't mind, could he dance with her. Ellen frowned and looked at her contemptuously, and then he smiled and extended his hand to her and said that it would be a pleasure, Your Highness. Girls in hats, with expensive rings on all their fingers, looked at her menacingly, clenching their fists. Ellen began to dance with her, and she thought that, as she had assumed, silence was golden. Ian danced with his sister Alina, looking at her with a loving gaze. The guy holding the flag asked one of the girls to dance, and the master, sitting at the table and holding a piece of bread in his hand, smiled, looked to the side and said that Ellen was much more popular than he thought. Suddenly Lindy turned to the master and shyly asked if he could dance with her. She turned around and looked at the guys who were staring at her, and then told him that because she had a revealing dress, everyone was constantly looking in her direction. Sir August, not understanding, looked at her, and then he grabbed her hand and, with a calm expression on his face, dragged her to the center of the hall. Suddenly he stopped and shouted loudly. Ellen and Ian's sister looked in his direction in surprise, and Sir August, holding Lynn's hand, loudly shouted to Ellen, looking at him displeasedly, that his next dance was with his first lady. Ellen looked at Lindy in surprise. She blushed and, stretching her arms forward, shouted that no, everything was fine. He didn't need to let Lady Ingrid go. Let them continue dancing. Suddenly Argus pushed Linda in the back. He menacingly extended his finger forward and pointed at Linda, and then said that she was his wife, let her behave appropriately. Together with Ellen, they looked at Argus in surprise. And then Ellen smiled and looked at Lindy, who was blushing. Lindy said nothing and clenched her fists. And then, with a reddened face, she extended her hand forward to Ellen and said that he would give her one dance. He grabbed her hand and, smiling, replied that it would be an honor for him. They clenched their hands, which were calloused. Ellen and Lindy started dancing. And Argus, drinking wine, smiled, looking at them. Sister Alina and Ian looked in their direction, smiling. The guy who held the flag with the girl also watched their dance, and Ingrid just smiled. The old commander also watched this event. Ellen leaned over Lindy, looking deeply into her eyes. The ball continued, everyone danced with their couples. Suddenly someone shouted to His Majesty the Emperor. Ellen and Lindy turned around in surprise. Behind them stood a guy in a red jacket in front of the Emperor. He bowed and said that he, as an official now ruling one of the richest provinces, and as his loyal subject, who had received the title of earldom, he, Jamie Roxon, had the honor to report to His Majesty information of great importance. James, looking at the commander of the knights and the Emperor, bowed his head and continued that, as a loyal vassal of the Empire. The knight commander looked at him in surprise, then told him to speak. James bowed and said that some of His Majesty's loyal subjects, serving as the shield and sword of the Empire, had been placed in various difficult situations caused by the actions of one man. Jamie looked up and then said it was Duke Pendragon. Everyone looked at Ellen in surprise. Jamie remembered a situation where a farmer stabbed one of the nobles with a stick and said that it was due to the interference of the Count of Brescia. He remembered when the guy destroyed one of the influential people. He said that also the young genius, the eldest son of the Count of Louvre, their mutual friend, Sir Morgan, they were killed. James lowered his head and said that Morgan's death happened at the tournament, despite the sins he committed. Jamie looked at the Emperor and said that, as his vassal, he was personally liable for his crimes to the Emperor. Everyone looked forward displeasedly, listening to his speech. Only the old commander looked around in fear. Jamie continued to say that such interference in the age-old traditions of the trial of the aristocracy undermines the foundations of the life of the nobility of the court. This is a clear abuse of power. Jamie turned around and, with furrowed brows, shouted that wasn't he right. The governor, along with the other aristocracy, shouted that yes, this is true. Jamie stood up to his full height and, smiling, said that besides him, Jamie, Roxanne, the county of Louvre, the 6 high lords agreed that the Duke of Pendragon had no right to such behavior. The governor smiled and looked away. Jamie continued to say that his point of view was supported not only by Count Segunda. Jamie furrowed his eyebrows and, smiling, added that he was also the king of the sea dragons. Arangues looked forward with a smile, arms crossed, and Jamie shouted that Arangues, they are all asking the Emperor to carry out imperial justice. The old commander and his comrades looked ahead in fear. Ian shouted, brow furrowed. Ellen looked forward calmly. He frowned. A frightened Lindsay stood next to him. James fell to his knees and, lowering his head, shouted that Your Majesty, he asks that the culprit be condemned. A crowd of aristocrats approached the throne and began to shout in unison that they were asking to condemn the culprit. Ian clenched his fist and, looking menacingly forward, thought that this was all the work of the bastard governor. As soon as he managed to do this, the Louvre house suddenly received the support of half of the highest lords, so not only that, the Duke of Arangues also came out on their side. Ian, looking at the Emperor, thought that his father now has no weight in power. It is likely that he will be able to declare something. If they manage to pull this off now, the balance among the various political parties in the Empire will be upset. Ian looked down, startled, and then wondered why they were bringing this up now. He remembered Guffley and thought that they did this to push Guffley onto the throne. Ian looked at Ellen in fear. Ellen, frowning, looked forward, doing nothing. Arangues, smiling, said what Ellen would do now. There was a crowd of raging people around Ellen. A man was watching him. Segunda began to shout that such actions disgrace the Empire and this is not just betrayal. The excited governor turned to the Emperor and asked him to condescend to put the Duke of Pendragon on trial. The main character began to laugh at what was happening. The enraged Segunda asked Helen what was wrong with him. Smiling, the main character asked if he was talking about what was wrong with him. Ellen, with a smile on his face, asked if it was unclear to Segunda, noting that he was the real traitor there. The governor asked with a grin what the main character was saying. Aline emphasized the fact that he had proof. Segunda looked at the main character with a satisfied face and noted in his thoughts that Louvatale was no longer alive and the elite assassins sent after him controlled all the entrances to the imperial capital. A knight ran behind Segunda to the captain. The governor, with a grin and deep in thought, noticed that with every word Ellen was only burying himself deeper and deeper into the grave. The captain of the knights stood over the soldier and asked what was the matter. A warrior with a frightened face reported the invasion. Standing next to the emperor, the captain asked what the knight had said. Segunda and the main character were taken aback by what they heard. Warriors on griffins flew to the castle. The soldier said that they broke through there on a flock of griffins through all the barriers. Flying towards the castle, the griffin screamed. The soldier reported that no one had ever done anything like this. The knights burst through the windows on griffins into the room. Flying around the room, the griffins held the carriage. Segunda and Ellen were dumbfounded by what was happening. The carriage landed on the floor. Aisla stood on the roof of the carriage. People watching this wondered if the cart was airlifted by griffins. The soldiers rushed at the invading warriors. The knights shouted that they were unfortunate and signed their own death warrant. The soldier swung his blade at the orc. He struck. After the knight's attack, splashes of blood scattered. Karth blocked the warrior's blow with his hand. Taken aback, Ian wondered if it was an orc. Holding the sword in his hand, Karth told the knight that this was a warm greeting. The orc grabbed the soldier by the head and declared that since it was so customary there, this one, cart through the night, and, adding to his speech, noted that this would be enough as a return greeting. The abandoned soldier flew towards many people. The man caught the warrior on his shoulder. Taken aback, Arangis noticed in his thoughts that this orc was much larger than any ordinary orc and stronger. Aesla jumped from the carriage onto many soldiers. His face was serious. He began to take the blade out of its sheath. He launched a powerful series of attacks. Aesla pushed all the soldiers away from him. The knight's blades fell to the ground. The puzzled captain wondered if Aesla had butchered the elite guard of the best in 2 movements. Arangis was petrified by what he saw. He watched Elkin and noticed the color of his skin and his twin swords. There were several warriors behind him. Putting his hand to his chin, Arangis said that this was the knight Valvas. The warriors watched Aesla in silence. The governor of Segunda was trembling with fear and tried to say what they were. Covering his face with his hand, Sir Killian said that was why he asked to be given the opportunity to come out and explain himself. Sipping from a glass of beer, Vincent noted that they, as exemplary knights, had to pay a little for their captain's fortune. He and the cavalry captain got out of the carriage. Stunned, Segunda wondered if it was Vincent Ron. Watching them, the governor noted in his thoughts that he had disappeared without leaving a trace. He wondered why Vincent was among the subordinates of this white slug. Placing his hand to his chest, Sir Killian cried out that they deeply apologized for the discourtesy they had shown. Holding his hand to his heart, the cavalry captain shouted that they, the White Army, the Knights of the Duchy of Pendragon, had arrived there on a most important mission concerning the fate of their empire. Sir Killian suddenly puffed out his cheeks. He fell to the floor and reported that he could not endure this trip. Behind the main character there were guests who asked about the White Army and the most important mission. Looking at his allies, the protagonist stated that he would travel by air in order to avoid the attacks of assassins, noting that he understands this. Taking the shard of glass in his hand, Ellen emphasized that the fact that Vincent would want to stand out came as a surprise to him. Waving his hands, Ron replied that they were simply intercepted on the way by a squad of griffins and they didn't even have time to explain themselves. Vincent added that this is what the captain was trying to say when he fell out of the carriage. He stood in front of Ellen and asked him to agree that it would have turned out lousy if they had not been there. Vincent noted that they did everything in their power to protect the protagonist. Ellen sighed with a dissatisfied face. Argos approached the protagonist and stated that they were interesting guys, noting that they chatted among themselves like old friends. Turning around, he said that he felt they would get along well. He asked what Leon thought. He enthusiastically agreed with Argos. Sir Killian watched him in bewilderment and asked Ellen who it was. The main character replied that Leon's mentor was Argos and he was an extremely talented warrior who had recently joined them. Turning around, Ellen noticed that this was in order to help them in the battle with those who are trying to build a nest for themselves in the Empire. Arangis looked at the main character with a grin. Their troops locked eyes with each other. The furious Segunda governor was shouting about why they were standing there and chatting. Pointing to the carriage with griffins, the governor asked the guests whether they were blind and whether they could not see. Segunda emphasized that they not only behave like barbarians, destroying everything in their path, but also stage a riot right in the emperor's palace. He was beside himself with rage and declared that this was treason against the Empire. The main character asked with a grin why Segunda was making such a fuss. Pointing his hand at Cart, he said that it would be repeated again that he was the traitor there. Cart grabbed Tylan and screamed that here was the evidence. Love fell in front of Ellen's feet. The main character noted in his thoughts that this is a very important mission affecting the fate of the Empire. The numb Segunda could not say anything. He looked at the man lying in front of Ellen and noted in his thoughts that it was Love Talon. The governor of Segunda was trembling with fear. Surprised, Jamie wondered who this gray-haired old man was. Arangis silently watched what was happening. Ellen, standing next to the man, said that his name was Love Talon. Standing in front of a crowd of people, the main character said that the former county of Brescia was very influential in Sisauk. Frowning, Ellen stated that this man, directly connected to him, was one of the conspirators behind the attempted assassination of Prince Zion 3 years ago. Ian was taken aback by what he heard. A crowd of people stood in front of the main character and asked about what he said. The captain, who was next to the emperor, was stunned by what he heard. The emperor watched what was happening with a blank stare. Placing his hand on his chest, Ellen said that in order to shed light on the events that took place then, he joined forces with his grace Prince Jan and they decided to infiltrate Sisauk. The protagonist looked at the trembling Tylan and stated that there they found convincing evidence that Love Tylan poisoned the crown prince. Ellen said with a serious face that however, he stood next to Tylan and said that this man was nothing more than a pawn that was sacrificed in the game. Sarod was surprised by what he heard. Governor Segunda was frightened. The main character said that about the player who had been sitting at the table all this time and moving pieces around the board. Ian was tense. Continuing his speech, Ellen said that Love Talon would tell them right now. Arangues listened with a calm look to the protagonist's speech. Ellen noted that Talon would tell, not forgetting to mention, among other things, the identities of other traitors, who, bearing their insatiable fangs, plunged them into the body of the Empire. The main character noticed that today all their sins will be exposed. Averting his gaze, Ellen turned to His Majesty. The knight looked at the main character with a dumbfounded look. Stretching out his hand, the captain cried out about what was allowing him to speak. The main character led Tylan towards the Emperor. Sarod watched in surprise what was happening. Jamie was taken aback. Aisla and Vincent watched calmly. Holding his hand to his face, Segunda trembled with fear. Arangues did not react in any way to what was happening. He looked at Governor Segunda. The ring on his finger began to emit light. Glare began to emanate from it. The governor's ring synchronized with Arangues' ring. The stone began to darken. A stream of dark mana appeared between them. Segunda suddenly became furious. He began to scream loudly, and veins appeared on his forehead. Removing his hand from his bosom, he rushed at Ellen. People were numb to what was happening. Taken aback, the main character asked which one. The governor began to draw his dagger. Ellen's thoughts emphasized the fact that he is very fast. Frightened Lindsay called out to the main character. Segunda pointed his blade towards Helen. The main character hit the governor's hand, knocking out the dagger. Segunda's arm was broken. Covering his face, Ellen was stunned. The governor opened his mouth wide. He sank his teeth into Tylan's neck. Blood began to flow from Love's throat. The main character watched as Tylan's blood began to splatter. The guests watched what was happening with screams. Love's blood fell on Ellen. Vincent and Aisla were taken aback by what they saw. Stunned, Jamie asked how this could happen. Grabbing Segunda, the main character cried out that he was a fool. The dead governor began to fall to the floor. Ellen's gaze fell on Segunda's face. In his thoughts he wondered if he was dead. He remembered how the governor rushed at them. While in thought, the main character noted that this was not the case. Ellen emphasized that the correct question should be another, namely, how did the Segunda, at that moment, be so strong and fast? Ellen wondered what just happened. Surprised people asked why Segunda decided to take such a step. Sarod, putting his hand to his chin, said that given the circumstances, there is only one logical answer. Arangues noted with a serious look that he could not think about what a surprise this was. Standing over the main character, he stated that he could not even imagine that the Count of Segunda himself was behind the attempted assassination of the Crown Prince. Turning around, Ellen's face was furious. Bowing, Arangues said that on behalf of the 6 High Lords, he sincerely apologizes to Duke Pendragon. Placing his hand on his chest, he emphasized that everything turned out exactly as he said. Count Segunda turned out to be a traitor. Ellen began to tremble with anger. Arangues noted that the main character exposed his terrible sin as befits a faithful servant. Grinning, he noted that this was indisputable. Arangues spoke with a malicious smile about the real treasure of the Empire. The audience began to scream at his speech. Ellen was beside himself with rage. Sarod enthusiastically reported that the Duke did not disappoint and everything was as he thought. He noticed that Ellen was not the person Segunda tried to make him out to be. The girl standing next to her emphasized that Duke Arangues is very wise and he quickly realized his mistake regarding Pendragon, which is impressive. Jamie watched silently. Guffley's face was calm. The man watched with interest. The enraged Ellen, looking at his hands, cried out that this was wrong. He started walking towards Arangues and called him a fool. Turning around, he did not understand what was happening. A dark aura hovered around the main character. Frowning, Vincent in his thoughts asked Ellen to stop, because there was no point in confrontation. His gaze fell on Tylan's corpse and he noticed that they had lost their only witness. Ellen watched the guests as they clapped. While in thought, he noticed that even if he reveals the truth now, by looking down, the main character emphasized the fact that no one would believe him. Standing near the Emperor sitting on the throne, the captain cried out that His Majesty's reception was over and they were allowed to leave the palace. Sarod walked among the crowd of people. Looking at Ellen, Arangues said with a smile that this meant that it was time for him to go. Bowing, he said that he hoped that one day they would meet Duke Pendragon again. The main character answered with a serious look that they would definitely meet. Ellen's eyes began to emit blue light. He emphasized that they would meet on the battlefield. Arangues' eyes began to glow yellow after hearing what he heard. He began to leave the main character. Aisla looked after the warriors of Arangues. His face was serious. Arangues left the palace with his army. Smirking, he suggested that it was time for them to make a move. He looked at his warriors and called them his glorious knights Valvas. Ian watched Ellen. He and Lindsay called out to the main character. Vincent and Aisla watched him in silence. The Emperor asked about Arangues and grinned. Turning around, the main character was surprised by what he heard. He looked at the Emperor. He turned to Duke Pendragon with a blank look. The four of them sat at the table. Looking away, Young said that the monster they encountered in Luz was a half-breed pirate. He presented the image of Tolio and said that the pirate belonged to the house of the Duke of Arangues. Taken aback, the captain said that this meant that he was behind the poisoning of the crown prince. They looked at Ellen in silence. The emperor turned to Duke Pendragon with a serious look. Placing his hands on the table, the emperor announced that he was appointing the main character as governor of Luz and giving a secret order to subjugate the Arangues crowbar. The captain and Ian were taken aback by what they heard. The main character was surprised. Drawing out a coin, the emperor noted that in order to counter such an economically powerful enemy, he would issue a decree allowing the use of gold coins minted by the Duchy of Pendragon within the empire. The puzzled captain turned to His Majesty and noticed what it was. Interrupting him, the emperor said that everything was in order. With folded hands, Ellen asked if he believed what he said. Looking at Yang, the emperor noted that he had told him enough about the main character. He stated that the main character is a person who can be trusted. Sitting opposite Helen, the emperor said that he was interested in something else. He asked what he thought about the pressing affairs of the empire. With a blank stare, he emphasized the fact that the protagonist had been to the lands of Sissak and Elise and seen what was happening there. He asked Ellen what he thought about it. Frowning, the main character remained silent. Crossing his palms, the emperor declared that the current one did not have enough strength to rule the empire alone. He presented the image of Jamie and noted that he could not overcome crime among the noble class. The emperor presented the image of Arangues. He said that he could not deal with the eminence Grise Arangues. The emperor's hands began to tremble. Seeing this, the main character squinted. Distressed, Ian called out to his father. The emperor remembered being enveloped in the lion's energy. He said that he released all the power of the aura that he was capable of, but Ellen did not chicken out. The emperor imagined how the main character began to absorb his mana. He noticed that Ellen did not confront her. He remembered how their auras synchronized. The emperor noticed that instead, Ellen's aura merged with his in a harmonious outburst. Sitting at the table, he stated that none of those present there could repeat the merger. Observing the main character, the emperor reported that even his eldest son, Zion, failed. Leaning on the table, he turned to Ellen, Pendragon, and Ian and declared that he was placing the fate of the empire in their hands. With his arms crossed, the main character closed his eyes. He sat silently opposite the emperor. He got up from his chair. Ellen, sitting on his knee and bowing his head, said that he humbly accepted the duty assigned by the emperor. The city was illuminated by the sun. The man watched the sunset. The stranger approached him and asked if he had really considered collaborating with a man like him. The man thought about it when he heard the question. Standing at the edge of the balcony, he stated that the king of the sea dragons did not expect any action from him, much less from the Segunda. He noticed that he understood it immediately as soon as he saw it. Turning around, the man said that the stranger said that he would not go down to the palace today. Clouds of dust appeared behind him. Wings and a halo were visible from behind the cloud. Seeing the stranger, the man called him the messenger of the goddess Ileana. He looked at his face and called him Archangel Sail. The archangel looked at the man with a smile. Walking in his direction, Sail admitted that he had intended to, but some very interesting events had occurred that required his attention. The archangel, with a serious look, said that in the steppes of Lobstein, Soldrake and the Black Dragon met each other. Standing opposite the man, he stated that this in turn made him wonder why the two would even meet there. The archangel noticed that these lands are not the possessions of one of them. The man with a serious face asked if Sail wanted to say that there was something there. Putting his hand to his chin, the archangel replied that he was not sure, but in any case, dragons are extremely territorial creatures, and here both are far from their domains. Removing his hands behind his back, Sail assumed that since they met under such conditions, there was a very good reason for this, so good that they left their native lands. The man, watching the archangel, asked if this had anything to do with the situation with the emperor's aura. Sail silently began to look at the sky. He imagined the aura that emanated from Young. The archangel noted that the aura of the house of Aragon. The image of an emperor with lion mana popped into his head. Sail added that, and in particular the emperor personally. He presented a statue of the goddess. The archangel said that this aura was originally a blessing from the goddess Ileana. A picture of the imperial capital appeared in his imagination. Sail said that it was given to his house to maintain balance in the human world. The man looked at the archangel and noticed that he was now on the verge of collapse. He imagined the image of a prince holding a poisoned letter. The man emphasized the fact that this was because of the assassination attempt on Prince Zion. Ellen and Ian stood on the balcony. Leaning on the fence, the emperor's son said that the aura that his house possessed was weakening from generation to generation. Frowning, Young said that his father should have left the throne to Zion a long time ago and retired. He presented the image of the emperor and said that due to the poisoning incident, he was unable to do this. His body became like this. Looking at him, the main character asked how old his father was. Closing his eyes, Ian replied that he was only turning 55 this year. Helen was taken aback when he heard the answer of the Emperor's son. The man continued to dialogue with Sale. He noted that of all the princes, Yang has the strongest aura, which means that Yang will become the second prince. Looking at his hand, the Archangel replied that he was still immature and it was too early for him to inherit the throne. Opening his eyes, Sale said that although he presented the image of Guffley and said that his aura was experiencing explosive growth. Guffley's face appeared in the Archangel's head. He suggested that very soon he might become stronger than Yang. The Emperor's son looked at the main character and declared that he did what he advised. Ian said that he observed Guffley, but did not find anything unusual and he was absolutely normal. Standing opposite Ellen, he noticed that everything was normal, except that he was always gloomy. The main character asked if this was really so. Frowning, Ellen fell into thought. He imagined Guffley standing at the throne. In his thoughts, the main character emphasized the fact that in his past life it was Guffley who inherited the throne. Leaning on the fence, Sale began to talk about Guffley, Yan, Arangues, and Pendragon. Watching the sunset, the Archangel said that the burden of creating the future of the Empire would fall into their hands and, most likely, they would determine the fate of this world. Looking at Sale, the man asked whether he should take these words as a prophecy. Looking away, the Archangel replied that this was just a guess. It was illuminated by the light of the sunset. Sale noticed in his thoughts that he felt that the karma of this world was being strongly influenced from the outside. Many knights were training. The warrior screamed and carried out a series of blows. Leon dodged all the knight's blows with lightning speed. The soldier lunged, after which Leon jumped up. He landed on the knight's blade. The warrior was taken aback by what he saw. Leon kicked him in the face. An abrasion appeared on the soldier's face, and blood began to drip from his mouth. Count Granite stretched out his hand and cried out that this was enough and the winner was determined. He raised the happy Leon's hands. Vincent watched the fight in amazement and reported that this was a very, very worthy achievement, noting that he had grown so much in such a short time. Smiling, Ellen replied that he agreed, adding that Leon had exceeded even his expectations. Smiling, Argos said that it was all thanks to his teacher, who was very good. Stunned, Killian cried out that he, as a captain, could responsibly declare that their troops were becoming stronger. The main character stood opposite Count Granite under the evening sky. Smiling, Ellen thanked him for his hospitality. Count Granite responded enthusiastically that they were also grateful for their visit, noting that it was inspiring. Stretching out his hand, the Count noticed that this turned out to be an easy walk for the protagonist's fighters. Frowning, Ellen stated that he had one question for the captain. The main character asked with a serious face if Count Granite knew about the Demon Hunter Corps. Taken aback, the captain replied that he knew, noting that this was a free unit, assembled from all sorts of rabble. He presented the image of the past appearance of the main character, which stood in front of Baltai. Count Granite said that it consists of marginalized people, and sometimes he himself wonders why the Empire keeps them in the first place. Looking at the captain, Ellen said that he would like to know where they are now. Standing opposite, Count Granite replied that right now they were far to the south, in a place known as the Green Sea, and they were hunting a creature that the locals nicknamed the King of Monsters. Frowning, Ellen emphasized in his thoughts the fact that the King of the Monsters was a troll. He imagined the image of a huge monster. The main character wondered if this meant that history had still not changed. Lost in thought, Ellen put his hand to his chin. He imagined an image of Baltai and wondered if he should tell them that Baltai was the one behind everything that happened in Sisauk and make them suspect him. He remembered how he fought with him. Ellen noted in his thoughts that the question here is whether the Empire even has the strength to kill this old cunning fox. Thinking about this, the main character emphasized that even if he was dismissed from his post as commander, things would only get more complicated because he would be harder to track down. Thinking about this, Ellen closed his eyes. Stretching out his hand, Count Granite addressed Duke Pendragon. The orange evening sky enveloped the city. The main character replied that everything was fine. Ingrid waved her hand after him. Ian stood with a smile on his face. Aisla helped Eileen get into the carriage, holding her hand. Frowning, Ellen's thoughts emphasized the fact that another confrontation undoubtedly awaited them. The image of Baltai appeared in his head. The main character began to think about Tolio. Ellen presented the image of the Duke of Arangues. The carriage was carried away by griffins in the air. The main character noted that he would make sure to kill them with his own hands. Helena Castle was illuminated by the evening light. Adjusting his sleeves, the main character asked if Saul had not yet returned. The protagonist's gaze fell on the demons. They replied that because of her strong aura, people like her would easily sense her. Looking down, Ellen noted that this is how it is. Lindsay sat the protagonist on a chair and stated that everything was in order and she was sure that Saul would meet with Lord Ellen as soon as the opportunity presented itself. She noticed that Saul would arrive very soon. The main character watched with a smile as Lindsay combed his hair. Closing his eyes, Ellen thanked her. Taken aback, Kazel said that they were husband and wife. Opening the doors, Eileen stretched out her arms and called out to her brother. She said with a happy face that the festivities in his honor had already begun. The tearful butler announced that their master, Duke Pendragon, had been appointed governor of Luz. Watching Ellen walk hand in hand with Lindsay, he cried out that he was incredibly happy for him. The protagonist's accomplices began to feast, and Aisla helped pour juice for his younger sister. Ellen and Lindsay looked at each other with a smile. Helena touched Eileen's shoulder and called out to her. Covering her face with her hand, she began to talk about the two. She observed the main character and his wife and stated that they became very close. Helena asked if Eileen noticed such changes. Placing her hand to her face, she replied that it was, noting that they had been through a lot together. Lady Luna looked at the floor with a confused face. Holding the glass in front of him, Vincent asked her if she was sad alone. Smirking, he asked her to have a drink with him. Turning away, Lady Luna refused. Closing his eyes, Ron said that his lordship would leave for Luz tomorrow. Looking at her, Vincent noted that if she wanted to tell him something important, then she should make sure that she had time to do it tonight. Ron held out the glass to a confused Luna. She began to drink beer from a glass in one gulp. Putting the empty glass on the table, Luna got serious. Ellen turned around because she called out to him. They stood opposite each other. Taken aback, the main character called out to Lady Sarod. She looked at him carefully. A smile appeared on her face. Bowing, Luna stated that she was happy to learn that he had been appointed to the position of governor of Luz. Looking down, Lady Luna's face showed confusion. Vincent silently watched what was happening. Closing his eyes, he wondered how long he could hold out. Argos, sitting at the table with Karth, cried out that they had just begun the holiday. The orc supported him and asked him to bring more beer. Beer was poured into a mug. The bottle featured the Pendragon crest. Ron poured beer into Ellen's glass. Looking at the bottle, Vincent noted that the local beer became more delicious with every sip. Thoughtful, the main character replied that the soldiers also liked it. Looking at Vincent, Ellen said that he would entrust the land to him. Placing his hands on the table, the main character said that while Vincent was there, he could safely go to Luz. While drinking his beer, Ron said that he had to point out that this turn of events would not have been possible if they had not made his part of the job easier. The main character was taken aback by what he heard. Vincent imagined the image of a butler. Ron said that many important internal affairs were under the supervision of Sir Melbourne. Lady Luna appeared in Ron's head and he stated that it was also worth noting how Lady Sarod handled the affairs entrusted to her. There were many lights burning in the night city. Vincent said that their dream city for migrants, York, is developing quite well. Lost in thought, Ellen silently lowered his gaze. Holding the glass in front of him, Ron turned to Pendragon and asked if he liked it. Sitting opposite him, he asked whether it was time to reconsider the status of his engagement to Lady Sarod. Ellen was surprised by this question. Vincent introduced the girls from the capital of the empire and said that in comparison with the socialites of the capital and other noble ladies who only know how to dress more vulgarly, Ron introduced the image of Lady Luna. Vincent said that she looks extremely attractive, a talented and smart young lady. Smiling, Ron noted that she could serve as a support for the main character. Adding to his speech, he noted that he was talking about support of a different kind than Lindsay, as he understands. The main character silently listened to Ron's speech. He imagined Luna's confused face. Ellen narrowed his eyes at this. They sat silently opposite each other at the table. Pouring a glass of beer, Vincent noticed that if he didn't like her, then there was nothing he could do about it. Holding a glass, the main character stated that this was not the case. Disappointed, Ellen said that although Ron was taken aback by Ellen's words. The sad face of the main character was reflected in the beer. Lady Luna stood at the edge of the balcony under the night sky. Her face was disappointed. Ellen suddenly called out to her. She was surprised by this. He went out onto the balcony with a bottle in his hand. Stunned, Luna asked what this late visit was about. Hearing this, the main character thought. He waved his beer bottle. Pointing his finger at her, Ellen asked with a smile if she would like a drink. Lady Luna was embarrassed by this proposal. Ellen opens the door to the balcony and holds a bottle with some contents inside. Lady Luna was a little surprised by his appearance and therefore asked, "For what reason did you come to her?" Ellen raised the bottle in front of him, pointed his finger at it and asked if she would like to drink with him. Lady Luna was very embarrassed by such a proposal and was taken aback. Ellen poured the drink into Lady Luna's glass. They both sat at the table under cover of darkness. Then Aline, while pouring a drink, said that Ron had shared with him her latest achievements, and he talked about her great contribution to the Empire, so Ellen would like to express his gratitude to her for this. Lady Luna raised the glass to her face with red cheeks and then she thanked him. They both clinked glasses, and they started drinking the drink. Ellen then looked at Lady Luna and said that she had changed a lot since their first meeting. She closed her eyes with a smile on her face and replied that she had not changed as much as he had changed. Ellen was very surprised by these words. She put the glass on the table and added that, hand on heart, she could admit that she did not like him at all, especially the one she knew before the coma incident. She remembered seeing him for the first time after waking up, and said that she felt as if he had become a completely different person. She remembered how he fought with his swords, and said that it was then that longing for him settled in her thoughts. She was very embarrassed, and it showed in her. But she continued to say that it made her seem selfish in some way. Ellen exhaled calmly, holding the glass in his hand, and said that he was inclined to agree with her. She started to get up from her chair and said that later, when he returned, she saw another change in him. Ellen kept his hand on the rail and looked forward, and she had the feeling that in Sasaki had found some purpose again. She looked at him with a sparkle in her eyes and said that at that moment she also wanted to change. She then stood and looked at the stars, adding that instead of marrying for the good of her family, she wanted to break the established rules. Ellen, looking at her, asked about the established rules. Lady Luna looked down and continued to say that she decided to live not for anyone else's interests, but for her own. Ellen closed his eyes, thinking about her words, live your life for your own sake. She was still looking into the distance and asked Ellen if he remembered what he said when he was in Sarod County. He stood in the same way on the balcony and looked forward, saying that he simply wanted to live in such a way as to be able to give people and the country the opportunity to enjoy a rich and good life. She looks at this vibrant city and says that what he promised then very quickly began to become a reality. She turned to him with red cheeks and said that this is why she respects him not just as a man, but also as a ruler who boldly leads his lands into the future. At that moment, the spark inside Ellen flared up. He turned to her and looked at her back. She then said in a very embarrassed voice that whether he liked it or not, she would become his strength. Ellen bowed his head and was silent for a while, but then tried to say something, but still could not put the words together. She looked at him, and he was trying to suppress his emotions, and it was visible on his face. He began to remember his past when he was Raven. In the reflection of this glass, he still saw himself not as Ellen, but as Raven. He immediately began to remember how he killed huge wolves, how he fought against a huge orc. And as tired as he was after the battle, he looked down, leaning on his katana. He imagined that his past body was standing behind him, and thought that she really loved him not only because he was Ellen, but loved his present one. His reflection could be seen in the glass, where he squeezed his eyes with all his might and bared his teeth. She noticed all his emotions and just watched, but then she finally decided to ask him what was going on. Ellen, trying to contain his emotions, replied that everything was fine, and then he started drinking from his glass. After taking a sip, he sincerely thanked her with a bright smile on his face and closed eyes. At first we didn't understand what was happening, but then she smiled at him shyly. They were both standing on the balcony and she answered him, "You're welcome." Ellen looked down with half-closed eyes and thought that this was enough for today. There was a bright crescent moon and many stars in the sky. We are transported to the sea where two ships sailed. A black pirate flag was visible on one of the ships. People began to panic and scream that pirates were attacking them. At this time, blue orcs jumped onto their ship with sabers in their hands. These orcs killed all the people on board. They ran away from the orcs and asked where the Imperial fleet was that was supposed to save them. But then the man who ran away was left without a head. It was Tolio, who put his saber on his shoulder, saying that no one would come to their aid. He began to lick his lips and sharp fangs, and then began to shout to the entire deck that in these seas the apex predator was him, so no one would come to their aid. When suddenly he notices something that really caught his attention. This is a news report where Ellen Pendragon was drawn. Tolio read the inscription, and it said that Duke Pendragon had been appointed governor of Luz. He raised it in front of him and said that, apparently, things were going well for him. But then he simply cut this inscription into small pieces with many blows of his saber. While pieces of paper were flying around him, he said with a confident look that it was time to collect the debt from him. At this time, there was complete silence in the city, and the bright sun was shining in the sky. We are on the estate of the late Governor Luce, Count of Segunda. Ellen stands with confusion on her face and says, "Who did this to them?" And in front of him were the guys who dressed up in new uniforms and looked very beautiful. They were visited by Lindy and Eileen, who asked Ellen what he thought about the new nautical-themed White Dragon team uniform. They were very pleased. It was noticeable from them, and Eileen said that they decided to dress up like that in honor of his meeting with Lu's protector, the commander of the Imperial Navy. We see guys jumping from one ship to another ship. The man who stood proudly with a saber in his hand was attacked by many people. The old man began to use his ability so that a bright blue aura appeared around him. With one swing, he scattered everyone who was there. He sat while two guys lay next to him. Then he turned his head and with a menacing tone shouted for the next ones to attack. It was Viscount Moraine, Admiral of the Imperial Navy. We are again brought back to this quiet town near the sea. There are many horses walking in the middle of the road, and people began to notice them. These guys on horseback carried with them the flag of the blue little humpbacked horse. People peered at them and shouted that the admiral of the Imperial fleet himself, Viscount Moraine, nicknamed the White Shark, was traveling with his retinue. The Viscount looked into the distance with a serious look, and people also noticed this, saying that he had a very menacing look, which looked much angrier than before. They suggested that it was most likely because he was on his way to meet Duke Pendragon. Lies looked out the window with a mysterious smile, and people said that the former governor collaborated with the pirates and set up the Imperial fleet with his actions. They recalled how orcs and griffins stood in front of them, and they believed that the Viscount was probably not happy with the new governor. They looked after them and said that if the new governor gave up, the White Shark's teeth would instantly close on his neck. We see two large towers, and then we see the guys who are waiting for their guests. Sir Viscount and his assistant were already standing in front of them. Ellen bowed to him and introduced himself, saying that by direct order of the Emperor he now occupied the post of Governor of Luz. The Viscount simply looked at him with a serious look. His servant bowed, saying that he had the honor to introduce himself, and called himself the Ball of the Emperor, Admiral of the Imperial Navy, Viscount Moraine. With a sarcastic look, he continued to say that it would be wise of him to mean that. Aisla and Killian looked at him with dissatisfied looks. Ellen interrupted him and said that he knew that after Segunda was killed, they were in charge of the affairs of the city and port, so he would like them to briefly tell him about the situation. The servant said with a vile tone that they had already dealt with most of Segunda's accomplices. Then he raised his head and began to say something, but suddenly Aisla approached him with a dissatisfied expression on her face. Aisla said that the governor did not address him. The servant began to peer at him with disbelief. Their strongest aura shone around both of them. Killian tried to somehow intervene in this matter, and Ellen just watched silently. The Viscount smiled a little and looked forward. He put his hand on his chest and walked straight towards Ellen, and said that he apologized for the rudeness of his subordinate. Tilting his head, he added that Ellen should also try to understand him, because he is a military man and prefers to see with his own eyes what kind of stuff a person is made of. Ellen looked forward with half-closed eyes, asking what they would do about it. The Viscount began to take out his saber, saying that everything would be quite simple, and this was a duel. Ellen peered at him with half-closed eyes. The Viscount closed his eyes and said that he was a friend of his father, Duke Pendragon, so he had heard a lot about him. After these words, thoughts appeared in his head that Ellen was a weakling who loved flowers and spent his life drawing pictures. But then he remembered the words that Ellen fought on equal terms with the captain of the Imperial Knights, Granite, who is equal in strength to the Viscount. The Viscount looked forward with a serious look, finding it difficult to believe all these words. They stood opposite each other, and the Viscount said that was why he would like to experience it personally. Ellen closed his eyes and bowed his head, saying that he understood him. He then raised his hand and said they could begin. The Viscount looked at him with a smile. He began to slowly walk towards him, but Aisla placed his spear right under his feet, blocking his path. The Viscount, as well as his servant, were very surprised at this action, and then Ellen grabbed him by the chin. He instantly rushed towards him, taking him by the throat, and with the help of his strength he threw him to the floor. The servant began to draw his sword, shouting that this was not fair, when suddenly Aisla waved his spear. With one swift movement, he stopped this minion by placing his spear at his neck. Killian and the others were completely shocked by what was happening. The servant was trembling with fear and continued to shout that this was not fair. Aisla looked at him with half-closed eyes and asked if the concept of honesty exists among pirates. The servant was very frightened by such words, so he opened his eyes wide. At this time, Ellen was sitting directly on the Viscount, raising his fist, and asked who they would fight with. The Viscount began to introduce the Blue Orcs, saying that their enemy was the most evil and vile pirates of this ocean, led by the commander of the Laduan Orcs. Tolio held someone's bloody palm in his hand. Ellen peered at the Viscount and added that Tolio would be stronger than both of them. The Viscount was taken aback by such words and simply remained silent. Ellen stood up from him and, waving his hand, said that he did not have time for something so useless as a duel to find out who is in charge here. The Viscount's servants felt incredible shame, and the Viscount himself knelt and said that he was taken, and he won. Raising his head, he said his name. Killian and Aisla looked at him with great surprise in their eyes, and Ellen smiled and said that in order to suppress the pirates, they need the full power of the Imperial fleet, so he counts on their full and unconditional support. Ellen extended his hand to the Viscount. The old man shook his hand and said that he would help him with great pleasure. We again see two ships at sea, one of which was a pirate. Those who were on an ordinary ship noticed the pirates' flag and began shouting that they were attacking them. The Laduan Orcs were waving their swords and holding ropes with hooks in their hands, and then they said that they would have a nice time and kill all these pathetic Imperial people. When suddenly one of them turns his head and is surprised because the Duke's ship was sailing right towards them. They noticed a golden flag on this ship, and the people from the ordinary ship were very happy that they had come to their aid. The orcs shouted with confidence on their faces that these dirty people really thought that they could fight them on equal terms, when suddenly many griffins flew out from the Duke's ship. Here the face of the orcs changed to fear. The griffins were approaching them faster and faster. At the head of the group of griffins was Aesla, who was holding a crossbow in his hand. Aesla aimed his crossbow directly at these orcs. He took aim with both eyes open, and not only one shot, so all the orcs were shot down by arrows. Aesla swung his mace and flew at the orc. He hit one orc with all his might while his griffin hit the other with its claws. Blood flew around him and even got on his face. We are transported to some store with a dolphin emblem. This dolphin had a scar in the shape of a cross. The man standing behind the counter was smoking a cigarette and said that there was nothing like that in this store because it was an ordinary store. The Viscount stood right in front of him and listened to his words, who said that naturally, among their customers there could be pirates. They looked at each other, and the seller said that he was not aware of this whole topic and that he did not know anything at all. At this moment, the Viscount suddenly takes out his saber and points it to his neck. The seller was very scared, because this happened in a matter of seconds and his cigarette was cut in half. And you scared me, and started shouting at the Viscount, asking what he was even allowing himself to do. The Viscount looked at his minion, calling his name, and the minion, named Isaac, took out the paper and showed it to the seller. The seller began to peer at this paper, and Isaac said that on this document there was his signature in the form of a fingerprint in blood. The seller trembled with fear as Isaac said that it clearly stated that he was giving Count Segund a certain amount of ransom in exchange for allowing him to smuggle contraband into the city. The Viscount glowed with a bright blue aura and asked perhaps he should cut off his fingers in order to compare them with the imprint on the contract. Blood was running down the seller's cheek, and his eyes were so wide open that even words could not describe. And then Ellen sees how this seller is already being led somewhere, tied with a rope. The Viscount turned to Ellen with a smile. Killian and Ellen also looked at him and were silent. Immediately, Ellen remembered Ron, because he was close to the Segunda, so the information he provided allowed them to quickly cover up all the people who were doing business with pirates in the city. The same shop with the dolphin emblem was closed. Ellen looked forward with his arms crossed, knowing that by cutting off the smuggling routes and expelling or executing their proxies in Luz, they would cut off Aranguiz's supply routes. Immediately after these words, he remembered Toliel. The Viscount stood with his arms crossed and smiled, saying that in the lands of the Empire there was no place for negotiations with those who associated themselves with the pirates. We see two ships sailing to different islands, and it is narrated that thanks to the policies of the new governor, all active pirate bases on the mainland and nearby seas were destroyed, and for this reason, the pirates turned their attention to the small archipelago of Mulat Islands, where the chances of stumbling upon the Imperial the frigate was minimal. The pirates passing by met the Duke's ship. They peered at the flag on which was painted a white dragon. Immediately all the pirates that were on the ship began to shout that this was the Duke's army. They would end now. An orc with an axe flies into the crowd of these pirates. Blood is flying everywhere. We see a hanging report where 3 ships are drawn, and it is narrated that thanks to a number of major victories won by the Imperial fleet, the complete destruction of the pirates was only a matter of time. Ron read this news report and his minion began to clap with a smile on his face, saying that the young master was impressive with his achievements. Ron drank from his glass while his minion laughed. At this time, Lady Luna was writing regular news reports. She wrote all this with a smile on her face and with great interest. Her cheeks turned a little red, and her thoughts were filled with great joy for Ellen. She remembered standing with him on the balcony and thinking that he was leaving her no choice, so she would have to try even harder to succeed in what was entrusted to her. She took the next stack of papers and said out loud that her next meeting was with the merchant, when suddenly she was very surprised by what she saw, because the name Joseph Breeden was written on the paper. She read the name and began to remember someone. Surprise was clearly visible on her face because she did not expect to see this name here at all. She immediately remembered how this same Joseph spoke to her very rudely while she was sitting in the carriage, and he was the former head of the Knights of Sarod County. And then she remembered how his hand was cut off during the battle, and how Ellen left him, and he was very angry. Lady Luna was very much alarmed, thinking that this was the same Breeden. This city was illuminated by sunlight. A man with backpacks on his back stood right in front of Lady Luna and said that so much time had passed since their last meeting, and she looked at him with an evil look and said that he had changed a lot. Joseph stood in a hat without one hand and as if he was already a completely different person. Taking off his hat, he said that she was right because he founded a trading company, taking advantage of his remaining connections. Raising the rest of his hand, he smiled and said that she herself understood that with such a hand he would no longer be a knight. Lady Luna looked at him with contempt and asked what he wanted from her then. He stood opposite her, holding his hat in his hand, saying that the earth is full of rumors, that in this city there is a place for everyone, and people here are free from prejudice, regardless of race or nationality. Closing his eyes, he said that this is why he decided to come here to expand his company. Lady Luna, who was illuminated by the sunlight, asked that he was going to the city ruled by the man who had taken his hand. He looked at her with empty eyes, and she looked at him and immediately remembered his past, where he worshipped, and with a despised face. She remembered how he blocked the blows, looked at her, and then with a very angry look she said that she did not trust him, and for this reason, most likely, she would not give him permission. Joseph put his hat back on and said that it had changed too. Closing his eyes and tilting his head, he added that now her gaze saw nothing but Ellen Pendragon. Lady Luna looked at him and asked something, but he started shouting that he would be better than this duke. She looked at him with confusion on her face and asked him again. He put his hand to his chest and said that he would be the one who could give her more than Ellen could ever offer her. He then put his hat back on and said that this was the reason he couldn't give up, at least not now. With sparkles in his eyes, he said, because he still is. Lady Luna looks at him with wide eyes and great surprise on her face. And we will find out what he said a little later. We are transported to the main pirate island. The leader of the Laduan orc sits and drinks something from a mug while girls and guards are around him. Most of all, a huge scar was visible, and he was one of the 3 main Red Skull pirates, Captain Grisman, with an evil expression on his face. He asked why he came here. Tolio was sitting on the sofa in front of him with a malicious smile on his face. He narrowed his eyes and said that he just came to check on them, because he heard that they had a hard time lately. He began to imagine how Isla on a griffin defeated them, and said that, according to rumors, the new governor of Luz was giving them a hard time. One of his guards began to get very angry, but the head calmed him down. Then he began to smile, saying that it was funny to hear this from someone who had lost an arm and an eye. He immediately imagined how he fought against Ellen and Jen, and then he imagined a broken bottle flying into his eye. I imagined how Ellen broke his arm. Tolio started making a funny face. Grisman put his hands on his knees and said that his position, too, had been weakened by the new governor's policies. According to rumors, they say that Tolio's springs have been thoroughly thinned out. Tolio took the fish in his hands and said that things were not going better for him either. Throwing the fish into his mouth, he added that he, too, was deprived of even the pawns that he had, so don't go to the fortune teller. But he himself is poorer than him. Grisman hit the table in anger. He looked at Tolio with a dissatisfied look and asked why he came here, what he wanted from him, simultaneously calling him a half-breed. Tolio swallowed the fish and replied that there was a serious person behind him now, so he couldn't be easily broken. Taking a bite of the fish, he added that the thing is that they are all having a hard time right now, so why don't they join forces for a short time? Turning to his guards, he shouted that they would be a stronger crowd. Grisman closed his eyes with a smile and replied that it didn't sound so bad, but there was one small problem. Tolio was happy, thinking that his proposal would be accepted, and asked what the problem was. Grisman said in a very menacing tone that they needed to decide who would be the new pirate king. There was an awkward silence for a while and they just looked at each other. But then Tolio began to smile mischievously, asking what he wanted to settle. Grisman immediately threw the table and all its contents at him. Tolio was quite taken aback by this, so he sat with his eyes wide open. But the orc simply rushed at him, charging his aura, and said that they would fight with their fists right now. He hit the table with all his strength, and because of this, it began to crumble. His girls were happy for him, a smile was visible on their faces. Grisman was shocked by what he saw, because Tolio grabbed his hand through the table. Under his bandage was another eye that shone a very bright color. He squeezed his hand with all his might, and he shouted at him to let him go. Tolio began to squeeze his hand even more tightly than before, and Grisman already called him boss and begged him to let go. He squealed more than ever, screaming for him to stop. But he was merciless and continued to squeeze his hand with a smile on his face. At that moment the guards rushed at him. Tolio jumps away from their blows and dodges in the air. And then, still in the air, he begins to draw his saber when suddenly he opens his eye wide. And because of this, his sword begins to glow with bright fire. Thanks to this sword, a huge flame rose above these orcs. It began to set their skin on fire, and they threw down their sabers and covered their faces. The girls were also scared and began to shield themselves from the fire, screaming in fear and pain. Tolio landed and beautifully pointed his sword to the side. He raised this sword above his head, and they were shocked that this sword caught fire on its own. His eye shone brighter than before. He put this sword in front of him, saying that it was a gift that he received from his patron. Flames flew around the sword, and he added that since he was the strongest of them all, it would be fair that he should have the strongest weapon. And his shield lay on the sofa while the fire engulfed him. At that moment, Tolio began to laugh madly, shouting that now no one could resist him, and there was a bright red aura around him. This same aura began to cover these orcs, which made them afraid. At this time, Ellen was sitting and reading the news, drinking his tea. Another pirate ship sailed to that island, and there were already 2 ships there. Ellen trained hard, swinging his sword, and Aesla blocked all his attacks. They both lunged, punched and dodged. Their training was observed by the Viscount and his henchman. The henchman was a little surprised, and the Viscount said that this knight Valvis has remarkable skills. Ellen and Aesla continue to train, and the Viscount added that he is more surprised that this Governor Pendragon fights with him on equal terms. And Argos stood next to the orcs and pointed his finger at them somewhere. The rest of the guys also trained on each other and fought. The Viscount looked forward with a stern gaze, thinking that if they joined the forces of the Imperial Navy, they would definitely become a force to be reckoned with. Ellen and Aesla were tired from training, so the griffin covered them with a wing from the sunlight. Ellen was very tired, but reflected that 3 whole months had passed since his arrival in Luz. He remembered this news about pirates and remembered how they arrested that man who was selling contraband. And he understood that he suppressed the pirates, cut off their illegal sources of income. He did everything to ensure that they ran out of money. He looked forward with a thoughtful gaze and did not understand why Tolio had not yet entered the game. When suddenly Ellen shouted to Killian while he was training. Aesla, apparently, had already fallen asleep, and Ellen asked that there was still no news from those 3. We are abruptly transported to the island of pirates. We see a huge crowd of people standing right under the entrance to the rock. One of the guys scratches his chin and says that this is a significant event. He looked at the orcs and said that all 3 of the main pirate captains had gathered here, the first being the leader of the Red Skull Pirates. Then he looked at the pigtailed orc. It was an orc named Seijuki. With long hair, he was called the leader of the winter storms. The guys in different headbands stood and looked forward, saying that literally all the pirates of the coastal seas were in one place. Then the girl in the headband snapped her fingers and said that she noticed that he was not much different in civilian life. This was Arskila. The guy in the yellow headband looked at her with a dissatisfied face and said that no one, but clearly not her, should blame him for this. His name was Gus. Then the third language of the company whispered to them both to stop. They are spies after all, so they must concentrate on the mission. It was Judy. Suddenly someone began to emerge from the cave. It was Tolio, who had some kind of bag on his shoulder. Behind him stood 2 more blue orcs, who also had bags in their hands. Tolio, with a bright red eye, said that from today he will be their new captain not as the Dark Prince, but as the Pirate King Tolio. He began to smile maliciously and said that he was glad to meet all of them. Our guys were pretty scared of him. They felt this bright red aura and thought that he had very powerful power. Tolio held this bag in front of him and joyfully shouted that in order to cheerfully celebrate their unification, their captain had prepared a gift for everyone. Gold coins fell out of the bag. All the pirates who stood there looked up, because small gold coins were flying at them. Immediately they all rushed to these coins, shouting that they were real gold. Judy looked at this and couldn't believe that all he had was money. He looked at how these people collected all these coins with gold, thinking that if he was throwing away bags of gold, then, apparently, the fact that they were cutting off his sources of income had no effect on him. Judy turned his head in surprise, continuing to think that maybe everything was much simpler and this gold was taken from the Arangi's treasury. He watched Skila and Gus take those gold coins with a smile on their faces. All the pirates began to rejoice at their new captain. Tolio closed his eyes and waved his hand, saying that these were all trifles. Then he looked down and said that it was his duty as a captain to provide for the crew. While everyone was looking at him, he said that they had all come to such a miserable life only because of one person, because of the new Governor Lewis. All these pirates made a dissatisfied face because they'd heard about their enemy. He began to take out his saber, said that he was like the ruler of the pirates and their good king. He raised his flaming sword into the air, and then, baring his teeth, he declared that he would cut off the boy's head and cut it into small pieces. Our squad was frightened, and the rest of the pirates rejoiced at this, shouting, "Glory to the captain." Grisman looked at it all without emotion, but Seijuki stood with his eyes wide open, when suddenly someone from the crowd raised his hand and asked if he could ask a question. Tolio looked at him and asked what was the matter. It was the same winter storm captain named John Myers. He looked at his captain and said that they understand that he personally is very strong, but the real problem for them on the battlefield was the Griffin Riders, led by the Knight Valvas. He remembered how a group of orcs were attacked by these griffins, adding that fighting them was quite problematic, and this was the main obstacle to winning naval battles, as he planned to deal with it. Tolio tilted his head and began to make sounds as if he were thinking. John looked at him with a blank face and a very angry tone and expression. He said that an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, as the proverb goes. He snapped his fingers. A whole horde of griffins came out right behind him. The griffin stood straight on the stone, and the griffin riders clanked their swords. Our squad was very surprised by their appearance. Judy looked at them with wide open eyes, asking if these were the real Valva's knights. Standing next to these griffins were the very knights he asked about. Their earrings had the exact same feathers just like Aisla's. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.